The school beauty pursued me, and my talents could no longer be concealed. Before my rebirth, the school beauty said, "I'm sorry, I don't wish to engage in a romantic relationship." Before entering university, the school beauty's mother remarked, "You are not worthy of my daughter. Please do not hinder her future." After my rebirth, the school beauty's mother said, "Silly daughter, a girl chasing a boy is merely a thin veil. If Ye Xuan does not wish to pay you any mind, then you should pursue him." The school beauty declared, "Ye Xuan, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend?" Ye Xuan, with his hands in his pockets, replied, as a science genius, a student of Peking University, a founder of several unicorn enterprises, a leader in various fields such as singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. With a fortune worth billions, I aspire to be a scoundrel. I ask that too much to ask? In 2004, after my activation, I resolved in this lifetime not to be a sycophant but to live as an ordinary person, enjoying the world's winds and snow, savoring the flowers and moon of the earth. Chapter 1. The Rainy Night Serial Murder Case. Have you heard? The Rainy Night Maniac has been caught. Seriously? Is that true? Indeed, it is said that the Rainy Night Maniac is merely 18 years old, a senior at Mingcheng High School. 18 and already so deranged. What's that little beast's name? I believe it's Ye Xuan. Name: Ye Xuan. Gender: male. While dealing with the police's interrogation, Ye Xuan grasped his predicament. He had been reborn. It was now the year 2004. This year, the school bowtie's mother sought him out, stating he was unworthy of her daughter and should not impede her future. During this year, he acted heroically but was mistaken for the Rainy Night Maniac responsible for 3 consecutive assault and murder cases. Although he eventually cleared his name, he missed the college entrance examination. For an ordinary person, facing failure in both love and academics would be devastating. Yet Ye Xuan was resolute. Undeterred, ignoring his parents' advice, he relinquished his chance to retake the exams. With a firm determination, he entered society and fought diligently. Despite the skepticism of others, he relied on his vigor, intellect, and courage to carve a name for himself, becoming a small entrepreneur worth hundreds of millions. However, the regrets of his youth remained like a thorn in his heart. Last night, he called upon his close friends and drank at a roadside stall. The stories flowed as freely as the liquor, and before long, he lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself undergoing an interrogation. Ding! The second life system has been successfully loaded. The current system is in a dormant state. Please change the course of your life swiftly to obtain causal values and activate the system. As Ye Xuan immersed himself in memories of the past, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Initially stunned, he soon felt a surge of excitement. In his previous life, he had indulged in online novels and was no stranger to systems. He already understood the trajectory of the world for the next 19 years. With the assistance of this system, the possibilities were endless. Could he amend the regrets of his youth? Elevate his career to new heights? Perhaps even become a formidable figure capable of shaking the world with a stomp? As Ye Xuan envisioned the future, the younger of the 2 interrogating officers snapped. "What are you daydreaming about? Honestly answer the questions." Ye Xuan quickly reined his thoughts and, somewhat helplessly, stated, "I was merely acting heroically." That night, he had gone to his grandmother's house to deliver dumplings, and shortly after arriving, it began to rain heavily. By 9 p.m., the rain showed no signs of stopping, so he donned a raincoat and hurried home. Passing through Willow Bridge Alley, a red umbrella that had been opened caught his attention. Approaching the alley's entrance, he noticed something in the depths of the alley that appeared suspicious. In the dim light, he discerned a woman in a dress being dragged by a figure clad in black rainwear. His scalp prickled with alarm. After a fierce internal struggle, he bravely approached the woman and leaned down to inspect her. He soon realized she was around his age, her dress soaked and clinging to her form, accentuating her graceful figure. He checked for breath. She was unconscious but still breathing. Drawing upon the first aid knowledge he had learned from television, he began administering artificial respiration. Just as he was in the midst of saving her, her parents arrived in the rainy night. In the alley, with their daughter unconscious, the only male present was found kissing and touching her. Despite his earnest explanations, he was apprehended. The girl's mother even called the police. The surveillance system of 2004 was still rudimentary. In the darkness, he could not clearly see the assailant's face. The heavy rain had obliterated any evidence. He claimed he was not the culprit, but who would believe him? The girl had been rendered unconscious from behind, never having faced her attacker. Thus, in a former life, he became a major suspect and was detained for over a month. Only after the true rainy night maniac was captured was his name cleared. To alter the course of my life, I must ensure the rainy night maniac is caught. Earlier, a glimmer of insight flashed in Ye Xuan's eyes as a plan began to form in his mind. Bang! At that moment, the young officer slammed the table, admonishing, "I tell you, we have already gathered preliminary evidence against you. If you voluntarily confess, you might receive leniency." Ye Xuan smiled. "Do you have a cigarette?" Idea like one. Both officers were taken aback. This kid, who had previously appeared flustered, had suddenly regained his composure and was now casually asking for a cigarette. Outside the interrogation room, leaders from a Mingcheng police department had all gathered. On April 27, 2002, a rainy night assault and murder case had shocked the entire city. A significant police force had been deployed to solve the case. Unfortunately, the perpetrator had committed the crime amid heavy rain, severely compromising the crime scene and leaving virtually no effective clues. This hampered the investigation significantly. Just as the Mingcheng Police Department found themselves at a loss, in July of that same year, a second rainy night assault and murder case occurred. In June 2003, a third case followed suit. The higher-ups were furious. The public was in a state of panic. All the victims were young women dressed in floral skirts, leading to a widespread fear among the women of Mingcheng, who dared not wear floral attire for years. The department heads were at their wits' end. Until today, a fourth case with the same modus operandi emerged. Astonishingly, the suspect was apprehended on the scene by the victim's family. Upon receiving this news, the department leaders could no longer remain still. At this moment, they were observing through one-way glass, watching Ye Xuan in the interrogation room. Is this kid really a high school student? Look at his demeanor. He seems like a seasoned veteran. Such psychological resilience suggests he could indeed be the rainy night maniac. Old Lee, give him a cigarette. Amid the murmurs, the chief pressed the intercom button to issue instructions. Officer Old Lee promptly stood up, approached Ye Xuan, and pulled out a pack of Hongjiang cigarettes. "Hongjiang, it's been a while since I've smoked these." Ye Xuan glanced at the cigarettes and smiled, raising his handcuffed hands. Old Lee chuckled. "You're just an 18-year-old kid. How long could your smoking history possibly be?" "Open your mouth." Ye Xuan complied, and Old Lee inserted a cigarette between his lips. He then produced a lighter and lit it for Ye Xuan. "Thanks, Uncle." Ye Xuan took a deep drag, savoring the moment as he exhaled a plume of smoke. Old Lee laughed. "If you truly wish to thank me, just honestly confess everything to save me from a sleepless night." During the interrogation, one officer played the role of the good cop, while the other assumed the bad cop. This was a well-established routine, so Old Lee attempted to appeal to sentiment, albeit with modest expectations. Unexpectedly, Ye Xuan nodded and said, "Sure, no problem. I assure you I will help you achieve success." Instantly, everyone was invigorated. Young police officer Xiao Zhang straightened up. All the leaders of the precinct held their breath. Ye Xuan took another puff before slowly stating, "I just remembered that the behavior characteristics of the rainy night maniac closely resemble someone I know." Chapter 2. The corpse in the freezer room? Old Lee was momentarily taken aback, then puzzled. "Did you not earlier state that you did not see the killer's face?" Ye Xuan flicked the ash from his cigarette and smiled. "Indeed, I could not see the killer's face, but his physique and the peculiar way he fled felt eerily familiar. At the time of the incident, he was so frightened that he could hardly focus on observing the assailant. Yet, he was a reincarnate. He possessed all information regarding the rainy night maniac, including name, age, height, and behavioral traits. All he needed to do was cleverly articulate this information. If he could persuade the detectives to investigate, they would surely uncover evidence and apprehend the rainy night maniac. Xiao Zhang, infuriated, slammed the table and scolded, "Are you spinning a tale now? Trying to mislead our investigation? Let me tell you, resisting to the end will only harm you." Based on his investigative experience, he was over 80% certain that this senior high school student was the rainy night maniac. Not to mention the scene when Ye Xuan was captured. Even during the interrogation, the composure and maturity displayed by this youth were highly suspect. Ye Xuan cast him a glance. "Whether I am misleading you or not, you can judge after hearing me out." On the other side of the one-way glass, what a mouthful of lies. This young man is quite the master of deception. The leaders scoffed derisively. However, Director Chun Wu shook his head and said, the gravest error in investigation is to form preconceived notions. Ye Xuan certainly has significant suspicion surrounding him, but there exists the possibility of his being wrongfully accused. A suspect fabricating a story is better than saying nothing at all. Thus, let us listen to what he has to say. The other leaders were taken aback for a moment, then began to concur. Director Chin's analysis is incisive and thought-provoking. One lie requires countless others to support it. Director Chin's perspective is indeed far-sighted. Amidst the praises, Chen Wu pressed the intercom button. Let him continue. Xiao Zhang had intended to press Ye Xuan further, but upon receiving the directive, he could only remain silent. Oldly chuckled, then tell us, what characteristics? One leg limps, as if he is lame. Oldly gestured for Xiao Zhang to take notes and inquired, anything else? Though this characteristic was distinct, Ming City is a county with a population of over 400,000. Searching based solely on the limp would be quite difficult. His height is around 170 centimeters with a lean frame. As soon as Ye Xuan finished speaking, Xiao Zhang questioned, you can discern a person's build even while they're wearing a raincoat? Certainly, a stout person and a slender one would differ in appearance when clothed in a raincoat, wouldn't they? Ye Xuan retorted with a smile. Oldly chuckled non-committally. Do you know anyone who fits these characteristics? Ye Xuan nodded. Old Wang, the owner of the Love Cuisine restaurant. I have dined there a few times. The taste is quite good. Xiao Zhang narrowed his eyes, coldly stating, you aren't suggesting you've already drawn a target before shooting, are you? On the other side of the one-way glass, given the urgency of the situation, how could he have had the presence of mind to observe these details? Even if he did see them, why did he not mention them earlier? I find some merit in Xiao Zhang's suspicion. To absolve his own guilt, he purposefully selected a distinctly characteristic acquaintance to frame as the rainy night maniac. This high school student is far more cunning than he appears. The precinct leaders shared their opinions once more. In the interrogation room, Ye Xuan ignored Zhang's skepticism and continued, of course, the raincoat can obscure one's physique to some extent. The limping could be due to a sprained ankle. I merely caught a glimpse, and my height estimation could also be incorrect. Yet, one thing convinces me that old Wang is definitely suspicious. Old Li's eyes flickered. What is it? Once, while dining at Love Cuisine, I grew thirsty halfway through my meal and went to the kitchen in search of a thermos. Upon entering, I noticed a large freezer sitting in a corner, and I asked the chef, Old Wang, Uncle Wang, do you have ice cream? Give me one. As I spoke, I opened the freezer door. Guess what happened next? What happened? Not only did Old Li find this intriguing, but even Xiao Zhang, who had always harbored malice towards Ye Xuan, perked up his ears at this moment. The leaders outside the one-way glass also held their breath in anticipation. Then he stared at me intensely, as if he wanted to devour me. A few seconds of silence enveloped the interrogation room. After a moment, Xiao Zhang queried, what does this indicate? Before Ye Xuan could respond, Old Li furrowed his brow and interjected. In 2001, Wang Shuxing's wife, Lu Xiaofan, went missing and has yet to be found. Xiao Zhang was initially taken aback, then exclaimed in terror, Master, you cannot be suggesting. Lu Xiaofan did not go missing, rather. She was murdered by him. The corpse hidden in the freezer. On the other side of the one-way glass, the leaders of the precinct connected the dots from the information provided by Ye Xuan, contemplating even more profound implications. In the interrogation room, Old Li did not entertain his apprentice's interjection, but instead fixed his gaze upon Ye Xuan, asking, what do you wish to convey? At the time, I thought Old Wang was merely afraid I would steal something from the freezer. Now, however, why? Ye Xuan tossed the cigarette but aside and extinguished it with his foot, continuing, if the person I saw tonight truly is Old Wang, the previous events can be better explained. His wife's disappearance was a ruse. Her murder was a reality. He concealed her corpse in the freezer. That day, he reacted so strongly because he feared I would discover the body inside. In his past life, the rainy night maniac was apprehended because a power outage caused the stench of the corpse in the freezer to attract the diner's attention. Subsequently, the police found the personal belongings of the victims of a serial murder case in Old Wang's home. Thus, the shocking serial murder case that had stunned Ming City was solved. In his previous life, Ye Xuan had never visited Love Cuisine, nor had he gone to the kitchen to fetch water. Though the process was fabricated, the implication was undeniably true. Now it was up to the police to take this seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Zhang's mouth hung open. Old Li's brow furrowed deeply. On the other side of the one-way glass, the precinct leaders erupted in a flurry of discussions. If what he says is true, then this lead is of utmost importance. Yet we cannot dismiss the possibility that he is deliberately misleading our investigation. Director Chun, what is your perspective? All the leaders turned to Chen Wu, awaiting his decision. Director Chun pondered for a moment, then decisively concluded, better to pursue a false lead than to overlook the truth. Old He, go apply for a search warrant. Teams 1 and 2 immediately head to Love Cuisine to set up surveillance. Once we obtain the search warrant, we will proceed to search without delay. Understood? At 4 a.m., in the interrogation room, Ye Xuan, who had dozed off in the interrogation chair, was suddenly jolted awake by an electronic synthesized voice ringing in his mind. Beep! Congratulations, host! You have successfully altered the course of your life and received a reward of causal value. Beep! Congratulations, host! The second life system has been successfully activated. Chapter 3. System. I believe in your malevolence. The system has been activated. In an instant, all remnants of sleep vanished from Ye Xuan. With a mere thought, a semi-transparent system interface materialized before his eyes. This interface embraced an ultra-minimalist design. The taskbar featured only 3 options: personal attributes, lottery wheel, system backpack. Ye Xuan steadied his mind and opened his personal attributes interface. Host, Ye Xuan physical fitness, 78 intellect, 82 charm, 80 causal value. Note: physical fitness is a composite of strength, speed, endurance, agility, flexibility, and coordination. The average values for adult males in physical fitness, intellect, and charm are all 75 points. So, my 3 attributes are all above average? Ye Xuan's eyes sparkled, and he then navigated to the lottery wheel interface. As the name suggests, a golden wheel appeared before him. The wheel was divided into 4 sections by red lines: skills, consumables, attributes, and specials. The skills category occupied 70 of the area. Consumables took up 20. Attributes cover 9. The specials category was a mere 1. It was easy to deduce that the smaller the area, the more precious the items within. Ye Xuan tentatively clicked on the pointer. In an instant, a dialog box popped up. 100 causal value 1. The background of the number 1 was a blurred square with a minus button behind it. Each lottery draw consumes 100 causal values. The number of draws can be freely selected. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Xuan began his experiment. As he had anticipated, the number of lottery draws could be adjusted to any desired figure. I wonder if there's a beginner's protection period. Ye Xuan mused. A beginner's protection period is a rather mystical concept. Take fishing, for instance, that in the same river, an experienced angler with top-notch gear might not catch a single fish all day, while a child with a toy fishing rod could reel in one after another without any bait. Onlookers would remain silent, while the seasoned angler would weep. Similarly, in card games, novices who barely understand the rules often draw winning hands in succession. At times, Ye Xuan wondered if deities truly existed in this world. Could the beginner's protection period be a prank devised by them during their moments of boredom? Ye Xuan shook his head with a smile, deciding to give it a go. Ahem, a test of luck. He clicked on the lottery. The pointer word to life, accelerating. Special category, special category. Give me the special category. Ye Xuan fixed his gaze on the wheel, fervently praying. After 15 seconds of high-speed rotation, the pointer began to slow. As it neared the special category, it almost came to a halt. Ye Xuan's eyes brightened. Could there truly be such a thing as a beginner's protection period? Yet, just as his anticipation reached its peak, the pointer inexplicably advanced by 1. This single increment caused it to leap from the special category to the skills category. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've drawn a mathematics experience book 1. Ye Xuan, what happened to the beginner's protection period? This is my very first lottery draw, and you give me the most probable item? And what on earth is a mathematics experience book? Am I equipped with a study aid, like a boo-boo-gao learning machine? What subject won't I draw? But I'm already a small business owner worth hundreds of millions. What use is math to me? Wait a moment, that I am currently a high school student, and I still need to prepare for the college entrance examination. Ye Xuan, still somewhat dazed, finally began to comprehend. He then became a bit excited. During his high school years, he consistently ranked in the upper tier of his class. With effort, he could reach the threshold for a prestigious university, yet he was still far from being a top student. He had harbored affections for the school beauty, Xiao Nanji, who was indeed a top student with hopes of entering a top tier in 985 University. In his past life, Xiao Nanji had successfully enrolled in Jiangnan University, ranked among the top 3. He came from a dual-income household, while the school beauty's mother, Ye Xuan, was a self-made businesswoman. By 2004, her net worth had already reached several million. The disparity between their backgrounds was indeed significant. Now that he had been reborn and possessed this miraculous tool that grants knowledge in subjects he lacks, could he perhaps utter the classic line, 30 years in the East? 30 years in the West to Ye Xuan? With this thought, Ye Xuan set the lottery draws to 10. After pressing the lottery button, an option to skip the lottery process appeared. He clicked confirmed in the next moment. The lottery results were revealed. Mathematics Experience Book 1, Mathematics Experience Book 1, Chemistry Experience Book 1, Second Prize Lottery. Ticket 1, Physics Experience Book 1, Wait. Something strange seems to have mixed in. Indeed, amidst the plethora of experience books, he spotted a shimmering golden lottery ticket. Second Prize Lottery Ticket Consumable 1. This lottery is rather intriguing. Ye Xuan had previously contemplated utilizing the memories of his past life to play the lottery. Yet, he had never believed in such things, and thus could not remember the winning numbers from each draw. Even if he did remember, it was unlikely he would win the grand prize. After all, those who understand, understand. But since the system claimed this was a second prize ticket, it must be reliable. As for how much the winnings would be, that depended on how many first and second prizes were drawn. At the very least, it would be tens of thousands, and at most, several million. Regardless, the draw is tonight. Whether the winnings are many or few, it will be a pleasant surprise. Ye Xuan glanced at the draw date before setting the matter aside. However, the appearance of the second prize lottery ticket made him feel that his luck was beginning to change for the better. Thus, he decided to go all in. He adjusted the draw count to 50. After modifying the count, Ye Xuan closed his eyes and muttered a few incantations. May Buddha bless me, infinite heavenly venerable, Jade Emperor protect me, God shield me. After completing his ritual, he clicked on the lottery. Chinese Language Experience Book 1, Biology Experience Book 1, English Experience Book 1, over 40 consecutive draws, and they were all experience books for various subjects. Could it be that the system is trying to convey that knowledge is priceless? With knowledge, one possesses everything? System, I have attained enlightenment. I have understood. Just as Ye Xuan was moved by his profound realization of the truths of the world, revitalizing water, 1 physical fitness capsule, 1 intellect capsule, 1 charm capsule, 1 mathematics experience, book purchase permission, 1. These items flashed before his eyes. Ye Xuan, system, I believe in your mischief. Chapter 4. I am not interested in money. Ye Xuan felt as though he was being targeted by the system. He was currently feeling quite aggrieved. However, he quickly realized that these were merely his own thoughts, and there was no one else present. As long as he did not feel embarrassed, it was the system that would be embarrassed. Adjusting his mood, Ye Xuan entered the system backpack. The items he had won from the lottery were all categorized and stored here. There was one each of physical strength, mental acuity, and charm capsules, along with a lottery ticket and 53 experience books on various subjects. This was the entirety of what Ye Xuan had obtained after 61 lottery draws. Physical strength capsule, attribute permanently increases physical strength by 1 point upon use. Mental acuity capsule, attribute permanently increases mental acuity by 1 point upon use. Charm capsule, attribute permanently increases charm by 1 point upon use. Math experience book purchase permission, special upon use. The host can purchase any math experience books in the system mall. The rejuvenation water was medicinal and not needed at the moment. The experience books and the 3 types of capsules might lead to some unexpected outcomes, reminiscent of novels where one expels black impurities. Therefore, after careful consideration, Ye Xuan decided to use only the special math experience book purchase permission. A flash of light appeared before his eyes, and in the next moment, a system mall option appeared on the taskbar. Clicking to view, he found that there was currently only 1 item for sale. Math experience book, skill 100 causality points. Upon use, it permanently increases mathematical knowledge. Glancing at his personal attributes, he saw that he had 6,480 causality points remaining, enough for 64 more draws. Should he use them all? Just as Ye Xuan was contemplating this, the door to the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Chen Wu, his face glowing with excitement, led a group of bureau leaders into the room. Ye Xuan, you have done a great service this time, Chen Wu exclaimed, stepping forward to shake Ye Xuan's hand with enthusiasm. He then turned angrily to Old Li. What is the matter? Why is you still in handcuffs? Remove them at once. Old Li slapped his forehead in realization. My mistake. My mistake. Xiao Zhang, quickly, unlock Ye Xuan's handcuffs. We cannot let our hero be wronged. Oh. The previously reticent Xiao Zhang hurriedly retrieved the key and freed Ye Xuan from the cuffs. Ye Xuan shook his sore wrists and pretended to be puzzled. Is Old Wang really the rainy night maniac? Yes, based on the clues you provided. We discovered Lu Xiufan's body in the freezer of the kitchen at the Love Affair restaurant. Subsequently, we found the personal belongings of the victims of the serial killings at Wang Shuxing's home. The evidence is irrefutable, Chen Wu said, his face flushed with excitement. The serial murder case that had troubled the Mingqing Bureau for 3 years had finally been resolved, and as the bureau chief, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. This achievement might even propel him further in his career. Thus, he increasingly regarded Ye Xuan with favor. Ye Xuan showed a pleased expression. Does that mean my suspicions have been cleared? Completely cleared, Chen Wu assured him, shaking his hand vigorously. I apologize for the distress you endured, Ye Xuan. It's no problem. Cooperating with the police is the duty of every citizen, Ye Xuan replied with a casual smile, then shifted the conversation. By the way, Chen Wu looked puzzled. What is it? Ye Xuan grinned. Surely you have to apply for a commendation for bravery on my behalf? I must clarify that I am not interested in money. It is not my motivation. However, having been mistaken for the rainy night maniac, my reputation has undoubtedly suffered. If you could present the commendation to my school, it would expedite the restoration of my reputation, wouldn't it? The leaders present found this amusing. This young man had just cleared his name and was already contemplating the restoration of his reputation. His intellect was certainly remarkable. Of course, that is our duty. Not only will we present you with the commendation, but we will also award you a bravery bonus. Chen Wu laughed, nodding in agreement. That would be quite embarrassing. Ye Xuan replied with a bashful smile, then quickly added, by the way, I recall that the maximum reward for providing effective clues about the rainy night maniac is 50,000 yuan, right? The clues I provided should qualify for the highest reward. Chen Wu and the others were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it you who just stated with conviction that you weren't interested in money? And now you seem quite eager for that 50,000 yuan reward? Although Ye Xuan's inconsistency was amusing, it made him endearing rather than irritating. The members of the Mingqing Bureau now regarded him with a newfound warmth. Chen Wu playfully tapped Ye Xuan. So you were waiting for me, weren't you? Rest assured, the reward for the rainy night maniac will not be shortchanged. Ye Xuan flashed a broad smile. Then I thank you in advance, Chief Chen. 50,000 yuan may not seem substantial, but this was the year 2004. In 2004, the housing prices in the capital were just over 4,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan could cover the down payment for an 80 square meter apartment in the southern second ring, not to mention the soaring prices in subsequent years. In 2009, the prices would skyrocket even further. This was an astonishing rate of appreciation. In his past life, Ye Xuan had only managed to save 50,000 yuan by 2008, receiving that amount 4 years early, even without the system. He had confidence that he could multiply his assets tenfold compared to his previous life. Thank you. This is what you deserve, Chen Wu began, but then suddenly stopped. Do you know me? He had not introduced himself upon entering, nor had anyone else clarified his identity to Ye Xuan. Thus, he was curious how Ye Xuan recognized him. Ye Xuan inwardly cursed his oversight. In his past life, he had interacted with Chen Wu multiple times, but in 2004, they had yet to meet. Thankfully, his adaptability was commendable. After a moment's thought, he smiled. Of course I know you. I saw your introduction in the police bulletin when I was brought in. Chen Wu's eyes widened in realization. You have quite the observational skills. The others also expressed admiration for Ye Xuan's keen observation. Ye Xuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and reminded himself to quickly adapt to his new identity as a reborn individual to prevent making similar mistakes in the future. Just as the two sides were engaging in pleasantries, a detective interjected, by the way, it seems Ye Xuan's parents have been waiting at the entrance this whole time. The room fell silent. Chen Wu then expressed his dissatisfaction. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The detective chuckled sheepishly. I just remembered it now. How could you overlook such an important matter? Chen Wu shot him a glare before turning to Ye Xuan. I apologize, Ye Xuan, for causing your parents undue worry. Let us go out together, and I will personally clarify everything to them. Chapter 5. Is it too late to jump out of the car? At the entrance of the bureau, Ye Xuan anxiously smoked a cigarette, his gaze fixed on the brightly lit office building. Shortly after Ye Xuan was taken in, the bureau sent personnel to search their home for evidence. At that moment, Ye Xuan and his wife felt as if the sky was collapsing around them. In the poor visibility of the night, and in their haste, he had even stumbled once along the way. Jiming, do you think Xiao Xian really? He won't. Absolutely not. I believe in Xiao Xian, but why is he still not out? Investigations take time. But what if Xiao Xian is wronged? Ye Xuan fell silent for a moment before resolutely stating, then I will go to the city to demand justice. If that doesn't work, I will go to the province. And if that fails, I will go to the capital. As a father, though I may lack power, Anyone who tries to harm my son will have to face me. Wang Jiahui's eyes reddened as she tightly grasped his hands. Just then, Ye Xuan emerged from the lobby, followed by Qinwu, Old Li, Xiao Zhang, and others. Jiming, look. Is that Xiao Xian? It is him. Why are there so many police officers trailing behind him? Could it be that he is being taken to a detention center? As Wang Jiahui's mind wandered with these thoughts, Ye Xuan raised his hand and called out to his parents before sprinting towards them. Upon seeing him run, Qinwu and the others felt compelled to hasten their steps as well. A suspect fled ahead, with a throng of police in pursuit. What an intriguing scene it was. At that moment, Yu Jiming and his wife were utterly terrified. Yu Xian, stand still. Xian, don't run, stop. As they shouted, the couple dashed forward to intercept him. Yi Xian instinctively halted, bewildered, and asked, "What's wrong?" To his surprise, Ye Jiming and his wife dashed right past him. Chen Wu and the others were taken aback, wondering why the couple wasn't prioritizing their son's well-being. Could it be that they were blaming them for their child's wrongful accusation? With this thought, Chen Wu and his companions felt a pang of guilt. Officer, Yi Xian was overly excited upon seeing us. That's why he ran. Please give him another chance. Officer. As you can see, he didn't escape. We managed to stop him. Please don't hold it against him. Yi Xian thought to himself, wow. My parents really think I'm a criminal on the run. This situation was absurd. Chen Wu quickly clarified, you both have misunderstood. Yi Xian was not fleeing. He was released by us. Huh, released? Ye Jiming and his wife were momentarily dumbfounded. We have thoroughly investigated the matter. Young Yi acted heroically. He is not a criminal, but a hero. Chen Wu explained hastily. Hero? Yu Jiming and his wife turned to look at Yu Xian, astonished and confused. Not only that, but he also provided us with crucial information that led to the capture of the real Rainy Night Maniac. Sir and Madam, your son remained composed under pressure and displayed remarkable leadership. Yu Xian possesses both courage and intelligence. He is destined for greatness. Wang Jihui was left speechless. As was Yu Jiming. Just moments ago, they were worried their son would be taken to a detention center. And now he was being hailed as a hero by the police? Surely, they were not dreaming. It was only then that Yu Xian noticed the holes in his parents' pants and the scrapes on their knees. Did you fall on the way here? No worries. Just a little mishap. Yu Jiming chuckled dismissively. Compared to their son's safety, these minor injuries were inconsequential. The car got damaged and won't start now, Wang Jihui sighed, feeling somewhat pained. The vehicle was a significant purchase for the family, costing nearly $5,000 when they bought it. Back in the early 2000s. The average salary in Mingxing was only around $1,500. Although both of them worked in state-owned enterprises, their combined income was just over $2,000. The car can be repaired, as long as you are safe. That's what matters, Yu Xian reassured his mother. Yu Jiming nodded in agreement. Nothing is more important than our son's well-being. We can fix the car later. With the thought of their son's safety, Wang Jiahui smiled. Ye Jiming added playfully. Just think of it as a workout. The couple hesitated, pondering whether it was appropriate to leave the car here. It should be fine, right? Yu Xian glanced at Chen Wu. Chen Wu's lips twitched. It's perfectly fine. This place is spacious. It can stay here as long as needed. You rascal. If you say it's fine, who am I to argue? Chen Wu teased, his eyes darting towards Ye Xuan. The police officers couldn't help but chuckle. They had witnessed Ye Xian's antics at the station and were amused by his antics once more. Is this kid really only 18? Chen Wu remarked. If you want to ride home, just ask. Don't keep staring at me. Yes, sir. Xiao Zhang dashed to a police car with the keys in hand. Ye Xuan raised a hand to stop him. Mom, Dad, Officer Chun is being very kind. It would be inappropriate for us to refuse. Besides, the whole neighborhood probably knows I was apprehended by now. Chen Wu nodded in agreement. Exactly. I was thinking the same. It's about your reputation. Your parents will certainly not decline. Oh, my son, you're simply remarkable. No wonder the officers praise you for your bravery and intelligence. You truly are my wonderful son. After hearing Yu Xian's account, Wang Jiahui lavished him with praise. Yu Jiming nodded vigorously, pride evident on his face. Once the compliments subsided, Wang Jiahui shifted her tone. But let me warn you, in the future, if you encounter such situations, stay far away and don't act impulsively. Your mother doesn't want you to be a hero. She just wants you to be safe. Do you understand? Yu Xian felt a lump in his throat and nodded. Yes, I understand. The driver, Xiao Zhang, was reminded of his own mother, his eyes glistening. Just as he was becoming sentimental, Wang Jiahui interjected, by the way. Didn't I hear there was a reward for the Rainy Night Maniac? Xiao Zhang chimed in. I thought Yu Xian was just thinking about the reward immediately. How fitting. Yi Xian nodded. I was planning to mention it to you. Officer Chen said the clues I provided could earn a reward of up to 50,000. 50,000. Wang Jiahui's eyes lit up, then worry creased her brow. They wouldn't try to cheat us, would they? As she spoke, she glanced at the driver, Xiao Zhang. They shouldn't, right? Yu Xian also looked over. Xiao Zhang sensed the atmosphere was off and glanced at the rearview mirror. To his surprise, two pairs of eyes were fixed on him intently. He chuckled awkwardly. Andy, you can rest assured. Officer Chen is not that kind of person. Wang Jiahui nodded with satisfaction. Son, did you hear that? Officer Zhang has guaranteed it. If you don't receive that 50,000, you go ask him for it. All right. Mom, I'll remember. Xiao Zhang wondered. Did I say something wrong? Is it too late to jump out of the car? Chapter 6. Do you know you're endangering dogs' lives? Have you heard? That boy from the Ye family was arrested last night. Ye Xuan? Is that true? It can't be fake. Several police cars showed up last night. I saw it too. A bunch of officers stormed into the Ye household and turned it upside down. Wow, what did that boy do? I heard he was involved in robbery and stabbed someone. No way. I heard he assaulted a girl. So he robbed a woman, then assaulted her, and finally stabbed her. I thought that boy was the rainy night maniac. What? Ye Xuan? The rainy night maniac? No way. He is such a good kid. Wouldn't he do that? This is a classic case of not judging a book by its cover. At 7 a.m. Within the Jingxiu Huading community, early risers gathered to chat. This community was built with funding from the Mingqing Mechanical Factory, where Yu Zhiming and his wife worked. Most residents were employees of the factory. In this familiar neighborhood, news spreads rapidly, especially something as significant as a police raid. As the rumors escalated, more and more neighbors became aware of Ye Xuan's arrest. Just when the story was spiraling out of control, Officer Zhang drove into the community. See? They're all gathered, gossiping about us, Ye Zhiming remarked. Last night as commotion was too loud. It's to be expected, his wife sighed. Our son has grown up. They both reflected. In fact, they had arrived an hour earlier, as most people were still at home, making it difficult to clarify the situation. This was an oversight they hadn't anticipated. Ye Xuan had always been sensible, but he had never been this mature. No wonder people say that men grow through adversity. Behold, yet another police car has arrived. Surely it has come to seek out old Ye? Alas. One wonders what sins old Ye committed in his past life to have a son like this. As the neighbors whispered among themselves, the police car came to a halt. Oh, everyone is here. After Wang Jiahui stepped out of the vehicle, she greeted the neighbors. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Some even doubted their own eyes, rubbing them repeatedly. Jiahui, what's going on here? Sister Zhang, who had a good relationship with Wang Jiahui, approached, glancing at Ye Xuan, hesitant to speak. Wang Jiahui stepped forward, grasping Sister Zhang's hand. Oh, don't mention it. Last night, old Ye and I were terrified. What happened? Last night, the police took Ye Xuan away. Is that true? Indeed. The police even came to our house to search. Old Ye and I were so frightened, we nearly lost our wits. When we arrived at the police station to inquire. Guess what? What? Ye Xuan is fine. Not only is he fine, but Director Chen also said that our Ye Xuan is a hero. Wang Jiahui recounted the situation in detail. To prove she was not lying, she even brought out Officer Zhang. When the crowd learned that the police had apprehended the rainy night maniac based on Ye Xuan's clues, the atmosphere erupted. Wow, young Ye is so impressive. Young Ye has helped us eliminate a major threat in Ming City. I always said it. Young Ye has been sensible since childhood. How could he engage in illegal activities? Youthful, yet capable of such great deeds. His future is boundless. Young Ye, Annie made some rib soup this morning. I'll bring you a bowl shortly. Listening to the praises from the neighbors, Wang Jiahui's face blossomed with joy. Oh, Ye Xuan is still just a child. It's not as exaggerated as you all say. Yu Zhiming pulled out a pack of cigarettes, sharing them around, before contentedly lighting one for himself, just as he was about to put away the remaining half-pack. Ye Xuan snatched it away. You should smoke less. Yu Zhiming chuckled. You little rascal, are you starting to manage me now? This was a pin he had just bought this morning, costing 10 yuan a box. Had it not been for the consideration of sharing cigarettes with the neighbors, he wouldn't have purchased such an expensive one. But before he could revel in his triumph, Wang Jiahui pressed him back down. It's for your own good, son. Mom supports you. Thank you, Mom. Ye Xuan grinned, pocketing the cigarettes under his father's reproachful gaze. Feeling triumphant, he then spotted Elder Lu from downstairs, approaching with a transparent plastic bag. Upon closer inspection, the bag contained prepared cold noodles drizzled with sesame sauce. The layer of red chili oil was incredibly appetizing. It had been 19 years since he had seen Elder Lu, and this encounter felt quite nostalgic. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Ye Xuan suddenly shivered. In his previous life, Elder Lu had passed away the morning after he was arrested. The cause of death was food poisoning from cold noodles. Could it be that this very bag of cold noodles? As his mind raced, Ye Xuan quickly approached. Elder Lu, haven't eaten yet? Not yet. Just bought these cold noodles. I'll make some porridge and heat up a bun when I get home to complete the meal. Elder Lu then questioned, isn't today Monday? Why aren't you at school? Something came up at home. I'll go in a bit. You bought these cold noodles from that stall on the east side, right? They look delicious. Yes. I love their food. It's authentic. I can't stand a day without it. I haven't had this in a long time. Just hearing you talk about it makes me crave it. How about you let me smell it to satisfy my craving? Are you teasing Elder Lu? If you want to eat, just take it. I can go buy another one. It's no big deal. As Elder Lu spoke, he handed the bag of cold noodles over. Ye Xuan chuckled, accepting it. No need. I'll just sniff it. As he opened the plastic bag and held it to his nose, he inhaled deeply. It smelled delightful. Upon another sniff, there was a faint sourness. However, this sourness was masked by the fragrant aroma, making it hard to discern unless one was attentive. Confirming his suspicion, Ye Xuan pretended to lose grip, letting the bag of cold noodles drop to the ground. Hey, you child, how careless can you be? Hurry, go buy another portion for Elder Lu. Wang Jiahui, who had been watching, immediately pulled out her wallet and approached. Elder Lu quickly intervened. It's just a bag of cold noodles. I can buy it myself. In the midst of their tugging, a stray dog came running over, spotting it about to eat the cold noodles on the ground. Ye Xuan rushed forward to shoo it away. However, Ye Jiming pulled him back. If it wants to eat, let it eat. If not, it's a waste. Father, do you realize you're endangering that dog's life? As he racked his brain for a solution, the stray dog had already devoured the cold noodles. Meanwhile, the tugging had reached its conclusion. Elder Lu was about to head out to buy another portion of cold noodles when suddenly, the stray dog began to foam at the mouth, convulsing. What is wrong with the dog? Is it poisoned? Oh no, the cold noodles are toxic. The cold noodles are poisoned. Everyone present was stunned. A perfectly healthy dog began to foam at the mouth after consuming the cold noodles. Even a guess with 1's toes would reveal that the cold noodles were the problem. Elder Lu was so frightened that his legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Ding, congratulations host. You have successfully altered the course of fate and received a reward of causal value. Ye Xuan? Chapter 7. What will you do when I present this? I clearly changed Elder Lu's fate. How does this trigger a reward? Oh wait. The phrase altering the course of fate has no subject. This means that whether I change my own fate or that of others, it can trigger a reward? The opportunities for rewards have become abundant. Ye Xuan initially aimed to save Elder Lu's life. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate led him to learn the true use of the second life system. Is this what they call good deeds being rewarded? Elder Lu, please don't say that. It's your good fortune, and it has little to do with me. I was merely greedy and happened to be lucky. Ye Xuan humbly remarked. Indeed, old Lu is quite fortunate. It was so close, truly just a hair's breadth away. Young Ye's timing was impeccable. This is not just luck. Other neighbors nodded in agreement. However, Officer Zhang felt something was amiss. From last night at 9 p.m. until now, it had only been 10 hours at most. How much could Ye Xuan have accomplished in such a short time? Rescuing the little girl in Luqiao Alley, assisting the police in capturing the rainy night maniac, and now inadvertently saving Elder Lu. Was this lad a reincarnation of a lucky star? Shaking his head, he dismissed these strange thoughts. Officer Zhang squatted down next to the stray dog's body, inspecting the crime scene. Officer Zhang, what is going on here? Did someone poison the cold noodles? What kind of poison is this? It's too cruel. Seeing the residents begin to gather, Officer Zhang quickly stood up to stop them. Everyone, please step back to avoid disturbing the crime scene. Once he calmed the crowd, he took out his phone to call for backup. Ye Xuan pondered. I have a hypothesis, but I'm not sure if it's correct. Oh? Officer Zhang's eyes brightened as he took out his notebook. Please, go ahead. Having experienced these events, he no longer dared to regard Ye Xuan as just an ordinary high school senior. If cold noodles are improperly stored and spoil, they can produce a toxin called rice yeast toxin. This toxin acts quickly, has a high mortality rate, and there is no specific antidote. I suspect the cold noodles Elder Lu bought contain rice yeast toxin. My suggestion is to quickly apprehend the vendor selling the cold noodles and examine the remaining stock for similar issues. In a previous life, Ye Xuan learned about the passing of Elder Lu and sought out the newspaper that reported the incident. The rising temperatures had caused the liangpi to spoil, which ultimately led to this tragic event. Fortunately, there was only one portion of spoiled liangpi left that day. Otherwise, more innocent lives could have been lost. Moreover, through the investigation, the police discovered that the vendor had added poppy husks to the soup base, which explained why his liangpi had become so addictive. What is this? Spoiled liangpi, is that toxic? Is it true? How frightening. I dare not eat liangpi again. After hearing Ye Xuan's explanation, the neighbors were filled with trepidation. After all, nearly everyone had indulged in this summer delicacy. The thought of having narrowly escaped death sent chills down their spines. Where did you acquire such knowledge? Officer Zhang asked, half in astonishment and half in curiosity, taking notes. To admit it, even he, a police academy graduate, was unaware of such information. While Ye Xuan was merely a high school senior, in school, during biology class, he had heard the teacher mention it. Besides liangpi, common foods such as fermented cornmeal, rice rolls, rice noodles, mushroom soup, and tremolo with black fungus could also produce mycotoxins if spoiled. So, dear uncles and aunts, grandpas and grandmas, please refrain from eating leftover meals. It is not worth risking your health to save a little money. Ye Xuan provided an impromptu educational session. Back in 2004, refrigerators were not yet widespread, and many people would suffer from food poisoning during the hot weather. Since they were all neighbors, he felt it was his duty to warn them. After hearing you say that, I wouldn't dare eat leftovers anymore. I'll stop. I want to eat them again. I'll listen to Xiao Yi and won't be frugal anymore. Son, haven't you often asked me what the use of studying is? This is the answer. Daughter, don't you want to be as knowledgeable as your brother Ye Xuan when you grow up? I do. Then you must study hard. Yes. Thanks to Ye Xuan's enlightening words, the neighbors not only recognized the dangers of spoiled food but also understood the importance of knowledge. In an instant, Ye Xuan became the envy of many parents, often referred to as the exemplary child. After providing his insights and suggestions, Ye Xuan felt it was time to take his leave. Mom and Dad, I'm going to take a shower first. With that, Ye Xuan hurried into the bathroom. After turning on the shower, he accessed the system and clicked to use all 6 subject experience books. In the next moment, a torrent of complex information surged into his mind. He had already returned all his high school knowledge to his teachers, as it had been 19 years since graduation. However, under this influx of information, the knowledge he had once diligently studied felt as if it had been reactivated, becoming incredibly clear and profound. On this foundation, he also grasped many new concepts. He wondered how much this would enhance his academic performance. Was today the day of the first mock exam? It was the perfect opportunity to test his gains. In his previous life, being labeled as the rainy night madman had a profound impact on Ye Xuan. Thus, he remembered the events surrounding that fateful day with remarkable clarity. Resolute in his decision, he proceeded to use 3 capsules one after the other. Contrary to his expectations, the imagined expulsion of dark impurities did not occur. Instead, he felt a warm current coursing through his body. Afterward, Ye Xuan stood before the mirror. Did he appear more robust? Perhaps a bit more handsome? His thoughts seemed clearer than before. Host: Ye Xuan physical ability, 79 mental ability, 83 charm, 81 cause and effect value. After glancing at his personal attributes, Ye Xuan flashed a victory sign in the mirror. A new day, a new life. Let us go, young man. At 7:50 a.m., Ye Xuan rode his bicycle into the entrance of First High School. It was early self-study time, and the campus was markedly quiet. As he gazed at the familiar teaching buildings and the surrounding flora, he slowed his pace until he came to a stop. He had once spent the most brilliant and passionate 3 years of his life here. Now, after wandering the world for half a lifetime, he returned still as a youth. While he was lost in nostalgia, a voice called out from a distance, "Classmate, what time is it? And you're still here admiring the scenery. Which class are you in, and what is your name?" Even after 19 years, that voice sent a shiver down Ye Xuan's spine. Was this the notorious director Ye Xuan? How did he end up crossing paths with him? Fortunately, Ye Xuan's mental maturity was sufficient. Ye Xuan seemed to doubt his ears. "Your name is Bai Yun, Bai Yu Tao." Ye Xuan, unflustered, repeated, "I now present this earth-shattering name. How will you respond?" Chapter 8. The school beauty is upset. What does that have to do with me? Ye Xuan grimaced. This name sounds so contraceptive. Not only contraceptive, but also somewhat awkward to speak of. Finally, Ye Xuan waved his hand and turned to leave. Having narrowly escaped the calamity, Ye Xuan dared not linger any longer. He parked his bike behind the rack and hurried to the doorway of Class 5 of Senior Year 3. After taking 3 deep breaths, he pushed open the door and walked inside. The heat of the classroom hit him immediately, followed by a thunderous applause. Ye Xuan's mind went blank for 3 seconds. Below the podium, 53 classmates wore the same expression and moved in unison. Sunshine streamed through the windows, as if everyone was bathed in a radiant glow. Ye Xuan had thought that seeing these familiar faces would induce some discomfort. The past 19 years felt like a dream he had during class. Now, his classmates awakened him with their applause. Regaining his senses, Ye Xuan touched his slightly sore nose and laughed. "Old class, what is this all about?" Zhang Guangming, who had been clapping, paused momentarily. The other students also halted their movements, staring blankly at Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan's tone and demeanor seemed overly relaxed, as if he were addressing an old friend after many years. But this was the class teacher. Usually, when encountering the old teacher, wouldn't everyone feel as if they had met the Buddha? Ye Xuan realized his attitude was too casual. They had long since become friends over cigarettes and drinks. But recalling his earlier reverence and restraint in front of the old teacher felt incredibly challenging. He had no desire to feign respect, so he simply decided to be himself. Zhang Guangming smiled and said, "The school is already aware of your heroic act of bravery. You are the pride of our class and of First High School. We are all proud of you." Ye Xuan pretended to be surprised. "Oh, the school knows already?" Zhang Guangming nodded. "Yes. Officer Li from the Mingqing Police Bureau personally came to our school to inform us of your heroic deeds." After a brief welcoming ceremony, Zhang Guangming checked the time. "All right. Everyone take a break. We will begin the mock exam in 15 minutes. Everyone's spirits had been high, but upon hearing the word exam, a chorus of lamentations erupted. Zhang Guangming shook his head with a smile and left the classroom. As soon as the old teacher left, a figure rushed over and punched Ye Xuan. Well, Ye Xuan, saving the beauty now, huh?" His name was Hong Liteo, Ye Xuan's South desk mate and close friend. In a past life, Ye Xuan had shared drinks with him at a roadside stall. Soon after, several classmates who were on good terms with Ye Xuan gathered around. You have no idea how dangerous it was at that moment. As Ye Xuan animatedly recounted the events, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his sleeve. "Stop it." But the person did not relent and tugged at his sleeve again. "Hey, you're still at it?" Ye Xuan turned around and saw a bright face that had captivated his thoughts for many years, Xiao Nanji. In 2001, during freshman orientation. In 2002, during the Division of Arts and Sciences, they had been placed in the same class. From that moment onward, every breath he took seemed to carry a unique sweetness. In 2003, they transformed from ordinary classmates into inseparable friends, sharing both their school days and their evenings. Each morning, he would buy her breakfast, come rain or shine. At that time, he believed he would remain by her side for a lifetime. However, last Friday, he mustered the courage to confess his feelings, only to receive a panicked response from her. She wasn't interested in dating before college. The day after his confession, her mother approached him, declaring that he was unworthy of her daughter and urging him not to hinder her future. Subsequently, he was unjustly labeled a nightmarish stalker. Since then, they had not crossed paths again. For Ye Xuan, it felt as though they were reuniting after 19 years of separation. Thus, from the very beginning, it was merely my unreciprocated affection. Xiao Nanji, in this lifetime, I, Ye Xuan, shall no longer be your devoted admirer. Contemplating this, Ye Xuan sniffled and smiled. Classmate Xiao, do you need something from me? The other classmates were taken aback. Who in the class didn't know that Ye Xuan harbored feelings for Xiao Nanji? Previously, he would affectionately call her Nanji, but today, his tone felt distant. Had they had a falling out? This change in address caused an inexplicable tightness in Xiao Nanji's chest. Was he still upset about last Friday? After all, she had never intended to date before college. Perhaps she should ignore him for now and wait for him to come and apologize. But then again, he had just played the role of a hero. Perhaps she should let him have this one. With that thought, Xiao Nanji lightly scoffed. Classmate Yi, have you forgotten something? Ye Xuan furrowed his brow. Forgotten what? Xiao Nanji extended her right hand. Breakfast. I'm hungry. Ye Xuan realized he had indeed forgotten. After a brief moment of astonishment, he pulled a 100 yuan bill from his wallet and offered it to her. Xiao Nanji frowned slightly. What do you mean? Ye Xuan replied with a smile. I forgot to buy your breakfast, so you'll have to wait. Eat a bit more at lunch. Also, I won't be buying you breakfast anymore. This is your meal allowance returned to you. With that, he placed the money into her hand. Xiao Nanji's mouth fell open in disbelief, and the other classmates stared at Ye Xuan in bewilderment. If the change in address did not indicate a shift, then what transpired next surely confirmed that Ye Xuan was intent on distancing himself from the esteemed schoolflower. Oh, you're really playing games, huh? Then I shall ignore you too, humph. Though she said this, she did not truly believe that Ye Xuan intended to sever ties. After all, throughout the past year, his attentive care and efforts to please her created an instinctive expectation that he would soon come to make amends. Han Liteo quietly reminded Ye Xuan. I think Xiao Nanji is genuinely upset. Ye Xuan shot him a perplexed glance. So what if she is? What does it have to do with me? Han Liteo could hardly believe his ears. Just last week, Ye Xuan had expressed how much he liked Xiao Nanji, and now he seemed indifferent? Had he lost his mind? If anyone in the class was the happiest at that moment, it would undoubtedly be the class monitor, Chen Ming. He too was a suitor of Xiao Nanji. But compared to Ye Xuan, he had never even had a chance to get close. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, he quickly took out his lunch and approached Xiao Nanji, saying, Nanji, here is my lunch. You can have it. Xiao Nanji looked at him quizzically. Thank you, but I'm not hungry. Also, I prefer not to be called Nanji. Just call me classmate Xiao. Chen Ming was left dumbfounded. But you just said. At that moment, Xiao Nanji's desk mate, Wang Qian, pulled out a bag of bread from her desk. Nanji, I have a bag of bread here. You can have it. Qian, you're the best. I was about to starve. Xiao Nanji exclaimed, accepting the bread and planting a kiss on Wang Qian's cheek. Chen Ming. Chapter 9. The innate dusty saint body as the final bell rang, signaling the end of the last exam. Students lamented. They said mock exams are to build our confidence. But why are they so difficult? Indeed, the papers were exceedingly tough. I couldn't finish them. What did you choose for question 5 in the comprehensive science section? Oh, how about you? I selected. I chose that too. Oh no, I got another question wrong. As usual, some students gathered to compare answers. Ye Xuan chuckled. What is going on? Han Liteo replied despondently. I think I flunked again. So what if you did? It's just a mock exam. But there's only a month until the college entrance exam. What if I don't get into university? If you don't, you don't. Going to college isn't the only path in life. Han Liteo's eyes lit up. Really? Other students became intrigued as well. The pressure of the upcoming exams was immense, and they were eager to hear about alternatives to college. Even Xiao Nanji, who was still miffed at Ye Xuan, couldn't help but perk up her ears. Ye Xuan nodded. Of course it's true. In the future, university degrees will hold less value. You might earn more working on a construction site if you don't get into college. Just work on the site. I guarantee you'll have a better life than most of your peers. Han Liteo? The other classmates burst into laughter. So, working on a construction site is your idea of an alternative path? That's a bit harsh. Xiao Nanji couldn't help but laugh in frustration. This guy just loves to bully Han Liteo. It wasn't until 1999 that universities began to expand enrollment. Even in 2004, university graduates were still relatively rare. Naturally, the other students couldn't believe the notion that degrees would become devalued. After the initial shock, Han Liteo gave Ye Xuan a universally recognized gesture of disdain. Ye Xuan laughed. You think I'm joking? I'm serious. You're destined for the construction site. It would be a waste not to. Han Liteo came from a humble background, and his grades were merely average. In his previous life, he was admitted to a third-tier university to study civil engineering and ended up working on a construction site. Of course, since Ye Xuan was reborn, he intended to help his friend out. In his past life, he managed to secure a comfortable life for Han Liteo, and this time, he aimed for even greater success. What does working on a construction site mean? Innate dusty saint body? Where did Ye Xuan learn such terms? It's hilarious. The classmates erupted in laughter once more. Ye Xuan, if you want to go to the construction site, go on your own. Don't drag Liteo with you. Liteo, if you ever have questions, feel free to ask me. As class monitor, it is my duty to help every student improve their grades. Chen Ming, who typically didn't get along with Ye Xuan, stepped forward, patting Hong Liteo's shoulder with a righteous air. Hong Liteo immediately shrugged him off. Never mind, I'll stick with Ye Xuan. He wasn't foolish enough to miss that Chun Ming was trying to undermine Ye Xuan. As a loyal friend who always stood by Ye Xuan during fights, he had to delineate boundaries quickly. Chun Ming chuckled, asking Ye Xuan isn't out of the question, but didn't he just ranked 13th in the class last exam? Some questions he might not even know the answers to. Though he didn't voice it outright, everyone understood his implication. Chun Ming had consistently ranked second in the class, just behind Xiao Nanji. In terms of academic performance, Ye Xuan indeed couldn't compete. Hong Liteo was immediately incensed. I'm ignoring you, and yet you're still pushing it? But before he could explode, Ye Xuan cheerfully interjected, that was just me concealing my abilities before. Come on, Liteo, let us go. Hong Liteo nodded, grabbing his backpack and following Ye Xuan out of the classroom. Xiao Nanji suddenly felt anxious. It had been 10 hours since she last spoke to Ye Xuan. Surely he would come to make amends now, right? Yes, he would. She knew him well. Just as Xiao Nanji wrestled with her thoughts, Ye Xuan breezed past her, swiftly exiting the classroom. Xiao Nanji? As soon as Ye Xuan departed, Chun Ming scoffed, still hiding his true abilities, speaks as if it's genuine. He had his own circle of close friends in class. Instantly, 2 others chimed in. I think he is just bragging. Well, the results of the mock exam will be out tomorrow. We'll soon find out if he is just all talk. Although other students thought these remarks were somewhat excessive, they too found it hard to believe that Ye Xuan had concealed his strength. After 2 years of being in the same class, who didn't he know who? After a brief period of sarcastic banter, Chun Ming noticed that Xiao Nanji had not yet left, and his eyes lit up. This opportunity had always been monopolized by Ye Xuan. Now that they had parted ways, wouldn't this be his chance? With this thought, he hurried over. Classmate Nanji. You're still here? Xiao Nanji glanced up at him. I still want to practice a bit more. Chun Ming replied. So do I. Let us leave together then. Xiao Nanji fell silent for a couple of seconds. What did you just say? Chun Ming, puzzled, responded. I said let us leave together. Xiao Nanji shook her head. No? The sentence before that. Chun Ming, confused, complied. You're still here? Xiao Nanji replied. Oh, I'll leave now. Chun Ming felt as if a lump of resentment had lodged in his throat. It wasn't until Xiao Nanji exited the classroom that he regained his composure. The fierce woman fears the persistent man. Classmate Nanji, I will never give up. Chun Ming clenched his fists, reigniting his fighting spirit. Ye Xuan, did you genuinely conceal your abilities? Indeed. Then what is your true level of capability? Water and wood, freely chosen at Peking University. Ye Xuan, do you think I'm foolish? 3 years, and you just realized it? Ye Xuan, you rascal. Hong Liteo, in a fit of rage, jumped onto Ye Xuan's back, attempting to choke him. Nearby, Xiao Nanji could not help but burst into laughter at this scene. After laughing, she straightened her face and muttered softly, what is so funny? Childish fool. Big idiot. Ignoring me, you bad guy. Humph. At 8 p.m., the administrative building of the first high school was brightly lit. With only a month until the college entrance examination, the tension was palpable not just among the students, but also among the teachers of various subjects. In order to distribute the results the following morning, the teachers were working overtime to grade the exams. After the last subject scores were submitted, Zhang Guangming began the tallying process. Old Zhang, how did your class perform? Not yet compiled. How about yours? Compared to the last time, this round's average score dropped by 126 points. Tomorrow, our students will probably be in tears. This mock exam was indeed quite challenging. Even Chu Ran scored 5 points lower than last time. Has Xiao Nanji's score come out? Yes, it has. She scored 7 points lower than last time. Zhang Guangming shook his head with a wry smile and continued his tallying. Chu Ran and Xiao Nanji have always been among the top 2 in the grade. Their scores dropping indicates the difficulty of this mock exam. Minutes later, Zhang Guangming exclaimed, this score can't be right. The other teachers became intrigued. What's wrong? Teacher Zhang? Whose score is problematic? Ye Xuan, what's wrong with his score? You should come and see for yourselves. As Zhang Guangming's words settled, the other teachers gathered around. Last time he scored 602. This time, it's 625. Wow. Ye Xuan's score actually increased by 23 points. The other teachers exchanged astonished glances. Chapter 10, The Halo of Luck. Stock Market Insights. Upon hearing the door open, Ye Xuan emerged from the kitchen. Oh. Xiao Nanji responded weakly. What's wrong? Did something unpleasant happen? Ye Xuan, removing her apron, approached to help her daughter with her backpack, asking with concern. It's nothing. Your lips could hold a soy sauce bottle, and you say it's nothing? Come on, tell mom what's bothering you. This question opened a floodgate in Xiao Nanji, who had been holding back her feelings all day. Her eyes reddened, and her lips quivered as she spoke in a teary voice. Ye Xuan is ignoring me. Ye Xuan paused for a moment. Is that all? Xiao Nanji was also taken aback. Yes, that's all. Ye Xuan isn't paying attention to her. Is that not serious? Ye Xuan gently stroked her daughter's hair, saying softly, didn't you say you didn't want to date him? If he is ignoring you, you should be happy. Xiao Nanji was momentarily stunned. I didn't say I didn't want to date him. I just don't want to date before college. Ye Xuan's heart sank. Not wanting to date him and not wanting to date before college were two vastly different things. Last Friday, When Xiaonanji shared this with her, she assumed her daughter was merely trying to protect Ye Xuan's pride by refusing him gently. She was worried that Ye Xuan might continue to pursue Nanji and thus confronted him, saying hurtful things. So, Ye Xuan ignoring Nanji was largely her fault, wasn't it? With this in mind, Ye Xuan tentatively asked, "Do you like Ye Xuan?" Xiaonanji panicked inexplicably and vehemently denied. Who likes him? He is so childish and petty. Who would like him? Ye Xuan couldn't help but smile. If you don't like him, then there is no need to feel upset about him ignoring you. Just what? I just don't know. I just feel empty inside since he is ignoring me. In the year 2001. During the freshman orientation, a moment of guidance made her remember that seemingly silly boy. In 2002, during the Division of Arts and Sciences. That boy who frequently appeared beside her, showing off and laughing foolishly, gradually became the view she wished to see every day. In 2003. That boy began to approach her actively, making her laugh, accompanying her to and from school, bringing her breakfast. Seeing that boy every day became her greatest joy. It was only today, when he suddenly ignored her, that Xiaonanji realized he had unknowingly entered the depths of her heart. Could this be what it feels like to like someone? Ye Xuan, having experienced similar feelings, recognized the signs and understood that her daughter had likely developed feelings for Ye Xuan. With only a month until the college entrance examination. What if her daughter became emotionally troubled and underperformed? Contemplating this, she pondered, if he is ignoring you, you could take the initiative to reach out to him. If you're unsure about your feelings, why not remain friends for now? Once you're in college, and both of you have matured, you can make a choice then. Isn't that better? Xiaonanji exhibited a flicker of interest, but soon raised her chin defiantly, huffing, I'm not going to find him. Ye Xuan smiled wryly, knowing her daughter all too well. In the midst of their Cold War, it was unrealistic to expect Nanji to take the initiative to contact Ye Xuan. It seemed she would need to approach Ye Xuan once more. Mom, what delicious dish are you cooking? It smells so good. Your favorite stir-fried tofu with chili. Braised pig-s head meat, and I've stewed a fish. Wow, that is quite a feast. What is the occasion? With the college entrance exam approaching. I'm making sure you get enough nutrition. If you ever want something, just tell Mom, and I'll make it for you. All right. Ye Xuan set down his backpack, washed his hands, and helped bring the dishes to the table. Did you have a mock exam today? Yes. How did it go? Not too bad. With only a month until the college entrance exam, you need to start getting serious and not drop the ball now. Don't worry, Mom. I will give you a big surprise on the exam. Oh, truly, you are a good son. The three of them finished dinner amidst laughter and chatter. Ye Xuan wanted to help wash the dishes, but Wang Jiaowei wouldn't hear of it, playfully shoving him into his bedroom to study. At 10 p.m., once Yu Jiming and his wife were asleep, Ye Xuan secretly opened his computer. In 2004, a family computer was still a rare commodity. This computer, after much pleading, was eventually purchased by Ye Jiming as a second-hand item. It boasted a 14-inch backlit display, a Pentium processor, and a mere 128 megabytes of memory. It was hardly capable of running even the simplest of games, let alone anything legendary. Ye Xuan could only use it to browse the internet and visit some rather engaging websites. After a prolonged wait, the system finally booted up. With trembling hands fueled by excitement, Ye Xuan accessed a website that had sent shivers down the spines of countless viewers, the Dragon Kingdom Lottery. The Super Lotto draws took place every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday at 9:25 p.m. The draw time had passed, and the prize amounts were now revealed. There were 15 second prizes for the Lotto, each worth 400,000. Not bad. A bit more than expected. Ye Xuan nodded in satisfaction before closing the webpage. If his parents were to learn that he had won 400,000, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed. However, for Ye Xuan, who had once been a small tycoon with a fortune of several hundred million, 400,000 was merely a trifling sum. Moreover, after deducting the 20 personal income tax, it would dwindle even further. With initial capital in hand, he pondered what to do next. Ye Xuan stroked his chin in contemplation. Since 2005, the internet industry in the Dragon Kingdom had entered a golden period of development, with the three giants emerging during this time. Thus, the internet sector was undoubtedly Ye Xuan's first choice. E-commerce, audiovisual entertainment, social platforms, mobile payments, live streaming, short videos, and food delivery, all these ventures were costly. And 30,000 would certainly not suffice. Perhaps he should draw a lottery first and see what he could obtain. Having made up his mind, Ye Xuan washed his hands and entered the system, setting the number of lottery draws to 100. He prayed to the myriad gods and clicked to draw. In the next moment, the results of the 100 draws were displayed one by one. Mathematics Experience Book 1, Language Experience Book 1, Basketball Experience Book 1, Lucky Aura 1, Physical Ability Capsule 1, Stock Market Information 1. It seemed he had drawn quite a few new items this time. Ye Xuan's eyes brightened as he hurriedly checked his system backpack. Chapter 11. The End of Science is Theology. Inside the system backpack, the prizes were neatly categorized. Among them, there were 67 experience books across 6 subjects and 22 basketball experience books, along with 5 pieces of stock market information, 3 lucky auras, and 2 physical ability capsules. He also had the purchasing rights for an English experience book. Basketball experience book, skill type using it will permanently enhance basketball skills. Upon seeing this, Ye Xuan struggled to contain his excitement. As a man aspiring to become a super-rich individual, what use would this hold for him? Did the system intend for him to become a trainee in Korea for 2.5 years? Little system, your true intentions are showing. Lucky Aura consumable when activated. It significantly boosts one's luck for a duration of 5 minutes. Ye Xuan's eyes sparkled. If I were to use the Lucky Aura during the lottery, would I be able to manipulate the system? Though drawing was a matter of probability, at its core, it was about luck. After all, the end of science is theology. Ah, this is indeed a valuable item. Ye Xuan was pleasantly surprised. In his previous life, he had never traded stocks, as he viewed retail investors as akin to gamblers. However, with stock market information, it was equivalent to having foresight into the future. If he were to engage in stock trading now, it would be a guaranteed profit. If he executed it well, he would have sufficient startup capital to enter the internet industry. He planned to take a day off tomorrow to visit the lottery center to claim his winnings, then head to the stock exchange to open an account. After mapping out his plans, Ye Xuan clicked to use the purchasing rights for the English Experience book. Like the Mathematics Experience book, the price for the English Experience book was also 100 causal points. He then utilized all the experience books and physical ability capsules. In the next instant, he felt his knowledge across 6 subjects expand, and various basketball moves and techniques flooded into his mind, concurrently forming muscle memory. A warm current coursed through his body, enhancing his physical capabilities. Host, Ye Xuan physical ability, 81 intellect, 83 charisma, 81 causal points, adhering to the principle of not exhausting his resources and knowing when to stop. Ye Xuan did not deplete all his remaining causal points. After reviewing his personal attributes, he exited the system and went to bed. The following morning, Ming was the first to arrive in the classroom, placing the carefully prepared breakfast on Xiaonanji's desk. A fierce woman fears a persistent man, Ming. Keep it up, he thought eagerly. A few minutes later, Xiaonanji entered the classroom, clad in a blue and white uniform with her hair styled in a high ponytail. She scanned the room, failing to spot Ye Xuan before turning her attention to her seat. Oh, what's this? She exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before quickly approaching her desk to pick up the breakfast. So, Ye Xuan finally knows how to win me over? The corners of Xiaonanji's mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. Ming, who had been observing her secretly, was instantly moved to tears. His breakfast had made the school beauty smile. This was a clear sign he had done something right. In his excitement, he was about to approach her to take credit when Ye Xuan entered the classroom, laughing and chatting with Hong Lida. Xiaonanji quickly composed herself, standing up to greet him, feigning nonchalance as she said, "Did you not promise not to buy me breakfast anymore?" Ye Xuan was momentarily stunned, then glanced at the breakfast in her hand, his expression gradually turning peculiar. "This breakfast looks quite good. I really like it." "Not from me," Xiaonanji replied, bewildered. Ye Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. "I truly did not buy it. Look, I haven't even put down my backpack." Hong Lida chimed in to corroborate. "I can vouch for Ye Xuan. We just arrived in class." Xiaonanji, already feeling awkward, found their explanations to be a painful addition to her embarrassment. But it didn't end there. Ming seized the opportunity to approach her. "Xiaonanji, I bought this breakfast." Xiaonanji took a deep breath and turned to face Ming. If looks could kill, Ming would surely be riddled with wounds by now. However, Ming was oblivious to the murderous intent in Xiaonanji's gaze. He continued to boast, "Knowing you liked it makes me very happy. I will continue to bring you breakfast." "You must have misheard. I explicitly stated I do not like it," Xiaonanji replied flatly, turning to Hong Lida. "Lida, please clarify what I just said." Hong Lida wished to uphold the dignified demeanor of the ancients. Yet, Xiaonanji's glare was too intimidating. For the sake of his own life, he could only reluctantly say, "You indeed said you do not like it." Xiaonanji nodded in satisfaction, turning to thrust the breakfast into Ming's hands. "See, you definitely misheard. Furthermore, I am not accustomed to eating breakfast brought by others. Please refrain from doing so in the future." Ming began to question his very existence. Did he truly mishear? Had he just experienced a hallucination? Ye Xuan, did you see that? Xiaonanji's aura was too powerful. Upon returning to his seat, Hong Lida still felt a shiver down his spine. Ye Xuan chuckled, "Really? I didn't feel anything." Hong Lida raised his middle finger. Of course, among all the boys in class 5, nay, in the entirety of the first high school, Xiaonanji is only less icy in your presence. Ye Xuan's heart quivered as memories surged within him. Like or dislike? Like or dislike? Did I truly mishear? After returning to his seat, Ming incessantly muttered these phrases to himself. After a long while, he clenched his fists. "Fierce women fear persistent men, Xiaonanji. I will not give up." Just as he was rallying himself, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Guangming, walked in. The once boisterous classroom fell into a flurry of chaos. Zhang Guangming announced, "The results of yesterday's mock exam have been released." All the students held their breath, and the tension in the room escalated. Compared to the previous exam, there was a notable decline in everyone's scores this time, with the average dropping by a staggering 118 points. As Zhang Guangming's voice fell, a wave of lament filled the classroom. What? Has it really decreased by so much? The test yesterday was exceedingly difficult. However, Zhang Guangming paused momentarily. Once the classroom returned to silence, he continued, "Here, I must specially commend one student. While the rest of you saw a decline in your scores, This particular student made significant progress. Who could that be? Is it the class monitor? It must be Xiaonanji. She has always been at the top of our class. But Xiaonanji's scores are already near the ceiling, so the room for improvement is limited. I believe it's Qinming. Yes, I think it's Qinming too. Amidst the whispers, most students turned their gaze towards Qinming. Even Xiaonanji glanced at him. Qinming froze on the spot. Chapter 12. By Yuntao's brother by Yunxing. What? Who did the teacher say? Ye Xuan. No way. The other students were equally astonished by this name, as it was completely unexpected. Ye Xuan, who usually struggles to break into the top 10 of the class, had somehow achieved great progress amidst the overall poor performance. After the initial shock, she suddenly recalled what Ye Xuan had said yesterday. Could it be that he had truly concealed his capabilities? Not only did Xiaonanji entertain this thought, but Hong Litao also considered it. No way, Ye Xuan, you didn't really hide your strength, did you? Ye Xuan shrugged. Don't be so excited. I merely tested my abilities this time. Last night, he had consumed 67 experience books across 6 subjects. His scores in the next mock exam would surely improve even further. Hong Litao's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You mean you didn't even exert your full strength this time? Ye Xuan nodded. Exactly. I was afraid of intimidating you all. Just bragging, Hong Litao retorted. Yet he felt somewhat apprehensive. From what he knew of Ye Xuan, he could tell that Ye Xuan was not joking. Amidst the gasps, Zhang Guangming produced the report card. Now, I will announce the top 10 scores in our class. The classroom fell silent. Qinming perked up again. First place, Xiaonanji. 662 points. She felt a twinge of regret as it was a drop of 7 points from last time. Second place, Qinming, 648 points. Qinming sighed in relief. No matter how much Ye Xuan improved, second place was still his. Fifth place, Ye Xuan, 625 points. What? Ye Xuan ranked 5th in the class? He had jumped from 13th to 5th? After Ye Xuan's score was revealed, another wave of astonishment swept through the classroom. Qinming's expression darkened again. Although he still held second place, Ye Xuan was now only 23 points behind him. If he remembered correctly, he had outscored Ye Xuan by over 60 points in the last exam. Had this guy truly concealed his strength? His 2 close friends flushed with embarrassment. Just yesterday, they had called Ye Xuan a braggart, and now they were faced with a slap in the face. With 625 points, there is hope for a 985 university. If he improves by another 40 points, he could apply to the same university as I do. Xiaonanji's eyes sparkled momentarily, but then dimmed again. With only 29 days until the college entrance examination, improving by 40 points in such a short time was it was utterly impossible. After announcing the scores, Zhang Guangming encouraged the students once more before posting the report card on the side of the blackboard and leaving the classroom. As soon as the teacher departed, the classroom erupted into chaos. Some students rushed to the report card to check their rankings, while others approached Ye Xuan to inquire about his remarkable performance. Ye Xuan naturally resurrected his narrative of concealing his strength, as he could find no other suitable explanation. Similarly, the students could not fathom any other reasonable justification and accepted his explanation. Ye Xuan, I've just received news. At 10 a.m., Director Chun from the Ming City branch will come to present you with a certificate of bravery. A reporter from Ming City Television will accompany him, so prepare yourself. As Zhang Guangming's voice echoed, the classroom erupted once again. Wow, Ye Xuan is incredible. The director is coming personally. That's impressive. Holy smokes, I'm envious. Qinming felt as if he were about to vomit blood, truly on the brink. First, he was rejected by Xiaonanji when he offered her breakfast. Then, during the score announcement, he was humiliated by Ye Xuan. Now, he learned that Ye Xuan was going to appear on television. In just one morning, he had faced a brutal reality check. After the initial frustration, Qinming steeled himself, his determination rekindled. At 9:40 a.m., in front of the auditorium of the first high school, a sharply dressed figure with slick-back hair and polished shoes was energetically directing the first and second-year students to enter. Today's award ceremony would not only feature personnel from the Ming City branch and the television station, but also leaders from the Education Bureau. As the head of the teaching department, he had to ensure that the discipline of the event was well maintained. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan exited the classroom and made his way to the auditorium. From a distance, he spotted the traffic director. Immediately, he felt a pang of unease. How have I encountered this person again? Yesterday's encounter with someone claiming to be Bai Yutao was still fresh in his mind. Approaching now would surely lead to recognition. After a moment of hesitation, Ye Xuan mustered his courage and followed the last group of students into the queue. Just as he was about to reach the entrance, you there, the last student, stop. As expected, I stood out like a firefly in the dark night. Ye Xuan sighed in feigned confusion, raising his head. Teacher, did you call me? The director appraised him for a moment before frowning. Aren't you Bai? Ye Xuan's expression brightened. You recognize me? The director stared at him as if he were a fool. We just met yesterday. You're in class 7 of the 3rd year, right? Ye Xuan suddenly understood. Oh, you meant my brother. Your brother? Yes. My brother Bai Yutao is in class 7 of the 3rd year. And you are? I'm Bai Yunxing. We are twin brothers. The director was momentarily taken aback. So you are also a senior? I was a bit mischievous in elementary school and repeated a grade. So I'm in the 2nd year now. After saying this, Ye Xuan glanced towards the entrance. Teacher, the students from my class have all entered. What do you think? The director waved his hand. All right, you should hurry inside too, and mind the discipline. Sure. Once Ye Xuan's figure vanished at the entrance. The director rubbed his chin and murmured, By Yutao, by Yunxing, the sound of waves remains the same? This family is quite interesting. Ye Xuan, you have finally arrived. In the front row of the auditorium, Zhang Guangming waved at Ye Xuan, who had been waiting for a long time. As Ye Xuan approached, he immediately began introducing him to other school leaders and teachers. At that moment, the director, having completed traffic control, walked in with his hands clasped behind his back. Along the way, he continuously reminded the students, maintain silence. Observe the discipline of the venue. After delivering his instructions, he turned his head and spotted Ye Xuan surrounded by colleagues. He was momentarily stunned. Why was this student, by Yunxing, so popular among the teachers? At that moment, Zhang Guangming also noticed the director and quickly smiled. Director Qian, let me introduce you to the hero Ye Xuan, who saved the victim from the rainy night demon. The director was left utterly bewildered. Chapter 13, the beautiful host Du Bing now, has Ye Xuan transformed into a paragon of heroism? Is it possible that by Yuntao, his twin brother, and the notion of being held back in school were mere fabrications meant to deceive me? How dare this fellow act so brazenly? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, Ye Xuan greeted with an innocuous smile. Hello, Director Qian. He certainly harbored some personal grievances with Gue Jianchou. A year ago, during a playful scuffle with Hong Litao on campus, they had been caught by Gue Jianchou, who had given them a stern reprimand. Naturally, given Ye Xuan's temperament, he never ventured into battle unprepared. While deceiving Gue Jianchou, he had already plotted his course of action. With his exploits, he was destined to be heralded by both the first high school and even the Education Bureau as a model to be emulated, especially today, with representatives from the Mingxing Sub-Bureau, the Education Bureau, and the television station present. Unless Gue Jianchou had lost his sanity, he would certainly swallow his pride for the time being. As for the future, he was about to graduate. What future was there to worry about? Let's relish the moment first. As he had anticipated, Gue Jianchou's expression shifted multiple times before he finally managed to smile, saying, Student Ye Xuan, you are a pride of our first high school, and I am truly proud to have such a student as you. With that, he even patted Ye Xuan on the shoulder. After a round of pleasantries, everyone took their seats. A few minutes later, the awards ceremony commenced. Following nearly an hour of speeches from the leaders, Ye Xuan took the stage. Chen Wu, the school leader, and other officials from the Education Bureau shook his hand one by one. Next, a graceful hostess approached with a tray. When Ye Xuan glanced over, he noticed not only the certificate for heroism and a banner, but also two large checks, one for 50,000 and the other for 2,000. The 50,000 must be the reward, while the 2,000 was perhaps the heroism bonus. Ye Xuan pondered silently. Student Ye Xuan, I fulfilled my promise to you. So please do not pursue Officer Zhang anymore, Chen Wu remarked playfully as he handed the checks to Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan appeared bewildered. Finally, he recalled, Director Chen. We were merely joking at the time. Officer Zhang took it seriously? Indeed, he was nearly scared to death and hardly slept last night. Chen Wu exaggerated, clearly jesting. Ye Xuan chuckled. So you were afraid I would seek out Officer Zhang, prompting you to reward me? It seems I made the right move. You rascal. Chen Wu lightly jabbed him before turning to take a commemorative photo together. Below the stage, all the teachers, including Gue Jianchou, wore expressions of uncertainty. Chen Wu was one of the top 5 figures in Mingxing. Even the principal would exhibit a degree of restraint in his presence. How could Ye Xuan engage in such jovial banter with him? Was Ye Xuan perhaps a relative of Chen Wu? Gue Jianchou, who initially considered reprimanding Ye Xuan at a later opportunity, began to feel apprehensive. After the conclusion of the award ceremony, Ye Xuan was invited to the backstage for an interview with Mingxing Television. As he entered, a graceful beauty approached him, introducing herself. Hello, Student Ye Xuan. I am Du Bing, the host of Mingxing Good News. The name Du Bing sounded somewhat familiar. She was the most renowned female host at Mingxing Television. In his previous life, she had been pursued by a wealthy second-generation heir who, in a fit of rage, stabbed her at the television station's entrance, leading to her untimely death after unsuccessful medical intervention. This incident had stirred considerable uproar online, particularly since it occurred in Ye Xuan's hometown, leaving a profound impression on him. If he could prevent such a tragedy, would he be rewarded with karmic value? With this thought, Ye Xuan's mind began to wander. Which other famous personalities had unhappy relationships in his past life? Strong Brother certainly qualified. Liang Brother must also be included. Fei Brother could reluctantly be counted as well. There were quite a few, indeed. If he were to disrupt all of them, would he not be labeled the destroyer of relationships? Student Ye Xuan? Seeing him lost in thought upon entering, Du Bing couldn't help but remind him. Ye Xuan quickly refocused. I apologize, I was just contemplating a math problem. Counting heads could be considered a math problem, after all. Du Bing smiled brightly. It seems you are quite diligent in your studies, Student Ye Xuan. As the most prominent female host of Mingxing Television, her attire was thoroughly professional. A white blouse, a silver-gray pencil skirt, flesh-colored stockings, and white heels, which perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, exuding both intelligence and a hint of allure. Ye Xuan smiled. It's manageable, with less than a month until the college entrance examination. I must intensify my efforts. After some light banter, the interview officially commenced. What hobbies and special skills do you have, Student Ye Xuan? My hobbies include singing, dancing, and basketball, Ye Xuan replied. I was merely joking. Why did you take it seriously? Well, if we're being serious, would you allow me to demonstrate my basketball skills? That's something I am quite adept at. Is it challenging? Du Bing pressed. Ye Xuan shook his head. Not at all. I'll sing a song I wrote instead. You can write songs? Du Bing expressed surprise. The cameraman also appeared astonished. In Longhua, songwriting was an exceedingly niche pursuit, with few who could sing, let alone write. Ye Xuan nodded. I wouldn't say I can. I just write for fun. Then I shall listen attentively, Du Bing responded. Ye Xuan cleared his throat and began to sing. I always cram at the last minute. I'll pass my university exams with ease. I always cram at the last minute. My grades surpass the class monitors. Du Bing exclaimed, Cameraman, this isn't just playing around. You have pioneered an entirely new form of rap. You're truly remarkable. As an experienced host, maintaining composure was her fundamental professional ethic. Without waiting for Ye Xuan to respond, she shifted the topic. What is your special talent? Ye Xuan pondered for 2 seconds. Rapid mental calculation? Du Bing's interest peaked. May I test you? Ye Xuan nodded. Sure. 367,758? As soon as Du Bing finished speaking, Ye Xuan promptly answered. Both Du Bing and the cameraman were astonished. He answered in less than a second? A mental calculation genius, indeed. However, when Du Bing calculated the correct answer on paper, she appeared dumbfounded. Student Ye Xuan, your answer seems to be incorrect. Just tell me if it's fast or not. Ye Xuan responded earnestly. Du Bing burst into laughter. Before the interview commenced, she had assumed Ye Xuan was a serious youth driven by a sense of justice. One who rarely smiled and only raised his voice when witnessing injustice. However, after this brief interaction, she realized how gravely mistaken she had been. This young man was simply delightful. Seeing the beautiful host laugh so heartily brought joy to Ye Xuan as well. She was a veritable vessel for extracting karmic value, and he needed to establish a long-term connection with her. If he followed the conventional interview format, the likelihood of future contact would be nearly non-existent. After this lively exchange, the chances had significantly increased. After the laughter subsided, Du Bing transitioned to a serious note. To most people in Mingqing's, the rainy night demon is a fierce and terrifying figure. When you inadvertently encountered him while he was committing a crime, was it not a perilous situation? Ye Xuan straightened his demeanor. At that moment, the situation appeared dangerous, but in reality, it was not. Du Bing? Cameraman? Chapter 14. What a fateful connection. The interview was nearing its conclusion. As a student about to sit for the college entrance examination, do you have any words for your fellow examinees? Du Bing posed the final question of the interview from behind the grand auditorium. Ye Xuan contemplated for a few moments. I would like to say just one thing. What is it? Du Bing inquired. Ye Xuan replied, the cosmos remains undecided. We are all dark horses. Du Bing's eyes lit up. This phrase, originating from Kai Jintan, is truly apt for encouraging examinees. Ye Xuan was somewhat taken aback. Although Kai Jintan is considered one of the 3 great literary works, not many have read it, far fewer than those familiar with the 4 classic novels. In the year 2004, when the world was still uncertain and we were all dark horses, this phrase had yet to gain popularity. However, the beautiful host confidently recited its origin. The woman's literary prowess is indeed remarkable. Du Bing, with a subtle lift of her chin, thought to herself, I am not merely a decorative vase. She is not only the most beautiful host of Mingqing television, but also a woman of considerable intellect. Previously, Ye Xuan had showcased his sense of humor. Now it was her turn to demonstrate her literary talent. After the interview concluded, Ye Xuan inquired about the broadcast time. Thank you, Ye Xuan, for agreeing to this interview. Until we meet again by fate, she said as she extended her hand for a shake. Shall we exchange contact information? Ye Xuan inwardly scoffed but smiled and nodded. Until we meet again by fate. Once they parted ways, he sighed. Du Bing, whether you can change your destiny truly depends on our fate. After mumbling to himself, he took a bag containing his certificates, banners, and checks, and exited the grand auditorium. Checking the time, he noted there was still a quarter of an hour until noon. With this thought, Ye Xuan sought out a secluded spot in the shade, pulled out a cigarette, and began to smoke. Although he was carefree, this was still a school environment. To avoid being caught by a teacher, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Just as he was halfway through his cigarette, a figure appeared around the corner. Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow and quickly discarded the cigarette, as he kicked some dirt over the discarded butt. The stern presence of the school's disciplinary officer, Director Qian, emerged. Their eyes met, and a smile broke across Qian's face. He had not expected to catch Ye Xuan so swiftly. Smoking on school grounds, certainly a reprimand would not be unwarranted, thought Ye Xuan, chuckling inwardly. Encountering the same person thrice in 2 days felt like an ill-fated connection. Director Qian, we meet again, Ye Xuan greeted him amicably, with a forced smile. Qian nodded and furrowed his brow. Why is there a smell of smoke here? As he spoke, he leaned in to detect any scent of tobacco on Ye Xuan's breath. Unexpectedly, Ye Xuan produced a piece of Wrigley's gum and, after popping it into his mouth, replied, yes, I smell it too. The smoke is quite overwhelming. Qian's lips twitched, and he inquired, have you finished the interview? Yes. I just wrapped it up. What brings you here? I caught a whiff of smoke and wanted to see who was smoking. Did you see who it was? Not really. They probably heard the noise and fled. Their conversation flowed rapidly, with barely a pause. Seeing Ye Xuan remain unperturbed, Qian reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack of hometown mountain cigarettes, offering one to Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan quickly shook his head. Director Qian. I don't smoke. Qian chuckled. No, just hold it for me while I tie my shoelaces. Ye Xuan's eyes sparkled, and he took the cigarette as if it were a pin. Qian's pupils constricted as he pretended to tie his shoelaces. When he stood up, Ye Xuan was ready to return the cigarette. However, Qian then pulled out his phone, asking, do you think there is something wrong with my phone? As he handed it over, Ye Xuan swiftly tucked the cigarette into his school uniform pocket and took the phone. Qian, hoping Ye Xuan would place the cigarette behind his ear, felt a twinge of annoyance. This kid is sharper than a fox, not falling for such tricks. It seems fine. Perhaps we should try making a call? Ye Xuan pretended to ponder, feigning the intent to dial. Suddenly, he exclaimed, pulling the hometown mountain cigarette from his pocket. Qian took it, placed it between his lips, and began to feign looking for a lighter. Most people would have succumbed and lit it for him by now. But Ye Xuan was a reincarnated individual. If he fell for such amateurish tricks, he might as well seek a tofu block to end it all. Don't have a lighter? Should I fetch one for you? Ye Xuan asked, suppressing a laugh. All right then, see you later, Director Qian. It was only after Ye Xuan's figure disappeared around the corner that Qian retrieved a lighter from his coat pocket. With a flick, he lit his cigarette and exhaled a plume of smoke, muttering to himself, this kid is truly something special. As Ye Xuan approached the entrance of the teaching building, he encountered Zhang Guangming, who was searching for him. I was just about to look for you. Xiaonanji's mother called earlier. She wants to discuss something with you and is waiting at the school gate. Ye Xuan was taken aback. What does she want with me? He had already distanced himself from Xiaonanji. Zhang Guangming shook his head. She didn't mention it over the phone. You should hurry over. He raised the bag in his hand. This is 52,000 yuan. I'm worried someone might rob you on the way. No need. I can manage myself. I'm going. Ye Xuan waved his hand and dashed towards the school gate. From a distance, he spotted a red sedan parked at the entrance. Ye Xuan recognized it as Ye Xuan's BMW 318. In 2004, the number of cars in Longwa was 42 million, with only 6 million being private vehicles. In other words, among 3 billion people, less than 6 million families could afford a personal car. The BMW 318 was priced at 348,000 yuan, costing nearly 400,000 after tax. Considering the average local salary of 500 yuan, an ordinary person would need to work without eating or drinking for 22 years to afford one. A true luxury. As Ye Xuan approached the entrance, Ye Xuan stepped out of the car and waved, Xiao Yi, over here. Ye Xuan smiled and nodded. You're looking for me? Ye Xuan's eyes flickered. This kid no longer calls her auntie. Aware of her own shortcomings, she continued gently, yes. I hope I haven't interrupted your class. Ye Xuan nodded. It certainly has had an impact. Ye Xuan was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, she finally said with a wry smile, are you still mad at auntie? Ye Xuan chuckled, but remained silent. Ye Xuan continued, Xiao Yi, I've always thought highly of you. Handsome, sunny, cheerful, and academically accomplished. Ye Xuan was somewhat bewildered. Hadn't she just said he wasn't worthy of Xiaonanji? Why was she now praising him? Annie was concerned about you two possibly dating too early and affecting your examination results. That's why I said those things last time. In retrospect, I was so focused on the early dating issue that I neglected your feelings, which was truly wrong. I apologize. With that, Ye Xuan bowed slightly toward Ye Xuan. His expression changed, and he quickly reached out to support her. Annie, please don't do that. I can't accept it. Ye Xuan teased, so you're willing to call me Annie now? Ye Xuan rubbed his nose, now that you've said it like that. If I don't call you Annie, wouldn't that make me seem inconsiderate? Regardless of the truth of her words, she had at least shown a willingness to apologize. Even bowing as an elder to a younger person was a gesture of humility. Therefore, he was willing to maintain a cordial relationship. Can you interact with Nanji as you did before? Ye Xuan inquired. Ye Xuan was taken aback. You call me here for this? This was entirely contrary to his expectations. Ye Xuan nodded. Yes, you ignored Nanji yesterday, and her mood was quite low. Ye Xuan looked puzzled. Annie, are you mistaken? I didn't ignore her. We spoke this morning. Even if you were to ignore her, would she really be that upset? It seemed absurd. She could tell from his expression that he genuinely wasn't lying. Yesterday, Nanji's condition was not fabricated. Ye Xuan remarked. I merely informed her that I would no longer be purchasing breakfast for her. Finally, Ye Xuan comprehended the situation. There exists a significant disparity in the understanding of romantic relationships between men and women. For males, the ability to maintain normal communication suggests that both parties are still engaged with one another. Conversely, for females, when a male who routinely buys her breakfast suddenly declares he will no longer do so, it equates to him disregarding her. Hence, in this matter, neither Ye Xuan nor Nanji spoke untruths. After the initial amusement and bewilderment, Ye Xuan produced a box from her bag. I heard from Nanji that you have always wished for your own mobile phone. This is the Nokia 7610 I just purchased. Take a look and see if you like it. Ye Xuan's eyes lit up. Are you gifting me this phone, Andy? The 7610 was a new model released by Nokia in 2004, priced at 4,999 yuan. In terms of today's purchasing power, its value surpasses that of future top-tier smartphones. Ye Xuan, a formidable woman with a net worth in the millions, certainly made a grand gesture. Indeed, Nanji owns a red one. So I specifically bought you a blue one for easier communication between the two of you. Moreover, once you attend university, you'll surely need a phone. I bought it for you to spare your parents the expense. As she spoke, Ye Xuan attempted to place the box into Ye Xuan's hands. Her intentions in gifting him the phone were twofold. Firstly, to atone for her previous missteps, and secondly, to facilitate communication between Nanji and Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan sighed with a bittersweet smile. Young Ye, please do not misunderstand. I am not implying that you cannot afford a phone, it's just... Ye Xuan smirked. Are you worried about hurting my pride again, Andy? After a brief silence, Ye Xuan ultimately nodded. There is a slight concern. Given Ye Xuan's family circumstances, a phone priced at 4,999 yuan is indeed a luxury item. The numerous justifications she provided were merely to consider his dignity. After bidding farewell, he turned and left with a smile. Young Ye, please do not disclose my visit to Nanji. Rest assured, Auntie. Watching Ye Xuan's retreating figure, Ye Xuan shook her head in exasperation. In her view, Ye Xuan's refusal of the phone stemmed from a youthful sense of pride. To put it kindly, it is referred to as self-respect and self-reliance. To put it less charitably, it is an excessive concern for appearances and a lack of understanding of resource utilization. In today's society, men overly fixated on appearances often find it challenging to achieve success. Driver, to the Jinlong building, please. After rounding the street corner, Ye Xuan hailed a taxi. The Mingqing Welfare Lottery Center is situated adjacent to the Jinlong building. He refrained from disclosing his true destination, fearing surveillance. The driver, noticing Ye Xuan's school uniform, chuckled. Isn't today Tuesday? Cutting class, are we? Ye Xuan laughed. What do you mean? I am renowned as an exemplary student in the region, and I will be appearing on Mingqing television tonight. How could I possibly skip class? Really? The driver appeared skeptical. Indeed, the rainstorm maniac has been apprehended, you know? I heard about that. It's all over Mingqing. And do you know who assisted the police in his capture? It can't possibly be you? Ah, you guessed correctly, it was me. Half an hour later, after engaging in light banter with the driver, Ye Xuan settled the fare and called out as he exited, Uncle Zhao, be sure to tune into Mingqing Good News at 8 p.m. tonight. Absolutely, I promise to watch. Once Ye Xuan closed the car door, the driver, old Zhao, scoffed. If you make it onto Mingqing Good News, then I could very well appear on news broadcast. The youth today truly knows how to boast. Ye Xuan first entered the Jinlong building shopping mall and changed into a new outfit. After claiming his lottery winnings at the welfare center, he proceeded to the nearby Longhua Bank, where he cashed the check and deposited it into his bank account. Subsequently, he hailed another taxi to open a securities trading account. After completing the account setup, he stood before the trading hall's large screen, observing the market while accessing the system to select the stock market information, which he opted to utilize. From 10 a.m. on May 9th to 3 p.m. on May 11th, New Tech Electronic stock price was anticipated to experience a 25 increase. Chapter 16. The stock market is too deep, you cannot grasp it. A 25 increase? Ye Xuan's eyes sparkled. He currently possessed a principal of 372 million yuan, which included 320,000 from lottery winnings, 50,000 from bounties, and 2,000 from a commendation for bravery. He retained 220,000 for emergencies and transferred the remaining 350,000 into his securities trading account. Today is May 8th. If he purchases all in on New Tech Electronic stocks before 10 a.m. tomorrow and sells them before 3 p.m. on the 11th, he stands to gain approximately 875 million yuan. This amount could fund the purchase of 17 Nokia 7610 phones. Compared to his parents' salaries, this sum equates to nearly 2 years' worth of their earnings. And he could amass this wealth in just 3 days. Such is the nature of the stock market. However, this rate of profit still felt sluggish. Ye Xuan currently possessed only 5 pieces of stock market information. Who knows when he would draw another? Therefore, he needed to maximize the returns on each piece of information. Young man, you dabble in stocks as well? An elderly gentleman beside him struck up a conversation. Ye Xuan nodded. Yes, sir. How long have you been involved? Just starting out. Heed my advice. The stock market is treacherous. If you cannot navigate it, withdraw early. Ye Xuan chuckled. From your tone, it seems you have a firm grasp. The old man chuckled. I'm not bragging. I, Lu Dezhu, have navigated the stock market for 5.5 years, witnessing many grand spectacles. If you truly wish to trade stocks, I can guide you. Really? Then please tell me how to leverage. The method Ye Xuan devised was indeed leveraging. With 370,000 yuan in principal and a 10x leverage, he could control 7 million yuan. However, having never traded stocks in his previous life, he was unaware of the specific operational procedures for leveraging. Lu Dezhu was taken aback. You wish to leverage? Ye Xuan nodded. Yes. Is it difficult? Lu Dezhu pursed his lips. It's not about difficulty. Take my advice, find a job outside. And don't dream of getting rich through stock trading. Leverage is not something just anyone can handle. One misstep could lead to utter ruin. How many have jumped off buildings because of this? Ye Xuan appeared to be freshly graduated from high school. At such a young age, trading stocks with leverage was akin to courting disaster. Well then, by the way, sir, I believe new tech electronics has great potential. You might want to give it a try. Ye Xuan sensed the man's goodwill and reciprocated accordingly. Of course, when it came to the system, he could only speak vaguely to avoid unnecessary complications. Lu Dezhu laughed. Young man, I told you that you cannot grasp it, didn't I? I held new tech electronics for a month, losing 2,000 yuan. This morning, I sold all 20,000 shares. Ye Xuan could not retort. He could hardly urge the man to invest in new tech electronics. It's all just fate. At that moment, a stylishly dressed woman approached. Excuse me, are you Mr. Ye? Ye Xuan glanced at her. And you are? The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, her beauty rivaling that of Du Bing. Clad in black stockings, high heels, and a sleek black skirt, her tall, graceful figure exuded charm. The moment she entered the hall, the older gentleman lost interest in the market, stealing glances at her instead. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Shui, an investment manager at Jingtai Securities. You recently opened a securities trading account with our company. So I came to greet you. Here is my business card. Chen Shui extended her hands, presenting her business card to Ye Xuan. An 18-year-old youth, having deposited 350,000 yuan in cash after opening an account, must surely be the scion of a wealthy family. Upon hearing the account from her colleague at the counter, she promptly approached Ye Xuan to cultivate their relationship. Ye Xuan nodded and, after accepting the business card, inquired, Does your company offer leverage services? Chen Shui's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, Mr. Ye. If it's convenient for you, we can discuss this in my office. Ye Xuan nodded and followed her inside. Observing their retreating figures, Lu Dezhu couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. Good words are futile against a stubborn spirit. A few minutes later, Ye Xuan entered an office behind Chen Shui. I have coffee, Longjing tea, and black tea. What would you like to drink, Mr. Ye? Chen Shui asked as she closed the door. While assessing the room's decor, Ye Xuan replied, Longjing tea, please. All right, please take a seat. Chen Shui said as she prepared the tea and placed it in front of him. She then pulled out a chair and sat across from him. What is your profession, Mr. Ye? Do I appear to be anything in particular? Ye Xuan responded with a smile. Chen Shui chuckled softly. I can't quite tell. She could only infer from Ye Xuan's account information that he might be the heir of a wealthy family. The specifics of his occupation eluded her. It was no exaggeration to say that she had never encountered anyone quite like Ye Xuan before. Despite being merely 18, he exuded the aura of a successful individual. The innate confidence radiating from him was something even many seasoned executives lacked. Ye Xuan took a sip of tea and remarked, Would you believe me if I said I'm still a high school student? Chen Shui's lips parted in a surprised smile. Mr. Ye, you certainly have a knack for humor. His age indeed resembled that of a high school student, yet which high school student possessed such a mature demeanor? Seeing her skepticism, Ye Xuan chose not to elaborate further and directly addressed the matter at hand. I wish to leverage my investments. Could you kindly explain the process to me? Certainly. Leveraging is quite simple, Chen Shui explained, detailing the specific steps involved. So, if I want to leverage by a factor of 10, I would need to reserve a margin of 10%. Precisely, Mr. Ye. You grasp it very well. Ye Xuan pondered for a moment and stated, in that case, I will reserve 350,000, leveraging 10 times. That equates to 5 million. Chen Shui was taken aback by the figure. After a few seconds, she nodded. I can offer you an annual interest rate of 5%. In essence, leveraging involves borrowing funds, which incurs interest payable to the brokerage. The formula for calculating leverage interest is quite straightforward. The borrowed amount multiplied by the leverage factor and the interest rate. For this instance, if Ye Xuan borrows 5 million with a leverage factor of 10 and an annual interest rate of 5%, he would owe the brokerage 75 million in interest after 1 year. However, if he only borrows for 3 days, the interest would be calculated at a daily rate, amounting to approximately 666 yuan. Furthermore, leveraging carries significant risks, necessitating monitoring of your account. If you choose a tenfold leverage and the decline reaches 5%, your position would be forcibly liquidated to safeguard your funds. Because you are a major client, I can offer you a commission rate of 0.03%. Compared to borrowing interest, commissions constitute the bulk of the brokerage's revenue. Clients like Ye Xuan, with 5 million, would incur a commission of 1,050 yuan for each trade. This was precisely why Chen Shui was so proactive in her approach. After some contemplation, Ye Xuan nodded. You can execute trades on my behalf, correct? Stock market transactions are only conducted during business hours on weekdays. Being a senior in high school, frequent absences would certainly draw the ire of his father, Ye Zhiming. Without needing Wang Jiahui to intervene, he wasn't overly concerned about safety. For an investment manager at a brokerage, the daily funds they manage far exceed his 5 million. Chen Shui smiled brightly. Of course. Once you select your stocks, just let me know, and I can assist with the trading. All right, I'll call you. Ye Xuan replied as he stood, shook hands with Chen Shui, and was escorted out of the securities exchange. Watching him depart, Chen Shui murmured to herself, what a mysterious man. Chapter 17. The astrologer. After leaving the securities exchange, Ye Xuan went to the mall and purchased a Nokia 3120 phone. This basic model, launched by Nokia in 2004, was priced at 299 yuan. During the early days of entrepreneurship, every penny had to be wisely spent. A phone capable of making calls and sending messages sufficed. After acquiring the phone, Ye Xuan visited the mobile service center to obtain a dynamic zone card. Becoming a person of contemporary significance. Manager Chun, I am Ye Xuan. Here is my new phone card. Please store it for me. After securing the card, Ye Xuan called Chen Shudi. Of course, Mr. Yi. Once the call ended, Chen Shudi began to speculate. Did he really get a new phone card just to contact me? Mr. Yi is indeed quite enigmatic. As he entered the classroom, the previously raucous atmosphere fell silent. The next moment, Ye Xuan, I heard you're going on television. Is it true that Du Bing will be interviewing you? Numerous classmates surrounded him, eagerly gossiping. Ye Xuan chuckled. Wow, you all have your ears to the ground. The news has spread throughout the school. We're all incredibly envious. Is Du Bing as beautiful in real life? This question piqued the interest of the male students. Even Xiao Nanji, who pretended to be engrossed in her studies, quietly perked up her ears. Ye Xuan exclaimed, not just beautiful, she is simply breathtaking. It was no exaggeration to say that she was the most graceful beauty he had ever encountered. Really? Is it that exaggerated? Xiao Nanji's notebook bore a deep scratch from her pen. I don't think it's an exaggeration. Du Bing is the most beautiful woman on Minqing TV. And with her status as a host, her poise is undoubtedly impeccable. The male students were animated. Chen Ming was particularly envious, feeling a mix of jealousy and admiration. Du Bing, the dream girl of countless men in Minqing. That rascal Ye Xuan has truly hit the jackpot, being able to converse with her face to face. Oh, but there's a saying, fierce women fear clingy men. Chen Ming's eyes lit up with realization, seizing the opportunity to approach the class beauty. Xiao, your taste must be questionable. In my eyes, you are the most graceful beauty. Before he could finish, Xiao Nanji shot him a cold glare. Even Chen Ming, typically oblivious, sensed the hostility radiating from the class beauty. Nanji, I believe Ye Xuan was deliberately trying to provoke you. Wang Qian, her desk mate, whispered. Feeling irked, Xiao Nanji's interest was piqued. What do you mean? Wang Qian adjusted her glasses. Ye Xuan is an Aquarius. Aquarius men enjoy making others jealous. It's a way to gauge whether someone has feelings for them. Xiao Nanji's curiosity was piqued. So he was trying to make me jealous on purpose? Wang Qian nodded. As an expert in astrology, I assure you, I am never wrong. Xiao Nanji's foul mood lifted instantly, and she defiantly lifted her chin. Humph. Who would like such a childish guy? How boring. Wang Qian adjusted her glasses again, mumbling. What a typical Aries, always playing hard to get. What did you say? Xiao Nanji didn't catch it clearly. Nothing. Wang Qian shook her head and continued flipping through her astrology books. Nearby, Xiao Nanji's murmurs echoed in her ears. Humph. It's just a host. What is so impressive about that? You think you can make me jealous so easily? I won't fall for it. Childish, foolish, narcissistic. Hey, Xiao Yi, school us out? Wow, Grandpa Zhang. How did you know I'm going on Minqing Good News tonight? Grandpa Zhang. Aunt Lu. How did you know I'm going on Minqing Good News tonight? Aunt Lu? Did you hear? Xiao Yi is going on Minqing Good News tonight. Well, who said that? Xiao Yi. This lad cannot help but proclaim to everyone. How did you know I was going to be featured on Minqing Good Deeds? It would be difficult not to hear about it. Ah, this boy. Thanks to Ye Xuan's efforts. Nearly all the neighbors in the Jinxiu Huading community are now aware of this matter. Comrade Wang Jiahui pokes her head out from the kitchen. Wow. How did you know I was going on television? Ye Xuan is left speechless. At that moment, Ye Zhiming, who is seated on the sofa reading the newspaper, chuckles. This morning, Minqing Television came to the factory to interview your mother and me. Ye Xuan is astonished. Is that so? Why didn't Du Bing tell me? Wang Jiahui snorts. Of course it is. Do you think your father and I would deceive you? Ye Xuan smacks his lips. What did you both say? Just wait and see. It will definitely make you proud. By the way, today Director Chen awarded me the Bravery Award along with the bounty for the Rainy Night Maniac. Wang Jiahui immediately rushes over to Ye Xuan. Really? How much is it in total? Ye Zhiming, who was reading the newspaper, also stands up. Ye Xuan replies, not much. Just 52,000 yuan. I'll keep the money in my card for now and transfer it to your accounts by the weekend. This Friday. The returns from my first stock investment will be credited. It won't significantly impact me to give you 52,000. Hey kid, what difference does it make where the money is kept? Wang Jiahui complains, then turns to Ye Zhiming, saying, Old Yi, go fetch my bank card so our son can note down the card number. Ye Xuan, Ye Zhiming. Wang Jiahui laughs. I'm just worried you might spend it recklessly. Don't worry, Mom is saving this money for you to use when you get married in the future. Ye Xuan thinks to himself. I knew you would think this way, which is why I brought it up. At 8:15 p.m., Officer Zhang, as usual, is at home drinking beer and watching Minqing television. On the screen, Ye Xuan is being awarded at the Grand Hall of Yizhong. The scene shifts, and Du Bing begins to interview Ye Xuan. When you accidentally stumbled upon him during his attack, was the situation dangerous? Ye Xuan responds, at that moment, it seemed perilous. But in reality, it was not at all unsafe. Officer Zhang is taken aback for a couple of seconds, then laughs and scolds. Where did this kid learn to speak like that? I almost didn't make the turn. After concluding the interview with Ye Xuan, Wang Jiahui appears on screen. Auntie, if Ye Xuan encounters a similar situation again, what do you hope he will do? Is that even a question? He should bravely rush forward. Officer Zhang spits out the beer he just took a sip of. Today I dealt with a truant high school student. And he had me in stitches. Old Zhao's wife sets the table. What do you mean by that? He claimed the rainy night maniac was caught thanks to him, and said he was interviewed by Du Bing and would be on television tonight. He insisted I must watch. I thought to myself, if he could make it onto Mingxing Good Deeds, then surely I could make it onto the news broadcast. Don't think I'm unaware of your little schemes. Just admit you want to see Du Bing. Old Zhao's wife grumbled as she turned on the television to Mingxing television. To most residents of Mingxing, the rainy night maniac is synonymous with ferocity and terror. Old Zhao rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, what? He wasn't bragging after all. Old Zhao's wife also realized this and laughed in disbelief. Well, he is actually on Mingxing Good Deeds now. When was the last time you made it onto the news broadcast? Old Zhao smiled wryly and waved his hand. Please, don't belittle me. I truly failed to recognize the significance. At Mingxing People's Hospital, in a special care ward, a beautiful girl with a rosy complexion gazes at Ye Xuan on the television. Her eyes sparkling with admiration. Chapter 18. The enchanted investment manager. The following morning, Ye Xuan, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, walks into the classroom. Chatting and laughing with Hong Lida, Xiao Nanji, who had already finished her breakfast at her desk, looks up at them, guided by instinct. Ye Xuan subconsciously glances toward Xiao Nanji. Their eyes meet for a brief moment, and the campus belle huffs, turning her head away in a haughty manner. Ye Xuan is perplexed. When did I offend her again? What a strange girl. Their quarrel is evident. Chen Ming, you can do it. Observing them from the sidelines. Chen Ming clenches his fist in encouragement. Ah, love indeed lowers one's intelligence. Reading horoscopes is far more entertaining. Wang Qian adjusts her glasses. A glimmer reflecting off the lenses. At 9 a.m., in the office of the investment manager at Jingtai Securities, upon seeing the caller ID, Chen Shui quickly picks up. Hello. Mr. Yi, this is Chen Shui. How may I assist you? Ye Xuan replies, Manager Chen, in half an hour, please help me buy all shares of Shinko Electronics. Once completed, send me a text. Chen Shui initially thinks she misheard. Are you suggesting a full margin buy of Shinko Electronics? This approach sounds outrageous. Shouldn't one normally purchase multiple stocks to mitigate risk? Correct. Mr. Yi, Shinko Electronics has recently lost 2 clients, and the downward trend in stock prices is quite evident. If you can't do it, I'll find someone else. You have 10 seconds to decide. Ye Xuan's tone remains calm and gentle, almost soothing. However, after hearing the content, Chen Shui feels a chill run down her spine. To convey such resolute commands in the most gentle manner, and from an 18-year-old boy no less. After a few seconds, Chen Shui responds somewhat coldly. All right, in half an hour, I will assist you with a full margin buy of Shinko Electronics. After all, she earns her living through commission from each transaction. If Ye Xuan ignores advice and incurs losses, it won't greatly affect her. Thank you. Please remember to text me. Ye Xuan's tone remains warm. Understood. After ending the call, Chen Shui mutters to herself, could he have insider information? As this thought crosses her mind, she can't help but laugh. There certainly exists a plethora of insider trading in the stock market. However, those capable of engaging in such practices are often high-profile individuals. Even if they sought a proxy, they would not entrust a mere 350,000 yuan to someone like her. It is illegal, and the fewer people who know, the better. So, it leaves only 2 possibilities, an arrogant novice or a shrewd grassroots stock guru. There can't be that many grassroots stock gurus in this world. Chen Shui chuckles to herself, sighing. Mysterious, mature, confident. How could I have misjudged this day? After some contemplation, she perceives Ye Xuan as a naive, overconfident rich kid, inevitably destined to lose everything in a short span of time. She concludes that her future interactions with Ye Xuan will be minimal. After reflecting, Chen Shui logs into Ye Xuan's account and, at 9:30, executes a full margin buy of Shinko Electronics. Following this, she texts Ye Xuan, all shares of Shinko Electronics have been purchased. In the trading hall, Lu Dizhus, who arrived early, is engrossed in analyzing the market trends. Nearby, a bald stock friend laments. Damn it, why did Shinko Electronics drop again? Lu Dizhus turns to him. Brother, why are you still holding on to Shinko Electronics? I thought it had been declining for nearly a month. It should be time for a rebound. Lu Dizhus chuckles. Brother, it seems you've caught the bottom halfway up. Take my advice. The stock market is too treacherous. If you can't manage it, pull out early. The bald stock friend, amused, retorts, so you can manage it? Lu Dizhus grins. Of course. Just yesterday, a young lad advised me to buy Shinko Electronics. Do you see me buying it? The bald stock friend falls silent. Lu Dizhus continued. Let me put it this way. There must be a reason why Shinko Electronics has lost 2 clients, and even greater troubles lie ahead. It would be wise to cut losses and exit swiftly while the damage is minimal. The bald stock enthusiast felt a twinge of uncertainty. Just as he contemplated whether to take timely action, the stock chart of Shinko Electronics suddenly surged upwards. In a matter of minutes, the previously declining stock price displayed a remarkable upward spike. Lu Dizhus was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? It's rising. Shinko Electronics is rising. Haha. The bald stock enthusiast, who had been disheartened moments before, now wore an ecstatic, flushed expression. Lu Dizhus, slightly embarrassed, cautioned, don't get too excited. It could merely be a technical adjustment. No sooner had he finished speaking than a distant stock enthusiast, engaged in a phone call, exclaimed, "What? Foreign capital is investing in Shinka Electronics? Is the news reliable?" An announcement from Shinka Electronics confirmed the investment from foreign entities. Goodness, hurry and buy Shinka Electronics, or you'll miss the opportunity. The stock enthusiasts who received the news rushed to place their orders like madmen. Even Lu Dizhu, who had been so skeptical about the technical adjustment, found himself unable to resist and dashed away. The bald stock enthusiast shouted from behind, "Brother, heed my advice. The stock market is treacherous. You can't grasp it fully. It's best to withdraw early." Lu Dizhu's face turned pale. Within just 10 minutes, Shinka Electronics reached its price ceiling. Lu Dizhu, who failed to seize the opportunity, looked even more distressed. In the investment manager's office, Chen Shui stared at the stock chart of Shinka Electronics, her mind in a daze. She had closely observed the stock's trajectory. From the moment she bought in at 9:35 to the price ceiling reached at 10:10, a mere 35 minutes had elapsed. Just 35 minutes prior, she had thought Ye Xuan was an arrogant novice in the stock market. The outcome struck her like a powerful slap, leaving her utterly stunned. After an unknown period, Chen Shui anxiously grabbed her phone and dialed Ye Xuan's number. After 2 rings, the call was abruptly disconnected. Panic surged within her. Could it be that Mr. Ye was upset with her? She distinctly remembered her earlier cold demeanor. With this thought, she quickly sent a text. "I apologize, Mr. Ye. I should not have doubted your judgment." Moments later, Ye Xuan replied with a text. "I was busy just now." Chen Shui sighed in relief and, with trembling fingers, typed, "Mr. Ye, Shinka Electronics has hit the ceiling." Ye Xuan replied, "Oh." Chen Shui was taken aback. "Isn't this the stock with a full investment of 3.5 million hitting the ceiling? Why so unperturbed?" Chapter 19, The Folk Stock God? Due to a 0.5 decline post-purchase, your total profit amounts to 950,000, which is 332,500. As she typed out this figure, Chen Shui's heart raced. Earning 332,500 in just 35 minutes. What does that even mean? If it were her, she would be over the moon. Ye Xuan responded, "Not bad." Chen Shui was momentarily at a loss for words. But then she reconsidered. For a scion of a wealthy family, 30-some thousand was indeed not a substantial sum. And she felt a sense of relief. After calming her nerves, she inquired, "Should we sell immediately after the market opens tomorrow?" Stocks operate under a one-day rule. To sell stocks purchased on the same day, one must wait until the next day. The stock market is like a battlefield. What appears bullish today may turn bearish tomorrow due to unforeseen bad news. Exiting promptly to secure profits is the wisest strategy. Greed is the greatest enemy in trading. Ye Xuan replied, "Just follow my instructions. No need to concern yourself with anything else." After concluding the report, the beautiful manager fell into contemplation. Earlier, she had considered 2 possibilities. Now, the novice theory had been debunked by reality. Could it be that Ye Xuan was indeed the legendary folk stock god? An 18-year-old stock genius seemed too implausible. Or perhaps he was simply fortunate to stumble upon a windfall. No, that couldn't be. His composure and confidence suggested he had anticipated this outcome all along. Chen Shui shook her head. Let's see what tomorrow brings. If he makes a misjudgment, it will just be attributed to luck. With great anticipation, Chen Shui awaited the arrival of the next day. As the market opened in the morning, Shinka Electronics experienced another surge, reaching its price ceiling in a mere 5 minutes. To Chen Shui's astonishment, Ye Xuan still had not issued a sell order. With a sense of trepidation, she awaited the third day. Upon market opening, the stock price of Shinka Electronics showed signs of slowing its upward momentum. Chen Shui immediately relayed this information to Ye Xuan and suggested, "I believe now is the optimal time to liquidate." Seconds later, Ye Xuan sent a text, "Hold on a moment." Though Chen Shui felt resigned, she had no choice but to wait. At 2:30 p.m., the stock's price began to rise slightly once more. At this point, Ye Xuan sent a text, "Sell everything." Chen Shui's spirits lifted, and she quickly took action. Once trading concluded, she calculated the profits from this transaction. Total capital, 3.5 million. Cumulative increase, 241. After deducting leveraged interest, commissions, and stamp duty, the total profit amounted to 836,500. Upon seeing this figure, Chen Shui's breath quickened. As an investment manager at a securities firm, her monthly income was stable at over 20,000. In a city where the average salary was 1,500, a monthly salary of 20,000 was indeed considered high. Yet compared to Ye Xuan's pace of earning, her 20,000 seemed almost laughable. If she had waited a little longer before selling, her profits could have been even higher. In light of this, one could argue that Mr. Ye was rather conservative. Chen Shui mused to herself when, suddenly, she noticed Shinka Electronics' stock price beginning to decline. In just 5 minutes, it dropped 5 from its peak, followed by a period of sideways movement. "Oh my goodness!" Chen Shui gasped, her eyes wide and lips slightly parted. Just moments ago, she had thought Ye Xuan overly cautious. Now she realized that this was not caution, but an extraordinarily precise prediction. Buying at the lowest point and selling at the highest. This strategy was nothing short of miraculous. Could he truly be a stock god? Chen Shui had heard industry leaders mention that some individuals possess an innate talent for stock trading. Such individuals can predict market trends through subtle signs. just like news broadcast. While the average person watches to stay informed about major events domestically and internationally, those industry leaders analyze these events to forecast future market movements and make early investments. It was no wonder he appeared so mature and self-assured. Chen Shui's eyes sparkled as she picked up her phone to report the results to Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan replied, "All right, I understand. I will contact you once I have selected the next stock." True to form, Mr. Yi remained unfazed by a profit of 836,500. In Class 5 of Senior 3, it was just after class. After sending the text, Ye Xuan could no longer contain his excitement and pumped his fist. A net gain of 836,500 in just 3 days. Even at the peak of his previous life, he had never achieved such results. Adding the reserved 350,000 as collateral, his total assets had surpassed 1 million, and it had only been 5 days since his rebirth. "Who are you chatting with that has you so animated?" Hong Liteo leaned in closer. As Ye Xuan locked his screen, he glanced at him and replied, "You wouldn't know them. Then introduce me, and I'll get to know them. If you don't know them, what use is the introduction? Just let me borrow your phone. I want to play Snake for a bit." Hong Liteo reached for the phone. Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow and swiftly blocked him. "Liteo, are you hiding something from me?" Hong Liteo's gaze darted away. "What could I possibly hide from you?" "Oh," Ye Xuan scoffed. Hong Liteo's expression grew increasingly awkward. At that moment, a dry cough echoed from the front. Ye Xuan lifted his gaze and saw Wang Qian rising to exit the classroom. Observing his best friend's feigned composure, Ye Xuan muttered to himself, "This fellow must be hiding something from me." Beside the playground, Wang Qian was seated under a tree, engrossed in her book. Just then, Hong Liteo approached from behind, crouching down to tie his shoelaces. Wang Qian turned a page in her book and asked, "Have you found out who he is in contact with?" Hong Liteo scanned the surroundings warily. "Not yet," he replied. Wang Qian frowned slightly. "It has been 2 days already. Can't you manage this minor task? What can I do if he doesn't speak? Do you still want them to reconcile?" "Of course. But no buts. For the sake of your brother's happiness, you must go all out." Hong Liteo straightened up, feigning a step forward, then crouched again to tie the other shoelace. "What if Ye Xuan really no longer likes Xiaonanji?" Wang Qian turned another page. "Do you think that's possible? Ye Xuan has liked Xiaonanji for 3 years. He just can't accept her rejection." Hong Liteo's eyes flickered. "That makes sense." Wang Qian adjusted her glasses. "If another girl takes advantage of this situation, they will truly be finished, and it will become a lifelong regret for them. As Ye Xuan's best friend, can you bear to see that happen?" Hong Liteo was instantly fired up. "I know what to do." Wang Qian nodded imperceptibly, closed her book, and stood up to head toward the teaching building. A few seconds later, Hong Liteo pretended everything was normal and headed toward the restroom. In the corridor of the first floor of the teaching building, Ye Xuan, who had witnessed everything, felt dazed. What are these two fools up to? Why does it look like they're meeting like spies in wartime? There must be a conspiracy. Chapter 20. The future's sweetest star in entertainment. Have there been any results? No. Hong Liteo is too useless, Wang Qian replied in frustration. Qian, regardless of his shortcomings, he is still helping us. Please don't speak ill of him. He is indeed rather incompetent. He can't even handle this trivial matter. All right, I won't call him useless. Just wait a bit longer. He will inform us as soon as there is news. Xiaonanji nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Her relationship with Wang Qian mirrored that of Ye Xuan and Hong Liteo, as they were both classmates and best friends. In the past, when she attended school with Ye Xuan, Hong Liteo and Wang Qian would follow behind them after class. Over time, the two pairs formed strong friendships. Yesterday, Wang Qian had heard from Hong Liteo that Ye Xuan had bought a new phone and had been sending messages even during class. This piqued Xiaonanji's concern. He hasn't come to comfort me, buys a phone, and sends messages during class. After some inner turmoil, she asked Wang Qian to probe Hong Liteo for information. Who could he be in contact with? Xiaonanji wondered anxiously. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Ye Xuan, do you have any plans for the weekend? Not really. Why do you ask? How about going to the internet CAF to play Legend? I haven't played in a long time. Are you not afraid of your dad killing you? That's why I need you to help cover for me, Hong Liteo said as he packed his bag. Trying to ingratiate himself. His academic performance was poor, but Ye Xuan excelled. As long as Ye Xuan claimed he needed help revising, his parents would surely agree. Just as Ye Xuan was about to retort, a classmate named Sun Chao approached, winking and saying, Ye Xuan, someone is looking for you. Who is it? A beautiful girl you don't know. Hong Liteo's eyes lit up. How beautiful. Sun Chao glanced at Xiaonanji. On par with the school beauty. She probably isn't from our school. Hong Liteo was momentarily stunned, then suddenly gazed at Ye Xuan. Could the person Ye Xuan has been messaging these past few days be this beauty? Ye Xuan was also taken aback. A beauty on the same level as Xiaonanji? Could it be Du Bing? No, Du Bing is a celebrity. Sun Chao should know her. Chen Shui was also unlikely. She wouldn't acknowledge herself as a high school student. Besides, if she truly wanted to contact him, she could simply call. Amidst his confusion, Ye Xuan instructed Sun Chao to lead the way as they walked outside. Nanji. It seems a beautiful girl is looking for Ye Xuan, Wang Qian quietly remarked upon hearing the commotion. Xiaonanji naturally heard this. After a moment of contemplation, she gritted her teeth and stood up to head outside. Could she be the one messaging Ye Xuan? Wang Qian adjusted her glasses and followed suit. In the corridor, Sun Chao pointed toward a girl standing by the window, gazing into the distance. The girl stood around 165 centimeters tall, with her hair styled in high twin ponytails. Beneath her white short-sleeved shirt was a slender waist, and her knee-length black pleated skirt revealed long, elegant legs. The white knee-high socks covered most of her fair, reflective skin. And she wore a pair of black Mary Jane shoes. In 2004, such a style was considered quite trendy, coupled with her alluring figure. She attracted the gaze of many passing students. Ye Xuan stared at her silhouette for a moment. Upon confirming he did not recognize her, he decided to approach and greet her. Just then, the girl turned around, revealing a sweet face that brought both astonishment and a sense of familiarity to Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan? She asked, with her hands crossed behind her back, tilting her head. The boys, including Sun Chao and Hong Liteo, who were watching from a distance, felt an overwhelming sweetness wash over them. Xiao Nanji raised an eyebrow, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Among all the girls at their school, she had always been in a league of her own. Her pride was, to some extent, built upon this foundation. Yet, the appearance of this girl felt like a rival entering her territory, making the school beauty feel threatened. Ye Xuan nodded. Yes, and you are? My name is Lin Shitong. Do you remember me? With that, Lin Shitong smiled, revealing two shallow dimples. Lin Shitong, Ye Xuan repeated, increasingly feeling a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, he recalled something. In his previous life, a celebrity known as the sweetest star in entertainment was also named Lin Shitong. Looking at this girl, aside from her youthful innocence, she bore an uncanny resemblance to that star. Could this beauty before him be the future's sweetest star in entertainment? Don't remember? Lin Shitong pouted slightly, looking somewhat disappointed. Sun Chao, Hong Liteo, and the other boys felt their hearts melt. How could there be such a cute and sweet girl in the world? Xiao Nanji scoffed inwardly. What a charade. Ye Xuan shrugged. I'm sorry, I really don't remember the name. It's not the name, it's the face. Take a closer look at my face. Do you remember now? Lin Shitong leaned in closer, asking. A fragrant scent enveloped him. Xiao Nanji's pupils constricted, and she instinctively clenched her fist. What is this girl doing getting so close to Ye Xuan? Ye Xuan gazed at her sweet face, then shook his head. I truly don't recall. He couldn't exactly say, I know you. You will become a superstar in the future. What? Why are you like this? Lin Shitong pouted, clearly displeased. Qian, I really want to go over and give her a good beating, Xiao Nanji said, her face filled with murderous intent. Wang Qian adjusted her glasses. If I were a boy, I would certainly prefer gentle and sweet girls over a fierce one. Xiao Nanji felt momentarily stumped and retorted. Who cares if that guy likes her? I'm just irritated by that girl. Wang Qian smirked. Ah, an Aries. Xiao Nanji was taken aback. What is going on? Could it be that Ye Xuan bullied her, and she has come to confront him? This possibility was not out of the question. And Sun Chao and the other boys began to whisper among themselves. The situation here has drawn the attention of other students. Someone approached and asked, what's going on? Ye Xuan bullied this girl, and someone came to confront him. Is that so? It's quite obvious. Ye Xuan was taken aback. I say, beautiful lady, could you please tell me why you've come to find me? If this spreads, I might as well become Chen Shimi. Lin Shitong chuckled and replied, all right, listen closely. I am the girl you saved from the rainy night maniac a few nights ago. The corridor fell silent. Sun Chao, Hong Liteo, and the others all gaped in astonishment. Xiao Nanji and Wang Qian were equally stunned. Ye Xuan was also dumbfounded. The girl he saved turned out to be the future darling of the entertainment industry? No way. Chapter 21. Warriors of the class, follow me to conquer the playground. Did you not see what I looked like back then? Lin Shitong pouted and inquired. Confident in her appearance, any boy who had seen her, in theory, would not easily forget her. Yet Ye Xuan, to his dismay, had no impression of her at all. He rubbed his nose. It was pitch dark at the time. I truly couldn't see clearly. This time, she not only sought him out but had directly come to the school. Could it be related to his involvement in Ming Qing good deeds? Lin Shitong smiled brightly. In that case, I forgive you. Xiao Nanji silently scoffed. Who do you think you are? Why should Ye Xuan seek your forgiveness? How did you find your way here? Ye Xuan asked. I saw you on Ming Qing good deeds and inquired a bit before coming over, Lin Shitong replied, swaying her body with her high ponytails bouncing, captivating the nearby boys. This girl is so sweet and adorable. As expected, Ye Xuan's gaze flickered, just as he was about to say something further. A loud shout echoed from a distance. Not good. Wang, who was being bullied on the basketball court. The corridor erupted. Who dares to bully brother who? I can't stand for anyone bullying my brother who. Wang, who was also a student in class 5 of the senior year and had quite a good reputation. Sun Chao, Hong Liteo, and the others immediately rolled up their sleeves, ready to rush to the basketball court to help Wang Hu. At this moment, the messenger who came to report said, it's those athletes. Instantly, everyone froze in place, as if struck by a spell. If it were students from another class bullying Wang Hu, Sun Chao, and the others would dare to confront them. But those were athletes. Their physical prowess was on a whole different level, not to mention their experience. How could they compete? In the midst of this awkward atmosphere, Ye Xuan turned to walk outside. Hong Liteo's expression changed slightly. Ye Xuan, where are you going? Startled, Hong Liteo rushed over to stop him. Have you lost your mind? That's a group of athletes. Ye Xuan paused, turning back with a smile. All I know is that Wang Hu is my classmate, and we have a good relationship. The essence of humanity is the sum of all social relations. When faced with an issue, people naturally lean towards their own group, be it a nation, an ethnic group, or as small as a school or class. It is always the same. Wang Hu is my classmate and has been loyal to me in the past. That is enough for me to make my choice. Hong Liteo hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. I'll go with you. Ye Xuan nodded with a smile. And the two walked side by side toward the playground. Quite cool, indeed. No wonder he dares to face the rainy night maniac. Lin Shidong's eyes sparkled, and she followed suit. Nanji, you better stop him, Wang Qian said with a serious expression. Xiao Nanji sighed. If I could stop him, he wouldn't be Ye Xuan. She knew all too well how stubborn Ye Xuan was. If their relationship were still as it had been before, she might have tried. Now, however, well, Wang Qian sighed as well. Are we just going to watch him get beaten up? Those athletes are not to be trifled with. Xiao Nanji shook her head, surveying the scene before saying, Wang Hu has been our classmate for 2 years. He is being bullied now, and I certainly cannot stand by. With that, she turned to Wang Qian. Let us go help Wang Hu. Wang Qian adjusted her glasses, scanning the area before following Xiao Nanji toward the playground. Come on. If the girls dare to help Wang Hu, how can we men not do the same? Sun Xiao exclaimed as he charged after them. The other boys felt a surge of adrenaline and followed in Sun Xiao's wake. Not good. Wang Hu was being bullied by a group of athletes on the basketball court. And now Ye Xuan and the others have already gone over. A girl rushed into the classroom to summon help. All the other students turned to their class leader, Chen Ming. At such a moment, most students were inclined to see what the class leader would do. Class leader Chen wore a conflicted expression. As the class leader, he was supposed to stand up for his classmates' interests at such times. But were those athletes not a formidable bunch? If he went over, would he just end up getting beaten? At that moment, the girl said again, Nanji and Chanxian have also gone over. Chen Ming instantly ignited with determination. He slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and shouted, Warriors of Class 5, follow me to conquer the playground. With a whoosh, the remaining boys all stood up. I'll get a broom. What good is a broom? Get a mop. Yes, the mop is useful. Leave me a chair leg. Don't fight over it. There are bricks by the playground. A few minutes later, a large group of boys, armed with various makeshift weapons, surged out of Class 5. One of them even took the time to write victory in red on a white headband. The commotion quickly caught the attention of students from other classes. What is going on in Class 5? I heard they're going to fight with another class. Really? Is that true? Of course, look at the chair legs they brought. Which class are they going to fight? It seems to be those who play sports. In the blink of an eye, word spread. And soon students from other classes were rushing toward the basketball court. At this moment, on the basketball court beside the playground, Xuanming crossed his arms and looked down at Wang Hu. I'll ask you one last time. Are you leaving or not? He was a shot put specialist, towering at 192 centimeters and weighing 210 pounds. Standing before the 176 centimeters tall Wang Hu, he resembled a small mountain. Behind him stood 7 other athletic students, each one looking formidable. Though Wang Hu was scared, he still held his head high and replied, We got here first. Wang Hu, why not let it go? Yeah. Wang Hu, let us just go. Brother Hu, a wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. The classmates who had come to play basketball with Wang Hu were rather timid and began to persuade him. Just then, from a distance, Hong Liteo shouted, Wang Hu, don't be afraid. We're here to help you. Everyone turned their heads in unison and saw a group rushing toward them. A quick count revealed about 12 or 13. Hong Liteo, Ye Xuan. Upon seeing the 2 leading figures, Wang Hu was overjoyed. Xuanming and the others exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. Compared to them, these classmates seemed like delicate flowers in a greenhouse. What if they had the numbers? There were barely 20 of them. The advantage is mine. Chapter 22. True warriors dare to face the grim reality of life. Huzi, what is going on? Ye Xuan asked as he ran over. We claimed this spot first, and they want to drive us away. Wang Hu briefly explained the situation. I see. Ye Xuan nodded, turning to Xuanming, my friend. There's a sequence to everything. You arrived late. It's rather unreasonable to demand that those who came first leave. As he spoke, he suddenly recalled something. In his previous life, just before the college entrance examination, Xuanming had a motorcycle accident on his way to school, resulting in the loss of both legs. Once a promising candidate for the provincial team, he has now irrevocably squandered his bright future. Had he managed to avert this tragedy? Xuanming mockingly smirked. Unconvinced? Then let us have a match. Yes, a match. Do you dare? Despite their numbers, when it came to a real fight, they would not cower. Just then, a group of boys armed with makeshift weapons rushed in from the direction of the teaching building. Wang Hu, hold on, we're coming. Chen Ming called out, brandishing a mop head. Let us avenge Brother Hu. Charge. The boys from Class 5 shouted, gathering bricks from the playground edge. Behind them, a large crowd of unarmed boys and girls followed. A rough count revealed nearly 100 people. No matter how skilled they were, they would surely kneel before an enemy 10 times their number. Ye Xuan chuckled. Chen Ming had quite the charisma to rally so many. He then turned to Xuanming. So, do you still want to fight us? Wang Hu and the others also grinned, teasingly eyeing Xuanming and his companions. Brother Ming, perhaps we should retreat. Indeed. Brother Ming, they have far too many people. A wise man does not court danger. It's better to take a step back and gain a broader view of the sea. Persuaded by his brothers, Xue Ming, with a defiant posture, retorted. What a pathetic display. So what if they're numerous? Does that guarantee our defeat? Should we fear to fight? The other 7 felt a pang of shame. Xue Ming was indeed formidable, unflinching even in the face of adversity. What was that saying from the textbook? A true warrior dares to confront the harsh realities of life and face the blood that spills. Xue Ming was a true warrior after all. Isn't it just a competition? Speak up. Will it be a full court or half court? He continued. The others were left bewildered. Ye Xuan, Wang Hu, and the rest were equally confused. So when you said a match, you meant a game? Ye Xuan asked, a strange expression crossing his face. What else? Xue Ming shrugged. We're all students and alumni of the same school. Are we really going to fight over such trivial matters? That would only delight our foes. Exactly, Ye Xuan agreed. A game it is. Whoever wins claims the court. Are you brave enough? Whether it's 5 on 5 or 3 on 3, you can choose your players. The other 7 finally comprehended, wiping the sweat from their brows. Xue Ming was indeed clever. Wang Hu and the others exchanged glances. If it were a brawl, their numbers would give them an advantage. However, in a game, although Xue Ming and his crew were not professional basketball players, they had played enough to possess superior physicality. In contrast, they had little basketball experience and were drained by their studies. Wouldn't they be inviting punishment? Just as they hesitated, Ye Xuan spoke up. It's not impossible. But your wager is a bit skewed. What do you mean? Xue Ming asked, puzzled. Ye Xuan shrugged. Wang Hu and his crew got here first. The court is theirs by right. It wouldn't be fair to decide ownership through a match. Right, it's unfair. Why should we compete for a court that already belongs to us? Wang Hu and the others echoed. However, Ye Xuan shifted his tone, given how things have developed. If we don't settle this with a match, you won't be satisfied. So let us modify the wager. Huh? Wang Hu and the others were taken aback. Did Ye Xuan still want to play? Xue Ming was equally confused. How will we change it? That motorcycle of yours looks pretty cool. If you lose, let me ride it for a month. Are you game? Ye Xuan proposed. The motorcycle he referred to was the same one Xue Ming had been riding when he got into trouble. It was quite a prized possession, costing 500 Dragon Country coins back in 2004, even more than Ye Ximing's 90 model. Xue Ming was perplexed. You want to ride my motorcycle? The others shared his confusion. A 125 cubic centimeters bike wasn't exactly a flashy ride. Why use it as a wager? Lin Shitong, who had been watching, pulled out a notebook, jotting down ideas. Ye Xuan likes motorcycles. Perhaps we should consider gifting him one. Ye Xuan nodded. Exactly. Are you afraid to wager? Xue Ming scoffed. Who is afraid? So, do you want to play a full or half court? Let's South go with half court. 3 on 3, first to 3 points wins. How does that sound? Ye Xuan suggested. Fine. I'll give you half an hour to choose your players, Xue Ming replied, noting Ye Xuan's calm demeanor, worried he might recruit some ringers from outside the school. Limiting it to half an hour would likely prevent that. Ye Xuan gestured, signaling agreement. Ye Xuan, are you serious? We can't possibly win against them. Wang Hu and his companions rushed in, panic in their voices. Ye Xuan shot them a disdainful look. You're already conceding before the match even begins? You're being cowardly. In truth, he felt uncertain himself. Although he had consumed numerous basketball strategy books, he had never played in a real game and had no idea of his own abilities. Without this course of action, he couldn't think of any alternative to save Xue Ming. Should he puncture Xue Ming's tires daily? Use glue to block the air valve? Or stuff a plastic bag in the exhaust? That could work. Just then, the armed classmates rushed in. Brother Hu, we're here. Who is bullying Brother Hu? Step forward. They arrived with a booming presence. Upon seeing the makeshift weapons in their hands, Xue Ming and his friends quickly turned their heads away, silently praising Xue Ming's cleverness again. Ye Xuan chuckled. What is all this fuss? We're here to play a game, not to brawl. Huh? Not a fight? The crowd appeared somewhat disappointed. By the way, where is Chen Ming? Ye Xuan scanned the area, not spotting Chen Ming, who had been at the front. Someone remarked he went to the restroom. Hong Li Teo's expression shifted. Did that guy bail at the last minute? Not quite. He asked just. Someone began but trailed off. Just then, from the restroom direction, a figure burst forth. Don't worry, Xiaotong. I'm here to save you. Chen Ming shouted, charging in with a mop. What is that awful smell? What did he dip that mop in? The moment Chen Ming approached, every student present covered their noses. The two beauties, Xiao Nanji and Lin Shitong, fanned their noses in disgust. Ye Xuan stood there, completely stunned. Chen Ming had actually dipped the mop in feces? If a fight broke out, who could withstand such a horror? Lu Bu reincarnated, indeed. Chapter 23. A legend of valor at Yizhong will surely be passed down. Xue Ming and the others turned pale. Dipping a mop in excrement? Who could do such a thing? If a fight broke out, even a glancing blow would be enough to disgust anyone. In an instant, the over 100 students present were struck silent by Chen Ming's audacity. In that moment, class leader Chen felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. What does it mean to be a single hero standing against 1,000? From today onward, a legend of his valor would surely circulate throughout Yizhong. What are you students doing? What is going on? Suddenly, a booming voice rang out from a distance. Oh no, Guo Jinxiu is here. Panic swept through the crowd. What now? Should we retreat? In all of Yizhong, who hadn't heard of Ye Xuan's formidable reputation. At the sound of his voice, many students froze in fear. As panic swept through the crowd, Ye Xuan rushed over, panting. Upon seeing the weapons in the hands of Class 5 students, his face turned ashen. What is going on? Planning a brawl? Are we? Have you all lost your minds? Which class are you from? Go fetch your homeroom teacher. The students exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Just moments ago, Chun Ming, who had been exuding an air of authority, now appeared utterly terrified, seeking refuge behind his classmates. Unfortunately, he clutched the legendary artifact of Elbu, which caused others to recoil, pinching their noses in disgust as he approached. Instantly, Chun Ming became the most conspicuous figure amidst the crowd. Are you Chun Ming, the class leader of Class 5? Ye Xuan scrutinized him, frowning. Panic surged within Chun Ming as he forced a smile. Yes, Director Qian, I am Chun Ming. Ye Xuan scoffed, as the class leader. You lead your classmates into a brawl. Are you seeking expulsion from school? Chun Ming's face twitched in anxiety. At that moment, Ye Xuan stepped forward. Director Qian, you've misunderstood. We were merely competing, not brawling. Ye Xuan had already noticed him. Seeing Ye Xuan take the initiative, he couldn't help but sneer. Is your class competing with mops and chair legs? In their previous encounters, this boy had always come out on the losing end. Ye Xuan chuckled. You see, Director Qian. The restroom was clogged, and Chun Ming went to fetch a mop to clear it. Chun Ming, quick-witted as ever, nodded vigorously. Yes. I was just going to clear the restroom. Look at this chair leg. It's split. If we don't repair it, we won't be able to sit. The boys from Class 5 echoed his sentiment. There are too many bricks around the playground. It's easy to twist an ankle while running. We were just cleaning up. Doing a good deed. Isn't that right, classmates? Ye Xuan's face turned a shade of green with anger. Clearing the restroom? Repairing chairs? Doing good deeds? Do you think I'm an idiot? However, upon arrival, he indeed found no evidence of a fight. If he pressed the issue, he could present no proof, leaving him in a frustrating predicament. Xiaonan rolled her eyes. This guy can spin a yarn. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. On the other side, Lin Shitong also found amusement, her large, sparkling eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. All right, everyone disperse. The college entrance examination is approaching. What competition are you talking about? Ye Xuan, exasperated, began to clear the area, unable to outsmart Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan grinned. But Director Qian, it's after school. Can't we just relax with a friendly competition? Ye Xuan glared. I said no means no. Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow, prepared to argue further. When a tall figure emerged from the crowd, count me in. Chu Ran. The onlooking girls erupted in excitement. Ye Xuan's expression shifted slightly. Chu Ran. Why are you joining in their antics? Chu Ran was widely recognized as the top student and heartthrob at the school, standing at 186 centimeters. With a delicate face and fair skin, he had many secret admirers among the female students. More importantly, he was the principal's nephew, prompting Ye Xuan's unease at his involvement. I want to play basketball, Chu Ran stated flatly. Ye Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. Just be careful. The college entrance examination is imminent. Don't get injured. With that, he turned and left the court. Yay. The students cheered as if they had won a victory. The girls gazed at Chu Ran with even brighter eyes. Ye Xuan chuckled. Great. Now we just need one more person. Wang Hu, are you in? Despite Chu Ran's current status as a school sensation, he would later become a legendary figure. This fellow was admitted to Shuimu University's Department of Electronic Information with the highest score in science from Mingqing. During his undergraduate years, he published 3 papers as the first author. After completing his PhD at MIT, he returned to teach at his alma mater, emerging as a rising star in the global electronic information field. In 2019, he was offered a high-paying position at Huawei, but tragically, the flight he took met with disaster. Notably, during his undergraduate years, he was a substitute player who helped Shuimu University secure the runner-up position in 2007. It was rumored that Chu Ran's initial dream was to become a professional basketball player, indicating his proficiency in the sport. Me? Wang, who was initially taken aback, then puffed out his chest. Absolutely. All right, we have our team set. What about you? Ye Xuan turned to Xuanming. Are we not just gathering a team? Xuanming scoffed, turning to select 2 others. Ding Chong, Zhou Hai. Let us join them for a game. Both were over 186 centimeters tall. In contrast, Ye Xuan's team comprised Wang, who at 176 centimeters, Chu Ran at 186 centimeters, and Ye Xuan at 183 centimeters. With their height advantage, stamina, and skills, they were bound to dominate. All right, Ding Chong and Zhou Hai stepped forward with bravado. As for Chu Ran, he was already a school idol, and Ye Xuan had recently appeared on television, both figures of admiration. They began picturing the scene of triumphing over these 2 school stars in front of a crowd of girls. With the team finalized, the other students voluntarily cleared the court. Chu Ran removed his school jacket, revealing the red jersey of the Xiangbei team, number 11. This action elicited a chorus of gasps from the girls. Ye Xuan couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Despite the mundane nature of their daily lives, it was undeniable that the anime they produced significantly influenced many young people in Longhua. Let us warm up first to avoid injuries. With that, Ye Xuan began to stretch his wrists and ankles. Simultaneously, he opened his system backpack, selected a lucky aura, and clicked to use it. Beep. Lucky aura successfully activated. Countdown. 459. May the lucky aura be generous and bestow upon me favorable rewards. With so many girls watching, losing would be utterly embarrassing. Determined, Ye Xuan resolved to go all out. After taking several deep breaths, he set the lottery draw to 100. Silently praying to the heavens, he clicked to draw. In the next moment, the results unfolded. Computer Experience Book X1. Basketball Experience Book X1. Stamina Capsule X1. Charisma Capsule X1. Campus Network Source Code X1. Basketball Experience Book Purchase Permission X1. Time Reversal Capsule X1 Chapter 24. The existence of zero level. It seemed he had drawn something extraordinary. Ye Xuan blinked, quickly diving into his system backpack to examine the prizes. The items were neatly categorized. 36 experience books across 6 subjects, 28 basketball skill books, and 22 computer experience books. Stamina capsules, X5 charisma capsules, X3 brain power capsules, X2 time reversal capsule, X1 campus network source code, X1 basketball experience book purchase permission, X1 physics experience book purchase permission, X1 computer experience book. Skill type permanently enhances computer skills upon use. This was indeed a valuable asset. People often say the 21st century is the age of biology, but Ye Xuan understood that, at least in the early 21st century, computers were the driving force behind global development. The tech giants of the future would almost all be tied to computing. Achieving a high level of computer proficiency could genuinely impact the world. Time reversal capsule. Special type allows time to revert to 30 minutes prior, stackable. It could actually reverse time? This item was astonishing. Ye Xuan was genuinely taken aback. Even in fantasy novels, time and space manipulation skills, items, or abilities were considered zero-level phenomena. The ability to influence the fabric of time and space touched upon the essence of the universe. To have drawn such an item was indeed a stroke of luck. Campus Network Source Code. Consumable type grants access to the source code of the campus network upon use. Ye Xuan's eyes lit up. The campus network presented a promising entrepreneurial opportunity. Renamed Ren.com. It once reached a market value of 600 billion Longwei yuan before fading from public view due to a failed transformation. If he had set this website on the right path during its formative stages, now would not be the time to ponder such matters. He should focus on the upcoming match first. Ye Xuan collected his thoughts and utilized all items except for the time reversal capsule. A torrent of complex information surged into his mind, solidifying muscle memory. His physical fitness, mental acuity, and charisma were all instantaneously enhanced. Host. Ye Xuan physical fitness, 86 mental acuity, 85 charisma, 84 causality points, 74-80 system shop, mathematics experience book, English experience book, physics experience book. Basketball experience book. Having utilized 50 basketball experience books, his physical fitness exceeded the average by 11 points. Surely, that should suffice for this match? After reviewing his attributes, Ye Xuan exited the system. Just like the experience books for the 6 subjects, the basketball experience book also cost 100 causality points each. He would first test his abilities on the court. If he struggled, he could always invest more resources later. Hey, you must be Ye Xuan's good friend, right? On the sidelines, Hong Liteo was tapped on the shoulder. His face turned crimson. Yes, what's up? Lin Shidong inquired curiously. Is he good at basketball? He's alright, I suppose. Alright? How alright is that? Just passable? As Ye Xuan's close friend, Hong Liteo was determined to support him. However, based on his understanding, Ye Xuan's basketball skills were rather mediocre. Even if he wanted to boast, he found it hard to do so. Lin Shidong tilted her head. So, does that mean he is unlikely to win? Hong Liteo chuckled awkwardly, offering no further comment. Meanwhile, Xian, do you think Ye Xuan can win? Xiaonaji asked with a worried expression. Wang Qian glanced at her with eyes that seemed to tremble. What else with that look? Xiaonaji asked. Wang Qian adjusted her glasses. Compared to me, you know Ye Xuan better, right? Xiaonaji felt that made sense, her expression sagging as she replied. Then I think he won't win. Having witnessed Ye Xuan play, she couldn't say his skills were merely lackluster. They were frankly quite pitiful. After all, he had never undergone professional training and rarely played. Wang Qian patted her on the shoulder. Then we just need to prepare ourselves for the possibility of him being thoroughly defeated. Xiaonaji found her reasoning quite sound. If she never believed Ye Xuan could win, then there was nothing to worry about. 5 minutes later, Xuemeng completed his warm-up. Shall we begin? Ye Xuan glanced at Chu Ran and Wang Hu. Xuemeng pondered for a moment. Let us play rock, paper, scissors. Best of 3. I'm good at this. Let me. Wang Hu eagerly stepped forward. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Sorry. Luck isn't on my side today. Wang Hu returned, embarrassed. Ye Xuan was exasperated. It hasn't even been 2 seconds, and you lost twice. Is that what you call being good at it? Wang Hu, do you have a misunderstanding of what good at means? Never mind, just focus on defense. Chu Ran came over and patted Wang Hu on the shoulder before taking up a defensive stance in front of Xuemeng. Chu Ran. Go Chu Ran. Go Chu Ran. A chorus of cheers erupted from the girls on the sidelines. Damn, this is so frustrating. Xuemeng's eyes narrowed as he exchanged glances with his teammates. Ding Chang and Zhou Hai immediately began to reposition themselves. Ye Xuan responded swiftly, catching up with Ding Chang. Meanwhile, Wang Hu, still reeling from his previous defeats, failed to mark Zhou Hai in time, allowing him to break free. Bang! Xuanming executed a one-handed bounce pass, smoothly received by Zhou Hai. Swish! Zhou Hai effortlessly made a layup without any defense, scoring 10. Beautiful. Haigu is amazing. Minga made a great pass. The athletes erupted in excitement. The trio of Xuanming celebrated with high fives, then cast derisive glances at Ye Xuan's team, clearly taunting them. What is going on, Tiger? Get it together. Hong Liteo and the others were anxious. Wang Hu appeared remorseful and ashamed. Don't dwell on it. Just focus on defense. Chu Ran reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Ye Xuan approached. Don't lose heart. The match has just begun. With their encouragement, Wang Hu regained his composure. The match resumed. Xuanming inbound the ball. After receiving it, Wang Hu promptly defended him. Xuanming dribbled with his right hand. Raising his left hand to the sky, brothers, let us finish this in 3 minutes. Got it. All right, Mingo. Chu Ran's eyes sharpened as he spread his arms to block Xuanming. His defense was commendable, leaving little room for Xuanming to maneuver. With a cold smirk, Xuanming half-turned, lowered his center of gravity, and bulldozed Chu Ran under the basket. Seizing the moment when Chu Ran lost balance, Xuanming pivoted and launched a bank shot, the basketball swooshing through the net. 20. Fantastic. That was so cool. Ming Good is magnificent. Xuanming flexed his muscles at Chu Ran, then turned to celebrate with Ding Chang and Zhou Hai. Chu Ran's expression turned grave. It's over. We're about to be crushed. There is only one ball left. There is no way. The opponents are too strong. The surrounding spectators had lost faith in Ye Xuan's trio. Xiao Nanji covered her eyes, unable to watch any longer. At that moment, Ye Xuan approached Chu Ran. Patting his shoulder, let us switch defenses. Chu Ran raised an eyebrow, glancing at him. Ye Xuan nodded. I'm counting on you. Without further ado, Chu Ran turned to defend Ding Chang. Xuanming chuckled. You want to guard me? Ye Xuan smiled. Are you scared? Xuanming, flustered yet amused, retorted. I'll show you what absolute strength looks like. With that, he signaled Ding Chang, who understood and passed the ball to Xuanming. Upon receiving the ball, Xuanming lowered his center of gravity to charge at Ye Xuan. However, to his surprise, Ye Xuan remained steadfast, unmoving. Xuanming gasped in disbelief. What's going on? Ye Xuan held his ground? Could it be that Xuanming couldn't budge him? The onlookers began to murmur, sensing something was amiss. Chu Ran, who had maintained a stoic expression since entering the game, now displayed a hint of astonishment. He had personally felt Xuanming's formidable strength. Ye Xuan seemed no more robust than him, yet he could withstand Xuanming as post-up move? Was Xuanming not exerting his full power yet? With newfound confidence, Ye Xuan smiled inwardly. Absolute strength? Was that all there was? He felt that he only needed to exert 80% of his strength to hold his ground. With that thought, Ye Xuan remarked, Xuanming, what? Put in more effort. Xuanming felt insulted. Without hesitation, he summoned all his strength to push back. To his astonishment, Ye Xuan remained as immovable as a wall, no matter how hard Xuanming pushed. Look, Xuanming is blushing. He is really blushing. He must be giving it his all. Many students, sharing Chu Ran's earlier thoughts, believed that Xuanming hadn't even begun to exert his strength. But the situation had become utterly clear. Xuanming was indeed using all his might, and yet Ye Xuan stood resolute. This was a miraculous phenomenon. At that moment, Xuanming stroked his chin and speculated, could it be that Ye Xuan is standing his ground, causing Xuanming to feel uncomfortable and unable to exert his full strength? Oh, hiss. The other boys were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting dramatically. Qian, does standing firm hold any special meaning? Xiaonanji inquired, perplexed. Wang Qian adjusted her glasses. Try substituting firm with the character for man and see if that helps you understand. Xiaonanji's mouth fell open in surprise, her cheeks flushing a bright red. At this moment, realizing he could not push past Ye Xuan, Xuanming prepared to maneuver around him. After dribbling twice, Xuanming executed a sudden pivot. Ideally, after his turn, Ye Xuan should have been flung to his right side. However, upon completing his turn, he discovered that Ye Xuan had inexplicably appeared on his left side. In that brief moment of confusion, Ye Xuan intercepted the ball, pulled it beyond the three-point line, and executed a jump shot. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless. The basketball arced beautifully through the air before swishing through the net. 2, 1. What just happened? Ye Xuan's speed was astonishing. That shot was exquisite. Gasps of awe erupted from the crowd. Within, Chu Ran was engulfed by tumultuous waves of surprise. He had anticipated Xuanming's turn. Swiftly repositioned to intercept the ball, Ye Xuan was formidable. While everyone was still in shock, Ye Xuan picked up the ball and dashed toward the sideline. Chu Ran's expression shifted as he maneuvered into an open space before Ding Chang could close in. With precision, the basketball landed in his hands. At that moment, Ding Chang had already approached from behind. Just as Chu Ran intended to pivot past Ding Chang, Ye Xuan rushed over and snatched the basketball right from his grip. After 2 more dribbles, Ye Xuan surged toward the unguarded hoop, leaping high as he extended his arm backward and forcefully slammed the ball into the basket. The resounding thud reverberated through the gym. The previously boisterous arena fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's mouths formed into perfect O shapes. It wasn't until Ye Xuan landed that the crowd finally reacted. What did I just witness? Ye Xuan can dunk. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. It was 2004. And the physical prowess of teenagers was not as advanced as in later years. Without targeted training, a height of 183 centimeters would make dunking nearly impossible. At least in the first high school, only 2 athletes who practiced high jump could accomplish such a feat now. Ye Xuan had managed to dunk in a real game. The magnitude of this shock was indescribable. Qian, did you see that? Ye Xuan can dunk. How cool. Xiaonanji excitedly grabbed Wang Qian's arm, bouncing with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Lin Shitong scrutinized Hong Liteo. Are you truly Ye Xuan's good friend? Still reeling from the shock, Hong Liteo couldn't respond immediately. You call that a casual acquaintance? Lin Shitong now harbored serious doubts about Hong Liteo's intentions, suspecting jealousy of Ye Xuan, hence his disparagement. Hong Liteo was at a loss for words. Ye Xuan himself was astonished. He merely wished to test whether his 86-point stamina allowed him to dunk. To his surprise, he achieved it effortlessly. In his previous life, he could barely touch the rim. Though thrilled inside, he maintained a nonchalant demeanor, clapping his hands. It's 2-2, and there's one final ball to play, so let's stay steady. Wang Hu approached and playfully punched him on the chest. Ye Xuan, you've been hiding your talents well. Had I known you were this skilled, I wouldn't have worried at all. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Ye Xuan smiled, tossing the ball to Wang Hu, who eagerly ran to the sideline to prepare for the inbound. Regaining his composure, Xueming approached Ye Xuan with a grim expression. I underestimated you before. This time, I will ensure you don't score. Although Ye Xuan had scored twice, including a breathtaking dunk, upon reflection, it was evident that both scores occurred without any defense. He was determined to prevent Ye Xuan from scoring this time. We'll see about that. Ye Xuan shrugged, darting into an open space to receive Wang Hu's pass. As he turned, Xueming extended his arms wide, blocking his path. Come on, let's see how you get past me. Standing at 192 centimeters. Xueming's outstretched arms resembled a wall, sealing off all of Ye Xuan's offensive options. Meanwhile, Ding Chang and Zhou Hai intensified their defensive efforts, tightly marking Chu Ran and Wang Hu, denying them any opportunity to receive the ball. Go for it, Minggu. Lock him down. The other athletes on the sideline shouted, their enthusiasm overpowering the crowd of over 100. Just then, Lin Shitong cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted with all her might. Go, Ye Xuan. Wow, that girl is stunning. Is she from our school? I don't know. I've never seen her before. What is her relationship with Ye Xuan? At this moment, some classmates finally noticed Lin Shitong's presence and were instantly captivated. This included class leader Chun. Xiaonanji began to fidget. After a second of hesitation, she too shouted, Ye Xuan, you must win. After exclaiming, she turned and met Lin Shitong's somewhat surprised gaze. The renowned beauty of the school huffed, defiantly raising her chin. Lin Shitong seemed to grasp the implication and met her gaze unflinchingly. Their eyes locked, a silent spark igniting between them. Among the crowd, Chen Ming glanced around, murmuring, I can't believe there is a girl who can rival Xiao Daxua. Which one should I choose? What a dilemma. The sound of dribbling drew the students' attention back to the court. Facing Xueming's staunch defense, Ye Xuan began to execute a crossover dribble. Just a minor trick. Xueming scoffed, his focus razor-sharp, anticipating Ye Xuan's next move. Thud, 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 thud. Ye Xuan's dribbling speed suddenly surged. At the moment when Xueming's concentration peaked, Ye Xuan feigned 2 sudden changes in direction. Wow, Ye Xuan has left Xueming in the dust. Incredible! Gasps of amazement erupted from the sidelines. On the court, having momentarily outmaneuvered Xueming, Ye Xuan charged toward the basket. Just 2 steps past the free throw line, Ye Xuan leaped, suspended in midair, his body elongated gracefully. With a powerful axe-handle dunk, a resounding crash echoed. The basketball was once again slammed into the net. The entire arena fell silent. Chapter 26. I have a very effective training method, my goodness. What a dunk. That was explosive. An axe-handle dunk. This is truly an axe-handle dunk. Incredible. Ye Xuan is phenomenal. I can hardly believe my eyes. Everyone was taken aback by Ye Xuan's dunk. Although his jumping height and execution were not quite on par with professional players, it was still an axe-handle dunk in an actual game. Utterly stunning. Amidst the cacophony of astonishment, Ye Xuan turned and approached Xueming, extending his right hand. Xueming hesitated briefly before grasping his hand and rising to his feet. If at first he had underestimated Ye Xuan, he was now thoroughly convinced. Heart and soul. The car keys are in my bag. I'll fetch them for you. All right. When Xueming handed the keys to Ye Xuan, a system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully altering the course of your life and receiving a reward of causal points. Has it been completed? Ye Xuan found it hard to believe his ears. Merely taking his car keys could change his fate? It seems the system also possesses the ability to predict the trajectory of one's life. Xiaonanji gazed at the spirited youth on the court, her heart fluttering. Suddenly, she pondered aloud. Qian, do you think Ye Xuan looks more handsome than before? Wang Qian adjusted her glasses. Have you ever heard the saying? What saying? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Xiaonanji's cheeks flushed as she retorted. What nonsense. I'm speaking the truth. Take a closer look. Perhaps he does seem a bit more handsome. After observing Ye Xuan for a moment, Wang Qian began to feel uncertain as well. Ye Xuan had that quintessential sunny boy charm, handsome yet approachable, making it easy for girls to take a liking to him. However, one cannot deny his charm, though it pales in comparison to Chu Ran's allure, as he resembles more of a supporting character. Yet now, standing beside Chu Ran, Ye Xuan evokes an impression of equal handsomeness in Wang Qian's eyes. Has her aesthetic sense diminished? Unbeknownst to Wang Qian, the other girls share this sentiment. Initially, over 90% of the girls were captivated by Chu Ran. Now, at least half are drawn to Ye Xuan. Years later, the girls of this school will surely reminisce about the youth who dunked beneath the setting sun, Lin Shidong thought as she surveyed the scene. She then glanced at Ye Xuan on the court, her smile revealing 2 dimples. So it turns out girls are fond of boys who play basketball. Upon noticing Xiaonanji and Lin Shidong fixated on Ye Xuan, Shenming clenched his fists. A fierce girl fears a persistent suitor. From tomorrow on, I shall commence my basketball training. In the arena, Ye Xuan first exchanged a high five with Wang Hu, then approached Chu Ran and extended his right hand. You are quite impressive. How did you train? Chu Ran silently returned the gesture and inquired. Ye Xuan pondered for a moment, then replied, I have a rather effective training regimen. What is it? 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day. Chu Ran's eyes brightened. Does this method truly work? Indeed, but it may have side effects. What side effects? Alongside gaining strength, one may also experience hair loss. Chu Ran paused, then looked at Ye Xuan's full head of hair with a peculiar expression. I'm wearing a wig, Ye Xuan whispered conspiratorially in Chu Ran's ear. At that moment, Chu Ran's pupils seemed to erupt with seismic intensity. After a brief pause, he inhaled deeply and said, Thank you. I will adhere to this training method. Compared to gaining strength, going bald is hardly a concern. With that, he turned and walked away. Hey, are you serious? I was merely joking. Ye Xuan raised his hand but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Setting aside the matter of daily training, even 10 would be a challenge for most. Surely, Chu Ran would reconsider, right? Ye Xuan, you were incredibly handsome just now. At that moment, Lin Shidong bounced over, her admiration evident. Really? It was just okay. Ye Xuan replied with a calm smile, then leaned towards Hong Liteo and softly asked, Was I really that handsome? Hong Liteo nodded vigorously, more handsome than Sakuraji. Ye Xuan longed to strike a pose in delight. Are you thirsty? Let me treat you to a drink, Lin Shidong offered. Ye Xuan waved his hand. How could I impose? I'll have a cola. It's no trouble at all. Lin Shidong's mind briefly stalled. Once she collected herself, her beautiful eyes sparkled. You almost led me astray. She then retrieved a brown wallet from her backpack. The logo on the wallet made Ye Xuan raise an eyebrow. Even in 2004, let alone 2023, it was undoubtedly a luxury item. Lin Shitong, being of similar age, must come from a well-off family to possess such a fine wallet. Or so he thought. However, upon opening the wallet, Ye Xuan dismissed that notion. It contained a thick stack of $100 bills, estimated to exceed 10,000. Ye Xuan's allowance during high school was a mere 200 a month, yet Lin Shitong carried over 10,000 in cash. Hong Liteo. I'm not sure where your school store is. Could you help me buy something? I'll treat you to a cola, or whatever other drink you prefer. Lin Shidong pulled out a $20 bill, looking at Hong Liteo. No problem. Hong Liteo readily agreed. After all, running an errand for a drink was a sweet deal. Just as he reached for the change, a cool voice interrupted from behind. Liteo, as our guest, allow me to treat. Startled, Hong Liteo withdrew his hand and turned to see Xiaonanji approaching. Wang Qian, following closely, shot him a fierce glare, causing Hong Liteo to instinctively shrink back. Still going for ice cola? Xiaonanji stood before Ye Xuan, her expression impassive. This was the first time in 3 days she had spoken to him. Initially, she had hoped Ye Xuan would come to appease her, but Lin Shidong's arrival ignited a sense of threat within her. Particularly when she observed Lin Shidong laughing and conversing with Ye Xuan, the feeling intensified. After grappling with her emotions, she resolved to temporarily end the Cold War with Ye Xuan, planning to deal with Lin Shidong first. Ah, you still remember my fondness for ice cola? Ye Xuan mused, smiling as he nodded. Liteo, 2 bottles of ice cola, 2 bottles of cool, and 1 bottle. Here, Xiaonanji turned to Lin Shidong. What would you like, classmate? Lin Shidong raised an eyebrow, glancing at Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan, is she your girlfriend? The atmosphere fell silent. Hong Liteo and Wang Qian both turned to stare at Ye Xuan. Even Xiaonanji couldn't help but steal a glance at him from the corner of her eye. Ye Xuan chuckled softly. Not at all. We are merely classmates. At that moment, Xiaonanji felt her heart shatter. The boy who once attended to her every need, who would humor her even when she was unreasonable, had declared they were just ordinary classmates. Yet, in her heart, he was the closest person in her life. Save for her family. Chapter 27. A Taste of the Battlefield? Sensing Xiaonanji's sorrow, Wang Qian hurried over to grasp her hand. Hong Liteo's mouth hung open, and with a sigh, he averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. He once believed Ye Xuan and Xiaonanji would transition from schoolmates to soulmates, remaining together for a lifetime. Now, it appeared Ye Xuan had truly moved on from Xiaonanji, caught in the thickening tension. Lin Shidong interjected with a smile, then I shall not be considered an outsider, so it's still on me. She extended the change to Hong Liteo once more. Hong, I'll have a room temperature cola. For the rest, just follow this lovely lady's orders. Thank you. Xiaonanji tightened her grip on Wang Qian's hand. Hong Liteo. You surely don't wish for a dire outcome, do you? Wang Qian remarked expressionlessly. Hong Liteo felt as if he might weep. Why must you both target me? An innocent bystander? My life is at stake too. Ye Xuan glanced between Lin Shitong and Xiao Nanji, sensing that this scenario resembled a legendary battleground of emotions. Yet, it seemed illogical. Xiao Nanji had explicitly rejected his affections, and since he was apprehended, she had not reached out to him again. This clearly indicated her lack of romantic feelings. After Lin Shitong appeared, she rushed over to assert her claim. After he had stated they were merely classmates, she displayed a wounded demeanor. Was it possible she viewed herself as his possession? She neither desired him nor allowed others to? Xiao Nanji, this is absurd. Shaking his head to dispel these peculiar thoughts, Ye Xuan withdrew 50 yuan from his wallet. Allow me to treat. Hong Liteo felt as if a weight had been lifted. Accepting the money and dashing to the store. I didn't even get a chance to thank you for rescuing me before you treat me to another drink. Are you trying to keep me indebted to you? Lin Shitong tucked the cash away, feigning displeasure. Ye Xuan widened his eyes. But weren't you just trying to dismiss me with a single bottle of cola? Then what else? At least 2 bottles will do. Lin Shitong burst into laughter and then asked, Ye Xuan, do you have a phone? What is your number? Let me save it. Oh. And I'll add you as a friend. Coincidentally, I just bought a new phone a few days ago. The number is 138. Wow. Yours is 7 digits. Mine has 8. I applied a bit earlier. Do you often engage in conversations with others? Have you met many female online friends? Initially, I would add numerous strangers. But that changed over time. Why? Because they would all plead to be my girlfriend, and I lacked the ability to provide them with a complete life. So I had to delete them. Ah, Ye Xuan, you are so narcissistic. Observing the banter between the two, Xiao Nanji felt even more despondent. Nanji, shall we leave? Wang Qian suggested softly. Such a scene was too cruel for Xiao Nanji. The prominent school beauty shook her head, her expression resolute. Wang Qian sighed, choosing not to persuade her further. After distributing drinks to everyone, he delightedly took a sip. There is nothing more delightful than enjoying an ice-cold cola after exercising. It would be even more delicious paired with fried chicken, Lin Shitong added. Hong Liteo nodded eagerly. You're right. I'm already salivating. Then I'll treat you all to KFC, Lin Shitong proposed. Before Hong Liteo could respond, Ye Xuan chuckled. Next time, my mother has probably already prepared dinner. His primary focus now is to earn money, and everything else could wait. Thus, he planned to visit the mall to purchase a laptop and write the source code for the campus network before the college entrance examination. The family computer was too outdated. Should it fail midway, he would be left in despair. Well, next time then. Lin Shitong felt somewhat dejected after being rejected on her first invitation to dinner. In contrast, Xiao Nanji inexplicably felt a sense of uplift. Ye Xuan, you do care about me, don't you? As Ye Xuan took Hong Liteo away, Wang Qian said, Nanji, let us go too. Xiao Nanji shook her head, turning to Lin Shitong. Will you come looking for Ye Xuan again? Of course, I find him quite interesting. Lin Shitong unabashedly expressed her admiration for Ye Xuan. Xiao Nanji's brows furrowed slightly. I hope you want to seek him out. Lin Shitong was taken aback. Why not? You're not his girlfriend. Xiao Nanji felt struck. At that moment, Wang Qian interjected. Nanji recently rejected Ye Xuan's confession. Is that so? Lin Shitong was astonished. If you don't like him, why would you stop me from seeing him? Lin Shitong was puzzled. Xiao Nanji huffed. That's none of your business. But he took my first kiss. Lin Shitong said, a hint of distress in her voice. Xiao Nanji and Wang Qian's mouths dropped open in disbelief. What did this woman just say? Ye Xuan took her first kiss? Impossible. Not only did he take my first kiss, but he also. At this point, Lin Shitong lowered her gaze to her own figure. Xiao Nanji's face turned pale with anger. That scoundrel Ye Xuan, what a lecher. How could he do such things with other girls? It's just artificial respiration and CPR. She made it sound like something from a film. Wang Qian, an outsider, deduced the truth and couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Nanji instantly felt invigorated. Yes, what she described was merely first aid. Ah, you guessed it, how boring. Lin Shitong didn't mind being exposed and instead smiled. In any case, I am very interested in Ye Xuan, and we will meet again soon. Bye. With that, she turned around, her arms crossed behind her, skipping joyfully toward the school gate. Lin Shitong, I will not let you succeed. Xiao Nanji clenched her fists, igniting her fighting spirit. Buzzing, Ye Xuan rode out of the school gate on Shui Meng's Honda 125, carrying Hong Liteo. Ye Xuan, what kind of bike is this? It looks so impressive. A black vehicle parked by the roadside caught Hong Liteo's attention. Ye Xuan glanced over. That's a Range Rover, worth over 2 million. How much? Hong Liteo's voice trembled. Ye Xuan smiled. Over 2 million, and you might not even find one available. Usually, you have to pay a premium to get one. The year 2004 was indeed the height of wealth for coal barons. As a favorite among them, the Range Rover was truly hard to come by. Hong Liteo smacked his lips. Over 2 million? My monthly allowance is only 150. I'll probably never drive such a nice car in my lifetime. Not necessarily. Ye Xuan chuckled. Let me teach you a trick, and I guarantee you'll be driving one in a month. Really? Hong Liteo perked up. Yes, listen closely. From now on, keep imagining yourself driving a Range Rover in your mind. And then when you sleep, you might just dream of driving a Range Rover. Ye Xuan. What? You idiot. Shortly after they left, Lin Shidong joyfully walked out of the school gate. Along the way, her fairy-like and striking figure captured the attention of many boys. Finally, a bold boy approached her to strike up a conversation. However, before he could reach Lin Shidong, a tall man wearing sunglasses intercepted him. Lin Shidong glanced over and waved. Okay, let us go. Yes, miss. The man in sunglasses turned and walked to the Range Rover, opening the rear right door. Just as Xiaonanji and Wang Qian rode out on their bicycles, they happened to witness Lin Shidong getting into the car. Chapter 28. Li Teo, I'll take you to find some excitement. Ye Xuan, can you ride a bit faster? Time waits for no one. Li Teo exclaimed. I understand, but... Li Teo looked at an elderly man on a bicycle passing them by, feeling utterly defeated. You're going way too slow. Ye Xuan cleared his throat. Li Teo, life is short, and we're not wearing helmets. It's better to be cautious. To put it bluntly, he's riding an accident-prone bike. It's understandable to have some psychological reservations. Besides, it's been years since I last rode a motorcycle. Just getting it to run is an achievement. Who cares about racing against bicycles? A few minutes later, Ye Xuan. Isn't this the wrong way to my house? Li Teo questioned in confusion. Ye Xuan chuckled. Tomorrow is the weekend. I'm taking you to find some excitement. Li Teo's face flushed. Ye Xuan, isn't that inappropriate? We're still students. Ye Xuan replied. What is inappropriate? We're both adults now. Some things are permissible, he. Li Teo showed signs of struggle, and after a moment, he awkwardly asked, is it safe there? Ye Xuan nodded. Don't worry. It's absolutely safe, and they even provide receipts. Li Teo had heard that such places could issue receipts, but he never expected it to be true. Are the girls there pretty? Li Teo's breath quickened. He secretly pulled out his wallet, confirming he had over 50 in pocket money. Then, with a determined expression, said, Then let us go. 10 minutes later. Ye Xuan, is this the place you brought me to? Li Teo looked at the gourmet electronics sign, utterly bewildered. Yes. Here you can shop without worrying about counterfeit goods, and they even provide receipts. It's safe and secure. Ye Xuan said matter-of-factly, then curiously asked, Didn't you think I was taking you somewhere else? Of course. Li Teo realized he had misspoken, his face turning as red as a monkey's backside. Oh, I see. Li Teo, your thoughts are quite dangerous. Ye Xuan said with a mischievous grin. Li Teo felt both embarrassed and angry. Don't change the subject. I'm asking you, what kind of excitement can we find here? Why can't we find excitement here? Ye Xuan replied. Are you calling me foolish? I've been here before. Don't worry. I guarantee you'll have excitement that you want to forget. Fine. If you really can help me find excitement here, I'll call you daddy. A few minutes later, in front of the counter, Ye Xuan pointed at a laptop and asked, Can I play Legend on this? Yes, sir. This is a mid to high-end model, featuring a Pentium 14 processor, 256 3 memory, and 30 hard drive. Powerful configuration that can provide you with a smooth gaming experience. The sales assistant's introduction unfolded like a timeline. Ye Xuan felt the weight of history within. Are there any discounts or gifts? Currently, the lowest price for this model is, but I can give you a set of keyboard protectors, a mouse, headphones, and even a laptop back. All right, swipe your card. Ye Xuan took out his bank card, swiped it, and entered the password. Until the machine spat out the receipt, Li Teo's mouth was still agape. He would have to save for 92 months to amass that much. Yet Ye Xuan purchased it without batting an eye. The most important thing is that it can play Legend, his favorite game. At that moment, Ye Xuan patted his shoulder. Li Teo? Li Teo, huh? I can play Legend without going to an internet CAF anymore. Isn't that exciting? Let me borrow it for a few days. You first tell me if it's exciting. Exciting? Then what should you call me? Just lend it to me for a few days. Li Teo, do you want to own your own laptop? Of course, I dream about it. But, here, Li Teo's expression darkened. His parents were once state-owned enterprise employees, but later lost their jobs during the layoff wave. His father, skilled, went to a private company. His mother worked in administration and has yet to find a job, currently relying on selling breakfast to supplement the family income. Their combined monthly income is less than $3,000. With such family conditions, the thought of buying a computer was beyond his imagination. Just 1 year. If you listen to me, just 1 year, I can help you buy a laptop with your own hands. Ye Xuan pressed on Li Teo's shoulder, his expression serious and solemn. Li Teo glanced at him. Are you dreaming again? Ye Xuan's lips twitched, half smiling. I'm serious. You just say whether you believe me. Li Teo stared into his eyes for a moment and nodded. I believe you. What should I do? Ye Xuan, the first step is to study hard and strive to get into a second-tier university. In fact, this kid Li Teo is not stupid. He just doesn't focus on studying. If he puts in the effort in the last half month, he still has a chance to get into a second-tier university. All right. I'll follow your lead. Li Teo was indeed greatly motivated by this and made up his mind. Then he changed the subject. Does Aunt Wang know about your computer purchase? Ye Xuan, of course not. Li Teo's mouth dropped open. Aren't you afraid Aunt Wang will kill you? Although Ye Xuan just received a bonus, it is not a small amount. If it were him, he would be calling for an ambulance right now. Don't worry, I have a way to handle it. Ye Xuan remained calm. What if you can't handle it? Remember to burn paper for me this day next year. What happened, Nenji? Mom, Ye Xuan Xiao Daxioa could no longer contain her grievances and burst into tears. This made Ye Xuan extremely anxious. What happened today? After much coaxing, she finally understood the situation. So, her daughter thought Ye Xuan was deliberately making her jealous, and was so happy about it a few days ago. Mom, do you think I lost Ye Xuan? Xiao Nanji asked with swollen eyes. No, he is just still mad at you. Ye Xuan gently stroked her hair, comforting her softly. But he called me an ordinary classmate in front of other girls. He must still want to make you jealous in this way. Really? Mom thinks so. Ye Xuan continued to stroke her daughter's hair. Previously, it was always Ye Xuan who made the effort. Your refusal last time might have really hurt him. Ye Xuan shook her head. Not necessarily. It depends on how you think. I definitely want to interact with him like before. Xiao Nanji said without hesitation. Ye Xuan pondered for a moment and smiled. Then you need to make a change. Take the initiative to greet him. Show concern for him. Huh? Xiao Nanji's surprised mouth opened wide. Isn't that chasing after him? Is my own mother really saying this? What else is there to do besides this, you little fool? Ye Xuan pinched her nose, half amused and half annoyed. She didn't want her precious daughter to chase after boys. But if she doesn't, how can Nanji participate in the college entrance examination while feeling this miserable every day? Choosing the lesser of two evils, everything can wait until after the exam. Xiao Nanji struggled for a moment, then clenched her fist. I know what to do now. In the past, her proud self would never have chased after Ye Xuan. But Lin Shitong's appearance made her feel a strong sense of threat. That girl was no less attractive than her, had a Range Rover to pick her up, and her family condition might be even better than hers. If she didn't make a change, she might lose Ye Xuan forever. And that, she absolutely could not accept. Chapter 29, The Black History of the First Sweet Girl Mingqing, Jinxiu Huading Community. Yes, Aunt Zhang. Wow, got a new motorcycle? No, this is my classmate's. He lent it to me for a few days. Good job. Xiaoyi, you have a good reputation at school. Look at you. I'm not just good. I'm exceptionally good. You little rascal, just like your mother. You sure know how to read people. What activity? A lottery, 10 you want to try. I just tried once. Wow, this bag is the prize? Good job, son. Your luck is remarkable. Wang Jiahui patted him on the shoulder. Ye Xuan chuckled. Winning a bag means I have good luck? Otherwise, what do you expect to win? Then I must show you something impressive. As he spoke, Ye Xuan unzipped the laptop bag. What? There is more inside? It's not a plush toy, is it? When Wang Jiahui saw what was inside the bag, she gasped. What did you win that is so shocking? Ye Jiming, who was reading on the sofa, walked over. When he saw what was in the bag, he instinctively rubbed his eyes. Is this a laptop? Yes, it is a laptop. Ye Xuan grinned, pulling out the laptop. The only grand prize I drew. How about that? Isn't my luck impressive? He didn't want to reveal the lottery and stock trading yet. With less than a month until the college entrance examination. If his parents found out he was trading stocks, they would definitely scold him. After all, to them, stock trading was no different from gambling. So he had to use a kind-hearted lie to cover this up for now. Not just impressive, it's simply miraculous. Wang Jiahui slapped his shoulder again. However, Yu Jiming felt the matter was not so simple. Ye Xuan, you didn't buy this, did you? These days, a laptop isn't cheap. Moreover, this is a brand name. Winning this with 10 yuan, the event organizers must be doing charity, right? Upon hearing this, Wang Jiahui also looked at her son with suspicion. Ye Xuan laughed. I wish I could buy it, but I need money. Don't you have money? Wang Jiahui asked. But that money is meant for you to manage, right? Let me transfer the money to your card now. As soon as Ye Xuan finished speaking, he logged into online banking and transferred the money to Wang Jiahui's card. After seeing the bank's notification that the money had been credited, Ye Jiming and his wife finally believed their son's words and praised him profusely. After dinner, Wang Jiahui hummed happily while washing the dishes. Her mood couldn't be better. Meanwhile, Ye Jiming had secretly moved the old computer into his own room and started playing Red Alert. Men remain boys at heart. Ye Xuan called out and then took the laptop into his bedroom. His parents were quite open-minded. They wouldn't interfere too much with his studies. He could play as much as he wanted. Last time on the mock exam, he made significant progress, which further enhanced his standing in the family. Therefore, Ye Jiming and his wife paid no mind to whether he would play on the computer in the bedroom. Ahem, as soon as he logged in. The nostalgic system prompt echoed. He clicked on the flickering speaker icon in the lower right corner of the desktop. The wishing well is eager to add you as a friend. Ye Xuan, I am Lin Shidong. Please accept my request quickly. Ye Xuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, Lin Shidong's nickname is so outlandish. He thought to himself that he must take several screenshots. This was the embarrassing history of the future sweetheart of the entertainment industry. With that thought, Ye Xuan clicked to add her as a friend. Soon, Lin Shitong sent a message. The fleeting years have disturbed someone's affections. Ye Xuan, your nickname is really cool. At that moment, Ye Xuan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, completely taken aback. The fleeting years have disturbed someone's affections? This was indeed the nickname he had used back then. I'm utterly speechless. Really? I think that nickname is quite cool too, he replied with a grin. He was destined to become a well-known magnate. He hoped Lin Shitong wouldn't be so idle as to save screenshots of his old nickname. Lin Shitong. Image, Lin Shitong. This is our first chat online. I must save this screenshot well. The screenshot, which displayed the fleeting years have disturbed someone's affections. Nearly caused Ye Xuan to choke. Lin Shidong, why are you taking screenshots when you're clearly just idling? Intentionally preserving my embarrassing history, are you? Fine. I'll take a screenshot too. Ye Xuan. Image. Come on, let us mutually embarrass each other. Lin Shidong. Hee, why did you change your nickname? Ye Xuan. Can we not use hee? Lin Shidong. Why not? Ye Xuan. It's nothing. I need to review. Let us chat later. With that, he exited. Remaining funds. 136,500. Money was still insufficient. He decided to utilize a stock market information card. As he muttered to himself, Ye Xuan opened his system backpack and used a stock market information card. From 11 a.m. on May 14th to 2 p.m. on May 15th, Weicheng Electric would experience a surge of 145. A 2-day increase of 145. Ye Xuan's eyes lit up as he took out his phone and texted Qin Shui. Next Monday morning, 130,000 reserved funds with a tenfold leverage. Be ready. After sending the message, he downloaded a software development tool and began coding for the campus network. Chapter 30. The School Bell's Heartfelt Dessert Monday. Early morning. He turned on the shower and started bathing. The warm water cascaded down from above, refreshing his weary body. He rubbed his face with both hands and swept his hair back. Then, staring at the few strands of hair in his hand, he fell into silence. Knock, knock, knock. At the door of Class 5, a senior named Sun Chao was waiting to enter when he heard the distant sound of dribbling basketballs drawing near. He turned to look and saw Chen Ming, adorned with a red headband and wristbands, wearing his school uniform over a red number 10 jersey from Xiangbei, approaching while dribbling. However, his skills were rather lacking. Each crossover step resembled a tortoise's crawl, which made Sun Chao chuckle. Class monitor, what are you doing? What do you think? Chen Ming shot him an exasperated glance. Also, class monitor was my old title. From now on, please call me athletic champion. Sun Chao suppressed his laughter. All right, athletic champion. Hurry and open the door. The key is in my backpack. You can get it yourself. As he spoke, Chen Ming turned around with the ball in his hands. Just then, Xiao Nanji and Wang Qian came around the corner. Chen Ming's eyes lit up, and he began dribbling again. Meanwhile, Sun Chao was preparing to retrieve the key, but reluctantly had to sway along with Chen Ming. The two resembled a comedic duet, instantly amusing Xiao Nanji and Wang Qian. Wait, did the goddess just smile at me? Chen Ming was suddenly fired up. Sun Chao, do you know what a backspin dribble is? Sun Chao asked, what are you trying to do? Watch closely. Chen Ming shouted, and at the moment his right hand touched the ball, he spun around abruptly. The warmth on his lips caused Sun Chao's pupils to erupt like a seismic event. In the next moment, thousands of wild horses galloped through his heart. Who on earth does a backspin dribble while standing still? What is the meaning of suddenly lunging into my arms? I preserved my first kiss for 18 years. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. Qian, my stomach hurts. Xiao Nanji and Wang Qian were in tears from laughter. By the end, both were doubled over on the ground, holding their stomachs. Chen Ming lamented. The most tragic thing in the world is when you try to show off but end up looking foolish. What's worse is that the girl you like sees you fail. However, Chen Ming was a man of steel will. After a brief moment of confusion, he wiped his mouth and said nonchalantly, Chao, I dedicate a song to you. Let us encourage each other. Sun Chao, with a vacant stare, asked what song. Chen Ming closed his eyes. He said this little pain in the rain means nothing. Dry your tears and don't be afraid, at least Chen Ming. What are you doing? Damn it. Good morning, Ye Xuan. Morning. What is Latao mumbling about? Studying English vocabulary. Last Friday's basketball game had significantly boosted Ye Xuan's popularity. Thus, as he and Hong Lutao entered the classroom, several classmates greeted him. Is that true? Lutao is studying so hard? The other students were somewhat incredulous. Ye Xuan chuckled. Is there any doubt? Lutao has been memorizing all the way here. This morning, when he rode his motorcycle to pick up Hong Lutao, the latter had been reciting English vocabulary the entire time. Ye Xuan knew he had made the right decision bringing Lutao to Guomei last Friday. After they sat down, Xiao Nanji approached with a paper bag. Ye Xuan, have you had breakfast yet? She smiled sweetly at him. The classroom fell silent. Some students' mouths dropped open in astonishment. The school bell had initiated a conversation with Ye Xuan and even inquired if he had eaten breakfast. Hadn't they just broken up? Ye Xuan was momentarily taken aback. I've eaten. Why? I made a cream bread. Keep it as a snack. As she spoke, Xiao Nanji pulled out a transparent plastic bag containing a piece of bread. The bread was stuffed and topped with a small white chocolate animal. Ye Xuan glanced out the window. Something didn't seem right. The sun was still rising in the east. Had the school bell come down with a fever today? Cough. Wang Qian cleared her throat, continuously signaling to Hong Lutao. Ye Xuan, look at this little mouse. It's simply exquisite, so lifelike and appetizing. Hong Lutao immediately chimed in, pointing at the white chocolate on the bread and giving it praise. That's a rabbit, Xiao Nanji said flatly. A rabbit. Which happens to be Ye Xuan's zodiac sign. Hong Lutao burst out laughing. Ye Xuan couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Xiao Nanji's face turned crimson. Ye Xuan, why are you laughing at me? It's my first time making something like this. And to reach this level is already quite impressive. Ye Xuan quickly waved his hands. I'm not laughing at you. I just thought of something joyful. What joyful thing? Secret. Ye Xuan smiled. accepting the heart-shaped dessert from the school belle, gently saying, "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, but the college entrance examination is approaching. You should focus on your studies." Just as he had told Ye Xuan, he would regard Xiao Nanji as a friend, in front of so many classmates. If he were to refuse her again, it would embarrass the school belle. This was not the attitude one should have towards a friend. Even if he didn't love her, he wouldn't cause her harm. Understood. Xiao Nanji pretended to be calm, nodding her head. After turning around, her beautiful face blossomed into a radiant smile. Ye Xuan had accepted her heartfelt dessert. She hadn't lost him. He remarked, "What is this slight pain in the wind and rain?" As he sang, Chen Ming's eyes became moist. Why, oh why, did the campus belle walk alongside Ye Xuan again? Could it be that Sun Chao's his true fate? Damn it, how could I even entertain such thoughts? A strong woman fears a clingy man. Xiao Nanji, I shall not give up on you. Chen Ming clenched his fists, his gaze resolutely regaining its determination. At 10:30, he began to invest fully in Ye Xuan electric stock, instructing to send him a text once completed. After the morning self-study session, Ye Xuan stepped outside the teaching building and called Chen Shui. Understood, Mr. Yi, she replied. In the investment manager's office, Chen Shui felt a surge of energy. Since receiving that text message last Friday night, she had been speculating on which stock Ye Xuan would choose. Ye Xuan Electric? It seemed there hadn't been any favorable news about the company lately. Chen Shui checked online and confirmed her judgment. Yet, she did not doubt Ye Xuan. After all, it had only been 2 days since she had been proven wrong. Soon, 10:30 arrived. Chen Shui hastily invested all 11.3 million into Ye Xuan Electric stock. Half an hour later, the stock, which had been stagnant, began to rise. Chen Shui immediately searched for the latest news on the company but found nothing. With no favorable news, the stock price suddenly surged. Was a large institution behind this? By the time of the afternoon close, Ye Xuan Electric stock price had increased by 8. The next day, after the market opened, the stock's rise began to slow. At 1:30 p.m., under Ye Xuan's guidance, Chen Shui began to liquidate her holdings. Shortly after she completed the liquidation, the stock price began to decline again. Not again. A tempest brewed within Chen Shui. Twice in a row, she had bought before a rise and sold before a fall. Even the legendary stock gods could not achieve such feats. Who exactly is Mr. Yi? What experiences shaped his keen insight? At this moment, the beautiful manager's curiosity about Ye Xuan reached its zenith. Chapter 31. Is this a confession? Mr. Yi, I must report that your recent transaction yielded a cumulative increase of 13, netting you a profit of 1,459,800. Honestly, I still find it hard to believe. You are truly remarkable. Upon reading Chen Shui's text, Ye Xuan couldn't help but pump his fist. In just 2 days, he had amassed a net profit of 14,598, bringing his total assets to 25,963,000. The dream of becoming a millionaire was no longer distant. Under the one stock system, shares bought on the same day cannot be sold. However, after selling on the same day, one can still make purchases. Therefore, there remained a possibility to enter the market before the afternoon close. On May 15th at 2:10 p.m., from May 19th at 10:30 a.m., Dingtai Industrial was set to experience a 172 drop. Ye Xuan was momentarily stunned. How could such information about a significant price drop be revealed? If it were in the American or Hong Kong stock markets, he could short sell. But this is the domestic market. I must be accessing it incorrectly. Ye Xuan stepped outside to wash his hands, silently praying to all the deities. He clicked on the stock market information again. On May 19th at 10 a.m. to May 21st at 2 p.m., Jinglan Wine Industry was expected to see a 217 drop. From afar, Hong Liteo, who was busy memorizing English words, asked, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Hong Liteo was utterly baffled. Ye Xuan, you must be insane. I'm not just insane. I also have a touch of mania. Want to test it? Ye Xuan chuckled. He had 3 stock market notifications left, and 2 of them indicated substantial drops. Who wouldn't be anxious? If only the system had a physical form, he would surely give it a couple of punches. Never mind, I'm above such trivialities. Hong Liteo laughed and retrieved a cola he had bought at noon. After a diligent study session, sipping on cola was a delightful indulgence. As he spoke, he twisted off the cap. Fizz. The cola splashed everywhere. Ye Xuan wiped his face, staring at the cola in his hand, lost in thought. Hong Liteo burst into laughter, then hurriedly grabbed some paper to help Ye Xuan clean up. Sorry, Ye Xuan, I didn't mean to, ha ha ha. Is this how you apologize to someone? It's not my fault I couldn't hold it in, haha. Where did you get this tissue? From the leftovers of the big roll I bought this morning. What are you doing? I'm very irritated right now. In the distance, Chen Ming was chuckling heartily. Just as Hong Liteo feared Ye Xuan would turn into a rage monster, Xiao Nanji approached with a wet wipe. Use this to clean up. Ye Xuan was taken aback, muttering a thank you as he reached for the wipe. Let me help you. Chen Ming, who had been enjoying Ye Xuan's embarrassment, suddenly felt uneasy. He turned to his deskmate and asked, "Where's the cola you bought at noon?" "It's right here, why?" "Let me borrow it for a moment." Chen Ming vigorously shook the cola before pointing the bottle at himself and twisting off the cap. Uffed. Ah, my eyes. My eyes. Chen Ming covered his eyes, stumbling toward Xiao Nanji. "Classmate Xiao, I can't take it anymore. Please help me wipe it." Xiao Nanji looked puzzled and exchanged a glance with Sun Chao. Sun Chao, bewildered, approached and awkwardly took a wet wipe from Xiao Nanji, then began to wipe Chen Ming's face with a confused expression. What am I doing? Why am I wiping Chen Ming's face? Stop this. Sun Chao screamed internally. Classmate Xiao, you're so kind to me. Chen Ming opened his eyes, only to meet Sun Chao's disdainful gaze. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. After a long pause, Sun Chao patted Chen Ming on the shoulder. Athletic star. Let me gift you a song. Chen Ming stared blankly. What song? Men should cry. It's not a crime. What? Your singing is atrocious. The other students erupted in laughter, and Ye Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Nanji gazed at him intently, a beautiful smile gracing her lips. The sunlight poured down behind her, casting a soft golden halo around her. Ye Xuan felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Because I like you, Xiao Nanji said softly. Chen Ming, who was in a heated argument with Sun Chao, stiffened and fell silent. Hong Liteo's mouth dropped open, unable to believe his ears. Ye Xuan doubted his own hearing. Because you like me? Like what? My face. The sudden surge of charm seemed to have overwhelmed the campus belle. After a long moment, Xiao Nanji set down the wet wipe. All right, it's all cleaned. If you still feel uncomfortable, go wash your face. Okay, Ye Xuan replied, collecting his thoughts and smiling. Thank you. You're welcome. Ye Xuan. Was Xiao Nanji just confessing her feelings for you? Hong Liteo asked excitedly. You're overthinking it. Ye Xuan replied, his tone calm, though his heart was anything but. This morning, the campus belle had brought him heart-shaped desserts. Coupled with her earlier act of wiping his face, her lingering gaze, and her confession of liking him felt as if she were pursuing him. Had he not retained his later memories, these gestures would have excited him for days on end. But this doesn't make sense. She clearly doesn't harbor such feelings for me. Could it be that she simply cannot bear to lose me as her admirer? Ye Xuan shook his head, banishing such thoughts from his mind. After all, once the college entrance examination was over, they would part ways. If this made her happy, so be it. His primary focus now is to accumulate wealth. A lottery is fundamentally a question of probability, but more importantly, it depends on luck. Since fortune has not favored me lately, I shall resort to a little assistance. Ye Xuan reflected on his past experiences, accessed his system inventory, and activated a lucky aura. Subsequently, he utilized the final stock market information he possessed. From 9:30 a.m. on May 16th to 2:30 p.m. on May 23rd. Mingzhong Steel is predicted to experience a surge of 423. Ye Xuan was astounded. In Chapter 32, Fragments of Light and Shadow in the First Life, Ye Xuan found himself with a capital of 2.59 million. With a leverage of 10 times, he could wield 25.9 million. If executed adeptly, he could reap a profit of 10.87 million. This is a fortune reminiscent of the cash flows of 2004. Even if he were to cease trading stocks, lose the system, and abandon entrepreneurship, simply investing this money in real estate could elevate him to a billionaire, perhaps even 100 billionaire. However, he found real estate investment lacking in sophistication. Ye Xuan smiled and shook his head, seizing the opportunity while the lucky aura was still active, and entered the lottery interface. The remaining causal value points were adjusted to allow for 200 draws. He clicked to draw. The results of the 200 draws were laid out before him. Ye Xuan dove into his system inventory to examine them one by one. 70 experience books for 6 subjects, 25 basketball experience books, 50 computer experience books, 22 guitar experience books, 10 stock market information pieces, 7 immersion auras, 4 physical capability capsules, 3 charm capsules, 3 brain power capsules, and 1 source code for a popular media player. He also acquired the purchasing rights for Chinese, biology, chemistry, and computer experience books. Was that a new item? Ye Xuan's eyes lit up as he prioritized his examination of the previously unseen object. Immersion Aura consumable after use. It generates an immersion aura centered around the user, extending 5 meters in radius. Within this area, learning immersion is enhanced by 100 for a duration of 8 hours. This item may seem rather trivial for me, yet it could be immensely beneficial to my classmates. If he sat at the center of the classroom, this aura would sufficiently encompass the entire room, potentially granting his peers an enhanced environment with 100 immersion, perhaps enabling them to score a few extra points in their upcoming examinations. Across the province, each additional point could displace hundreds, if not thousands, of candidates. If his actions led to some students being accepted into better universities, would that not alter the course of their lives? Source code for the media player consumable after use. It grants access to the source code of the media player. The media player, a favored tool among the homebound, is indeed a double-edged sword. Ye Xuan pondered for a moment, contemplating whether to pursue this project. In his previous life, the media player boasted over 300 million users, while the number of internet users in the nation barely exceeded 500 million. It would not be an exaggeration to label it a national software. However, the legal risks associated with it gave Ye Xuan pause. After a brief contemplation, he made a decision. What does this signify? Ye Xuan found himself perplexed. After a moment's thought, he proceeded to use the item. In a living room decorated in the style of the late 20th century, a girl in a school uniform, carrying a backpack, entered her home in a daze. Nanji, what is the matter? He Yu Rong approached quickly, her face etched with concern. Mom, my head hurts terribly. Xiao Nanji clutched her head, her expression one of pain. Suddenly, the scene flickered. Xiao Nanji sat in the backseat of a BMW 3 Series, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion pale, with traces of blood beneath her nose. In the driver's seat, Ye Xuan appeared anxious, repeatedly calling out, Nanji, hold on. Mommy is taking you to the hospital. In the next moment, the scene shifted again. Xiao Nanji lay in a magnetic resonance imaging machine, eyes still shut, undergoing examination. At this point, the image vanished. Xiao Nanji is ill. And quite severely at that? When did this transpire, and why do I possess no recollection of it? The first life corresponds to my previous existence. Thus, this event must have occurred during my past life. In the imagery, Xiao Nanji is in a school uniform, indicating she fell ill during her high school years. Ye Xuan forced himself to remain composed and began to analyze the situation. If Hong Litao was unaware, it stands to reason that Wang Qian might also be ignorant. Yet, given Xiao Nanji's character, she likely would not conceal such matters. Furthermore, from her high school graduation until the day of his rebirth, he had never heard of Xiao Nanji encountering significant health issues. Unable to draw any conclusions, Ye Xuan chose to set the matter aside for the time being. He then proceeded to activate the source code, experience books, capsules, and purchasing rights one by one. He consumed 226 experience books across 6 subjects, 75 basketball books, and 72 computer books, activating the purchasing rights for all except for the guitar experience book. However, the system lacked sufficient intelligence, failing to provide even an experience bar. Ye Xuan calculated silently and couldn't help but express his frustration. Without an experience bar, lacking a point of comparison, he had no way to gauge the level of his skills. Was the system expecting him to decipher the patterns himself? System, do not misinterpret. I truly have not made any new discoveries this time. With the experience of having been betrayed by the system previously, Ye Xuan hastily denied any assumptions. Host. Ye Xuan physical capability, 90 brain power, 88 charm, 87 causal value, 7480 with the causal value dipping below 10,000. He pondered when he might next receive a reward. After a sigh of resignation, Ye Xuan exited the system and sent a text message to Chen Shui. Reserve 2. 59 million as a guarantee, employ 10x leverage. And purchase all available shares of Mingyang Steel immediately. From the stock market information, it appeared that Mingyang Steel was set to rise as soon as the market opened tomorrow. If action was not taken early the next day, even if he managed to enter the market, the cost would be substantial. Had he chosen another stock? Chen Shui was taken aback upon receiving the message. However, she did not dare to question Ye Xuan's decision further. After acknowledging receipt, she commenced the operations. Given the considerable amount of funds involved, if she attempted to purchase the entire lot at once, it would likely cause significant fluctuations in the stock price. Thus, she did not complete Ye Xuan's instructions until just before the market closed in the afternoon. At that moment, Hong Litao inquired, Ye Xuan, how are things progressing with Lin Shidong? What do you mean? Ye Xuan put away his phone, puzzled. You two have been messaging daily. Progress should be swift, right? Hong Litao inquired indirectly. Ye Xuan chuckled. Which of your eyes saw me messaging her? Didn't you just send her a text? Ye Xuan squinted at him. Litao, are you trying to extract some information from me? Of course not. Hong Litao coughed lightly. I just need to use the restroom. As soon as he exited the classroom, Wang Qian followed closely behind. Ye Xuan silently calculated the time before making his way to the corridor window. As expected, he spotted the two meeting by the playground. Oh, Litao, you little traitor. He glanced down and noticed he had been sketching in his notebook, a creature with the upper body of a fish head and human legs, with a peculiar little figure between its legs. Hong Litao burst into laughter. Ye Xuan, what is that? It's hideous. After completing his final stroke, Ye Xuan blew on the paper and said, Litao, doesn't he look like a traitor? Hong Litao's expression stiffened, and he replied awkwardly, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Nothing sinister. I merely mean that being a traitor leads to a dire fate. With that, Ye Xuan tore off the little figure from the mermaid drawing. Hong Litao felt a chill run down his spine and quickly tightened his legs. Chapter 33, An Unexpected Result. Classmates, tomorrow we will have our second simulated examination. Is everyone prepared? At this announcement, the classroom erupted in a cacophony of lamentation. At that moment, Ye Xuan stood up and declared, Teacher, I request a seat change. The classroom fell silent. Zhang Guangming raised an eyebrow and asked why. Ye Xuan, with a face full of indignation, replied, Hong Litao claimed that my good performance on the last exam was due to copying his answers. I must clear my name. Hong Litao protested. What? Ye Xuan, how can you slander me like that? When did I ever say such a thing? The other students were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Ye Xuan had ranked 5th in the class, while Hong Litao had only managed 28th. What audacity did he have to accuse Ye Xuan of copying him? Zhang Guangming chuckled. Hong Litao, did you really say that? I did not. Ye Xuan is wrongfully accusing me. Hong Litao said, nearly in tears. Ye Xuan retorted, he did, he truly did. In any case, I want to change seats to prove myself. Zhang Guangming rubbed his temples and replied, you can change seats, but it must be with someone who is willing to swap. Ye Xuan responded, I have already spoken with Sun Chao, he is willing to switch. Yes, I'm willing to switch with Ye Xuan, Sun Chao. Sitting in the middle of the fourth row, stood up. Zhang Guangming gave him a nod and said, all right then, you two can change. With the college entrance examination approaching, classes had mostly become self-study sessions, so the seat change wouldn't affect anyone else. After giving some final instructions, he left the classroom. As soon as the teacher departed, Hong Liteo urgently exclaimed, Ye Xuan, why are you wrongfully accusing me? Ye Xuan scoffed, I want to converse with a traitor. Hong Liteo was momentarily taken aback and awkwardly said, Ye Xuan, have you misunderstood? Whether I misunderstood or not, you know in your heart. Ye Xuan gathered his belongings and headed towards Sun Chao's seat. As Sun Chao approached, burdened with a mountain of books, Hong Liteo expressed his discontent. How could you agree to switch seats with Ye Xuan? Sun Chao set down his books and replied with a smile. Ye Xuan promised to buy me a bottle of cola every day. Hong Liteo exclaimed, what? You can be bought off with just a bottle of cola each day? Is that all it takes for you? Sun Chao dreamily said, after a fulfilling and busy study session, having a sip of cola is a delightful treat. He then added with a look of disdain, Liteo, you're drooling. Huh? Oh. Hong Liteo quickly wiped his mouth. At that moment, Ye Xuan, a close friend of Chun Ming, approached. Liteo, the class monitor said Ye Xuan doesn't want you. He wants you. How about joining us? No. Hong Liteo firmly rejected. Ye Xuan was taken aback. Why not? Hong Liteo replied, Ye Xuan said that following Chen Ming means going hungry for 3 days out of 9. Sun Chao couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out. Ye Xuan struggled to keep a straight face and managed to suppress his laughter before turning to inform Chen Ming. Chen Ming was furious upon hearing this. What do you mean, going hungry for 3 days? Ye Xuan is too cunning. Chen Ming clenched his fists, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. After sending Ye Xuan away, Hong Liteo managed to connect with Wang Qian. Ye Xuan seems to have noticed me. He called me a traitor. You confessed? No. I tried to explain, but he wouldn't let me. Well, at least you're not entirely useless. Look at Nanji. She and Ye Xuan are almost reconciled. Perhaps you should let it be? No way. What if Ye Xuan is still involved with other women? As his closest friend, you wouldn't want him to be a two-timer, would you? That doesn't exactly make him a beast, does it? Just as Hong Liteo finished speaking, he noticed Wang Qian glaring at him. He quickly corrected himself. He is a beast, utterly beneath contempt. Satisfied, Wang Qian nodded. You shouldn't feel guilty about Ye Xuan. What you're doing is for him to be with Nanji sooner. That has always been his dream, has it? Hong Liteo felt invigorated once more. Time flew by, and soon it was Thursday morning. Students arrived at the classroom and gathered in small groups to chat. Sun Chao, the results are about to be released. Are you nervous? Hong Liteo asked, rubbing his hands anxiously. Nervous? It's just a mock exam. Look at your lack of ambition. Sun Chao retorted, grabbing a cola bottle and chugging. Hong Liteo scoffed. Sun Chao, what? You didn't open the bottle cap. Monitor. Do you think Ye Xuan can perform as well this time? I'm not sure how he'll do, but I know I'll definitely do better than last time. Chen Ming confidently stated, taking a bite of his meat sandwich. Monitor, you're impressive. Care to share how many points you expect to score? Hee. You'll find out soon enough. After the exam, Chen Ming checked his answers and estimated he would score around 660 points. His goal was to attend the same university as Xiao Nanji. With Ye Xuan's scores, that would certainly be unattainable. Just then, as Chen Ming envisioned a bright future, Xiao Nanji approached Ye Xuan, holding a sweet treat. At that moment, he felt the meat sandwich in his hand had lost its appeal. He wondered how Ye Xuan would perform this time. Although Ye Xuan had accepted the treats she had given him over the past few days. Zhang Guangming entered the room holding the score sheets. The results from yesterday's exam are out, and everyone has made significant progress since last time. As the teacher's voice faded, the students sighed in relief. Now, I will announce the top 10 scores. 10th place, Sun Chao, 602 points. 4th place, Wang Qian, 648 points. At this point, Xiao Nanji turned to glance worriedly at Ye Xuan. He had ranked 5th last time, but now his name was absent from the 4th and 10th positions. Could it be that he had performed poorly this time? Perhaps it was just a stroke of luck last time. Chen Ming suddenly felt a pang of regret. He had considered Ye Xuan his lifelong rival, yet now it seemed he wasn't worthy of such a title. 3rd place, Chen Ming, 662 points. Chen Ming believed he must have misheard. He was the top student in class 5, second only to Xiao Nanji. How could he only place 3rd? 2nd place, Xiao Nanji, 678 points. Xiao Nanji was also stunned. Since the division of arts and sciences, she had consistently been the top student in class 5. How could she have placed 2nd this time without any decline in her performance? At this point, the other students began to sense something amiss. The 2 students who had previously dominated the top spots had both dropped a rank. So, who could possibly be in 1st place? As all the students turned to look at Ye Xuan, Zhang Guangming continued. 1st place, Ye Xuan, 682 points. Chapter 34, The Protective Teacher. Zhang gasped. What? 1st place is Ye Xuan? Everyone was astonished by Ye Xuan's score. In the first mock exam, he had surged from outside the top 10 to 5th place. In less than 2 weeks, he had catapulted from 5th to 1st in the class, a remarkable improvement of 57 points. The speed of this rise was akin to that of a rocket. Zhang Guangming's emotions were equally tumultuous. Having been a teacher for so many years and having taught thousands of students, he had never encountered anyone like Ye Xuan, who could achieve such explosive improvement right before the college entrance examination. Could it be true, as the rumors in class suggested, that Ye Xuan had been concealing his true capabilities? This young man was indeed destined to become his lifelong rival. Ye Xuan was truly impressive. After a moment of shock, Xiaonaji's beautiful eyes sparkled with an indescribable brilliance. Just moments ago, she had worried that Ye Xuan wouldn't be able to attend the same university as her. Now, if he could maintain this score until the entrance exams, their chances of attending the same university had significantly increased. Have you heard? Ye Xuan from Class 5 has achieved the second highest score in the entire school. The same Ye Xuan who assisted the police in apprehending the rainy night maniac and dominated Xuanmeng on the basketball court? Is that true? The report card has been posted. How could it be false? Just last time he ranked 32nd in the school, didn't he? Do you know what his rank was the time before that? No idea. What was it? 81. From 81 to 32, and now to second place? Surely someone must have impersonated him. Come on. He himself claimed he had been concealing his true abilities. What is there to conceal? Exactly. Initially, no one believed it. But now I am compelled to believe it. If he surpasses Chu Ran in the third mock exam, it will be truly remarkable. That seems unlikely, doesn't it? Chu Ran scored 702 this time, a full 20 points higher than Ye Xuan. That's uncertain. Perhaps he is still hiding his strength? Soon, the news of Ye Xuan ranking second in the second mock exam spread across the other classes. Everyone was engaged in discussions, contemplating whether he would surpass Chu Ran in the upcoming mock exam. In Class 1, upon hearing this news, Chu Ran momentarily appeared taken aback. After a while, he suddenly burst into laughter. As the college entrance examinations approach, a worthy opponent has finally emerged at Yizhong. Mingcheng's finest high school is Xizhong. Given Chu Ran's middle school performance, he should have been admitted to Xizhong. However, he declined their offer, citing the distance from home. Over the 3 years at Yizhong, he has remained the top student. Even Xiaonaji, who consistently ranks second, is about 20 points behind him. This has left him with a sense of loneliness in his invincibility. Now, a new challenger has appeared. Classmates began speculating whether Ye Xuan would dethrone him from his position as the top student. This ignited his competitive spirit. Old Zhang, your class has produced a remarkable talent. Initially, among this cohort of students, only Chu Ran and Xiaonaji had the potential to challenge for the prestigious Shuyuan and Jingda. And now Ye Xuan has joined their ranks. Indeed, if Ye Xuan maintains this momentum until the college entrance examinations, his chances of being admitted to Shuyuan or Jingda are quite promising. Teacher Zhang, do you think Ye Xuan's score will see a significant increase in the next mock exam? Old Zhang picked up his teacup, relishing a sip, then sighed. I really don't know. This kid is too inscrutable. At that moment, Class 1's homeroom teacher, Lu Yi, interjected. It is certainly impossible. 680 points is the limit that most students can reach. Any further improvement would depend on innate talent. Zhang Guangming, displeased, retorted. Old Lu, are you afraid that Ye Xuan's advancement will surpass your Chu Ran? Ye Xuan is his student, and he must be modest when faced with inquiries from other teachers. However, if other teachers claim Ye Xuan is inadequate, he will certainly defend him. Impossible. Lu Yi decisively shook his head. Chu Ran is a genius. No one among Yizhong's students can surpass him. The other teachers all wore wry smiles. Lu Yi is generally quite agreeable, but he possesses a certain pride typical of intellectuals and often clashes with other teachers. Look, he is at it again with Teacher Zhang. Zhang Guangming narrowed his eyes. Teacher Lu, do not speak so definitively. Lu Yi adjusted his glasses and replied coolly. I am merely stating a fact. Why don't you two make a wager? This is a splendid idea. The other teachers, eager for excitement, began to stir. What shall we bet on? Zhang Guangming seemed intrigued. If Ye Xuan surpasses Chu Ran in the next mock exam, let Lu Yi treat everyone to a meal. Conversely, if he does not, Lu Yi shall treat us. I have no objections. Lu Yi was the first to agree. I have no objections either. Zhang Guangming nodded in agreement. He then mused to himself, Ye Xuan, whether I can keep a little more of my salary this month depends on you. At this moment, Ye Xuan, unaware that he had already borne the expectations of his teacher, activated the immersion aura. In the next instant, a surge of myriad thoughts flooded his mind. The previously somewhat noisy classroom swiftly fell silent. Moments later, all the students were engrossed in their studies. Dear students, I can only assist you up to this point. Ye Xuan exited the system, concealing his achievements and accolades. As the college entrance examinations approached, the passage of time seemed to accelerate. In the blink of an eye, it was already May 23rd. Good morning, Manager Chen. Manager Chen, have you not been resting well these past few days? You have dark circles under your eyes. Early in the morning, Chen Shui encountered her colleagues at the securities exchange, who greeted her. Yes, I have been slightly insomniac lately. It is not that I am troubled by anything. I am simply stimulated by the significant surge in Mingzhong steel stock. Over 5 trading days, it has risen by 40. This means that Ye Xuan's net profit exceeds 10 million. Merely half a month ago, his account held only 350,000. Who wouldn't he be exhilarated by such a rapid earning pace? Unfortunately, as a securities practitioner, she cannot trade stocks herself. Otherwise, she would have eagerly joined in on the buying spree. Upon entering her office, Chen Shui brewed herself a cup of coffee and then logged into the stock trading software. Once the market opened, she noticed that Mingzhong Steel's price increase had noticeably slowed. However, Ye Xuan had yet to issue any instructions for liquidation. An hour later, just as Chen Shui was becoming restless, Ye Xuan finally sent a text message, "Liquidate immediately." Chen Shui's expression shifted, and she began executing the orders. After the final transaction, she calculated the profits. The cumulative increase amounted to 413, deducting interest, commissions, and stamp duty, resulting in a net gain of 10,619,200. Upon seeing the final figure, her breath quickened. Chapter 35. The hope of the entire class, her total assets finally surpassed 10 million. Upon receiving the report message from Chen Shui, Ye Xuan could not help but pump his fist in triumph. In his previous life, he had only earned his first 10 million by the age of 30. In this life, on his 18 years, 3 months, and 22nd day, he possessed 21 million in cash. In 2004, an 18-year-old self-made millionaire. Such a feat is indeed rare worldwide, isn't it? After calming himself, Ye Xuan accessed the system backpack and utilized a stock market insight. From 2 p.m. on May 23rd to 2:35 p.m. on May 25th, Dongxiang commerce is expected to experience a surge of 54. 3 days, a 54 increase. System. You are being a bit stingy this time. Having experienced a 41 surge before, Ye Xuan was somewhat unimpressed by this modest increment. Fortunately, his available funds had increased, so a smaller rise could be tolerated. Manager Chun, what is the maximum leverage amount your company offers? After a moment's thought, Ye Xuan sent a text message to the attractive manager. Any brokerage firm cannot provide unlimited leverage to clients. Previously, he had limited funds and found it unnecessary to inquire about such matters. Now that his assets had surpassed 10 million, it was time to ask. Soon, Chen Shui replied, the limit for the Mingcheng branch is 50 million. If you wish to borrow more, I can submit a request to the higher-ups. Please reserve 10 million in my account and withdraw the rest as cash. After the market opens in the afternoon, use 5 million as a reserve, apply 10x leverage, and invest fully in Dongxiang commerce. Once completed, send me a message. Trading stocks is akin to real estate. To make a profit, one must find a buyer. The more capital one has, the greater the influence on stock prices. When the amount reaches a certain threshold, exiting becomes quite challenging. Currently, many enterprises in the stock market have valuations in the tens of billions, but their circulating market values are much lower. Thus, 50 million is an ideal figure. Certainly, if he engages in multi-line operations in the future or encounters a surge in stock prices of large enterprises, he will require more capital. Withdrawals from the securities trading account will only be credited the following day. Hence, at 10 a.m. on Thursday, Ye Xuan received a notification from the bank confirming the deposit. Your debit card account 7,891 received on May 24th an income, interbank online, of Longhua currency 00 yuan. With a balance of 58, Longhua Bank. By Friday at 2:30 p.m. Chen Shui sent a message. Mr. Yi, this transaction has accumulated a rise of 49. Net profit of 2,435,800. Ye Xuan replied, all right, I understand. I will leave 10 million in the account and withdraw the rest. Chen Shui responded, understood. Are there any transactions today? Ye Xuan said, no, just wait for my notification. With only half an hour left until the market closed. Even if he immediately used stock market information, there would be no time for operations. The noisy classroom suddenly fell silent as everyone looked eagerly at the teacher, awaiting the verdict. Prepare yourselves for next Monday, Zhang Guangming announced, and the classroom erupted in wails. To everyone's surprise, the teacher did not leave immediately but walked directly to Ye Xuan's side. Do not feel any psychological pressure, just perform normally. After patting Ye Xuan's shoulder, he turned and left the classroom. Ye Xuan blinked, momentarily confused by the teacher's actions. At that moment, Wang Qian adjusted her glasses and muttered, it seems the rumors are true. What rumors? Xiao Nanji inquired, puzzled. Nearby classmates perked up their ears. Wang Qian looked at Ye Xuan, the homeroom teacher of class 1 bet with teacher Zhang that if in the next mock exam, Ye Xuan's score does not surpass Chu Rance, teacher Zhang will treat him and the other subject teachers to a meal. Is that true? Teacher Zhang has lost his mind. How could Ye Xuan surpass the utterly abnormal Chu Ran? Other classmates expressed disbelief. Ye Xuan was also taken aback. He had overheard discussions among classmates about whether he would surpass Chu Ran in the next exam. But for teacher Zhang to entertain such thoughts seemed absurd. How old are you to still engage in such childish games? Wang Qian added. Teacher Zhang only made that bet because teacher Lu asserted that Ye Xuan could not compare to Chu Ran. The classroom fell silent. Over the past 2 years, everyone had witnessed how kind teacher Zhang was to them, so they could imagine the protective feelings he must have had. However, Ye Xuan's opponent was Chu Ran, the top student in the school for 3 consecutive years. The only student to score above 700 in the history of the first high school. It seemed that teacher Zhang would face embarrassment in front of other teachers. Just as the atmosphere in the classroom grew somber, Hong Liteo suddenly stood up. What are you all looking like that for? Do you not trust Ye Xuan? He has said that his true strength is in the water wood, and he can choose any university. Even Chu Ran wouldn't dare to say such things. After that, he looked at Ye Xuan expectantly. Ye Xuan felt like he was about to vomit blood. I was just boasting at the time. Why did you take me seriously? The key is that I don't have enough causal value to even cheat. Hong Liteo's foolishness had put him in a tight spot. The other classmates were astonished. Wait. Ye Xuan, does that mean you haven't showcased your full strength yet? This is promising. Ye Xuan, for teacher Zhang's sake, you must do your best. Yes, Ye Xuan. You absolutely cannot lose to Chu Ran. After a moment of silence, some classmates began to cheer him on. Even Chen Ming stood up. Ye Xuan. You are not only representing yourself, you represent our Class 5 and teacher Zhang. No matter what, you have to give it your all in this mock exam. In the face of class honor, personal grudges mean nothing. Moreover, he had no real grievances with Ye Xuan, just a bit of jealousy. What could Ye Xuan say as the hope of the entire class? He could only feign calmness and nod. Understood. I will do my best. He quickly started brainstorming ways not to let everyone down. His English scores were relatively poor. If he were to use all his remaining causal value to purchase English experience books, would he have a chance to surpass Chu Ran? Just as he was lost in thought, Hong Liteo trotted over. How about that? Did I just give you some face? Ye Xuan scoffed. I'm not talking to a fool. Realizing he was in the wrong, Hong Liteo hastily changed the subject. How about we go out for dinner tonight? My treat. Ye Xuan smiled. Are we having knife-cut noodles or ramen? Given Hong Liteo's financial situation, even if he treated him to noodles each time, Ye Xuan wouldn't mind. Hong Liteo chuckled. Noodles are boring. Let's go to a restaurant. You? Treating me to a restaurant? Ye Xuan touched his forehead. Puzzled. Are you feeling unwell? Hong Liteo, annoyed, swatted his hand away. I'm serious. Let us include Wang Qian and Xiao Nanji. Ye Xuan paused, casting a strange glance at the two girls, realizing they were secretly observing him. At that moment, he understood that Hong Liteo was being used by the two girls as a go-between. Ye Xuan, I'm here to find you again. Lin Shidong smiled and waved at him. Chapter 36. 3 Women in a Play. Lin Shidong. Is that really Lin Shidong? So beautiful and adorable. Oh no. I feel like I'm falling in love. Today, Lin Shidong wore a pink, knee-length dress and pink high-heeled sandals. Her 2 high ponytails each sported a light pink ribbon. As the breeze swayed the ribbons, they added a touch of cuteness to her appearance. Many boys in Class 5 stared in awe. Xiao Nanji's expression darkened, and she let out a light huff to express her displeasure. Ye Xuan was momentarily taken aback but then approached the door. Classmate Lin. Do you finish school early at your school? Recently, he had chatted intermittently with Lin Shidong online and learned that she was an art student in her senior year at 4 middle school and intended to apply to the Beijing Film Academy. Additionally, he discovered from classmates that the Range Rover he had seen at the school gate last time was her vehicle. I skipped class, Lin Shidong said, sticking out her tongue. So, are you surprised? Ye Xuan nodded, smiling. So what brings you here? I wanted to treat you to dinner since you saved me. And I haven't properly thanked you yet, Lin Shidong replied, placing her hands behind her back and tilting her head up. Although she was 165 centimeters tall, she appeared somewhat petite next to the 183 centimeters tall Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan said, you think a single meal will suffice to settle things? What do you want? Lin Shidong tilted her head and asked. Without waiting for Ye Xuan to respond, she added, at least 2 meals? Ye Xuan laughed. All right. So you've learned to answer quickly? Lin Shidong proudly lifted her chin. Of course. Do you even know who I am? Xiao Nanji couldn't bear it any longer and quickly shot Wang Qian a glance. Wang Qian instantly understood and turned to Hong Liteo, making a neck-cutting gesture. Hong Liteo stared blankly for a couple of seconds, then, under Wang Qian's fierce gaze, awkwardly approached the door. Sorry, classmate Lin, we're going out for dinner tonight. Lin Shidong's eyes sparkled. Can I join? I'll treat. Is that all right? Hong Liteo turned to Wang Qian. Wang Qian let out a small laugh and slowly shook her head. Hong Liteo's mouth twitched as he looked back at Lin Shidong. Is that okay, Hong? Lin Shidong said in a somewhat coy tone. Not only Hong Liteo but even the boys in the distance, like Chun Ming and Sun Chao, couldn't he help but shudder at her words. What boy could refuse the charm of a sweet girl? In that moment, Hong Liteo impulsively said, sure. Afterward, he was left bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just say? Will Wang Qian surely kill me? Absolutely. With this thought, he looked towards Ye Xuan for help. Ye Xuan was almost moved to tears by his foolishness. 3 women in a play, indeed. Wang Qian and Xiao Nanji were already troublesome enough, and now adding Lin Shidong made it overwhelming. However, given the circumstances, if he refused again, it would be too embarrassing for Hong Liteo. He could only nod and say, all right, let us go together. Hong Liteo let out a sigh of relief and then looked at Wang Qian with an innocent expression. This fool, he really wanted to twist his ears. Wang Qian gritted her teeth in frustration. Xiao Nanji, who was already quite annoyed, laughed upon hearing this and said, forget it, Liteo is a boy. It's certainly awkward for him to refuse a beautiful girl's request. We must understand. Wang Qian was quite surprised. Xiao Nanji was the one who wanted to dine with Ye Xuan. With Lin Shidong joining in, she should be even angrier. Sensing Wang Qian's confusion, Xiao Nanji quietly explained. If trouble is unavoidable, one must bravely face it. No wonder Hong Liteo insisted on sticking with Ye Xuan. When will I also be able to dine with 3 beauties? In the classroom, Lu Quan smacked his lips, speaking with envy. Wang Qian was also an 80-point beauty. However, Beside the two 90-point beauties, she was easily overlooked. There probably won't be another chance, Song Wei remarked to Chen Ming. Lu Quan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Chen Ming, and nodded in agreement. Chen Ming. What the hell? You two best buddies make such valid points. He found himself speechless. No, I am Ye Xuan's lifelong rival. I will not so easily lose my fighting spirit. Fierce women fear clingy men with Xiaonanji. No, Lin Shidong. Forget it, let us stick with Xiaonanji. I will not give up on you. Chen Ming clenched his fists, reignited with determination. Half an hour later, Ye Xuan and the five of them arrived at Mingqiang Commercial Street. Although Mingqiang was merely a county, it ranked among the top 100 counties in the Dragon Country and was quite prominent. This commercial street, crafted with the collective effort of the county, attracted numerous brands and was bustling with activity. Thus, upon arrival, the group did not immediately head to a restaurant, but instead strolled through the streets. Half an hour later, amidst the sound of the first snow of 2002, Ye Xuan asked, have you all decided what you'd like to eat? Xiaonanji, I'm fine with anything. Wang Qian, me too. Lin Shitong, I'm easygoing. Ye Xuan pondered and suggested, how about barbecue? Hong Liteo's eyes lit up, ready to agree. The smoke from barbecue is too pungent. Eating barbecue is unhealthy. Online says eating one skewer of barbecue is equivalent to smoking 5 cigarettes, the three girls said in succession. Ye Xuan's lips twitched. Then how about Sichuan cuisine? Isn't Sichuan cuisine too spicy? Yes, it's better to eat something lighter. The Sichuan food here isn't authentic, the three girls responded one after another. Ye Xuan could feel his fists clenching. Then what do you want to eat? Anything. The three girls replied in unison. What the hell? Ye Xuan felt a surge of frustration rising in his throat. Hong Liteo began to doubt whether he had misunderstood the meaning of anything. Isn't anything supposed to mean anything goes? Why could they refuse Ye Xuan's suggestions after saying anything? A few seconds later, Ye Xuan took a deep breath and said, then let us eat hot pot. As the three girls were about to voice their opinions, Ye Xuan coldly interjected, if hot pot isn't acceptable, I'll walk away. Wang Qian scoffed dismissively. However, Xiaonanji and Lin Shidong's expressions fell, and they nodded in agreement. Hong Liteo looked at Ye Xuan with admiration, giving him a thumbs up. If their positions were reversed, he certainly wouldn't have been able to utter such a commanding statement, even if he mustered the courage. He feared he wouldn't be able to hold his ground against Xiaonanji and Lin Shitong. I remember a hot pot restaurant with great flavor, let us go there. After rummaging through his memories, Ye Xuan turned and headed towards a nearby establishment. This Qinji hot pot's broth and sauce were unique. After visiting once with his family, Ye Xuan had been reminiscing about it. After graduating from high school, he found another opportunity to dine there. To his dismay, the owner had changed, and the taste was nowhere near what it used to be. Thus, while the nostalgic flavor still lingered, he had to dine there once more. Upon arriving at the entrance of Qinji Hot Pot, Ye Xuan noticed a sign indicating the shop was for transfer. His eyes flickered, and he stepped inside. Mr. Zhou, please offer a bit more. 300,000 is too little. 300,000 is not a small sum. Lao Chen, your ancestral recipe isn't worth much. What is valuable is your shop. My shop is worth more than 300,000. Otherwise, I'll leave, and you can find someone else. No, Mr. Zhou. My daughter's surgery cost 600,000. Please offer a bit more. Lao Chen, let us be businesslike. You can't morally bind me like this. If you truly feel at a loss, then wait a bit. Perhaps some fool will pay a high price for your shop. Mr. Zhou, please don't joke with me. Who doesn't know you've already spread the word that anyone buying my shop is going against you? Hey, Lao Chen, if you keep saying that, I might sue you for defamation. I'm a legitimate businessman. At the counter, a bald middle-aged man with a large gold chain slammed the table. Behind the counter, the owner of Qinji Hot Pot, Qin Yonghao, looked pale, unable to express his anger. Ye Xuan, who had overheard their entire conversation, pondered for a moment before stepping forward. Mr. Qin, I heard you're transferring your shop? Yes, transferring the shop. Qin Yonghao glanced at Ye Xuan, and seeing he was just a young man in a school uniform, the glimmer of hope on his face instantly vanished. Zhou Daiwan also turned to look at Ye Xuan, only to be distracted by the two school beauties behind him. These two young ladies were truly captivating, far more attractive than the top stars in his shop. Your hot pot has an exceptional flavor. Why are you transferring it? Ye Xuan approached the counter, pulling out a pack of Dessous cigarettes to offer Qin Yonghao one. Qin Yonghao's expression changed slightly. Dessous, at 45 a box, he wouldn't have dared to smoke even before his daughter fell ill. Who is this young man to be smoking such fine cigarettes? This thought crossed his mind in an instant, and he hastily accepted the cigarette. After thanking him, when he saw Ye Xuan also take one and put it to his lips, Qin Yonghao quickly took out his lighter to light Ye Xuan's cigarette. Ye Xuan gently placed a hand to shield and patted the back of Qin Yonghao's hand twice, taking a deep breath before exhaling a smoke ring. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, leaving Xiaonanji and the others in awe. When did Ye Xuan learn to smoke? Xiaonanji looked at Hong Liteo and asked. Previously, she had never seen Ye Xuan smoke. Hong Liteo looked equally puzzled. I don't know either. Wang Qian adjusted her glasses, judging by his skill. He must have learned a long time ago. This guy, why learn something like smoking? Xiaonanji appeared quite upset, though Lin Shitong remained silent. A mysterious glimmer sparkled in her beautiful eyes. Forget it. My daughter is ill and urgently needs surgery funds. After igniting his cigarette, Shen Yonghao spoke helplessly. Ye Xuan flicked off the ash. How much do you need for the surgery? Shen Yonghao sighed. 600,000. That is quite a sum. Ye Xuan feigned surprise, then inquired. How much are you planning to sell your shop for? The shop plus the ancestral hot pot recipe is 500,000. Does your shop have a property certificate? Of course. I wouldn't sell it without one. What is the area? 3 floors, a total of 300 square meters. This location is great. The market price must be around 500 per square meter, right? You can't get it for 500. It's 2,000 now. Wow, so you're only selling for 500,000? That is quite a loss. There was no choice. In a rush to let go, that was how it was. Zhou Dagwang could no longer tolerate the situation. He began to shove Ye Xuan aside while calling out, Hey, what are you here for? Ye Xuan shrugged off his hand, replying, What else would I be doing at a hot pot restaurant? Obviously here to eat hot pot. And what about you? At that moment, Xiao Nanji and the others approached. Observing Zhou Dagwang with a mix of curiosity and caution, he appeared fierce, with tattoos adorning his arms, suggesting he was likely not a good person. Coupled with his previous conversation with Boss Chun, the probability of him being trouble had risen to 100%. Do I look like a criminal? Zhou Dagwang thought it was time to show off, given the presence of a beautiful woman. He flicked his left hand, adorned with an ostentatious gold watch, and produced a set of Mercedes keys from his pocket. Aha, no wonder it felt so heavy. The car keys were in here. He chuckled at himself and placed the keys on the counter. Xiao Nanji rolled her eyes in disdain, turning her head away. Lin Shitong smirked. The corners of her mouth curving into a mocking arc. Wang Qian adjusted her glasses and glanced at Hong Liteo, who was staring wide-eyed at the Mercedes keys on the table, envy etched on his face. At this moment, Ye Xuan gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Anyone who can casually pull out a Benz key to show others must be someone extraordinary. Zhou Dagwang laughed. What Benz? This is a Mercedes. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know about cars. Ye Xuan retorted defiantly. I was speaking Cantonese. That's how they refer to it in Hong Kong. Zhou Dagwang paused, looking at the others. Is that so? I thought they called it Benz over there. That's what I've seen in movies. The 3 girls instinctively nodded, recalling the same from Hong Kong films. See, someone understands. You really don't know about cars. Zhou Dagwang slapped his thigh, laughing heartily. Ye Xuan also chuckled. Perhaps I don't know cars as well as you, but I certainly know Cantonese better. All right. Whatever you say. Zhou Dagwang feigned indifference, not wanting to argue with the child. After shaking his gold watch again, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lighting one up. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he asked, So, do you know what I do? Ye Xuan pondered for a moment before replying, a seafood merchant? In his past life, he had dealt with Zhou Dagwang, who had once collected sanitation fees for someone else. When the leader was executed for murder, Zhou Dagwang took his followers and opened a business. The kind with 2 rows of women and Chong Sam's greeting customers at the entrance at night. The cars in the parking lot had their license plates covered. By 2004, Zhou Dagwang's wealth had reached nearly 10 million, giving him significant influence in Ming City. I must say, little brother, your understanding is quite limited, Zhou Dagwang chuckled, asking, Are you familiar with Jinzizhen? Ye Xuan nodded. I know it. Are you the owner? Zhou Dagwang proudly declared, I am Zhou Dagwang, the owner of Jinzizhen. So you are still a seafood merchant? Ye Xuan remarked. Zhou Dagwang looked bewildered. How did I become a seafood merchant? We don't sell seafood here. Xiao Nanji and the others looked at Ye Xuan in confusion. Zhou Dagwang laughed. Ming City First High School. It's written all over your uniform. You must be a student. Shen Yonghao instinctively nodded in agreement. Not only did his school uniform suggest youth, but his fresh appearance clearly indicated he was a high school student. Did this young man possess an extraordinary background? Ye Xuan smiled playfully. That's just my superficial identity. Do you know what my true identity is? Zhou Dagwang asked. What is it? You know Boss Huang from Guomei, right? Ye Xuan inquired. Zhou Dagwang's expression changed slightly. I know him. What's your connection? Do you know the Guomei that Boss Huang opened in Ming City? Ye Xuan continued. Zhou Dagwang became even more serious. Yes, I know. I've even bought things there. What's your relation to Boss Huang? I've also shopped there. Ye Xuan exhaled a puff of smoke slowly. Zhou Dagwang was left speechless, as were the others. Chapter 38. Do you know why good people are bullied? Zhou Dagwang was momentarily stunned. Is that it? Ye Xuan nodded. Indeed, that's it. Xiao Nanji couldn't help but burst into laughter. Realizing the seriousness with which he had spoken earlier had led her to believe he had a connection to Boss Huang. Lin Shitong also smiled, forming a gentle dimple on her cheek. Zhou Dagwang, amused, remarked, Well, it seems that while you know I've shopped at Guomei, those who don't know might think you're a distant relative of Boss Huang. So tell me, what does that have to do with your identity? Ye Xuan shrugged. A consumer, obviously. Aren't you also a consumer here? We're the same. Zhou Dagwang scoffed. I'm not like you. I'm here to take over this restaurant. Ye Xuan feigned surprise. You intend to spend 500,000 to take over this place? Zhou Dagwang's expression shifted uncomfortably. Don't make up nonsense. I'm offering 300,000. Ye Xuan looked even more astonished. For a 300 square meter establishment, And they're even including a family secret recipe as a bonus to fund their daughter's surgery. They want 500,000, and you're only offering 300,000? That's highway robbery. Zhou Daguang huffed. I'm not his father. If he wants 500,000, why should I just give it to him? Qin Jianghao's expression stiffened, unable to voice his anger. Xiao Nanji and the others were equally furious. However, as high school students, they dared not speak up against a figure like Zhou Daguang. Only Lin Shitong observed Ye Xuan thoughtfully, pondering his intentions. At this moment, Ye Xuan asked, what if someone offers a higher bid than yours? Would you back down? Zhou Daguang hesitated for a moment before sneering. No one would dare to outbid me. If you don't believe me, you can ask old Qin. Ye Xuan turned to Qin Yonghao, whose expression was grim as he nodded slightly. In the silence that followed, Zhou Daguang inquired, you heard our previous conversation, so you wish to help old Qin, right? Ye Xuan nodded. You caught on. Xiao Nanji finally understood. Realizing Ye Xuan's playful jests were intended to convey his kind-heartedness, Lin Shitong subtly nodded in agreement, aligning with Zhou Daguang's assumption. Wang Qian adjusted her glasses. Her gaze toward Ye Xuan now tinged with admiration. Hong Liteo clenched his fists, feeling proud to have such a friend. Zhou Daguang discarded his cigarette, but then offered 2 more cigarettes to Ye Xuan and Qin Jianghao. Both were taken aback, but accepted the cigarettes moments later. Zhou Daguang smiled, lighting another cigarette before slowly stating, many years ago, I was also a good person, but good people are often bullied in this society. To avoid being bullied, one must become ruthless and strong. Old Qin's situation is tragic, but how does that concern me as an outsider? I'm a businessman, and my goal is to make money. Old Qin's daughter needs surgery within 3 days. Without it, she will die, and no one else will take over. Thus, I can push the price down without any moral qualms, even if it's the life-saving money for Old Qin's daughter. Old Qin has 100,000 saved, and with my 300,000, while it may not be enough for a top surgeon, it could cover an ordinary one, providing a glimmer of hope for survival. If you're so noble and want to help Old Qin, then why not donate to him or spend 500,000 to take over this place? If you lack the means, don't morally bind me. If you push me too far, I might just walk away. And then Old Qin won't even get to 300,000. When that time comes, do you think Old Qin will be grateful to you or resentful? Zhou Daguang's words left everyone speechless, and the expressions of Xiao Nanji and the other girls changed as they regarded him anew. The man appeared formidable, with a robust physique. Yet when he spoke, his words seemed imbued with profound wisdom, as if steeped in the philosophies of life. He resembled a classic antagonist from Hong Kong dramas. Perhaps he was a villain, yet he possessed his own narrative. At that moment, Ye Xuan inquired, do you understand why good people are often victimized? Zhou Daguang exhaled a puff of smoke, responding, I have already provided the answer. It is clear you are not a diligent learner. Ye Xuan shook his head, replying, no, what you offered was mere sophistry, not an answer. Good people suffer not due to a lack of strength or ruthlessness. But why is that? Xiao Nanji asked. Ye Xuan pointed at Zhou Daguang, declaring, it is precisely because of the existence of such villains that good people are oppressed. The 3 women, including Xiao Nanji, suddenly grasped the truth. Indeed, it is only the wicked who would dare to bully the virtuous. Without these villains, how could good people possibly be victimized? Zhou Daguang's expression shifted slightly. Who the hell are you calling a villain? Be careful, or I might sue you for defamation. The 3 women realized the truth. It was Zhou Daguang who had initially declared his intent to eliminate competition. Now, he pretended to assume the role of a savior, utterly shameless. Zhou Daguang had intended to craft a persona of a troubled bad boy to deceive the 3 women. If executed well, he could not only win their affection but also lead them to immense wealth, transforming them into lucrative assets. Yet, his grand plan was thwarted by Ye Xuan. Zhou Daguang, humiliated and enraged, exclaimed, are you deliberately wishing for Old Qin's daughter to perish? Fine, I shall withdraw. Let us see how you explain this to him. Qin Yonghao, startled, implored, Mr. Zhou, he is just a child. Please temper your anger. Speaking to me about this is futile. Zhou Daguang interrupted, a cold smirk on his face. Here's the deal. If you scold him, I'll reconsider my stance. What do you say? Qin Yonghao felt a shudder run through him, turning to Ye Xuan with a look of conflict and despair. He was no fool. He understood that Ye Xuan was standing up for him. If he berated Ye Xuan, wouldn't he that be repaying kindness with malice? Yet, if he did not comply, he would forfeit the 300,000, leaving his unfortunate daughter in peril. Xiao Nanji's heart raced with anxiety. Placing herself in Qin Yonghao's position, she thought it highly likely he would follow Zhou Daguang's demand and scold Ye Xuan. Thus, evil would triumph over justice, and Ye Xuan, who stood up for Qin, would become a thankless jester. Was this all Ye Xuan could do? Lin Shitong sighed in disappointment, then reached into her purse, extracting a platinum savings card. Just as she was about to hand it to Qin Jianghao, Ye Xuan interjected with a smile, Mr. Qin, have you prepared the transfer contract? Qin Jianghao was taken aback for a moment, then instinctively nodded. Yes, I have. Why do you ask? Please present the contract. I will take over your establishment, Ye Xuan stated, producing a Dragon Bank savings card from his wallet. Chapter 39, in truth. Qin Shi Huang still lives, what did you say? Chen Yonghao found it hard to believe his ears. The others were equally bewildered. Didn't Yi wish to transfer the shop? I'm ready to take it over. However, I have one condition. You must first oversee the shop. And all employees must remain. If you agree, we can exchange funds and sign the contract simultaneously. Ye Xuan toyed with the bank card, grinning. His decision was not impulsive. Nor was it solely to assist Chen Yonghao through his difficulties. A more significant motivation was his desire to venture into the culinary industry. After all, food is paramount to the populace. A successful restaurant could yield substantial profits. Consider Hidalgo, which reached a peak valuation of over 400 billion dragon yuan. Back in 2004, Hidalgo had yet to gain prominence. If he entered the market now, leveraging his past experiences and Chen Yonghao's family recipes, replicating Hidalgo's success was not outside the realm of possibility. Even if it failed, 500,000 was a negligible sum for him. The loss would be inconsequential. Conversely, should he succeed, he would not only amass great wealth, but also assist Chen Yonghao, striking a blow to Zhou Daguan. Furthermore, he might alter the fate of Chen Yonghao's daughter, earning karmic rewards. The risk was low, and the potential for reward was vast. Only a fool would decline. Ye Xuan, are you serious? Ye Xuan chuckled. What, would you prefer I jest? Hong Litao sensed the gravity of the situation. However, he queried. But where would you obtain such a significant sum? This was the most puzzling aspect for him. The three young women were equally confused. Xiaonanji and Wang Qian had nothing further to add. Even Lin Shitong, who had investigated Yu Xian's family background, wondered how an ordinary high school student from a dual-income household could possess 500,000. Zhou Daguan detected the anomaly and sneered, Old Chen, be cautious. Do not let him deceive you. Yu Xian, uninterested in explanations, simply grabbed the machine from the counter. He pressed the confirmation button to display the menu, followed by 3, 2, 1, swiped the card, and entered the password. In a moment, the machine displayed the balance of the bank card. Hong Litao leaned in for a closer look, then staggered back, clutching his forehead. Wang Qian, come see how much this is. I feel faint. Wang Qian raised an eyebrow and approached for a glance. The next moment, she gasped, spinning to face Ye Xuan, her shock evident. Xiaonanji and Lin Shitong's curiosity piqued. They stepped forward in unison, and upon seeing the numbers on the machine, they rubbed their eyes before exclaiming together, 21 million. They had initially believed that Ye Xuan could not possibly possess even 500,000. Yet, he had produced a card with a balance of 21 million. This was akin to the national football team participating in the World Cup. Any rational citizen would assume they could not even pass the preliminary rounds. Yet, they not only advanced but also defeated powerhouse teams like Germany, France, and Italy, ultimately lifting the trophy. How absurd. No way. Did you misread the decimal? Is it truly 21 million? Zhou Daguan, who had approached, felt his smug demeanor evaporate instantly. He had risked imprisonment, striving for years to amass a fortune in the millions, half of which was tied up in fixed assets. And this high school student had a staggering 21 million in a single bank account. Who was this young man? Suddenly, all contempt Zhou Daguan had for Ye Xuan vanished, replaced by apprehension. Chen Zhonghao realized he had encountered a benefactor, and excitement spread across his face. However, quickly, his expression dimmed as he sighed. Young brother, I appreciate your kind offer, but I cannot sell the shop to you. Xiaonanji and the others were left in a state of confusion. Zhou Daguan also paused, but soon a mocking smile crept onto his lips. Ye Xuan, however, smiled knowingly. You fear that Zhou Daguan may come after me later, do you not? Chen Yonghao nodded with a wry smile. Xiaonanji and the others felt a pang of emotion. How thoughtful of Chen Zhonghao, even in such dire circumstances. Mr. Zhou, will you seek to trouble me? Ye Xuan inquired, turning to Zhou Daguan with a grin. Why would I? I also wish to assist old Chen, but alas, my financial means are limited. Now that young Master Yi has stepped in, I am delighted for old Chen and have no reason to trouble you. With that, Zhou Daguan feigned a smile, nodding to everyone before departing. All were left bewildered by the abrupt turn of events. Only Ye Xuan understood that Zhou Daguan's fierce fade concealed a hollow core. He was both malevolent and cowardly, always preying on the weak, like the honest Chen Zhonghao. When confronted with someone unpredictable, he resorted to flattery. Thus, from the very beginning, Ye Xuan had never regarded Zhou Daguan with any seriousness. As soon as Zhou left, Chen Zhonghao had no more doubts. He quickly took out the transfer contract he had prepared earlier, and after Ye Xuan transferred the funds to him, both parties signed and stamped the contract. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully altered the course of your life and earned a point of causal value. At the moment Ye Xuan pressed his fingerprint, the system notification sounded. Had he truly earned a reward in causal value? Mr. Zhang's salary was secured. Up to this point, he had received a total of 4 rewards. The first time was for avoiding imprisonment, earning a point of causal value. The second time, he saved Grandpa Lu's life, earning another point. The third time, he prevented Shuiming from suffering a leg injury in a car accident, earning yet another point. And now, this time, by helping Chen Zhonghao gather enough funds for his daughter's surgery, he had earned a staggering 9,000 points more than when he saved Grandpa Lu. The same act. Yet a different outcome. Could it be related to their age? The younger the person he saved, the more causal value he received. Mr. Ye, I truly owe you this time. If it weren't for you, I... At this point, Chen Yonghao was already in tears. Ye Xuan collected his thoughts and comforted him. Uncle Chen, it's nothing. Hurry and pay for your daughter's surgery. Now that he was the owner of this hot pot restaurant, he naturally had to change how he addressed Chen Yonghao. Yes, yes. I will go pay for the surgery right away. Chen Yonghao wiped his tears and called the waiter, instructing them to provide excellent service to Ye Xuan and the others before he hurried off to the hospital. The group settled into a window-side table on the second floor. And Xiaonanji could no longer contain her curiosity. Ye Xuan, how do you have so much money? The other three leaned in, eagerly awaiting his response. Ye Xuan glanced around and lowered his voice. What I am about to say, you must not be afraid. Xiaonanji and the others nodded quickly. Go ahead. We are not afraid. Ye Xuan took a deep breath. Actually, Qin Shi Huang is still alive. Xiaonanji and the others. Ye Xuan continued. He was sealed in Chang'an with 10,000 tons of gold and an army of 300,000 terracotta warriors. By chance, I helped him break the seal, and in gratitude, Qin Shi Huang gave me 100 tons of gold and appointed me as the general of the Western expedition. Xiaonanji tugged at his sleeve. Ye Xuan shook his arm. Don't interrupt. I'm not finished yet. Xiaonanji replied, it's not that. Look at Lu Tao. Ye Xuan turned in confusion, seeing Hong Lida focused intently. Drool glistening at the corner of his mouth. Wang Qian remarked with disdain. If you keep going, he might really head to Chang'an to join Qin Shi Huang. Hong Lida jumped. How did you know I wanted to do that? Ye Xuan responded. Lu Tao. What? In the future, don't tell anyone you know me. Chapter 40. Hey, I've tolerated you for a long time. So you just got lucky and won the lottery? What else could it be? Rob a bank. No, Lu Tao. How could you believe that Qin Shi Huang is still alive? It's because you told it so vividly, it sounded real. Don't talk to me, my head hurts. Ye Xuan said with disdain. He didn't want to expose his stock trading for now, so he had to explain his source of funds as winning the lottery. After all, winning the lottery was a fact and not a lie. Meanwhile, Xiaonanji was covering her mouth, trying to stifle her laughter. Wang Qian rolled her eyes repeatedly, her expression dripping with disdain. Lin Shidong's big eyes were also curved in a crescent smile. The dynamic between Ye Xuan and Hong Lida was quite amusing. Just 2 meetings had brought her much joy. Although this money came as a stroke of luck, was it not too hasty to spend 500,000 like this? After laughing, Xiaonanji couldn't resist asking. Ye Xuan chuckled. I call this an investment. How can it be considered hasty? Xiaonanji was initially taken aback, then exclaimed, you really plan to do business? Ye Xuan replied, then am I doing charity? Ah, what else? Hong Lida and Wang Qian chimed in unison. Ye Xuan, I know you don't want Uncle Chun to feel pressured. Don't worry, we won't tell him the truth. Xiaonanji said with an understanding expression. Ye Xuan, your noble character has greatly impacted me. I want to do charity like you in the future. Lin Shidong said, her face filled with admiration. Ye Xuan's lips twitched. I'm really not doing charity. Yes, you're not doing charity. You don't need to explain. We all understand. Don't worry, we won't say anything. Ye Xuan was almost laughing in anger. Why don't you believe me? Let me tell you the truth. I see great market potential in the hot pot restaurant. We believe you. We believe everything you say. The 4 of them nodded in agreement. Ye Xuan initially didn't want to elaborate further, but their eagerness to cooperate deeply stimulated him. I plan to take over this restaurant with a solid business plan. Oh, well, impressive. Ye Xuan continued. First, I will win customers over with first-rate service. Oh, that is a great idea. Secondly, I will establish a unified standard and expand branches nationwide, creating a world-renowned brand. Wow, that is even more impressive. That is truly remarkable. Finally, I aim for the company to go public, preferably on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. By then, achieving a market value of over 100 billion is not out of reach. Wow, 100 billion market value. I want to work at your company when that happens. Ye Xuan thought, after saying all this, do these 4 still not believe me? You treat me like a child, but I can see through your perfunctory act. An elderly man approached. What are you looking for? Ye Xuan asked. The old man rolled his eyes. I'm just checking how many dishes you ordered. Considering you're drinking like that. Ye Xuan. Xiaonanji and the others couldn't hold back their laughter. Ye Xuan slammed the table in frustration. Hey, I've put up with you for too long. All right, I won't laugh anymore. Lin Shidong, her cheeks flushed, said. I also think the hot pot restaurant has great potential, so can I join in? Huh? Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow. You mean to invest? Yes. I don't want management rights or decision-making power, just dividends. Is that okay? Lin Shidong asked, propping her chin with her hands, her big eyes blinking innocently. Ye Xuan pondered for a moment. How much do you want to invest? Lin Shidong replied. Anything is fine. You decide. I want to invest too. Xiaonanji interjected. Glancing at Lin Shidong, I also don't want management rights or decision-making power, just dividends. Was this just a way to help Ye Xuan reduce his losses? She could do it too. Ye Xuan was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. He could see through the intentions of the 2 girls. But the issue was, if they really wanted to invest, it wouldn't be helping him lessen his losses, it would be them taking advantage of him. I also want to invest. At this moment, Hong Lida raised his hand, fidgeting. Ye Xuan rolled his eyes. So you're here to add to the chaos? Wang Qian couldn't take it anymore. How is Lita adding to the chaos? He wants to help you. Ye Xuan chuckled. All right, Lita. You've got Wang Qian defending you. There's hope. Hong Lita stared blankly at Wang Qian, feeling that something was amiss. Wasn't she always mocking him? Yet this time, she stepped in to defend him? Was the sun rising from the west? Wang Qian's face turned slightly red. Idiot. What are you staring at? Ye Xuan glanced at Wang Qian and then at Hong Lita, his heart filled with speculation. He was well aware that Lita had been secretly infatuated with Wang Qian. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so afraid of her. But the issue was, Lita was always shy when it came to matters of the heart. And coupled with his poor academic performance, he had never dared to confess to Wang Qian. After entering university, with the two of them in different locations, the opportunity had become even more scarce. In his previous life, Hong Liteo was unable to be with Wang Qian. Now, it seems that Wang Qian has some feelings for Liteo as well. In this reincarnation, he not only seeks to amend his past regrets, but also aims to ensure Liteo's life reaches fulfillment. With this thought, Ye Xuan smiled and asked, Wang Qian, would you like to invest? Wang Qian was taken aback. Me? I don't have any money, so I want to invest. That's all right. Liteo has the funds. Ye Xuan chuckled. What money do I have? Hong Liteo exclaimed simultaneously with Wang Qian. Because you were good friends. Ye Xuan winked at Wang Qian and then turned to Hong Liteo, saying, didn't you just express a desire to invest? How can you invest without money? Hong Liteo was momentarily speechless. Indeed, you may not have money now, but you will in the future. I can lend you some to invest. And you can repay me later when you earn it. As for Wang Qian's share, you can cover that for her as well. If the business incurs losses, she won't need to pay you back. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Hong Liteo nodded repeatedly. That's a great idea. Let us do it. Wang Qian kicked him lightly, blushing. Who gave you the authority to decide for me? Hong Liteo scratched the back of his head, feeling embarrassed. Seeing his foolish expression, Wang Qian felt a surge of irritation. As long as I don't lose out, go ahead and be the generous fool. I'm not stopping you. All right. Hong Liteo nodded, beaming with a silly smile. Chapter 41. Crossing the river by feeling the bottom. Liteo was completely at Wang Qian's mercy. Ye Xuan shook his head with a smile and pondered for a moment. All right, since you both wish to invest, I must lay down some ground rules. Regardless of your shareholding, you will only have advisory rights. The specific decisions and management will be solely at my discretion, and this will be written into the contract. If anyone finds this unreasonable, they can withdraw. We will still be friends. Not just friends, even brothers can fall out when starting a business together. However, as long as I control the direction of the company, we can minimize such risks. Moreover, the joy of embarking on this entrepreneurial journey with good friends is a supreme enjoyment of life. Imagine a group of young people, each with dreams, experiencing setbacks together, overcoming difficulties, and savoring the joy of success. It's quite delightful to think about, isn't it? As for whether the profits will be less, it's not of great concern to me, having lived once already. The conditions I laid out align with the initial attitudes of Xiao Nanji and the others, so there are no objections. Now, let us discuss how much each of you wishes to invest. Ye Xuan tapped his fingers on the table and said gravely, I will retain absolute control, so the shares available to you are limited to 33. However, should we expand the business later, I will continue to invest, and your shares will be diluted accordingly. At that moment, Xiao Nanji and the others felt a maturity and commanding presence from him that surpassed their peers. Yet, he was just a high school senior like them. Was it just an illusion? After Ye Xuan finished speaking, he noticed they were all staring at him blankly and chuckled. Why are you all in a daze? Speak up about how much you want to invest. Lin Shitong was the first to respond. I'll invest 20. Hong Liteo was taken aback. 20? That's 100. 000 yuan. I don't even have 100 yuan on me. His life revolved around school and home. And even when he went out occasionally, it was only for small purchases. Now, he was acutely aware of the disparity in their financial situations. I'll also invest 20. Xiao Nanji declared through gritted teeth. Nanji, do you have that much money? Wang Qian asked in astonishment. Lin Shitong shot a surprised glance at Xiao Nanji. I've saved my red envelope money over the years. It should be enough. Xiao Nanji was determined not to let Lin Shitong outdo her in this matter. Even Xiao Nanji had so much money. Hong Liteo knew that the school beauty came from a wealthy family but was astonished that her mere savings from red envelopes amounted to 100,000 yuan. His face dimmed further. I only allocated 33 of the shares. If both of you take 20, that exceeds the limit. Ye Xuan tapped the table. How about this? You each invest 10, and Liteo and Wang Qian will each take 5. Xiao Nanji replied, I have no objections. Lin Shitong added, neither do I. Wang Qian turned to Hong Liteo. Hong Liteo gritted his teeth and said, I have no objections either. With 5 for him and 5 for Wang Qian, that totals 10. He hadn't even graduated high school and was already in debt for 50,000 yuan. If his parents found out, they would surely be furious. Ye Xuan nodded. All right. From this moment on, we are a team. Xiao Nanji burst into laughter. What team? It's a crew. Ye Xuan, stop joking. I can't take it anymore. Lin Shitong clutched her stomach, nearly in tears from laughter. Ye Xuan suspected she was joking, but alas, he had no proof. Seriously, how do you plan to run this restaurant? Wang Qian adjusted her glasses and asked. Since she had joined Ye Xuan's venture, she needed to take it seriously. Ye Xuan glanced at her. That's my job. You just need to follow the arrangements and wait for the day we ring the bell at the stock market. He didn't believe he possessed more business acumen than the owner of Hidalgo, so as long as he could navigate the waters by emulating Hidalgo, he would have succeeded halfway. There was no need for him to explain this to the others. Wang Qian rolled her eyes. You speak as if it's all guaranteed. Ye Xuan smiled. Whether it's guaranteed or not, we shall see. Wang Qian snorted but remained silent. Xiao Nanji and Lin Shitong exchanged amused glances with Ye Xuan. Even though they were skeptical about the restaurant's success, a self-assured man is undeniably charming, isn't he? The success of Hidalgo hinges on the meticulous service provided by its employees, such as offering free manicures, shoe shines, and childcare services while customers wait. Thus, the first step is to transform the first floor of Qinji Hot Pot into a waiting area. The layout of the upper two floors will also undergo significant changes, necessitating a reliable renovation company. As for the management structure, promotion system, employee manuals, and service standards of Hidalgo, they pose no challenge for him. In his previous life, he had thoroughly researched these aspects and was capable of drafting them even before the college entrance exams. Training employees and evaluating suppliers would need to wait until after the exams. Fortunately, he only had this one restaurant for now, so there was no rush. Feeling quite happy. By the way, Mom, what happened to the red envelope money you saved for me? I'd like to use it. It's in the bank. How much do you want to use? 50,000. Ye Xuan was taken aback, exclaiming, why do you need so much? 50,000 yuan was not a small sum for her. Xiao Nanji set down her backpack and recounted the story of Ye Xuan taking over Qinji Hot Pot. After hearing this, Ye Xuan was even more astounded. Little Yi is so lucky. She was in the clothing business, and due to stockpiling, the cash she could access was only around 321,000. No wonder Ye Xuan had refused the phone she had offered him last time. Indeed, as he puts it, a boy who smiles will not have bad luck. At this point, Xiao Nanji couldn't help but laugh. Ye Xuan chuckled as well, but then shifted her tone. Since you've all agreed, I certainly won't let you break your word. However, next time such matters arise, you should consult me first, all right? In her view, it was over 90 likely that a few high school seniors starting a business together would incur losses. If this 50,000 were to be lost, it would be unfortunate. But if it happened repeatedly, even if her family was well off, they could not sustain it. Xiao Nanji recognized her impulsiveness and quickly nodded. Yes, I will definitely discuss it with you next time. You are truly my good daughter. Ye Xuan affectionately patted her head and said, have Xiao Yu send you the bank account number? I will transfer the money to him online. On Monday morning, as Ye Xuan entered the classroom, he noticed that all his classmates were gazing at him. Could you please stop staring and say something? This is quite unsettling, Ye Xuan remarked with a wry smile. Yet, silence prevailed, and everyone continued to fixate on him. Suddenly, Chen Ming approached, placing a hand firmly on his shoulder. What do you intend to do? Ye Xuan questioned, bewildered. We have an exam soon. I want to transfer my strength to you. Upon finishing his statement, Chen Ming closed his eyes. 3 seconds later, he turned and walked away. Lu Quan and Song Wei then came over, similarly closing their eyes and pressing their hands on his shoulders for 3 seconds. After the last classmate completed this ritual, Ye Xuan felt an overwhelming surge of energy. I am the hope of the entire class, right? I shall surpass Chu Ran. I must protect teacher Zhang's wallet. All right. I'm all in. Chapter 42. The results may be quite thrilling. Ye Xuan had been deliberating whether to acquire experience books for 6 subjects through a lottery or purchase them directly from the system store. Now, with a decisive 30,000 causal points, he opted to buy the experience books outright. He ordered 100 English experience books and 40 for each of the other 5 subjects. He was confident that this strategy would ensure he outperformed Chu Ran. In Class 1, Chu Ran experienced a similar treatment. Go for it, Chu Ran. Class 5 has been rather arrogant lately. We must show them what true academic prowess looks like. Encouraged by his classmates, Chu Ran slicked back his hair and nodded. I will strive to do my best. After uttering those words, he fell into silence, contemplating the strands of hair in his hand. Had he begun to lose more hair? Ye Xuan's method indeed proved effective. However, while you have guided me on the path to strength, I will not show any mercy when it comes to class honor. Chu Ran clenched his fists, ignited with determination. Once the final exam concluded, his classmates crowded around him. How did you fare in the comprehensive science exam, Chu Ran? It shouldn't have been difficult for you. Chu Ran instinctively reached for his hair, but paused midway. This habit needed to change for the sake of his hairline. Resolving to let go, he nodded. I believe I performed better than last time. So that means no mistakes. We're all set. The students of Class 1 collectively sighed in relief. Meanwhile, in Class 5, Sun Xiao asked, how did you do on the last exam? As he patted Ye Xuan's shoulder, Lu Quan and Song Wei fanned him with paper fans. Across from them, Chen Ming inquired, should we double-check the answers? Ye Xuan shook his head. No need. Prepare yourselves mentally. The Class 5 students felt a sudden chill. Does that mean it didn't go well? Xiao Nanji asked anxiously. Ye Xuan shook his head again. In any case, the results may be quite thrilling. Brace yourselves. After school, a Class 6 student encountered Sun Xiao and couldn't resist asking, how did Ye Xuan do? Sun Xiao replied, he told us to prepare mentally. Once Sun Xiao departed, The class 6 student began spreading the news. Did you hear? Ye Xuan didn't do well this time. What? Is that true? I heard it from Sun Chao. It must be credible. The rumor spread rapidly, and soon the entire school was abuzz with tales of Ye Xuan's alleged failure. Teacher Zhang, have you decided what to treat us to? You've saved 2 bottles of Maotai, right? Bring them when you treat us. In the teacher's office. Other instructors teased Zhang Guangming. Zhang Guangming, nearly laughing in frustration, responded, could you all show a little sympathy? I lost a bet. And you not only fail to console me but also keep eyeing my Maotai? Although he said this, the light-hearted banter from his colleagues did ease his mood somewhat. His unease stemmed not from the lost bet but from the realization that he had inadvertently placed immense pressure on Ye Xuan. He had initially agreed to the wager to protect his student, but he overlooked the potential burden it could impose. Since hearing the news about Ye Xuan's supposed failure, he had been grappling with guilt. Tomorrow, I must have a serious talk with Ye Xuan to guide him, lest this incident adversely affect his performance in the college entrance examination. Zhang Guangming silently resolved. At that moment, Louis entered the office, humming a tune. Upon observing Zhang Guangming's troubled expression, he remarked, why the long face, Teacher Zhang? The results aren't even out yet. Zhang Guangming glanced at him but remained silent. Don't be so glum. Perhaps Ye Xuan is just throwing up a smokescreen. Don't lose hope until the very last moment. Louis approached and patted Zhang Guangming on the shoulder. He was simply a bit arrogant, but not inherently bad, confident in his success. He didn't mind displaying a winner's demeanor while also easing the tension with Zhang Guangming. Zhang Guangming managed a faint smile and nodded. Indeed. We must not lose hope until the very end. Now, let us focus on grading the papers. At 9 p.m., the results for Chu Ran's final subject were released. What did he score? 289. Just 11 points shy of a perfect score. What is his final score? 711. Well, this must be his best score yet. Not only that, but it is also the highest score in the history of our school's mock exams. Impressed, Lu Yi beamed with pride. He then turned to Zhang Guangming. Has Ye Xuan's score been released? Only the final science score is pending, Zhang Guangming replied with an unusual expression. How did he perform in the other subjects? One teacher inquired. Zhang Guangming pondered for a moment. Let us wait for the last score before discussing further. Did he really not do well? Lu Yi pressed. Zhang Guangming's expression grew even more peculiar. In any case, prepare yourselves mentally. Before anyone could ask further. Another teacher entered. Ye Xuan's science score is out. Can you guess how much he scored? How much? 297. What? Lu Yi was taken aback. And the other teachers were equally stunned. Just 3 points shy of a perfect score? This score is 8 points higher than Chu Ran's. Didn't Ye Xuan say he didn't do well? Perhaps he performed poorly in the other 5 subjects? With this thought, Lu Yi turned to Zhang Guangming, anxiously asking, Teacher Zhang, what is Ye Xuan's final score? Well, I must caution you not to react too strongly, Zhang Guangming said. Setting down the score sheet with a complex expression, Lu Yi eagerly nodded. Please tell me. I promise I want to react. The curiosity among the other teachers reached its peak. Under the intense scrutiny of his colleagues, Zhang Guangming took a deep breath and declared, Ye Xuan's final score is 723. Lu Yi froze, dumbfounded. The other teachers were equally bewildered. 723, 12 points higher than Chu Ran's 711? How could this be? The last exam had seen Ye Xuan trailing Chu Ran by 20 points. This was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 43. Is this my lifelong rival? The next day, as Ye Xuan entered the classroom, he sensed an atmosphere even more peculiar than the previous morning. Everyone cast a complex gaze upon him. Upon closer inspection, one could discern shock and confusion. Chun Ming even appeared to harbor a hint of gritted teeth. What is with all these expressions? As Ye Xuan opened his mouth, Sun Chao was the first to rush forward. What the heck? Didn't you say your exam results were unsatisfactory? A score of 723 is considered unsatisfactory. Wang Hu was the second to arrive, delivering a punch to Ye Xuan's chest. Chu Ren only scored 711. If your 723 is deemed unsatisfactory, then what does that imply for him? Ye Xuan was taken aback. The results are out? It's been all over the place. Sun Chao and Wang Hu chimed in unison. Ye Xuan's remarkable score was impossible to conceal, and there was no need to. Thus, some students had received the news from their teachers the previous night. By morning, it had spread throughout the school. Sun Chao wrapped his arm around Ye Xuan's neck, demanding, come clean. Why did you say yesterday that your results were unsatisfactory? Ye Xuan chuckled. Did I say that? I distinctly mentioned preparing your minds for what was coming. Isn't that the same thing? Sun Chao retorted. Ye Xuan replied, I'll grant you another chance to rephrase your words. Just as Sun Chao began to respond, he suddenly realized, you meant that you performed so well you were worried it might shock us, hence the preparation advice? What? Wang Hu also grasped the implication. Momentarily stunned, the other students recalled that Ye Xuan had mentioned the results might be quite shocking yesterday. A score of 723 indeed qualified as shocking. The irony was that he could have simply stated he had done exceptionally well without the need for any mental gymnastics, which only led everyone into a state of worry the previous night. After a prolonged silence, someone shouted, What are you waiting for? Go get him. With a clamor, a dozen boys rushed in, surrounding Ye Xuan with a flurry of punches and kicks. Ming, quick-witted, hurried over. Stop. Don't hit him too hard. We don't want any casualties. He playfully kicked Ye Xuan a few times amidst the fray, mirroring the lightheartedness of his classmates. Though the girls refrained from joining in, they vocally cheered for the boys. On this early summer morning, a vibrant tableau of youthful exuberance unfolded, with laughter and shouts blending into a colorful scene. At the center, Xiaonanji rested her chin on one hand, observing Ye Xuan surrounded by his peers, her face reflecting pride, contentment, and a tinge of melancholy. Just last week, she felt hopeful that Ye Xuan might finally have a chance to attend the same prestigious 985 university as her. A thought that had brought her joy for quite some time. Now, she realized that he was likely to be accepted by Shuyuan or Jingda, while her own chances of gaining admission to those top institutions were less than 10. Having assisted the police in apprehending the rainy night maniac, dominating on the basketball court against Xuanming, and achieving soaring exam results, Ye Xuan was evolving into an 18-year-old millionaire. How vast was the chasm that had developed between them? Have you heard? Ye Xuan scored 723. No way, is that true? The news had spread like wildfire throughout the school. And what about Chu Ran? What did he score? 711, a full 12 points behind Ye Xuan. Wow, Chu Ran, who has held the top position for nearly 3 years, has finally been dethroned. The atmosphere in Class 1 of the senior year starkly contrasted with that of Class 5. Just yesterday afternoon, they had felt assured of their standing, only to find everything turned upside down upon their return this morning. They would no longer be able to hold their heads high in front of the students of Class 5. This is the first time I've been outclassed in 2 domains by the same person. Is this what they call a lifelong rival? Murmured Chu Ran, instinctively running his fingers through his hair. He then fell into silence, contemplating the strands that slipped through his grasp. As the college entrance examinations drew near, the atmosphere of study became increasingly tense. Time flowed like a rushing river, uncontrollable, and soon it was June 6th. This brought his total assets to 32.8 million. Under his direction, Shenji Hot Pot began renovations, set to unveil its new visage in about a month. The management system and employee handbook had been completed, and staff training was in full swing. The campus network and the source code for Kuai Bo were all finalized. Once the time was ripe, they would launch operations. Everything was progressing smoothly according to Ye Xuan's meticulous plan. However, life's unforeseen events are often shrouded in mystery, arriving unexpectedly in unpredictable forms. Upon entering the classroom with Hong Liteo, Ye Xuan was greeted with distressing news. What? Wang Qian has a high fever. But the college entrance exam is tomorrow. What are we going to do? Where is Wang Qian now? She is at the hospital receiving N4 drip. We need to head to the exam site soon. I'll stay with her. If she can't make it today, I'll have my mom drive us tomorrow morning, Xiaonanji said, her expression filled with worry yet resolute. In previous years, the exam centers in Mingxing were set up in various high schools. Each school would collaborate, arranging accommodations for their students at the dormitories of the exam site. Thus, they needed to take a bus to their respective exam centers this morning. As Wang Qian's closest friend, Xiaonanji would not abandon her during such a crucial time. At that moment, Hong Liteo stepped forward. I should go instead. My grades were never great, and I'm more adaptable. You're different. The other students exchanged glances. In a moment when everyone was anxiously preparing for exams, it required immense courage to sacrifice one's own time and disrupt one's own state for someone else. Clearly, Hong Liteo had genuine feelings for Wang Qian. Xiaonanji could see through it. However, I am her best friend. I must be by her side during this time. Before Hong Liteo could say more, Ye Xuan pulled him back. Let us go together. In his previous life, Wang Qian had performed poorly on her college entrance exams due to a fever, resulting in her being admitted to a second-tier university when she had the potential for a 211 school. What? Xiaonanji and Hong Liteo were taken aback. The others were equally stunned. One was Wang Qian's close friend, and the other was her secret admirer. Their desire to accompany her was both reasonable and justified. What was Ye Xuan's motive? The old teacher will be here shortly. We need to leave, or we won't make it in time. Ye Xuan offered no further explanation. Xiaonanji and Hong Liteo exchanged glances and, nodding in agreement, gathered their belongings to head outside. When the old teacher arrives, just inform him that we'll reach the exam site by noon. Ye Xuan patted Chen Ming on the shoulder, then, under the curious gazes of their classmates, exited the classroom. Chapter 44. The Cure-All Elixir Liteo. You need to give this to Wang Qian to drink. What is this? Hong Liteo gazed at the small, brown ceramic bottle, puzzled. It's a miraculous remedy. Once Wang Qian drinks it, she'll be in prime condition for the entrance exams. Ye Xuan, what are you doing? Are you taking me for a fool? Hong Liteo nearly laughed in exasperation. Is this really the time for jokes? I'm serious. Oh, and what is the story? I encountered a beggar outside a temple. Feeling sympathetic, I gave her 10 yuan, and she handed me 2 bottles of this elixir, claiming it cures all ailments. Hong Liteo chuckled. So you've fallen for a scam too? You think I'd be as gullible as you? At first, I certainly did not believe it. You don't believe it, yet you want me to finish my story. A few days ago, I caught a cold. Really? I couldn't tell. As Hong Liteo spoke, he suddenly realized. Did you drink this? He had heard that currently there is no miraculous medicine to cure a cold. Generally, it takes about a week for one to fully recover. Right. Ye Xuan nodded, emphasizing each word. The medicine cures the ailment. Hong Liteo's breath quickened immediately. But Ye Xuan stopped him. How do you plan to make Wang Qian drink it? Just like that, he said, lifting the porcelain bottle and mimicking the act of pouring it into his mouth. Ye Xuan replied, Li Tao, are you foolish? Do you think, given Wang Qian's astuteness, she would believe my words? In his relationship with Li Tao, no matter how absurd the situation, the other party would be willing to believe him. That's why he fabricated a non-existent elderly lady to conceal the existence of the system. But Wang Qian is different. She is far too rational. If Li Tao dares to deceive her with such words, she would surely consider him insane. It indeed seems improbable. After Li Tao spoke, he looked bewilderedly at Ye Xuan. Are you implying I am foolish? Li Tao nodded. I remember that. All right, let us go in. As Ye Xuan turned around, he noticed a woman in a white professional outfit gazing at him with a strange expression. Could it be that my handsomeness is overwhelming? Even charm can bring troubles. After smiling and nodding in acknowledgement, he hurriedly followed Li Tao into the hospital. Is it true that high school students are so easily deceived nowadays? The woman in professional attire shook her head, as though suddenly recalling something. Her expression shifted, and she hastily entered the hospital. In the first-floor infusion area, Qian, how are you feeling? The fever has subsided, but I still feel dizzy and weak all over. Don't worry, there is still a day left. You will surely recover. Upon arriving, they happened to overhear a conversation between Xiao Nanji and Wang Qian. Looking at Wang Qian, her once rosy cheeks, reminiscent of baby fat, had turned pale. Her lips were dry and chapped from the high fever. Hong Li Tao's expression filled with concern as he quickly approached. Wang Qian, you must be thirsty. I'll get you some water. Wang Qian glanced at him and weakly shook her head. No need. My mom is getting it for me. Ye Xuan, Li Tao. What are you doing here? As she spoke, Chen Ying's face showed little surprise, likely having been informed by Xiao Nanji earlier. Li Tao awkwardly called out Aunt Chen, then fell silent, unsure of what to say. Ye Xuan stepped in to ease the tension. Aunt Chen, we were worried about Wang Qian, so we came to check on her. Li Tao, stop dawdling. Hurry and get the water cup so Aunt Chen can rest. Oh. Only then did Li Tao snap back to reality and rush to fetch the cup. Chen Ying, not wanting to trouble anyone with her daughter, said, It's all right, I can manage. Li Tao halted in his tracks and looked at Ye Xuan. I wonder what use you are to me? Ye Xuan silently complained, then swiftly approached, taking the cup from her hand. Aunt, we are Wang Qian's classmates and your juniors. It would be inappropriate for us to let you handle everything. As he spoke, he made a move to take the cup. Oh, you child. Chen Ying feigned annoyance, yet internally felt pleased. As she spoke, she loosened her grip. But unexpectedly, Ye Xuan did not hold it properly. The cup clattered to the ground, spilling the freshly poured water everywhere. I'm so sorry, Aunt. My hand slipped. Li Tao. Hurry and get another cup. Ye Xuan quickly picked up the cup and handed it to Li Tao. It was evident to anyone that Li Tao had a crush on Wang Qian, so it was only natural for him to fetch her water. If Ye Xuan rushed to do it himself, it would not only contradict his character but also raise suspicions about his intentions. This was the fundamental reason he concocted a story to deceive Li Tao. Li Tao nodded, took the cup, and dashed to the water room. This scene was captured by the woman in professional attire as she entered the infusion area. Are they really going to pour the miraculous water into the cup and have that girl drink it without her knowledge? Aren't they worried about potential consequences? High school students nowadays are not only gullible but also quite audacious. Despite these thoughts, she had no intention of intervening. Firstly, she could tell that the two boys meant no harm. Secondly, this was a hospital, not a nightclub. Even if something went awry, doctors could intervene immediately. After a brief moment of surprise, she resumed her search for her target among the crowd. Soon, she spotted a casually dressed woman seated in a corner, cradling a small girl receiving an infusion. The little girl appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, sporting pigtails and dressed in a pink dress, utterly adorable. I'm sorry, Teacher Wu. I'm late. The woman in professional attire hurried over, apologizing. Wu-Ning waved her hand. It's all right, just check on Xian. She seems unwell. She was Xuan's kindergarten teacher, having rushed her to the hospital upon discovering her illness that morning. Xian, how are you feeling? The woman in professional attire squatted down, gently stroking the little girl's face, asking with concern. Annie, I'm having a bit of trouble breathing. Cough, cough, cough. Xian's face flushed as she spoke, interrupted by a fit of coughing. Xian's asthma attacks had become more frequent. Ms. Han, do you think we should take her to a larger hospital in the capital for a checkup? Wu-Ning said, gently caressing Xian's small head. Xian had lost her parents in a car accident when she was 3. Since then, her aunt had taken on the responsibility of raising her. To make matters worse, Xian had been diagnosed with allergic asthma the year she started kindergarten. Initially, she would only have 2 attacks a year, but by the next year, it increased to 3. By the first half of this year, she had already experienced 2 episodes. Although timely infusions effectively controlled her condition, seeing Xian in pain broke her heart every time. Asthma is a global medical challenge, with no prospects for a complete cure. At that moment, an elderly man receiving an infusion nearby spoke up. Ms. Han panicked momentarily and shot a glare at the old man. Xian was already 6 years old and beginning to understand. Wasn't he, the old man, just creating chaos by speaking like that in front of her? Realizing he had misspoken, the old man quickly offered an apologetic smile and fell silent. Just then, Xian looked up, tears glistening in her big, dark eyes, and asked, Andy, can't my illness be cured? Chapter 45, The Request of the Mature Beauty Han Yun. It can be cured. It definitely can, Ms. Han said, pulling Xian into her embrace, shooting another glare at the old man. The old man, realizing his mistake, quickly took out a lollipop from his pocket. Leaning down, he offered it to Xian. Little one, I may not have been educated, but what I say doesn't count. Your aunt is educated, and what she says matters. Really? Xian looked at him with her sparkling eyes, seriously asking. The old man nodded. Really, here, this is a lollipop I bought for the little boy. It's for you. Xian glanced at Ms. Han. Ms. Han nodded, and the little girl accepted the lollipop with a sweet smile. Thank you, Grandpa. Oh, such a good child. The old man's eyes turned red as he reached out to pat her little head. Just then, a sudden exclamation from Wang Qian pierced through the commotion. What is going on? Xiaonanji was taken aback. What is wrong, Qian? Daughter, are you feeling unwell? Xining asked anxiously. Wang Qian shook her head. No, I'm not unwell. I feel. Xiaonanji urged. Feel what? Speak quickly. I feel better. Wang Qian looked up at the crowd, her face brimming with joy. Xiaonanji was taken aback. What do you mean? I'm not dizzy anymore. And I feel energized. I believe I can run up 10 flights of stairs in one breath. Wang Qian exclaimed, mimicking Popeye's signature pose, her excitement palpable. Xiaonanji looked at Xining in confusion, only to find her equally perplexed. Just moments ago, Wang Qian had appeared weak and disoriented, and now, after drinking half a cup of water, she claimed to be fine. Was this illness becoming more serious? However, Hong Liteo understood what was happening and turned to Ye Xuan. Astonished. Until now, even though he believed Ye Xuan wouldn't deceive him, he remained skeptical about the efficacy of the miraculous water. After all, he was a product of the new era, raised under the red flag, possessing a complete scientific worldview, and firmly adhering to materialistic atheism. But now, the evidence was laid bare before him, causing him to feel as though his worldview was collapsing. Could it be that some of those folktales were indeed true? Is the end of science truly theology? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully altered the course of your life and received a reward of 5,800 karma points. The system notification resounded in Ye Xuan's mind. He inwardly scoffed. Only this little reward? Wang Qian, you are the least impressive candidate I've encountered. Meanwhile, from a distance, Han Yun felt a storm brewing within her heart. Her mental state mirrored that of Hong Liteo. Yet due to her distance and lack of knowledge regarding these individuals, she remained somewhat doubtful. Auntie, I still feel a bit breathless, said Xian, who was licking her lollipop after unwrapping it. Be good, Xian. After finishing this bottle of water, you'll feel better, Han Yun comforted, stroking her hair. Then turned to Wu Ning. Teacher Wu, could you please keep an eye on Xian for me? I need to inquire about something. Han Yun was well aware of Xuan's family situation, which made her genuinely care for the little girl. Instead of approaching directly, Han Yun decided to discreetly observe Wang Qian. The more she watched, the more alarmed she became. She distinctly remembered Wang Qian looking utterly drained, as if she might faint at any moment. But now, her complexion was rosy and radiant, exuding vitality. If it weren't for the 4 drips still in her arm, who would believe she was a patient? There were 2 possibilities. Either the miraculous water was genuinely effective, or these individuals were a fraudulent group, specifically scamming money in the hospital. After a careful analysis, Han Yun resolved to observe further. At that moment, bolstered by Wang Qian's efforts to prove her recovery, Qining and Xiaonanji finally believed in the reality of her healing, nearly moved to tears. They then called for a nurse to remove Wang Qian's 4. But there is still half a bottle left. The nurse exclaimed, puzzled. Nurse, I'm fine now. I don't need it anymore, Wang Qian insisted. You had a cold. How could you recover so quickly? The nurse, who had administered Wang Qian's 4, clearly remembered her previous weak state. I'm truly better. Do I look like someone who has a cold? Wang Qian energetically demonstrated her vitality without moving her forearm. The nurse remained skeptical but showed no intention of removing the 4. Just then, Ye Xuan smiled. Angel sister, we are seniors preparing for the college entrance exam tomorrow, and we need to take the school bus to the exam site. Could you please make an exception? His handsome appearance and charm made the nurse chuckle. All right then. I'll remove the 4. Xiaonanji couldn't help but pout, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Ye Xuan was far too sweet-tongued with other women. Was he? They are seniors? Han Yun's suspicions diminished considerably, yet she still refrained from approaching until Wang Qian had her 4 removed and was about to leave, prompting her resolve. Excuse me, can I talk to you? Han Yun directly walked up to Ye Xuan and inquired. Xiaonanji immediately became alert. Ye Xuan, who is she? The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, wearing high heels, standing about 170 centimeters tall, with an elegant demeanor and a graceful figure accentuated by her white professional attire, exuding the charm of a mature woman. While Xiaonanji might slightly surpass her in looks, she felt overshadowed by Han Yun's mature aura. I am. Han Yun began to introduce herself, but Ye Xuan interjected, Aunt Shun, Liteo, you 2 can step outside. I have some matters to discuss with this lady. Qining nodded without further inquiry and led Wang Qian out. Xiaonanji intended to stay, but Ye Xuan exchanged a knowing glance with Han Yun, and they walked in the opposite direction, heightening Xiao Daxio's wariness. You heard our conversation earlier? Once in a secluded corner, Ye Xuan turned to Han Yun and asked. Han Yun was taken aback. Do you know why I'm looking for you? Could it be that this was indeed a scam? Were they deliberately saying things for her benefit? Partially, Ye Xuan nodded, then apologized. If you were here for the miraculous water, I must regretfully inform you that you will be disappointed. What do you mean? Han Yun was puzzled. I only have 2 bottles, and they have already been used. I am sorry, but I must hurry to the exam site. Goodbye. He turned to leave. This time, he truly let his guard down, forgetting the maxim that walls have ears. Initially worried that this might be a scam, Han Yun felt an urgency upon hearing Ye Xuan's blunt denial. I can pay for it. Ye Xuan sighed. It's not about money, it's simply gone. I'll offer 10,000. Han Yun was unwilling to give up. Even if there was a 1 in a million chance, she wanted to fight for Xian. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Xuan shook his head. It really is gone. Han Yun bit her lip. 20,000. No matter if it's 100,000. If it's gone, it's gone. I must be on my way. Ye Xuan ceased the conversation and began to walk away. Xian lost her parents at 3 years old, and now she suffers from allergic asthma. All I want is for her to grow up healthily like other children. Why can't I even fulfill such a simple wish? Han Yun suddenly broke down, squatting on the ground and hugging her shoulders, sobbing uncontrollably. Through tear-blurred vision, a pair of white casual shoes entered her sight. The next moment, a tissue was offered by the owner of those shoes. Han Yun looked up to see Ye Xuan smiling at her. I suddenly remembered that I only used half of that bottle of miraculous water. Chapter 46. The most precious gift. Han Yun was wearing a knee-length skirt, and when she squatted down, the hem rose slightly, inadvertently revealing certain unmentionable sights to Ye Xuan standing opposite her. As she looked up, Ye Xuan swiftly diverted his gaze. Nude stockings and black underwear. This mature beauty is quite the taste. The scene he had just witnessed lingered in Ye Xuan's mind. Really? Han Yun, struck by immense surprise, failed to notice any change in Ye Xuan's expression. Ye Xuan nodded. How much do you intend to sell that half bottle of miraculous water for? Han Yun hesitated before rising, her mind racing. Previously, the figure of 1 million had been mentioned. If this was a trap, surely this person would demand a hefty price. Ye Xuan also half-squatted. The claim that it cures all ailments was merely the old lady's perspective. It may not necessarily be effective for asthma. How much do you think is appropriate? The distance between the two was barely half a meter. As he crouched and leaned forward, the gap diminished even further. From a distance, it appeared as if their noses were nearly touching. When Ye Xuan spoke, his breath directly warmed Han Yun's beautiful oval face, sending a wave of heat through her. If it were Chen Ming or Hong Lida, Han Yun would not have felt anything. However, with Ye Xuan's charm level soaring to 87, his gaze was undeniably aggressive. Even Han Yun, who had encountered various types of people, could not help but feel a slight tremor in her heart, hastily averting her eyes. Ye Xuan could not suppress a chuckle. Don't you want it? Han Yun quickly turned her head. I want it. I want it. This conversation felt rather peculiar. Ye Xuan thought to himself, and continued, if you want it, just name a price, and if it's reasonable, I will sell it. Han Yun pondered for a moment, and tentatively offered, 30,000? This was already all her savings. For the sake of Xuan's health, she was willing to deplete herself. Ye Xuan laughed. Did you not just say 20,000? How did the price increase? Han Yun replied, I said 20,000, but you said it was unavailable. Now it is, isn't it? Ye Xuan, with a playful smile, inquired, what is your name, and what is your profession? Han Yun, manager of the catering department at Millennium Hotel. How old are you, and what is your education? 26, with a bachelor's degree. You graduated 4 years ago, right? Yes. Xian is your niece, and I am her aunt. After questioning her, Ye Xuan formed a rough judgment in his mind. Millennium Hotel is a luxurious establishment in Ming City, offering accommodation, dining, bathing, and other services. Han Yun had risen to the position of catering manager in just 4 years, indicating her strong work capability. Of course, there was a probability that she had relied on her looks to ascend. However, based on her demeanor and speech, that probability seemed low. The salary for a catering manager should be around 3,000 to 4,000. Given that Han Yun had only worked for 4 years, her initial salary must not have been so high. Thus, 30,000 was not a trivial amount for her. Her willingness to pay such a hefty price for a bottle of uncertain efficacy water for her niece demonstrated her deep emotional ties. Contemplating this, Ye Xuan asked, what you just said was true. What? Han Yun queried, confused. About Xian. Han Yun's expression dimmed, and she nodded. If you agree to one condition, I can give you the water for free. Ye Xuan's change of heart stemmed from his sympathy for the little girl named Xian. Every human possesses a sense of compassion, and he was no exception. He understood the principle of reciprocal kindness. What condition? Han Yun asked, wary. She was acutely aware of her allure to men and understood the adage that nothing free is truly valuable. If Ye Xuan was not asking for money, then what he desired must be of greater worth than money. Perhaps her body? Ye Xuan, understanding her thoughts, chuckled. I have recently opened a hot pot restaurant and need a capable, trustworthy manager. I believe you would be a perfect fit. If you agree to be the manager, I will give you the water for free. Of course, if you do not perform well, I will dismiss you at any time. Since he aimed to replicate the legendary Haidaleo, He required someone with the appropriate professional qualifications to take on the managerial role. He lacked the energy for this. And Qin Yanghao did not possess the capability. Han Yun's position and experience matched his requirements, and there was a certain fate connecting them. Encouraging her to step out of her comfort zone to embrace a new challenge could also be seen as a price paid for obtaining the water. Really? Han Yun was momentarily taken aback, but then suddenly stood up. However, she was wearing high heels, and after crouching for so long, her legs felt numb. As she stood abruptly, dizziness washed over her, causing her to sway to the side. Han Yun attempted to adjust her stance to steady herself, yet her numb legs hindered her movements. She was about to topple over. Just then, a pair of strong arms caught her around the waist. In the next moment, her upper body leaned against a solid chest. Are you all right? Han Yun raised her head to meet Ye Xuan's concerned gaze. The mature beauty felt a jolt in her heart, instinctively stepping back, then shook her head. I'm fine. Is your condition really true? Was the sensation just now a 36? Ye Xuan savored the moment before nodding. Of course, it's true. All right, I accept. At that moment, Han Yun entirely set aside her doubts about him. Moreover, her anticipation for the efficacy of the water soared to its peak. A few minutes later, the two stood before Xian Xian. The 6-year-old girl gazed at Ye Xuan with wide, curious eyes, her cherubic face adorned with confusion. Noticing her flushed cheeks and labored breathing, Ye Xuan realized Han Yun had not lied. Xian Xian, somewhat shy, clutched the hem of Han Yun's skirt. Auntie, who is this big brother? He, without waiting for Han Yun to respond, crouched slightly and smiled. I'm Ye Xuan. Your aunt's friend. Xian Xian nodded, somewhat understanding. Big brother, are you married? Ye Xuan, intrigued, replied. No, why do you ask? My aunt isn't married either. Can you marry her? Xian Xian innocently inquired. Ye Xuan cast a surprised glance at Han Yun. The attitudes in 2004 were not like those a decade later. At her age, she should have been married by now. Could it be that she merely appeared mature but was not that old? Han Yun blushed furiously. Xian Xian, don't say that. Ye Xuan is still a high school student. What does high school student mean? Is it impressive? Xian Xian looked up at teacher Wu. Wu Ning stifled a laugh. Stroking her little head, high school student means he is a student, just like you, Xian Xian. Xian Xian seemed to understand and nodded, then let Annie be Ye Xuan's girlfriend first. This declaration amused the elderly gentleman nearby. Ye Xuan chuckled as well. How concerned was this little girl about her aunt's potential to remain single that she was so eager to introduce a boyfriend? Xian Xian, big brother just helped your aunt a lot. How do you plan to thank me? Ye Xuan teased, pinching her little cheek. Xian Xian tilted her head in thought, then offered a licked lollipop to Ye Xuan. Can I give you this? A delicious lollipop was the most precious gift in her eyes. Han Yun's expression shifted, and she was about to stop Xian Xian. But surprisingly, Ye Xuan smiled and accepted the lollipop. Thank you, Xian Xian, I really like your gift. After saying this, he ruffled Xuan Xuan's little head, stood up, and looked at Han Yun. I must be going now. Let me know the results as soon as possible. Ye Xuan made a phone gesture, waved goodbye to Xian Xian, then popped the lollipop into his mouth, stuffing his hands into his pockets as he turned to leave. Watching him fade into the distance, Han Yun murmured to herself, a kind-hearted, handsome high school student who has opened his own hot pot restaurant. What a mysterious young man. After her musings, she turned and smiled. Xian Xian, are you thirsty? Auntie will get you some water. Then, she added silently in her heart, when Xian Xian drinks, she will get better. She will definitely be fine. Chapter 47. Hidden Attribute Capsule. Ye Xuan, who was that woman just now? After regrouping at the hospital entrance, Xiaonanji could no longer contain her curiosity. If Chen Ying had not been present, Ye Xuan would likely have claimed she was a woman who had fallen for him at first sight. Came to the hospital for an interview? Xiaonanji was somewhat incredulous. On the way to the hospital, I communicated with her via text. She happened to be nearby, so she came over. I say, Xiaonanji, you aren't thinking of interfering in the management of the hot pot restaurant, are you? Ye Xuan shifted the focus back to her. This tactic was quite effective. Xiaonanji quickly denied it and refrained from pursuing the matter further. Although Hong Lida did not comprehend the situation, he was greatly astonished. Continuing, Ye Xuan made a phone call to his old teacher, reporting on the situation. After learning that the bus had already departed, he hailed a taxi at the roadside, and the group headed straight for the examination center of Wuzhou. While en route, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully altered your life's trajectory and earned a reward of causal value. It seemed that Xian Xian's allergic asthma had been cured, and Ye Xuan felt a surge of joy for the little girl when Han Yun's call came through. To avoid any sound leakage that might be overheard by Xiao Nanji and Wang Qian, he ended the call and sent a text message to the charming young lady. I'm unable to talk. Let us communicate via text. Han Yun replied. The miraculous water has taken effect. Xian Xian's breathing is normal. Just as that elderly gentleman had stated, allergic asthma is a medical conundrum with no definitive cure globally. It can only be managed. Han Yun naturally understood this. However, the astonishing immediate relief provided by the miraculous water instilled in her a sense of confidence regarding a potential cure. The two then discussed when they would start working at the hot pot restaurant. After concluding the conversation with the charming young lady, Ye Xuan glanced at his personal attributes. His causal value had once again surpassed 30,000. He began to ponder whether he should enhance his abilities before the college entrance examination to aim for the title of provincial champion. In a country where the philosophy of no child should suffer due to poverty, nor should education be compromised prevails, the visibility of a provincial champion is extraordinarily pronounced. If he were to mention his entrepreneurial endeavors during a television interview, it would undoubtedly attract considerable media attention. Just as he contemplated the feasibility of this plan, he suddenly recalled an important detail. Wasn't he the science champion of Dongshan Province in 2000 for a remarkable score of 749? Dongshan Province, where Mingqiang is located, is known for its competitive college entrance examination results. In his previous life, the science champion from Dongshan Province achieved an unprecedented score of 749. Although this included a 20-point bonus from winning a math competition, the bonus was earned through merit. Thus, for Ye Xuan to surpass that score, he would need to achieve a perfect score, which was nearly impossible. Therefore, he could only strive for the title of city champion. In this pursuit, Ye Xuan opted not to purchase experience books for all 6 subjects directly from the system mall, but instead opened the lottery system, spending 20,000 system points to draw 200 times. With only one lucky aura remaining, he intended to save it for a crucial moment, making this lottery purely a gamble of luck. The results of the draw included 85 experience books for 6 subjects, 26 basketball experience books, 35 computer experience books, 30 guitar experience books, 10 stock market insights, 3 hidden attribute capsules, 3 physical ability capsules, 3 mental capsules, and 3 charm capsules, along with purchase permissions for 1 guitar experience book and 1 rejuvenating water. Ye Xuan's eyes lit up. It appeared he had drawn something new this time. His luck seemed to be on the rise. Hidden attribute capsule, upon use, permanently increases perception by 1 point. Does perception refer to the 6th sense? The direct purchase price was astonishingly 10 times that of the lottery. What a shrewd merchant the system was. After expressing his exasperation, Ye Xuan clicked to use all the items he had drawn. Host, Ye Xuan physical ability, 93 mental ability, 91 charm, 90 causal value. Truly, these hidden attributes were remarkable. Having consumed 3 capsules, there was no visible change on the panel. Ye Xuan grumbled again, then sensed someone watching him from behind. He was seated in the front passenger seat, while Xiao Nanji, Wang Qian, and Hong Litao were crammed in the back. Who could be spying on him? Was this a manifestation of his enhanced perception? Ye Xuan mused quietly. Upon arriving at the Wuzhong Examination Center, they disembarked at the side of the school gate. An elderly beggar attracted the attention of the crowd. He appeared to be in his 70s, with disheveled hair and tattered clothes. In front of him lay a white sheet covered in calligraphy, its corners weighed down by small stones, with a stainless steel cup standing quietly beside it. Xiao Nanji and Wang Qian immediately felt a pang of compassion. However, before they could act, Hong Litao hurried over, clutching his wallet. He fished out a 5 yuan note but, after a moment's thought, swapped it for a 10 yuan note and placed it in the stainless steel cup. He then gazed intently at the old man. The old man, taken aback, asked, "Young man, what are you staring at?" "Old man, did you forget to give me something?" Hong Litao fidgeted nervously. The old man looked bewildered. "What thing?" "You know, the kind that is magical and can help you understand," Hong Litao whispered, raising his eyebrows. The old man fell silent for 2 seconds, then pulled out a Nokia phone from his pocket. "Hello, is this the spirit? I'm reporting that someone here is seeking unique items." Hong Litao? Half an hour later, Zhang Guangming managed to convince the police officers that Hong Litao was not a user of illicit substances. That old man can afford a phone but still begs at the school gate? What happened to basic trust among people? Hong Litao lamented, having lost 10 yuan for nothing. The other students found the situation utterly amusing. This fool, is he really that clueless? I can never let anyone know I'm associated with him. Ye Xuan silently resolved. The little incident involving Hong Litao eased some of the pre-examination tension. Wang Qian's return to full spirits also seemed to signal that Lady Luck was on their side. Amidst the intertwining atmosphere of anxiety and anticipation, the 2 days swiftly passed. After the final comprehensive science examination concluded, Ye Xuan was the first to exit the gates of Wuzhou. Ye Xuan, Du Bing, waiting at the entrance to interview candidates, instantly recognized him and exclaimed with delight. Ye Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "Teacher Du? What brings you here?" Addressing her as host felt overly formal, while calling her sister felt too intimate. Thus, teacher was the most fitting term for their current relationship. Du Bing approached with a smile. "I've been sent by the station to interview candidates. You were the first one to leave the examination hall. May I interview you?" Ye Xuan nodded. "Sure." "Was this college entrance examination difficult?" "Not really. It was quite simple for me." Ye Xuan pondered for a moment. "I conservatively estimate I'll score above 700. Du Bing? Chapter 48. The admissions office calls. Have you heard? That kid from the Yi family is back on television. Ye Xuan, right? What has he done this time? He just took the college entrance exam and was interviewed by Du Bing right after finishing. Oh, what did he say? What else could he say? Du Bing asked him how he did, and he said he conservatively estimates above 700. At 9 p.m., neighbors of the Jinxiu Huading community gathered in small groups beneath the large tree to enjoy the cool evening air. Having a neighbor on television was big news. Consequently, Ye Xuan's words during the interview quickly spread throughout the community. Some neighbors, who were sipping from large ceramic mugs, nearly spat out their drinks. What? Above 700? And he is just being conservative? Little Ye is such a good student? Neighbors who had some knowledge of Ye Xuan were astonished. My son said that Ye Xuan scored above 700 in both of his last 2 mock exams. Yes, my daughter mentioned that Ye Xuan scored 723 in his last exam. Wow, that score is remarkable. It seems little you isn't boasting. As the neighbors expressed their astonishment. A dissonant snort interrupted the excitement. How is it reasonable for someone who has never even made it into the top 50 of their grade to suddenly score over 700? Oldly, are you implying something? Little Ye has never made it into the top 50? Li Weiping snorted again. My son is also at Yizhong and is very familiar with Ye Xuan's usual scores. He also works at the Mingqing Machinery Factory and shares a workshop with Ye Ximing. The two have never gotten along well, and recently a supervisor position became available, making their rivalry even more pronounced. Old grievances combined with new resentments led him to be quite displeased with his neighbor's praise of Ye Xuan. No matter how unreasonable he was, it was undeniably a substantial sum of over 700. At that moment, a neighbor who had a good relationship with Ye Ximing retorted. Li Weiping scoffed. It's quite easy to cheat in the mock exams organized by the school. As for the college entrance examination, well, let's just say the Yi family is in for a big embarrassment this time. The next morning, as Ye Xuan lingered in bed, comrade Wang Jihui entered, saying, "What time is it? Still sleeping in? Hurry up." Ye Xuan, groggy, turned over and replied, "Mom, the college entrance examination is over. Can't you let me sleep a little longer? Then I'll be going to work with your dad. The noodles are in the pot. You can heat them up and eat when you get up." Noodles for breakfast again? The college entrance examination is over. What else do you want to eat? After getting up and having breakfast, Ye Xuan dragged Hong Liteo to register for driving lessons. Ye Xuan, why not just forget it? It's scorching hot. Learning to drive is too torturous. Knowing how to drive is a valuable skill. Besides, I'll be there to accompany you. But I can't afford a car anytime soon. I can buy one. Just imagine, when we report to college, you'll be driving a Land Rover with one hand. Lowering the window to ask a beautiful senior for directions. Isn't that incredibly cool? Liteo, what are you doing? You're drooling. Hong Liteo quickly wiped his mouth and, with sparkling eyes, said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us sign up right away. But let us get one thing straight. If I get my driving license faster than you, don't be jealous." A week later, at the driving school practice ground, Ye Xuan held his driving license and encouraged Hong Liteo, who was struggling with reverse parking. "Liteo, be strong." After leaving the driving school, Ye Xuan took a taxi to Qinji Hot Pot Restaurant to oversee the construction progress. Upon his arrival, he encountered Han Yun, who had resigned from Millennium Hotel. "The restaurant isn't open yet. You don't have to come over," she said. "There's nothing to do at home. I'm here to ensure the construction team works diligently. Have you reviewed the employee manual?" "Yes, I've gone through it all." "Mr. Yi, are you really just a high school student?" Han Yun, who was also in management, felt the advanced nature of the manual far exceeded contemporary standards after reviewing the document Ye Xuan sent. It was only after asking Ye Xuan that she learned he had compiled it himself. A high school student with no management experience had written an employee manual far ahead of its time, coupled with that almost miraculous special water. Her curiosity about Ye Xuan reached its peak. Ye Xuan chuckled. "You didn't watch Mingqing Good Things on the night of the 8th, did you?" Han Yun looked puzzled. "Sorry, Mr. Yi, I usually watch Longshire and Dongshan satellite TV." "No wonder," Ye Xuan thought, smiling without further explanation. They discussed work for a while before he left the restaurant. Not long after Ye Xuan departed, Xiao Nanji and Wang Qin entered, each carrying a cup of milk tea. As shareholders of the Hot Pot restaurant and first-time entrepreneurs, even if they didn't fully believe in the future Ye Xuan had painted, they always kept the place in mind. Thus, after the college entrance examination, they came to check in daily. In the course of their visits, they became acquainted with Han Yun. "Manager Han, let me treat you to some milk tea." "Miss Xiao, you're too kind." Han Yun accepted the milk tea from Xiao Nanji and asked, "By the way, Mr. Yi just left. Didn't you see him?" "Huh." Xiao Nanji was momentarily taken aback before turning to chase after him, only to bump into Lin Shitong, who was coming in. "What are you doing here?" Both women exclaimed in unison. Then, they simultaneously asked with suspicion, "Have you seen Ye Xuan?" After the college entrance examination, they had attempted to arrange meetings with Ye Xuan multiple times, only to be turned down on the pretext of learning to drive. At this moment, they both suspected that Ye Xuan had met someone else behind their backs. However, as soon as they spoke, they realized their worries were unfounded. They turned around and dialed Ye Xuan's number. Lin Shitong was quicker and connected first. The first sweet girl flashed a victory sign at Xiao Nanji, her pride evident. Xiao Nanji scoffed, her breath revealing a hint of burgeoning excitement. "Ye Xuan, where are you? Going to the city? I want to go too. Can you tell me what you're going to the city for?" Lin Shitong's words hung in the air, leaving not only her stunned, but also Xiao Nanji. Han Yun and Wang Qin. The restaurant hadn't even opened yet, and Ye Xuan was already planning to establish a branch in the city? Was he not afraid of stumbling? Time passed amid everyone's busy lives, and soon it was June 25th. Today, the college entrance examination results for Dongshan province would be released. Many parents of examinees took the day off to wait anxiously for the results at home. Ye Xuan and his wife were no exception. Just as they were anxiously waiting, the landline rang suddenly. Wang Jiahui answered, "Hello, who is this?" "What? You're a teacher from the Shuimu admissions office." Ye Xuan sprang to his feet in shock. Chapter 49. The battle for talent at Shuijing. At the entrance of the Jinxiu Huading community, old Lu sat under a tree as usual, enjoying the shade. Just then, a small car with a Beijing license plate drove up. The vehicle came to a stop, and a middle-aged woman in a dress stepped out. "Excuse me. Does Ye Xuan live in this community?" Before the other old friends could speak, old Lu raised his fan to stop them. He then scrutinized the woman and asked, "Who are you?" The middle-aged woman smiled. "We are teachers from the admissions office of Jing University." Jing University? Not only was old Lu astonished, but so were the other old friends. "Yes, Jing University," the woman replied with a smile. "Would you be so kind as to take us to Ye Xuan's home?" Before old Lu could respond, Ye Xuan and his family came walking from a distance. Old Lu beamed, pointing at Ye Xuan with his fan. "See that? That's the person you're looking for." The middle-aged woman's eyes lit up, and she signaled to Teacher Chen, who was driving, before quickly heading towards Ye Xuan. Just as Teacher Chen was about to get out of the car, he caught sight of a black Toyota speeding towards them in the rearview mirror. The Beijing license plate stood out prominently in this small county town. While they arrived so quickly, Teacher Chen cursed under his breath, shouting to the middle-aged woman, "Teacher Wang, Shuimu's people are coming. I'll hold them off for you. You hurry up and secure Ye Xuan." With that, he shifted into reverse and slammed the car towards the approaching Toyota. "Are you kidding me?" The driver of the Toyota was startled and swerved sharply to avoid the impending collision. "Trying to dodge? I'm not known as the Schumacher of Jing University for nothing." Teacher Chen sneered, swiftly maneuvering the steering wheel as he reversed. With a resounding crash, the two cars collided. "Hey, Chen Xiao, how did you drive? Was that intentional?" The driver of the Toyota stormed over, furious, and began to berate Teacher Chen. "Oh dear, it's you, Teacher Song. My apologies, I didn't mean to. I lost control of the wheel." Chen Xiao stepped out of the car with a grin, pulling out a cigarette to offer. Song Wenhao pushed his hand away, saying, "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You can't just brush off the fact that you crashed into my car." "Hey, Teacher Song, you're being unreasonable. How could I have done it on purpose? Isn't it you who gave yourself the nickname Schumacher of Jing University?" "Well, yes. But what of it? Schumacher would never lose control of the wheel. How novel. Everyone makes mistakes. It's part of being human. Hey, Teacher Lin, where are you going?" As Chen Xiao continued speaking, he noticed someone sneaking out of the back seat of the Toyota, and it was Lin Yu from the Shuimu admissions office. "Don't change the subject. We still need to sort this out." Song Wenhao grasped Chen Xiao firmly, a cold smile on his face. Clarifying the situation is indeed possible. Teacher Lin is a witness and must be retained. Just as Chen Xiao called out, Lin Yu immediately removed her high heels, holding them in her hand as she dashed towards the community gate. Chen Xiao, sensing the urgency, hurried to intervene. However, Song Wenhao was already keeping a close watch on him and swiftly pulled him back. Mr. Liu and his companions were utterly astonished. How could a disagreement escalate to such an extent without any words exchanged, leading to a collision? After the crash, instead of calling the traffic police, they resorted to wrestling? Is this truly a teacher from the admissions office of Jing University? Meanwhile, Teacher Wang had just finished introducing herself to Ye Xuan and his family. "Sister Wang, Jing University is the pinnacle of domestic higher education. Only we can unlock the full potential of student Ye Xuan." She then inquired, "By the way, Sister Wang, does your community have other exits? Let us find a place to converse more comfortably." As Wang Wen spoke, she linked her arm with Wang Jiahui's, presenting an intimate demeanor akin to that of sisters. Teacher Wang, an admissions officer from Jing University, felt as close as kin. When had Comrade Wang Jihui ever faced such a trial? Yu Jiming opened his mouth to offer a reminder but hesitated, fearing it might disrupt the atmosphere. Ye Xuan found the scene amusing, thinking to himself, is this the legendary battle for talent in Shuijing? Although she had teamed at the Yi family before, she instantly recognized Wang Wen. A sudden alarm rang in Lin Yu's heart as she called out, "Sister Wang, that person is a fraud. Please don't listen to her." Wang Wen, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickened her pace. After donning her high heels, Lin Yu approached, saying, "Indeed, Sister Wang, you are remarkable. You remembered my voice after just one phone call. No wonder you could nurture such an exceptional son as Ye Xuan." This statement instantly bridged the gap between her and Wang Jiahui, making them appear as close as sisters, chatting arm in arm. Wang Wen could no longer remain passive, retorting, "Teacher Lin, what did you mean by calling someone a fraud?" "Oh, I must have mistaken someone," Lin Yu replied with a subtle smile. However, Ye Xuan is a science student, and Shuimu is indeed a more suitable place for his academic development. Choosing a major is one of life's most critical decisions. So Ye Gu, Sister Wang, and Ye Tongxue, please proceed with caution. Yu Jiming and his wife exchanged solemn nods. Naturally, Wang Wen Wu Ti stand idly by and immediately engaged in a verbal sparring match with Lin Yu. They exchanged words about Shuimu and Jing University's cultural heritage, historical legacy, and renowned alumni. The more they listened, the more indecisive Ye Jiming and his wife became. At that moment, Ye Xuan, who had been relatively silent, interjected, "Teachers, Let us set everything else aside for now and discuss what conditions you could offer if I were to attend your school. Wang Wen and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, their expressions growing serious. In the office of the first high school, the channel for checking scores still had tea opened, making everyone anxious. What is the use of being impatient? We must wait patiently, someone said. I'm just eager to know how many points Ye Xuan scored. With such treatment, he must at least be the top student in the city, right? As the foremost institution of higher learning in the country, Shui Mu and D University could typically ascertain a candidate's scores 4 to 5 hours in advance. The fact that they inquired about Ye Xuan's contact information spoke volumes about his exceptional performance in the college entrance examination. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, time slowly passed until the score-checking channel opened. A voice rang out. Who called it? All the teachers rushed to Zhang Guangming's side. Trembling, Mr. Zhang entered the score-checking website, inputting Ye Xuan's examination number and password. As they waited anxiously, the web page finally refreshed to reveal Chinese, 138, English, 143, Mathematics, 149. Science Composite, 300, total score, 730. The office fell into a profound silence. Chapter 50. You thought it was bragging. In reality, it was humility. 730 points. Am I seeing this correctly? It certainly looks like 730. I did the math again. It truly is 730 points. Ye Xuan scored 730 points. Mr. Zhang, you've taught an exceptional student. The teachers present reviewed the scores repeatedly, and once they confirmed they hadn't misread. The excitement that had been building inside them erupted uncontrollably. Tears streamed down Zhang Guangming's face. 730 points. If he was mistaken, that was the highest score in the history of the East Mountain Province's college entrance examination. No wonder Shui Mu and Jing University were eager to call the school. Let us see Ye Xuan's provincial ranking. Yes, if all goes as expected, this score should make him the top science student in the province. After the initial excitement, the teachers began to urge him to check. Zhang Guangming steadied himself, scrolling down the page. Second in the province? Not only Mr. Zhang was shocked, but the other teachers were equally taken aback. With such a high score of 730, wasn't he first? What kind of genius occupied the top position? At that moment, Principal Lu Zhibua entered, beaming. Mr. Zhang, the city's education bureau just called. Your student Ye Xuan is this year's science champion of Baishui City. Congratulations. The news was so astonishing that he had to confirm it 3 times over the phone before he could believe it. Traditionally, the top students in Baishui City hailed from the second high school, fourth high school, or provincial experimental schools. Now, the first high school, with its relatively weaker resources and faculty, had produced a city champion. This would leave a significant mark on his resume, greatly aiding his future development. After the celebration subsided, Zhang Guangming inquired, Principal Lu, did the Education Bureau mention the score of the provincial science champion? The other teachers perked up their ears. Lu Zhibua replied with a smile. 729 points. However, he received a 20-point bonus for an Olympiad mathematics competition, bringing his total to 749, which edged him ahead of Ye Xuan. Without that 20-point bonus, Ye Xuan would have been the provincial science champion. The teachers finally understood. Lu Zhibua continued. Next, both the city and county education bureaus will award Ye Xuan. And the school must also show recognition. Mr. Zhang, please inform Ye Xuan to be prepared. Zhang Guangming nodded emphatically. Understood. I will call him right away. In the office of the Mingqing television station, within the Mingqing Good News program group, someone wondered, today, the score-checking channel has opened. I wonder how much that student Ye has scored. Are you referring to Ye Xuan, who estimates to score over 700 points? Yes, that's him. He has become a local celebrity on the Mingqing forums, and many are waiting for him to fail. Listening to her colleagues chat, Du Bing couldn't help but shake her head in resignation. While the show's ratings would surely soar, if Ye Xuan's scores were unsatisfactory, it would be a blemish he couldn't escape. At that moment, the editor-in-chief, Song Ming, rushed in. Du Bing, are you there? Du Bing quickly stood up. I'm here. What's up, Director Song? Ye Xuan's college entrance examination scores have been released. As he spoke, Song Ming began to gasp for breath. Other colleagues grew curious. How much did he score? Did he reach 700? Du Bing felt nervous, holding her breath instinctively. Did he hit 700? Catching his breath, Song Ming looked at the person beside him and then raised 3 fingers. His score exceeded 700 by a full 30 points. Are you asking if he reached 700? Including Du Bing. Everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. After a moment, exclamations of astonishment filled the room. 730 points? Is this for real? No wonder they estimated he would score over 700. This is not merely an estimate. I thought he was boasting, but he is genuinely modest. I've truly underestimated him this time. Those who once mocked Ye Xuan now find themselves feeling a stinging sense of humiliation. At this moment, Song Ming exclaimed, Du Bing, quickly contact Ye Xuan. We must secure an opportunity to interview him at all costs. Du Bing's expression shifted, and he nodded in agreement. In the office of the workshop director at the Mingqing Machinery Factory, Su Xiang placed a bag containing 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes into the drawer and said with satisfaction, Wei Ping, your performance has been commendable, and I wholeheartedly support your promotion to equipment supervisor. Thank you, director. I will work tirelessly and not let your support go to waste. Li Weiping replied, his face flushed with excitement. Just then, the office door was pushed open from the outside. Su Xiang, initially irritated that someone had entered without knocking, instantly brightened his demeanor upon seeing the factory manager, Zhao Guangji. Director Zhao, what brings you here? He greeted with a smile. After Li Weiping called out to Zhao Guangji, he stood awkwardly to the side. Zhao Guangji nodded with a smile. Director Su, I have just heard some wonderful news and came to share it with you. Su Xiang's expression changed. What good news? Could it be that he was being promoted? Li Weiping shared the same excitement at this possibility. As Su Xiang's trusted aide, if his superior were to ascend, he too would benefit. Meanwhile, the inept Yu Jiming could only remain beneath his heel. Yu Jiming is an employee in your workshop, right? Zhao Guangji inquired. Su Xiang and Li Weiping were taken aback. Yes, what's happened to him? His son's college entrance examination results are out, 730 points. The top science student in by Shui City. Shui Mu and Peking University have already approached him for recruitment. This is also a tremendous joy for our machinery factory. With Zhao Guangji's words, Li Weiping staggered, his face turning pale. Earlier, he had confidently declared that the Yi family would be humiliated. Yet, Ye Xuan not only avoided disgrace, but had become a source of pride as the city's top student. This news struck him like a hammer, leaving his mind blank. He looked up in confusion. Director Su, what does this mean? Boldly, upon reconsideration, I believe it would be better for Comrade Yu Jiming to take on the role of equipment supervisor. If you have nothing pressing, please refrain from visiting me in the future. Li Weiping swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. At the Yi residence in Mingcheng, Lin Yu and Wang Wen had already presented their best offers, including Yu Jiming and his wife. The four eagerly awaited Yu Xian's final decision. Chapter 51. The Yi family has given rise to a dragon. Shui Mu and Peking University offered similar conditions, including a choice of majors, an annual scholarship of 10,000, and guaranteed admission to graduate school. Yu Xian had no intention of pursuing graduate studies and lacked financial concerns. Thus, these conditions bore no significance to him. His sole principle was to maximize his advantages through healthy competition, ensuring both parties were present. Seeing that neither side was willing to raise their offers further, Yu Xian realized it was time to make a decision. Teacher Lin, Shui Mu is the dream institution for all students. Your journey to find me honors me immensely. Ye Xuan approached Lin Yu and extended his right hand. Before Lin Yu could express his joy, Ye Xuan continued. However, Peking University has been my lifelong dream. So I must apologize. Lin Yu stiffened momentarily but gracefully shook Yu Xian's hand. It's all right. The choice of where to go is yours. Even if you don't choose Shui Mu, I wish you a bright future filled with success. Thank you for choosing Peking University, Ye Xuan. I believe this is indeed the right choice. Wang Wen, still recovering from the emotional roller coaster, approached and shook Yu Xian's hand. After exchanging pleasantries, the trio escorted the two admissions officers to the entrance. Watching them depart, Yu Xian asked, Mom, Dad, you won't be upset that I chose Peking University without discussing it with you, right? His parents maintained their forward gaze, silent. Yu Xian's smile faltered. You're not genuinely angry, are you? Huh? What did you say? Yu Xian chuckled. Mom, why are you so absent-minded? Wang Jihui responded with a smile. Not just that. I feel like I'm floating, as if walking on cotton. Yu Jiming nodded. I feel as if I'm dreaming. Everything seems unreal. Ever since receiving the call from Shui Mu's admissions office, they had been in a daze. Initially, they were content with the thought of Ye Xuan merely getting into a prestigious university. Even after he scored 700 in mock exams, they considered it a possibility he might be accepted into a top-tier university. And now, Shui Mu and Peking University were actively pursuing him. It felt akin to purchasing a lottery ticket for change and unexpectedly winning the grand prize. The surreal sensation was indescribable. As for Yu Xian's decision made without their input, having secured a place at Peking University, they felt as if their ancestral tombs were smoking with pride. Why would they be angry? They were simply overjoyed. Oldie, stop dawdling. Quickly share the good news with our relatives. Yes, spread the joy, hurry. Yu Jiming exclaimed. Then asked, by the way, how many points did Xiao Xian score? Right. In all the excitement about choosing a school, we forgot to check the score. At this moment, Yu Xian's phone vibrated in his pocket. He pondered for a moment before pulling it out and answering, hello, old classmate. Yu Jiming and Wang Jiahui exchanged glances. When did their son buy a phone? They were unaware. All right, I understand. Thank you, old classmate. He continued, oh, by the way, I've decided to attend Peking University. Just to report it to you. Modern phones are generally compact. When at home, he kept it on silent in his backpack. The reason for this inconvenience was that a phone was a significant item for ordinary families. His parents still used a basic model. Now that the moment had arrived, he felt ready to be honest. Hey, it's just a phone purchase. Why would there be any anger? Exactly. And it's not like the phone is expensive. Before you start school, I'll get you a better one, both parents replied in succession. Their son had just been accepted into Peking University. What did a basic Nokia phone matter? But where had he gotten the money? As they pondered, Ye Xuan, relieved, remarked, had I known this, I wouldn't have hidden it. Oh, and by the way, old classmate said my college entrance exam score is 730, making me the second in the province and the top science student in by Shui City. 730 points? The city's top science student. Ye Xuan and Wang Jiahui exclaimed in unison, then turned and rushed home. Hello, Dad. Your grandson's exam results are out. 730 points. The city's top science student. Hey, how could I joke with you about such a thing? Really? Shui Mu and Peking University's admissions officers came to our door. Hello, Mom. Let me tell you something. Don't be too excited. Your grandson got into Peking University. Hello, Uncle. For the next hour, Ye Xuan and Wang Jiahui took turns sharing the joyful news with relatives. After delivering the news, Wang Jiahui hummed a cheerful tune as she headed downstairs. The news of Shui Mu and Peking University vying for Ye Xuan had already spread throughout the community. As she emerged, a group of neighbors gathered around her. Jiahui. I heard that Shui Mu and Peking University's admissions officers came to see Ye Xuan. How many points did he score? Wang Jiahui modestly waved her hand. Oh, it was that impressive. What does not that impressive mean? Wang Jiahui replied, 730 points. Which is second in the province and the top science student in by Shui City. Everyone was momentarily speechless. After Wang Jiahui moved on to the next neighbor, the group began to marvel. The Ye family has truly brought forth a dragon. What kind of virtue did they accumulate in their past lives to give birth to such an outstanding son? Previously, Li Weiping remarked that the Ye family would face embarrassment. Yet they not only avoided disgrace but also brought honor to their ancestors. At this moment, Comrade Yu Jiming had prepared a sumptuous feast. To commemorate the occasion, he uncorked a treasured bottle of Mao Tai, and the two shared a toast. After the meal, Ye Xuan produced a pack of Dessous cigarettes, tossing one to Ye Jiming. The elder instinctively caught it, observing as Ye Xuan lit his own. He fell into contemplation, pondering when this rascal had taken up smoking, especially Dessous, which cost 45 yuan a pack. Wang Jiahui paused for a moment before retrieving a feather duster from the bedroom. Ye Xuan flicked the ash off his cigarette and cheerfully announced, Mom and Dad, after having feasted, I have a surprise for you. The couple exchanged glances and asked in unison, what surprise? Ye Xuan flicked the ash again, opened his phone, navigated to a bank notification, and placed it before his parents. The staggering figure of 6.75 million. Upon seeing the number, Ye Jiming and his wife abruptly turned their gaze to Ye Xuan. On the 7th of last month, I bought a lottery ticket and won second prize, netting 320,000. Subsequently, I invested that sum in the stock market and, by mere chance, it ballooned to this amount. Ye Xuan recounted the situation in a half-serious manner. Considering his parents' capacity to comprehend, he had also opened a new bank account, depositing 50 million in a securities trading account and 50 million in the new card. The 6.75 million was the initial allocation for his parents. At that moment, in the investment manager's office at the Mingqing Exchange, Chen Shi stood by her desk, while a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses occupied her chair. With a casual demeanor, he crossed his legs and remarked, I find that client named Ye Xuan quite intriguing. Could you introduce me to him? Chapter 52. Is a girlfriend coming knocking? At the Ye household, Yu Jiming and his wife pinched their thighs until they turned blue, finally convinced that they were not dreaming. 6.75 million. It would take them 135 years of relentless work to amass such wealth without eating or drinking. Following the end of the college entrance examinations, they had begun planning for their son's marriage. Dowries, wedding banquets, housing, and renovations all required funds. They had intended to live frugally for the next few years. Yet, their son had achieved financial independence. The sensation was more surreal than if their son had been admitted to Peking University. Seizing the moment, Ye Xuan shared his plans about co-owning a hot pot restaurant with Lu Tao and Nanji. Mom, the restaurant needs a financial officer. Why don't you consider resigning from your job and helping out? Ye Jiming nodded in agreement. We need an in-house financial expert, and it would allow you to keep an eye on the restaurant. Wang Jiahui, without much contemplation, readily agreed. She had been working in finance and held an accounting certificate. Ye Xuan smiled and advised, you can focus on finances. Operations and management should be left to professionals. Once the hot pot restaurant goes public, you will be. I know, but what does that entail? Wang Jiahui asked, her expression one of confusion. The chief financial officer, so you must strive to improve, read more, and aim to pass the CPA exam. Ye Xuan chuckled, adding a bit of pressure on his mother. Wang Jiahui, not one to rest idly, felt invigorated knowing her efforts would benefit her son. Ye Xuan had intended to suggest that his father also resign, but Yu Jiming waved him off. Don't put all the eggs in one basket. While my salary is lower, it is stable. If anything goes awry with our son, I will be the family's last line of defense. As the family envisioned their future, Ye Xuan received a call from Chen Shudi. Mr. Ye, manager, he from our provincial office wishes to meet with you. When would be convenient for you? Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow. What does he want to meet me for? Upon uttering the words, he contemplated the possibilities but refrained from directly addressing them, waiting for Chen Shudi to elucidate. Should the attractive manager deceive him regarding this matter? He would consider their partnership concluded. On the phone, Chen Shudi fell into a brief silence before lowering her voice. Manager, he reviewed your trading account and is quite interested in how you managed to turn 350,000 into over $1 billion in such a short span. Those with certain access privileges within the securities firm can indeed scrutinize clients' trading accounts, including their information, account balance, and every transaction detail. As the provincial office's general manager, Ye Cheng possessed such authority. Ye Xian's gaze sharpened. What is his purpose in meeting me? Chen Shui replied, he didn't specify. What are your speculations? I surmise he might want you to guide him in stock trading. If memory serves, there are legal stipulations prohibiting securities professionals from trading in accounts they control. Indeed, such regulations exist. Your speculation could be a serious accusation. If substantiated, he could face imprisonment. Ye Xian stated with a significant undertone. Chen Shui fell silent once more. You are my client, and I must safeguard your interests. Ye Xian nodded internally, contemplating. Let us arrange the meeting for tomorrow evening. And the location will be determined by him. Chen Shui appeared taken aback. Mr. Yi, honestly, it's not imperative for you to meet him. I'm doing this as a courtesy. Otherwise, it would be difficult for you to provide him with a proper response. With that, Ye Xian terminated the call. In truth, he had anticipated such a scenario while utilizing stock market information. A person who consistently excels in the stock market would inevitably attract attention. Thus, he had prepared himself for such occurrences. Just as Ye Xian was about to put away his phone, an unfamiliar call came through. Hello, is this Mr. Du? I obtained your number from Teacher Zhang. I hope I'm not disturbing you, came the cheerful voice of Du Bing. Not at all. What can I do for you? Ye Xian inquired, though he had already guessed the purpose of her call. Of course, I'm calling to congratulate you on your unprecedented score of 730. Making you the top science student in Bai Shui City. You've truly astonished me. Wow. Teacher Du, your sources are impressively well informed. Ye Xian recognized that she had ulterior motives for reaching out, so he took her compliments lightly. As expected, after a brief conversation, Du Bing revealed that she wished to conduct a special interview with him. This was precisely what he desired. After calculating the opening date of the hot pot restaurant, Ye Xian scheduled the interview for the day after tomorrow. Just as he concluded his conversation with the charming host, Lin Shidong called again. Well, I feel busier than the leader of the Eagle team. Ye Xian chuckled to himself. Early in the morning, professors from Tsinghua University were vying for his attention. He then had to contend with the invitations from Chen Shui and Du Bing, two beautiful women. Now, the future top sweetheart of the entertainment industry was calling him. Hello. Lin, what brings you here? You're downstairs at my place. Ye Xian was momentarily taken aback and hurried to the balcony to look down, where he indeed spotted Lin Shidong waving at him. Behind the first sweetheart stood a box truck, flanked by two young men in work uniforms, ready for action. Nearby, a group of neighbors had gathered, initially gossiping about Lin Shitong, but upon noticing Ye Xian, they shifted their focus. Feeling a tingle of anxiety, Ye Xian quickly retreated from the balcony. Lin Shidong, what on earth are you up to? You'll find out once you come down. Hurry. First, tell me what you plan to do. If I tell you, it won't be fun. Just come down. Then I want to come down. You can enjoy it yourself. That is what you said. With that, Lin Shidong hung up the phone. Ye Xian laughed, amused by her attempts to intimidate him. He was resolute in his decision. No matter what transpired, he would not step outside his home today. Who could he possibly be on the phone with for such an extended duration? Wang Jiahui scrutinized him and inquired with suspicion. It's from the securities company, as well as a television station. Ye Xian was in the midst of explaining when a knock on the door startled him. His heart raced, fearing it might be Lin Shidong come to visit. However, when Wang Jiahui opened the door, it was merely Aunt Lu, their neighbor. Just as Ye Xian breathed a sigh of relief, Aunt Lu announced, Jiahui, Shaya's girlfriend is here. You should go down and see. Ye Xian? Yu Jiming and his wife? Chapter 53. The arrival of two beauties. What is this girl here for? It seems she is looking for Ye Xian. She even called him just now. Why isn't he coming down? Perhaps he is up to no good. It is likely he has been dating this young lady and, upon learning of his acceptance into Peking University, decided to cast her aside. Oh, a modern-day Chen Shimi indeed. As the neighborhood gossip grew increasingly outlandish, Ye Xian's family emerged from the building under Aunt Lu's guidance. What a stunning girl. Wang Jiahui's eyes lit up at the sight of Lin Shidong, and she began to praise her. Yu Jiming nodded in agreement. In terms of beauty, figure, and demeanor, Lin Shitong was indeed among the elite. Is this girl truly Yu Xian's girlfriend? Yu Xian, you have finally decided to come down. Lin Shidong hastened a few steps to stand before Yu Xian and then turned to Yu Jiming and his wife, saying, Hello, uncle and auntie, my name is Lin Shidong, and I am a good friend of Yu Xian. Wang Jiahui paused momentarily. Have we met? Lin Shitong replied with a sweet smile. I've seen your interview. Wang Jiahui's interest was piqued. Really? How do you think I perform on camera? Lin Shidong nodded. You look great on camera, but in person, you possess even more charm. This young lady certainly knows how to speak. Wang Jiahui took Lin Shidong's hand, grinning from ear to ear. Little rascal. You better tell me the truth. What is your relationship with her? Yu Jiming pulled Yu Xian aside and whispered. I assure you, there is nothing between us. Yu Xian explained the circumstances of their acquaintance. After listening, Yu Jiming questioned, Then why are you avoiding her? Yu Xian shrugged. I'm not avoiding her. It's just that the commotion she caused was too great, and there were too many onlookers. I feared others might misunderstand. Now it seems everyone has misunderstood. Yu Jiming observed the curious neighbors around them, chuckling wryly. At that moment, Wang Jiahui realized that Lin Shitong was the girl Yu Xian had saved, which made her feel even more fondly towards her. Meanwhile, Yu Xian received another call from Xiao Nanji. Hello, I'm at home. What is up? You're already at the entrance of my neighborhood? What's wrong? Ye Xian noticed his son's unusual expression and hurriedly asked. Ye Xian put down his phone. Looking utterly helpless, Xiao Nanji has come as well. As a man with the soul of someone in his 30s, he could sense the intentions both Xiao Nanji and Lin Shidong had towards him. However, the problem was that they arrived one after the other. If he wanted to be a scoundrel, it would be quite challenging. This was why, following the college entrance examination, he tried to avoid both girls. Yet, unexpectedly, they found him at home, one after the other. It was all too overwhelming. After a drink at home, intending to lie down for a nap, he was disturbed by a ruckus downstairs. Upon inquiry, he discovered that something had transpired at the Yi household. At that moment, amidst the crowd, he watched Lin Shitong engaging in cheerful conversation with Wang Jiahui, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he mused. So what if I got accepted into Peking University? If one's character is lacking, they will only become a scourge in society. People often say one should not abandon a wife of humble origins. Xiao Yu has indeed gone too far this time. I find it puzzling that such a beautiful girl, whom many would yearn for, is someone he could disregard. Some neighbors chimed in agreement, while others voiced dissent. These are merely our speculations. Perhaps the reality is different. Indeed, I don't believe Xiao Yi is that kind of person. As the whispers among the neighbors continued, another van arrived. When the vehicle came to a halt, Xiao Nanji jumped out from the passenger seat. Nanji? What brings you here? Wang Jiahui initially hesitated before expressing her surprise. She was aware that her son had always gone to school with Xiao Nanji. Even though Ye Xuan never explicitly stated it, she, as his mother, understood his feelings towards her better than anyone. However, with Xiao Nanji's affluent background and superior academic performance compared to Ye Xuan, Wang Jiahui had never believed they would end up together. Now, with Xiao Nanji unexpectedly visiting their home, how could she not be overjoyed? The onlookers were left astonished. Goodness, another beautiful girl has appeared, and it seems she is here for Ye Xuan too. I see, he must be playing both sides. And that's why he has been discovered. This is not an impossible scenario. The world is indeed falling apart. The Yi family is in for a headache now. Listening to the neighbors' speculations, Li Weiping's smirk deepened. Hello, Aunt Wang. I'm here to see Ye Xuan. Xiao Nanji greeted politely before casting a wary glance at Lin Shidong. What brings you here? Lin Shidong smiled sweetly. I'm here to see Ye Xuan as well. After exchanging glances, a silent tension filled the air, as if invisible sparks danced between them. Dad, should I make myself scarce? Ye Xuan pulled out 2 cigarettes, offering one to his father before saying softly. Yu Jiming shot him a knowing look. Where do you think you can hide? They're here for you. Once your mother finishes talking with them, you should at least find out what they want. After lighting a cigarette, Ye Xuan nodded. Just then, Wang Jiahui waved him over. You little rascal, why are you hiding so far away? Come here. Ye Xuan exhaled a smoke ring and approached. What's up, Mom? Wang Jiahui shot him a glare. Put that out. Ye Xuan flicked the ash. I just lit it. It cost over $2 apiece. What a waste to put it out. Wang Jiahui considered it for a moment, then pointed at the 2 girls. They came from afar to see you. You should at least talk with them. At that moment, the 2 girls concluded their silent exchange and turned in unison to look at him. Ye Xuan realized he had to face the inevitable and braced himself to ask. Why did you both come in a van? Was this prearranged? Both girls shook their heads. Then, Xiao Nanji smiled. Congratulations on being the top science student. Ye Xuan was somewhat taken aback. You knew? Yes, I heard it from teacher Zhang. Just as Xiao Nanji finished speaking, Lin Shidong chimed in. Ye Xuan, you scored 730. That is truly impressive. Ye Xuan was even more surprised. How do you know? Xiao Nanji looked at her in astonishment. Lin Shidong was from the 4th high school. Not even in their circle. It's already spread throughout our school. Historically, the top science student has always come from the 4th high school. But this time you've shattered that tradition with an absolute advantage. My classmates are all studying your results, Lin Shidong said with her hands clasped behind her, tilting her head and smiling sweetly. Xiao Nanji huffed in annoyance, feeling overshadowed, and got straight to the point. To celebrate your accomplishment, I have prepared a gift for you. Lin Shidong smiled. What a coincidence. I also have a gift for Ye Xuan. Yu Jiming and his wife exchanged glances in disbelief. So all this time, these 2 girls were here to present gifts to their son. Could it be that they were both pursuing him? The thought ignited a flame of excitement in the couple's hearts. Chapter 54. A gift perfectly bestowed, yet not to be repeated. What a mysterious gift. Ye Xuan murmured to himself as he observed the 2 girls beckoning the staff to open the rear doors of the delivery truck. What could possibly be inside? Wooden crates? 2 crates made of wood? What could they possibly contain? The neighbors, drawn by curiosity, gazed in anticipation at the 2 trucks, their eyes wide with wonder. When the staff finally pried open the wooden boxes, gasps of astonishment erupted. Motorcycles. 2 motorcycles. Wow, that one on the left is stunning. Is that a Harley? I've seen it in movies. Is Harley a prestigious brand? It's not merely a question of prestige. It's an exorbitantly expensive brand, truly beyond compare. If I'm not mistaken. That one is a Harley-Davidson 883 iron, worth over 120,000 yuan. How much? Over 120,000 yuan? That is enough to buy a car. And the motorcycle on the right is a Honda, right? I've seen it before. Yes, it's a Honda 125, priced at over 6,000 yuan. In comparison to the Harley, it pales significantly. Amidst the neighbors' exclamations, Ye Xuan and his wife stood agape in disbelief. They could never have imagined that the two girls would present Ye Xuan with such extravagant gifts. Lin Shitong's gift was a Harley motorcycle valued at 120,000 yuan. Is this what ordinary friends do? And what kind of family does Lin have to bestow a gift worth 120,000 yuan? Ye Xuan was equally flabbergasted. Why choose motorcycles of all things? Didn't they realize that throughout the last month of school, he had nearly grown nauseous riding Xuanmeng's motorcycle? He could only dare to ride at a maximum speed of 20 kilometers per hour, watching as elderly men on bicycles overtook him. Who could possibly understand that feeling? Lin Shitong and Xiao Nanji were also taken aback by the coincidence of their gifts. Especially Xiao Nanji. Not only was her gift more valuable, but it also left her with an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. This unexpected synchronicity made her feel a bit aggrieved. Who would have thought that they were on the same wavelength? Though Xiao Nanji felt displeased. She didn't want to lose her composure in front of Ye Xuan and could only nod slightly. May I inquire why you chose to gift me motorcycles? Ye Xuan exhaled a breath of frustration and asked with an odd expression. Because you like them, Lin Shitong replied eagerly. Xiao Nanji nodded. I remember clearly. You said Xuanmeng's motorcycle was really cool, so I used my New Year's money to buy you one just like it, hoping you would like it. What do you mean I like it? What on earth is a Xuanmeng model? So the issue lies with me? I merely fabricated an excuse to change Xuanmeng's fate. Ye Xuan internally grumbled, then smiled and said, Thank you, your gift is wonderful, I truly appreciate it. But please, no more gifts in the future, he added in his mind. What about mine? Do you like it? Lin Shitong couldn't help but ask. Ye Xuan nodded. Yours is great too, thank you. But I have no place to put it. In 2004, leaving something so valuable in the neighborhood would likely result in it being reduced to just a wheel by the next day. Am I supposed to buy a house with a garage just for your gift? How unfair. Ultimately, he could not refuse and had to accept the gifts. Although it was quite a source of pride for her, it was not ideal to keep the neighbors entertained with their spectacle. Ye Xuan was hesitant to bring them home. Realizing this, he feigned difficulty. My home is too messy, it wouldn't be proper for you to see it. Let us go to the KFC outside instead. Ye Xuan turned and dashed towards his home. Ye Xuan caught him by the arm and whispered, What will we do with these two motorcycles? If we leave them downstairs? Even with 10 locks, I won't feel at ease. Ye Xuan blinked. Do you remember where we left our broken motorcycle? You mean at the police station? Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan gasped. What a brilliant idea. Even the boldest thief wouldn't dare to commit a crime at the police station. But the question is, would they agree? Ye Xuan looked worried. I'll call Director Chen shortly. He is reasonable and will surely be accommodating. Ye Xuan chuckled and ran upstairs. Moments later, he emerged with his phone. Yes, the KFC on Commercial Street. I've already called Wang Qian. Hurry over. After ending the call, he exchanged glances with Xiao Nanji and Lin Shitong, who followed him out of the community. Jiahui, what is the story with those two girls? The curious onlookers crowded around. Oh, don't get me started. Wang Jiahui exclaimed, dramatically recounting the situation. Upon learning that the two girls were merely friends and classmates of Ye Xuan, the crowd was filled with envy. Not girlfriends, yet they gifted Ye Xuan such extravagant presents. Anyone with common sense could see they were vying for his affection. It's rare to see a girl pursuing a boy, let alone two affluent girls competing for one Ye Xuan. Did Ye Xuan somehow save the galaxy in his past life? Li Weiping was so frustrated that he slapped himself. He had come to witness the misfortunes of the Yi family, only to find himself at the center of a spectacle. Half an hour later, inside the KFC on Mingqian Commercial Street, Ye Xuan, Hong Lida, Xiao Nanji, Lin Shitong, and Wang Qian, 5 high school graduates, each held a sundae, their mouths smeared with white cream. After gathering, Ye Xuan immediately inquired about their college entrance exam results. Xiao Nanji scored 685, Wang Qian 660. Both assuredly bound for the prestigious 985 universities. However, a significant gap appeared with Hong Lida. Nevertheless, compared to his previous life, he performed remarkably well, scoring 572, surpassing the second-tier college threshold. Ye Xuan was astonished to learn that Lin Shitong, an art student, scored 543, exceeding the undergraduate line. It must be my influence that helped him achieve such a score, but why didn't the system reward me with causality points? Could it be that the timing was not yet right? Suppressing his inner questions, Ye Xuan wiped the cream from his mouth and said, In 3 days, the hot pot restaurant will be completed. I checked the calendar. July 2nd is an auspicious day for opening, so that will be our launch date. Now, let me assign you some tasks. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nanji and the others sat up straight. Chapter 55. Watch closely. I will only perform once on the opening day. Please invite as many acquaintances as possible to support us, Ye Xuan said as he savored his sundae. Is that all? Hong Lida was taken aback, and the others shared his astonishment. Since forming their group, they had been eager to showcase their talents. Yet, from renovations to hiring and employee training, Ye Xuan had taken on every responsibility alone. Finally, they thought they had a chance to shine, only to find out it was just about inviting people to the event. Ye Xuan nodded. Exactly. It sounds simple, doesn't it? The group instinctively nodded. But have you considered that when inviting people to a new store opening, they might expect to bring gifts? Ye Xuan surveyed them, his gaze penetrating. They all froze. This was a point they hadn't considered. Ye Xuan chuckled. You didn't think that after sending out invitations, people would just come to eat and drink, did you? Hong Lita grunted. We're all classmates. What else would they do besides enjoy themselves? Wang Qian adjusted her glasses. Contemplating. I believe Ye Xuan means we shouldn't expect our classmates to merely come for the festivities. Ye Xuan looked at her in surprise. Is there more? The others turned to her as well. Wang Qian adjusted her glasses again, trying to mask her anxiety. Mingqing Commercial Street is a mixed bag. The opening of a new store is bound to draw the ire of competitors, and some may even come to collect sanitation fees. Hong Liteo slightly parted his lips, questioning. Is it really that serious? Wang Qian shot him a glance, replying, Society is a vast melting pot, far from the purity of school. Hong Liteo nodded, seemingly in understanding. Qian, you know so much. Where did you learn all this? Xiaonanji asked, her curiosity piqued. Wang Qian chuckled, her expression complex. Have you forgotten what my family does? Xiaonanji was taken aback for a moment, then began to ponder. What does Sister Qian's family do? Lin Shitong leaned closer to Ye Xuan and whispered. Ye Xuan smiled lightly. They run a small supermarket. Among their group, he undoubtedly held the title of the most mature. Wang Qian was likely the second. This girl had been helping at her family's supermarket since childhood, excelling in interpersonal skills among their peers. Although Xiaonanji's family was also in business, their scale was larger. And due to her father's connections, she would never face petty troubles like someone demanding sanitation fees in Mingqing. Thus, she was akin to a pampered princess. Innocent and a bit proud. As for Lin Shitong, he knew little about her, but from her riding in a Range Rover with a dedicated driver, it was clear she received even more indulgence than Xiaonanji. Hong Liteo, having the least favorable family circumstances and limited exposure, remained naively simple, still in need of honing. Ye Xuan mused. At this moment, Wang Qian continued. So, what Ye Xuan means is that we should try to invite some prominent figures to come, to intimidate any petty troublemakers. Hong Liteo scratched the back of his head, feeling disheartened. I can't be of any help. Ye Xuan had not expected much from the two of them anyway. Wang Qian adjusted her glasses, looking at Xiaonanji and Lin Shidong. Lin Shidong smiled sweetly. I can ask my dad for help. Xiaonanji immediately chimed in. Hey, Ye Xuan interjected, tapping the table with a stern expression. You all have graduated from high school. How long do you plan to rely on your parents? If you need your parents' assistance for such trivial matters, when will you gain experience and grow? Are you suggesting I call those uncles and aunts myself? The two girls looked surprised and somewhat troubled. However, inviting others to support their new store's opening was too embarrassing for 18-year-old girls just out of high school. Ye Xuan didn't elaborate, pulling out his phone to find a number. Watch closely. I will only perform once. After saying this, he pressed the call button. Once the call connected, Ye Xuan donned a bright smile, saying, Hello, Uncle Chun, it's me, Ye Xuan. I hope I'm not interrupting your work. With the college entrance exam results out, I wanted to take a moment to express my gratitude. Without your assistance and that of Uncle Li and Officer Zhang, I might still be in the detention center. Well done, you achieved a score of 730. Yes, this morning, a teacher from Tsinghua came to see me. After careful consideration, I've chosen Tsinghua. Please, don't flatter me. I'm feeling quite euphoric, haha. By the way, Uncle Chen, I've partnered with a few classmates to open a hot pot restaurant. Whenever you have time, I would love for you to come and provide some guidance. We're opening on the 2nd of next month. Oh, please don't be so polite. It's just a small venture. I wouldn't want to trouble you. We'll open at noon. All right. I appreciate it in advance, Uncle Chen. After he ended the call, he noticed Xiaonanji and the others staring at him in a daze. Ye Xuan, who did you call? Hong Liteo stammered. Ye Xuan set down his phone. The Mingqing police station, Chinwu. Who? Hong Liteo felt he must have misheard. Chinwu from the Mingqing police station. One of the top 5 big shots in the county. Ye Xuan was casually chatting with such a figure on the phone. To his astonishment, Ye Xuan continued. He has already agreed to come and support us on the opening day. Ye Xuan, what is your relationship with him? Hong Liteo asked, incredulous. Ye Xuan pulled out a cigarette, only then realizing he couldn't smoke in KFC. Nevertheless, he kept it in his mouth, smiling. I've only met him twice. But he took the initiative to offer his support. Can you guess why? Right? Why? Hong Liteo was utterly baffled. Wang Qian adjusted her glasses, explaining, it's quite simple. Ye Xuan, in expressing gratitude, revealed his acceptance to Tsinghua. And then, Hong Liteo still didn't grasp the connection. As the highest institution in Longhua, countless prominent figures have emerged from Tsinghua. Perhaps at some point in the future, a significant individual who could impact Qin's career might emerge from Ye Xuan's network. His proactive offer to support Ye Xuan was likely an attempt to foster goodwill before Ye Xuan's rise. As Wang Qian finished speaking, Hong Liteo's jaw dropped. Wide enough to fit an apple. Lin Shitong and Xiaonanji also came to a realization, gazing at Ye Xuan in awe and admiration. During school, they had perceived Ye Xuan as just another naive high school student. Yet, less than a month after the college entrance exam, he displayed such maturity and understanding of social dynamics. Ye Xuan silently nodded, contemplating whether to nurture Wang Qian further. With that, he prepared to step outside for a smoke. Just as he stood up, he caught sight of a few familiar faces through the window. Chapter 56. I am not targeting anyone. I am merely stating that everyone present is inferior. Class monitor, it's scorching hot. Shall we find a shaded spot to rest? There's a KFC. Let us go get ice cream. Rest? Eat ice cream? Ye Xuan scored 730. Don't you want to surpass him? Class monitor. It seems you are the one wanting to surpass him. Ye Xuan is your lifelong rival, not ours. We are all in this together. I am always overshadowed by him. And it reflects poorly on you, doesn't it? It's not that bad. I'm fine too. As Lu Quan and Song Wei spoke, they noticed Qin Ming's eyes gleaming with anger. The two quickly corrected themselves. Yes, we must defeat Ye Xuan. That is the spirit. So what if Ye Xuan scored 730? Let us start working part-time now and earn our first pot of gold. Once we get to university, the three of us will start a business together. And I'll be the chairman, with you two alternating. This is called quietly working hard and then astonishing everyone. Wait, Ye Xuan, how come you're here? Qin Ming was passionately rallying his troops when Ye Xuan strolled out of KFC with a cigarette in his mouth. The shock of the main character suddenly appearing while they were badmouthing him was too intense. Ye Xuan chuckled. Why couldn't I be here? By the way, what are you three doing here? Supplementing calcium? Who has supplementing calcium? Do we look like we need it? Qin Ming rolled up his sleeves, flexing his biceps. Ye Xuan burst into laughter. Qin Ming, with arms no stronger than a bamboo pole, was trying to show off his muscles. The irony was that calcium deficiency had nothing to do with muscles. Ye Xuan blew a smoke ring, sauntering closer to them. So, what are you all up to? It's a secret. We can't say. Lu Quan and Song Wei replied in unison. Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction. Exactly, a secret. We can't disclose it. Ye Xuan gave a thumbs up. All right, having a secret right after graduation shows potential. Qin Ming, feeling a bit proud, huffed. What are you doing here? Ye Xuan pointed to the glass window of KFC, just accompanying the girls to shop. I'm not saying this, but the college entrance exam is just the starting point. The road ahead is long. You should relax now, otherwise, you'll fall behind. Just as Qin Ming was trying to lecture Ye Xuan, he turned around to see Xiao Nanji, Lin Shidong, and Wang Qian waving at him from inside the store. At that moment, he felt utterly defeated. Why was it that while he was sweating under the sun searching for a part-time job, Ye Xuan could sit comfortably in air conditioning with beautiful girls eating ice cream? It was so unfair. Fall behind? Keep talking. Ye Xuan exhaled a ring of smoke, speaking with keen interest. A fierce woman fears entanglement with a suitor. Qin Ming, you must remain resolute. Qin Ming clenched his fists, rallying his own spirits, then turned to say, aren't you curious about what we are doing here? At this point, I shall not keep it from you any longer. Class monitor, don't act impulsively. Stay composed. Lu Quan and Song Wei, sensing the tension, sought to pull him away. Qin Ming was just about to show off, unwilling to be deterred by them. Ye Xuan was momentarily taken aback. You all plan to start a business? Qin Ming nodded proudly. Indeed. What do you think? Would you like to join us in seeking part-time work? Ye Xuan quickly waved his hand. No. I cannot endure such hardship. At that moment, Xiao Nanji and others emerged from the store, standing nearby, intrigued by their conversation. This only intensified Qin Ming's desire to impress. Comrade Xiao Yi, you must consider this. I feel compelled to offer you some counsel. Ye Xuan flicked the ash from his cigarette. Speak, I am listening. As the old adage goes, one must endure hardship to rise above others. If you cannot withstand even the modest trials of a part-time job, how can you aspire to greatness in the future? After Qin Ming's assertion, he surveyed the room. Two of his underlings nodded in agreement. Xiao Nanji and the others appeared contemplative, which filled Qin Ming with a sense of accomplishment. At this moment, Ye Xuan remarked, Monitor, your line of thinking is quite perilous. Qin Ming scoffed, Comrade Xiao Yi, we are merely discussing the merits of hardship. Let us not elevate this to a matter of dangerous ideology. Monitor, may I ask why I strive for academic excellence? Ye Xuan exhaled another ring of smoke. Posing the question, Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, of course, to gain admission to a prestigious university and secure a good job in the future. The others instinctively nodded in agreement. Qin Ming's words represented the most straightforward and genuine thoughts of the group. Yet, Ye Xuan shook his head, incorrect. Qin Ming was stunned. What do you mean wrong? The others looked at him, equally puzzled. Ye Xuan smiled, tossing away his cigarette, but before slowly saying, the reason I strive academically is to ensure that no one rises above others in this world. Boom. This statement struck like thunder, resonating in the ears of all present. To wish for a world devoid of hierarchy requires an extraordinary sense of virtue and ambition. The disparity between this sentiment and Qin Ming's pursuit of personal greatness was as vast as heaven and earth. Noticing that others were taken aback, Ye Xuan couldn't help but smirk. Competing in arrogance with him? He wasn't targeting anyone. He was simply declaring that all present were beneath him. After being bested by Ye Xuan, Qin Ming felt too embarrassed to linger any longer. After bidding farewell, he attempted to drag Lu Quan and Song Wei away. Monitor, what score did you achieve on the college entrance exam? Hong Liteo inquired from behind. 666? Hong Liteo was initially taken aback, then remarked, that score is quite impressive. No wonder you are the class monitor. Ye Xuan nodded. Indeed, henceforth, we shall refer to him as Old Lu. This suggestion garnered unanimous agreement from the group. Subsequently, Ye Xuan took out his phone and called Manager Han. Manager Han, are you at the store? There is nothing particularly urgent. I have 3 classmates seeking part-time work on Commercial Street. Since we are currently distributing flyers, perhaps you could consider them. He described the physical characteristics of Chun Ming and his companions, cautioning manager Han not to reveal his status as the owner before ending the call. Xiao Nanji chuckled. Ye Xuan, you are quite mischievous. The others struggled to suppress their laughter, with Hong Litao nearly suffering an internal injury from stifled mirth. Just as Chen Ming had claimed that Ye Xuan could not endure the trials of a part-time job, Ye Xuan promptly arranged for him to distribute flyers. If this were to come to light, Chen Ming would surely be infuriated to discover that his arduous work was for Ye Xuan. I am merely assisting my classmates in finding work. It is a noble deed. How has this turned bad? Hong Litao protested. You just stated that you do not wish for anyone to rise above others, yet now you are assigning me tasks. Isn't that hypocritical? I was merely deceiving the naive. Did you genuinely believe me? Farewell. With that, Ye Xuan waved his hand, ignoring the reluctance of the school beauties, and turned to leave. With two stunning girls lingering nearby, he pondered how to approach them without risking embarrassment. It seemed far more enjoyable to arrange a private meeting later for a meal or a movie. Exiting Commercial Street, Ye Xuan hailed a taxi, heading straight for the auto trade city. After browsing for a short while, he encountered an acquaintance, the man beside Du Bing. Could he be the wealthy heir pursuing her? Ye Xuan stood still for a moment, contemplating whether to approach and inquire further. Teacher Du, are you here to look at cars as well? Ye Xuan called out from a distance. Upon seeing him, her face lit up with surprise. Classmate Ye Xuan. What brings you here? Bing Bing, who is he? The man accompanying the beautiful host inquired, his tone tinged with suspicion. Ye Xuan, now exuding an impressive 90 points of charm, stood tall and confident, his long limbs and upward-arching eyebrows giving him a roguishly handsome air. Though dressed in casual attire, his every gesture radiated an aura of assured command. Such a man possesses significant appeal to women. Allow me to introduce you. Huang Kai, this is Ye Xuan, the top science student from Baishui City this year. After Du Bing's introduction, Huang Kai relaxed, adopting a condescending demeanor as he laughed. Ah, so you were the top scholar. Bing Bing mentioned you earlier. To him, despite Ye Xuan's academic prowess, he was merely a freshly graduated high school boy and posed no threat. Is that so, Teacher Du? Did you speak ill of me to this wealthy heir? Ye Xuan exaggeratedly inquired. At that moment, he had confirmed that Huang Kai was indeed the affluent heir who had confronted Du Bing outside the television station. He distinctly recalled the newspaper describing Huang Kai as a wealthy overseas student. Du Bing shot him a reproachful glance. I was merely praising you. Ask Huang Kai if you don't believe me. Ye Xuan shrugged. You two are in cahoots. If I were to inquire with this wealthy heir, he would undoubtedly cover for you. Classmate Yi, you're the top scholar now. Why are you still so cheeky? Du Bing asked. Teacher Du, are you embarrassed because I exposed you? Get lost. Ahem. Classmate Yi, are you here to buy a car? Huang Kai interjected with an air of superiority. What the hell? The dynamic between these two hardly resembled that of mere acquaintances. One might assume they were a couple, playfully flirting, while he, genuinely pursuing Du Bing, felt like an unwelcome third wheel. Yet, this was hardly Du Bing's fault. Though she had only interviewed Ye Xuan twice, he had left a strong impression both times. A handsome boy with a sense of humor makes it difficult not to feel a connection. Ye Xuan nodded. Yes. I just passed my driving test and came to look at cars. Du Bing was astonished. Classmate Yi, are you really planning to buy a car? She had a fair understanding of Ye Xuan's family background. Both of his parents were ordinary employees at the Mingqing machinery plant. A family like that would hardly have the means to purchase a car, right? However, after becoming the top scholar, he would receive bonuses from both the city and county. And the school would likely offer some rewards as well, possibly even sponsorship from certain enterprises. So perhaps he was here to select a car that appealed to him. Intending to place an order once the funds arrived? Ye Xuan chuckled. What else could it be? Teacher Du, do you know anything about cars? Can you advise me? Du Bing quickly shook her head. I don't know much about cars, but Huang Kai probably does. I'm here to accompany him in buying one. Huang Kai adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, smiling. I only know a little, though. What is your budget, classmate Yi? Ye Xuan shrugged. Budget is not a concern. As long as the car is good. Huang Kai was momentarily taken aback, then, with a smirk, turned to Du Bing. Bing. Why didn't you inform me that classmate Yi is a wealthy heir? Du Bing glanced at Ye Xuan awkwardly and explained, he doesn't understand cars or budgeting. He simply wants to purchase a reliable and durable one. Right, classmate Yi? Ye Xuan thought to himself, how could I not know that was my intention? However, out of respect for the kind-hearted host, he merely nodded ambiguously. Let me think, Huang Kai said, stroking his chin. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes lit up, and he snapped his fingers. I've got it, Santana. Ye Xuan's expression turned peculiar. Brother Turtle, you don't mean to say that's yours, do you? Huang Kai shook his head vigorously. Of course not. I'm recommending it to you. In the 1990s, driving a Santana would make you the most stylish person on the street. After all, it was priced at 200,000, a sum that categorized one as wealthy. However, entering the new millennium, the price of Santana plummeted. And now it could be had for just over 90,000. Given his status, how could he possibly buy such an inexpensive car? Then what is yours? Ye Xuan inquired. Huang Kai first glanced at Du Bing, then adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses before replying. Naturally, it's a Lamborghini Gallardo. By the way, do you know what a Gallardo is? Ye Xuan, somewhat confused, shook his head. So, Brother Turtle, are you here to buy a Gallardo? Huang Kai cleared his throat. Well, since it's a Gallardo, it's not something you can easily purchase. Mainly, I'm here to look at a BMW. His expression became slightly awkward. Ye Xuan's eyes brightened. I know about BMWs. Which model are you considering? This one, the BMW 525, priced at 620,000. What do you think? Huang Kai said, patting the car's roof with a smile. It's indeed a fine vehicle. Ye Xuan nodded, then pointed to another BMW 5 nearby. But I believe that one is even better, more imposing. Classmate Ye. One mustn't aim too high. The base price for the BMW 5 is 980,000, with the final cost nearing 1 million. Even I wouldn't splurge on that. Why would you? As Huang Kai continued his lengthy discourse, Ye Xuan called over a sales representative. After a brief exchange, he produced his bank card. Once the receipt was dispensed, both Huang Kai and Du Bing were left in a state of shock. My apologies, Brother Turtle. I was so enamored with this card that I neglected you both. What was it you said about not being willing to spend? Ye Xuan asked as he took the car keys and invoice from the sales representative. Huang Kai opened his mouth, took a moment, then shook his head. Nothing. Nothing at all. All right then, when you acquire your Gallardo, do let me know so I can experience the sensation of driving a supercar too. Ye Xuan chuckled. Turning to Du Bing. Teacher Du, I have a few matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. We shall meet for our interview the day after tomorrow. With that, he waved goodbye to the two and sped off in the 5. Bing Bing. Why didn't you tell me sooner that he is a rich second generation? Huang Kai, feeling deceived, exploded with anger, his expression turning somewhat sinister. A luxury car worth 1 million, purchased without a second thought. The key point was that it took Ye Xuan less than 10 minutes from arrival to payment. Akin to buying a cabbage at the market. Now, considering he was the young heir of Dongtai Electronics with a family fortune in the tens of millions, he hesitated over a 525. In comparison, Ye Xuan's family must surely be wealthier. Yet, he foolishly pretended to be superior before Ye Xuan, ultimately making himself look like a fool. If Du Bing had informed him of this earlier, would he have been so humiliated? For a long time, Huang Kai had maintained a courteous demeanor before Du Bing. Now, in his sudden fury, he startled the beautiful host, who hurriedly stepped back. I truly didn't know. Huang Kai then realized he had lost his composure and quickly reined in his anger, apologizing. I'm sorry, Bing Bing. I was too agitated just now. Though he endeavored to suppress his ire, a fierce glint occasionally flickered in his eyes. It's all right, Du Bing replied with an awkward smile. Turning her gaze toward the direction Ye Xuan had departed, inwardly pondering, why is classmate Ye so wealthy? What other secrets might he possess that I am unaware of? Chapter 58. A girlfriend will have it all. Babe, sweetheart, darling. Wow, whose BMW is that? Quite impressive. Ye Xuan? It really is little Ye. In 2004, Ming City, BMWs were a rarity, and high-end models like the 5 Series were even more so. As Ye Xuan drove into the neighborhood, he immediately attracted the attention of his neighbors. Once he parked and stepped out, a swarm of uncles and aunties, grandpas and grandmas gathered around. Little Ye, you've bought a car? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to him with expressions of shock, confusion, disbelief, and envy. Aunt Lu, you flatter me. How could I afford a BMW? This car belongs to a friend who lent it to me for a few days. Ye Xuan chuckled, pulling out a pack of Hometown Mountain cigarettes to distribute. He carried 2 types of cigarettes, Hometown Mountain and Daisu. The good ones were reserved for his own enjoyment, while he offered the Hometown Mountain to acquaintances. This was due to stinginess, but rather an understanding of human nature. Most people admired and envied distant celebrities and wealthy individuals. Yet, when an acquaintance suddenly struck it rich, jealousy often arose. If Ye Xuan were to hand out Daisu cigarettes regularly, while they might accept them cheerfully, they could very well speak ill of him behind his back. Not admitting the 5 was his purchase was a similar tactic. He had already drawn too much attention that morning, and he needed to give the neighbors time to process the news. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, the crowd visibly relaxed. I knew it. A BMW isn't cheap. How could a high school graduate like Little Ye afford one? What are you saying? Little Ye got accepted into Peking University. Buying a BMW will be a breeze for him. That's debatable. This car costs over $1 million. Not many Peking University graduates can afford it. Wow, is that car really that expensive? Little Ye, did the girl who gifted you the Harley lend you this as well? Be careful driving it. You wouldn't want to damage it. Ye Xuan laughed, neither confirming nor denying. He would certainly tell his parents the truth. Son, Mom isn't worried about you spending money, but don't you think this is a bit ostentatious? Wang Jiahui said anxiously. Ye Jiming, puffing on his cigarette, silently nodded. Nowadays, even fewer people drove Santanas. Ye Xuan's leap to $1 million luxury car would undoubtedly provoke envy. Ye Xuan chuckled. Wow, Mom, even you think I'm being ostentatious? I suppose I might be a bit too showy. Previously, when he achieved good grades, Wang Jiahui would have enthusiastically broadcast the news throughout the neighborhood. Now that he had bought a BMW, she was worried instead. Wang Jiahui shot him a glare. I'm just concerned that some people can't stand to see others do well. Ye Jiming nodded. Jealousy distorts people's perspectives. We must remain vigilant. Then should we move? To a neighborhood without acquaintances, so we wouldn't have these issues? Ye Xuan had already devised a plan and promptly shared his thoughts. As his career expanded, it would soon be impossible to conceal his success. Such matters, as they say, better safe than sorry. Preparations must be made early. Ye Xuan and his wife felt somewhat swayed. However, having lived there for so many years, they had grown accustomed to it. The thought of leaving their old neighbors made them somewhat reluctant. Seizing the moment, Ye Xuan urged, and after a brief deliberation, the couple nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two of them, one driving and the other riding the Harley, headed to the Ming City branch bureau. Although Ye Xuan did not take the initiative to greet him, Chen Wu, knowing that he had been admitted to Peking University, naturally would not refuse such a trivial request as leaving a motorcycle at the bureau. Early the next morning, Ye Xuan and his wife took another day off, and the family of three visited several real estate offices. Ultimately, they purchased a 142 square meter 4-bedroom apartment in a high-end community called Fengkewu. In 2004, the real estate market had not yet heated up, so there was no phenomenon of buying houses through competition, and prices were quite affordable. At 5 p.m., Ye Xuan drove to the stock exchange. From a distance, he spotted Chen Shui waiting by the roadside. Today, the beautiful manager wore a white chiffon short-sleeve shirt adorned with pearl buttons tucked into a black pencil skirt. Beneath her black stockings, her long, slender legs shimmered in the sunlight. The black high heels she wore, nearly 10 centimeters in height, accentuated her alluring figure. Her wavy long hair cascaded over her shoulders, adding a touch of elegance to her demeanor. Ye Xuan parked his car in front of her, lowered the window, and greeted her. Manager Chen, it's been a while. Chen Shui stared at Ye Xuan for a moment before exclaiming, Mr. Ye. Ye Xuan removed his sunglasses and smiled. What's the matter? After more than a month, you can't recognize me? Chen Shui shook her head. No, it's just, Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow. What? I feel you've become much more handsome, she said, her cheeks slightly flushed. The last time they met, Ye Xuan's charm level was only 81 points. Now, it had risen to a striking 90. Such an increase, while perhaps subtle for those who see him daily, was immensely significant to someone who hadn't seen him in a while. Really? I also think I've become more handsome, Ye Xuan chuckled, waving for her to get in the car. Chen Shui opened the passenger door and stepped onto the welcome mat. Once seated, she tightly crossed her legs and placed her hands on her skirt, appearing somewhat reserved. This young man beside her was, after all, a genuine billionaire. Ye Xuan discreetly observed her, feeling a mix of admiration and contemplation. When would he be able to navigate the steering wheel with one hand while indulging in playful gestures with the other? Patience, he reassured himself. It wouldn't be long before he had a girlfriend, sweetheart, darling, and baby would all come in due time. After reflecting, Ye Xuan initiated a conversation. What do you know about He Cheng? Chapter 59. Am I giving you face? On the 3rd floor of the Millennium Hotel, in a private room. Mr. Yi. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Ye Cheng, the general manager of the Dongshan branch of Jinghai Securities. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As Ye Xuan entered, a middle-aged man in a suit, tie, and gold-rimmed glasses approached, enthusiastically shaking his right hand. Following Ye Cheng was a woman dressed in a high-slit gown, appearing to be in her 20s, with striking makeup, fair skin, and an alluring figure. From Ye Xuan's aesthetic perspective, this woman scored above 85 points in beauty, with a figure nearing 90, a rare gem indeed. At that moment, the woman was smiling sweetly at him, her enchanting eyes subtly sparkling. You're too kind, Mr. He. I'm just an ordinary person, Ye Xuan humbly remarked. Then turned to the beautiful lady. Is this stunning lady Mr. He's girlfriend? Ye Cheng laughed heartily, pulling the woman closer. Fei Fei, Mr. Yi just complimented your beauty. You must entertain him with a drink later. Wu Fei Fei nodded charmingly. Mr. Yi, I'm Wu Fei Fei, Mr. He's secretary. I truly admire you after hearing your legendary tale from Mr. He. Oh, I have a legend? I wasn't aware. Ye Xuan turned to Ye Cheng. Ye Cheng feigned seriousness. Mr. Yi, come on, you're being modest. In less than 2 months, you turned a capital of 350,000 into over 100 million Longwa currency. You are a myth in the stock market. Ye Xuan quickly waved his hands. I'm not worthy, just fortunate. As they exchanged pleasantries, the atmosphere grew lively, leaving Chen Shui momentarily astonished. She had intended to act as a mediator for introductions but now found it difficult to interject. Mr. You seems to have an abundance of experience in social interactions. Is he really only 18 years old? After a round of mutual flattery, everyone took their seats. Ye Cheng summoned a waiter to order food. While waiting, he subtly probed into Ye Xuan's background. Naturally, Ye Xuan was reluctant to reveal too much, skillfully deflecting his inquiries. Once the dishes and drinks arrived, Ye Cheng poured the wine, but Ye Xuan declined, citing the need to drive. Little brother Ye, are you refusing to give me face? Ye Cheng joked. Brother He, what are you saying? I have a low tolerance for alcohol. If I drink and drive, I might end up in a ditch. Then let's south not drive. The Millennium Hotel may not have much, but it certainly has plenty of rooms. If you drink too much, I can book a room for you right here. If you feel lonely, I can have Fei Fei stay with you. How about that? Ye Cheng said half jokingly, half seriously. Many matters require a bit of alcohol to discuss. Thus, Ye Xuan felt he had no choice but to drink tonight. Mr. He, what are you talking about? Wu Fei Fei playfully punched him, then shyly glanced at Ye Xuan. Her demeanor hardly resembled anger. It was more like she was hoping to stay and keep Ye Xuan company. Ye Xuan was unfazed, winking at Wu Feifei before feigning reluctance. Brother He. I'm not one to be difficult, but I truly have other matters to attend to tonight. I promise to share a few drinks with you another day. Seeing his firm attitude, He Cheng signaled to Wu Feifei. Understanding, she approached Ye Xuan with a glass in hand. Mr. Yi, I'm your little fan. Let me toast to you. Ye Xuan naturally wrapped an arm around her waist, teasingly stroking the smooth fabric of her dress as he said, Feifei. Why are you here causing trouble? He Cheng's eyes glinted with a hint of mockery, while Chen Shui appeared momentarily stunned, disappointment flickering in her gaze. Wu Feifei's eyes sparkled with triumph as she leaned closer to Ye Xuan, playfully asserting, I'm here to express my admiration for you, not to cause trouble. As she spoke, she accidentally spilled some liquor on Ye Xuan's clothes. Quickly, she bent down to help wipe it, apologizing, I'm so sorry, Mr. Yi. I didn't mean to. Her deep-colored dress offered a glimpse of a snowy expanse as she leaned down. So, this is how you're going to use your charm on me? Ye Xuan thought to himself, suppressing a smirk while maintaining a cheerful facade. It's all right. This outfit isn't valuable. Even if you spilled a whole glass on it, I wouldn't mind. Mr. Yi, you were so kind. Wu Feifei looked up. Throwing a flirty glance, lightly biting her lip, Ye Xuan seized the moment to give her waist a gentle squeeze. Once Wu Feifei straightened up, she proposed another toast. Ye Xuan raised his teacup, stating, then I shall toast with tea instead. No way, I want to drink with you. Wu Feifei pouted, swaying her hips in a teasing manner. Ye Xuan suddenly withdrew his smile, slamming the teacup onto the table. Am I giving you face here? Not only did Wu Feifei jump in surprise, but even He Cheng felt a jolt of unease. Chen Shui shivered slightly, her expression one of shock. Just moments ago, Ye Xuan had been charmingly flirting with Wu Feifei, who would have anticipated such a sudden change in demeanor. Moreover, his words were decidedly harsh. Ye Xuan untied the top two buttons of his shirt, stating, I tend to have a rather volatile temper. I dislike repeating myself. However, given your beauty, I can afford to explain once more. But to have you tread upon my nose is quite disrespectful, don't you think? Wu Fei, startled, turned pale, unsure of how to respond. Clearing his throat, He Cheng rose and remarked, Brother Yi, I must admit it is my fault for not teaching Fei proper etiquette. I shall drink a cup as penance. With that, he lifted his glass and took a sip. Ye Xuan chuckled. You said you would drink a cup as punishment. Yet you only took a sip. Are you merely teasing me? He Cheng's expression stiffened, a surge of anger rising within him. But it was quickly replaced by a sense of wariness. Initially, he had harbored a degree of contempt for Ye Xuan, despite being a billionaire. Ye Xuan was merely an 18-year-old youth, and no matter how exceptional, he lacked the social experience possessed by someone like Ye Cheng. Moreover, Ye Xuan's overt interest in Wu Fei was clear, indicating a lack of sophistication. As the provincial manager of one of the top 10 securities firms, Jingtai Securities, Ye Cheng earned a substantial salary, and his assets were not far behind Ye Xuan's. Thus, he had always felt a psychological edge in their interactions. However, Ye Xuan's sudden confrontation with Fei, coupled with his blatant mockery, left Ye Cheng feeling perplexed. How about this, Mr. He? You summoned me, clearly to discuss matters of the stock market. My time is invaluable, and I would rather not dance around the topic. Drink this cup, and we shall get down to business, shall we? Ye Xuan said, pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, and exhaling smoke rings. After Ye Xuan's words fell into silence, the room remained still. Chen Shui and Wu Fei, two beautiful women, dared not even breathe. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Ye Cheng broke into laughter. Raising his glass, all right, since Brother Yi has put it this way, I shall drink. He then tilted his head back and emptied the glass. Bravo! Ye Xuan exclaimed, clapping his hands. Don't just stand there. Applaud. He glanced at the two women, who finally began to clap, albeit belatedly. Pleased, he nodded. Now that sounds much better. Inwardly, Ye Cheng thought, what nonsense. You're making me appear as if I am a performer. Though dissatisfied, he forced a smile and said, Brother Yi, I'm not boasting, but I do possess a certain prowess when it comes to drinking. He gave a thumbs up. Ye Xuan flicked the ash from his cigarette. If you were discussing other matters, I might compliment you. However, when it comes to drinking, I am not impressed. Ye Cheng paused slightly. Brother Yi, have you changed your mind and wish to drink with me? Not at all. I have a friend who, since middle school, could down 8 gin of liquor. You still have much to practice. After saying this, Ye Xuan picked up his teacup and leisurely sipped. Ye Cheng, with his experience, dismissed such claims as mere bravado. Chen Shui, however, was intrigued. What is his current capacity? Ye Xuan took a drag from his cigarette and replied, the grass on his grave is already 2 meters high. Chen Shui burst into laughter, while Ye Cheng silently set down his glass, feeling uneasy, and pushed it further away. Ye Xuan noticed and remarked, Fei, don't just stand there. Pour Mr. He another drink. What? Oh, okay. Ye Cheng waved his hands. No more drinking, no more drinking. Though he knew Ye Xuan's words were exaggerated, the notion of the grass being 2 meters high unsettled him. If he dared drink further, it might spell disaster. Ye Xuan was relentless. It's my fault for mentioning my middle school friend. Fei, quickly pour Mr. He a drink to calm his nerves. Ye Cheng felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. I'm worried about the consequences of drinking, and you want me to have a drink to settle my nerves? Are you out of your mind? Yet, knowing he needed Ye Xuan's favor, he reluctantly allowed Wu Fei to pour him another drink and raised his glass slightly. Brother He, you have a great capacity, Ye Xuan praised, before refraining from further insistence on drinking. In negotiations, maintaining an imposing presence is crucial. If he drank at He Yicheng's request, it would indicate submission. After all, this was their first meeting, not a friendship. He Yicheng's insistence on having Ye Xuan drink stemmed from a similar mindset. The outcome was evident. Ye Xuan not only abstained from drinking but had also managed to make He Yicheng drink, achieving his objective. To be honest, I invited you here for a request, He Yicheng said, taking a bite of food to wash down the liquor before continuing slowly. Feel free to speak, Brother He. Ye Xuan replied, internally adding, if I agree, I might as well write my surname backward. He Yicheng gathered his thoughts, a troubled expression surfacing. I have a friend, Ye Xuan nodded, thinking, is this friend born on the same day, month, and year, also sharing the same name? He Yicheng continued. He plays the stock market, but his skills are limited, and he often incurs losses. Ye Xuan nodded. So he lacks talent but has a strong desire? He Yicheng's thoughts became disjointed, stunned at how succinctly Ye Xuan encapsulated the tragic experience of financial loss in the stock market. Chen Shuyi struggled to suppress her laughter. Her face flushed. After a long pause, He Yicheng managed to regain his composure, donning a sorrowful expression. You could say that. Ye Xuan flicked the ash from his cigarette. So, you wish for me to guide you in stock trading? He Yicheng hurriedly waved his hands. Not me, but my friend. Ye Xuan slapped his forehead. Right. Your friend wishes for me to guide him in stock trading? He Yicheng gave a thumbs up. You truly are a stock market sage, quick to grasp the essence. Ye Xuan thought, if I fail to understand now, I would not be a stock market sage but a complete fool. Brother He, you place me in a difficult position. Ye Xuan said, pulling out another cigarette and inhaling deeply. He Yicheng sighed. I know this request is rather abrupt, but if you agree, my friend would be willing to offer 20 of his stock trading profits as gratitude. It's not merely a matter of money, but rather Ye Xuan placed the cigarette back in its case, leaning forward to survey the room, lowering his voice. In truth, my family has a legacy in stock trading. He Yicheng and the others were taken aback. The stock market was established in the Dragon Country in 1990. It had only been 14 years, hardly enough to establish a legacy in stock trading. Was Ye Xuan's ancestry perhaps linked to overseas Chinese? Our ancestors laid down a rule that we, their descendants, must never engage in stock trading with outsiders. Brother He, your request would compel me to violate this ancestral decree. At this point, Ye Xuan lit another cigarette and took a drag. He Yicheng, bewildered for a long moment, finally spoke. Brother Ye, it can't be that severe, can it? It is indeed that severe. However, Ye Xuan's tone shifted, and He Yicheng's eyes brightened. Is there a solution? Yes. What is it? I believe in fate. Let us play a game of guessing coins. If Brother He has poor luck and guesses incorrectly, I will have no reason to defy my ancestors. Ye Xuan flicked the ash from his cigarette, a smile playing on his lips. He Yicheng hesitated. Although the probability of guessing a coin correctly is 50, the risk of guessing incorrectly is equally present. Should he agree to this condition, he would lose all grounds to persuade Ye Xuan further. Ye Xuan discerned his unease and chuckled. If Brother He lacks confidence in his luck, he may enlist Fei Fei's assistance. You two can guess together. As long as one of you guesses correctly, it counts as a win. He Yicheng had initially dismissed the notion of a family steeped in stock trading, viewing it as mere superstition. However, he now considered the possibility that there might be some truth to it. Otherwise, why would Ye Xuan go to such lengths to craft a question for them? Fine, since you show such courtesy, what reason do I have to hesitate? If neither Fei Fei nor I guess correctly, I shall admit my own misfortune and never again mention bringing my friend into stock trading. He Yicheng declared, slamming his palm on the table, making a resolute decision. Brother, he is quite imposing. Ye Xuan commended, raising his thumb in approval. He then retrieved his wallet and produced a dime. With a flick of his finger, the coin spun and danced in midair. The moment it landed in his palm, he covered it with his other hand and looked at He Yicheng and Wu Fei. Now, can you guess what year this coin was minted? He Yicheng? Wu Fei. Chapter 61. A lesson in discipline. Chen Shuyi's choice, are you mocking me? He thought Ye Xuan was deliberately seeking a pretext to act against ancestral traditions. To his astonishment, the challenge was not a simple heads or tails guess, but rather the year of minting. Who plays a coin guessing game focused on the date of manufacture? Chen Shuyi did not anticipate such a twist, left momentarily speechless. However, upon witnessing the grim expressions on He Yicheng's and Wu Fei's faces, she suppressed her laughter, her cheeks flushing crimson. Leaning back in his chair and crossing his legs, Ye Xuan remarked, you wanted to drag me into illicit activities, yet I can't even toy with you? He Yicheng's actions mirrored those of insider trading in the stock market. Once discovered, not only would He Yicheng face legal repercussions, but the informant would also be implicated. It was then that He Yicheng grasped Ye Xuan's intent. He shook his head and chuckled. Such conduct is quite commonplace. You needn't be so timid. When a behavior necessitates legal prohibition, it signifies that many are already engaged in it. Much like those who frequently preach adherence to laws often turn out to be the scoundrels themselves. Thus, what He Yicheng aimed to do was not new. Many others in the securities industry were already involved. After all, securities professionals often have access to more insider information. Otherwise, How could he accumulate tens of millions in wealth on a 50,000 monthly salary? Yet, such insider information was scarce. Upon discovering Ye Xuan's exceptional talent, he immediately conceived the idea of hitching a ride on his success. Within a mere 2 months, Ye Xuan had transformed a capital of 350,000 into a billionaire. Should he join forces with him, amassing 100 billion in assets was not beyond the realm of possibility. Ye Xuan shrugged. But I have no need to take such risks, do I? I am financially secure and have ample time. I could even set aside Qinshui. Why should I assist you in making money for the sake of a mere 20% gratitude? At that moment, Ye Xuan regained his composure. Mr. Yi, did you anticipate my intentions from the outset? Ye Xuan nodded. Indeed. Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow. So, you never intended to bring my friend along? Ye Xuan spread his hands. Correct. Ye Xuan frowned. Then you could have simply declined to meet me. Why waste everyone's time? This was precisely what Qinshui found perplexing. She had warned Ye Xuan during their phone call, yet he insisted on coming. Do you know what it means to kill the chicken to warn the monkey? Ye Xuan leaned forward, his arms crossed under his chin, gazing intently at Ye Xuan. His posture was so aggressive that Ye Xuan instinctively averted his gaze. Once he recognized this as a sign of weakness, he turned to meet Ye Xuan's stare. I see. You mean I am the chicken? Ye Xuan shrugged. Isn't it obvious? Ye Xuan slammed the table, ready to curse, but Ye Xuan swiftly hurled a wine glass at him. Bang! The glass shattered against the wall, creating a loud crash as fragments scattered across the floor. Ye Xuan's face turned pale. Had he not dodged just in time, the glass would have surely struck him. What a volatile young man. I detest foul language. If you utter another curse, I guarantee you will not exit this room. Ye Xuan rose, placing his right hand on the high-backed chair, exuding an air of someone ready to take action at the slightest provocation. Ye Xuan, though not innocent himself, had engaged in many nefarious deeds. Nevertheless, he was a person of standing, lacking experience in dealing with someone as unruly as Ye Xuan. I know you're upset and wish to retaliate. I await your move. Ye Xuan said, pointing a finger at Ye Xuan before turning to Qinshui. Manager Chen, will you remain here or come with me? I. Qinshui hesitated, feeling caught between a rock and a hard place. Ye Xuan scoffed. Ye Xuan, have you made a mistake? You are merely Manager Chen's client, and she is my subordinate. Therefore, I am offering her a choice, Ye Xuan replied, winking at Ye Xuan. Mr. Yi, I will go with you, Qinshui declared, her initial bewilderment giving way to resolve. Qinshui, do you realize what you are doing? Ye Xuan exclaimed, incredulous. Qinshui picked up her bag from the back of the chair, her tone steady. I will resign. Ye Xuan's pupils dilated, disbelief etched across his face. Ye Xuan smiled and nodded. Manager Chen, trust me, this will be the wisest decision of your life. With that, he exited the room first. Outside the hotel, as they entered a BMW 5 Series, Qinshui felt a whirlwind of emotions over her impulsive decision. I just quit a job with a monthly salary of 20,000? Am I out of my mind? Are you hungry? Shall we grab a bite? Ye Xuan inquired as he started the car. They had been so engrossed in their argument that they barely touched their meal. Is there anything you wish to eat? Anything is fine. You decide. Then let us head to a street food stall. Mr. Yi, I know you have many questions. Let us converse over dinner. As Ye Xuan lowered the car window, a gentle early summer breeze swept through, the soft glow of the streetlights illuminating his face, captivating Qinshui. 10 minutes later, the BMW 5 parked in front of a street food stall. Ye Xuan found a vacant seat and handed Qinshui a menu. Order whatever you like. Qinshui hesitated. Ye Xuan interrupted. If you say anything, I will leave. She thought, how did he know I was about to say that? As she perused the menu, Ye Xuan began ordering. Boss, 1 serving of boiled peanuts, 1 of edamame, a plate of spicy stir-fried tofu skin, spicy clams, a large portion of spicy crayfish, and a serving of fried buns with extra chili, plus a pint of draft beer. Got it. Please wait a moment. Mr. Yi has quite the appetite for spice, Qinshui remarked, astonished. She then selected 2 lighter dishes to suit her taste. Once the food arrived, Ye Xuan donned plastic gloves, peeling the crayfish as he spoke. You may ask your questions now. Qinshui steadied herself, cautiously inquiring, what did you mean by killing the chicken to warn the monkey? Chapter 62. Ye Xuan's clever maneuver first. Let me ask you a question. Please, go ahead. If someone were to turn an investment of 350,000 into over $1 billion in just 2 months, is that impressive? Remarkable. Qinshui hesitated for a moment before settling on that word. After all, for a lady, uttering that word in the presence of a gentleman is truly quite shameful. Might such a situation attract the attention of those with ulterior motives? Even if Ye Xuan has not noticed it yet. It is only a matter of time before other executives from Jinghai Securities become aware, and who knows? The Securities Regulatory Commission may have been observing in the shadows all along. Indeed, Ye Xuan instinctively snapped his fingers, but with plastic gloves on. He failed to make a sound, instead splattering the spicy crayfish sauce all over himself. His pristine white shirt was suddenly adorned with several glaring red spots. Uffed. Qinshui couldn't contain herself and burst into laughter. After receiving a mournful glance from Ye Xuan, she quickly stifled her giggles, retrieved a packet of wet wipes from her bag, and handed him one. Here, wipe it off. Forget it. Even wiping won't make it clean. It is what it is. Ye Xuan replied with a note of resignation. He expressed his gratitude and continued, since someone will inevitably discover this sooner or later. I might as well set an example and then. Here, he made a downward chopping motion with his hand. Ye Xuan? Yes. But despite your quarrel and the failure of your collaboration, the situation seems rather distant from establishing an example, does it not? Is it not petty to seek revenge? Exactly. That is why I wager he will find ways to retaliate against me. Now, can you guess how he might choose to take his revenge with his capabilities and connections? After speaking, Ye Xuan removed his gloves and began to eat the spicy stir-fried clams. Chen Shui fell into deep thought. Hiring a hitman? It's no longer the 80s or 90s, and with Ye Cheng's current standing, unless he's gone mad, he would never resort to such mutually destructive measures. Reporting me for insider trading to the Securities Regulatory Commission? That is indeed a possibility. But doesn't he worry that I am a proxy for some big shot? At this moment, Ye Xuan took a sip of his draft beer and chuckled. You mentioned before that Ye Cheng is cautious and prefers to strategize before acting. Hence, before confirming my background, it is highly probable he will bide his time, waiting for the right opportunity. Chen Shui nodded. This conjecture aligned with her own thoughts. But if that is the case, wouldn't he be wasting his efforts? That would require us to engage in some clever maneuvers. Clever maneuvers? Yes. You could anonymously report me to the Securities Regulatory Commission for suspected insider trading, while simultaneously leveraging your connections to spread the word about the conflict between Ye Cheng and me at the Millennium Hotel. This way, others would assume it was Ye Cheng who reported me. Exactly. I can withstand scrutiny. As long as I extricate myself smoothly, I can turn around and have Ye Cheng imprisoned, achieving a deterrent effect. Wouldn't that be splendid? After hearing Ye Xuan's plan, Chen Shui found herself in a state of prolonged contemplation. Merely from her insights into Ye Cheng's character, he had devised such a brilliant scheme. Just how astute is this young man? Moreover, having her take the lead in reporting and then shifting the blame onto Ye Cheng was extraordinarily cunning. Is he truly only 18 years old? But why do you trust me so much? What if Ye Cheng's character is not as I described? Chen Shui asked curiously. Ye Xuan must possess a profound level of trust in her to base his strategy on the intelligence she provided. Yet they had only met twice. Because you did not disclose to Ye Cheng that you were assisting me with stock trading. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to meet with me. He could simply collude with you and take the express route to my resources. Ye Xuan pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and spoke slowly. Each time, he would inform the lovely manager at least half an hour in advance about which stocks to trade. Chen Shui was taken aback that he could even deduce this, her lips parting in shock. Ye Xuan exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled. Actually, I was initially planning to switch to a different brokerage platform. However, I have changed my mind. As long as you maintain your current attitude, all my future stock market transactions can be entrusted to you. As the volume of funds increased, each transaction would require meticulous handling. Otherwise, a haphazard investment would lead to significant fluctuations in stock prices. He could not afford to spend all his time managing stock trades, necessitating a trustworthy individual to assist him. Thus far, Chen Shui's actions had earned his trust. Of course, to minimize unnecessary complications, he would still need to periodically switch brokerage platforms. Chen Shui suddenly realized, I have merely fulfilled my professional responsibilities. Your ability to do this surpasses that of 90 of people, Ye Xuan replied with a smile. Continuing, most importantly, you chose to align yourself with me. Indicating your keen insight, such qualities are not common among individuals. Chen Shui lowered her head in embarrassment. I acted impulsively. At that moment, she felt Ye Cheng was overly greedy, which had displeased her. To be honest, she had felt a twinge of regret just moments ago. Ye Xuan flicked the ash from his cigarette. Then you possess not only keen insight but also a stroke of good fortune. Good fortune? Chen Shui inquired, puzzled. Ye Xuan grinned playfully. You do not think that my entrusting you with the operation of my securities account means you will only receive a commission, do you? Chen Shui nodded. What else would it entail? Ye Xuan extended a finger. In addition to the commission, you will also receive 1% of the net profits from each trade in exchange for committing your services solely to me. Chen Shui's breath quickened. For other clients, 1% of the net profits might not seem like much, but for Ye Xuan, who had netted over 100 million in just 2 months, if she had received this commission from the beginning, she would already have made over 1 million in profit. This was income with absolutely no legal risks. You do not need to decide immediately. I will give you a day to consider. With that, Ye Xuan discarded his cigarette but donned his gloves once more and resumed eating the crayfish. As the gentle evening breeze blew, filled with the sounds of laughter from the adjacent table, and gazing at the boy before her who was engrossed in devouring spicy crayfish, Chen Shui suddenly felt that this vibrant life was precisely what she desired. With this thought in mind, she gracefully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. No need to deliberate. I can agree to your proposal right now. Chapter 63. Why is there such a disparity between people? Aunt Liang, this is Xiao Yi. Is Lu Tao home? Lu Tao. Do you remember that big eatery we often visit? Yes, come over. I have something good to show you. After hanging up the phone, Ye Xuan took another couple of sips of draft beer. Mr. Yi, you will be driving later, so it would be wise to drink less, Chen Shui advised with concern. Ye Xuan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I have called for a designated driver. Chen Shui was taken aback. Is there a designated driver service in Mingcheng? In 2004, The designated driving industry was still in its infancy, primarily concentrated in several first-tier and strong second-tier cities. Ye Xuan pondered for a moment, uncertain. There should be, right? Qinshui? 15 minutes later, a dark-skinned youth arrived on a bicycle, panting heavily. After propping up his bike, he scanned the crowd of diners, and his eyes lit up upon spotting Ye Xuan. "Letao, you lazy dog. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come here." Ye Xuan called out after removing a toothpick. Hong Litao finally hurried over, leaning in to whisper, "Ye Xuan, who is this beautiful lady? She is stunning." Qinshui's beauty, figure, and poise were on par with Du Bing and Han Yun. Even the somewhat inexperienced Xiao Nanji and Lin Shitong could not claim to overshadow her. Hong Litao, who was inherently shy, felt somewhat awkward in the presence of such a stunning beauty. "This is Qinshui, the investment manager from Jinghai Securities. This is my designated driver." Hong Litao, Ye Xuan introduced both parties. Hong Litao looked bewildered. "When did I become a designated driver?" "Right now, you are. Bring your bike over." Ye Xuan patted his rear and sauntered towards the parking area, a toothpick held between his lips. "Mr. Hong, you are a friend of Mr. Yi, aren't you?" Qinshui inquired, a smile gracing her lips as she pieced together the situation. Hong Litao nodded foolishly. "We are classmates and best buddies." It was the first time he had ever been addressed as Mr. by someone so charming. The sensation felt surreal, akin to a dream. "Then I shall trouble you later," Qinshui remarked, lifting her bag and stepping ahead. "Trouble? What on earth is Ye Xuan up to?" Hong Litao mused, ruffling his hair as he pushed his bicycle in a daze. A few moments later, as Ye Xuan helped him stow the bicycle in the trunk of a BMW 5 Series, the reality struck him. Ye Xuan had bought a luxury car worth millions. "What are you still dawdling for? Get in." Ye Xuan playfully kicked him, opening the passenger door and settling in. "No worries, it's automatic and easy to drive. This car is too expensive. What if? Then I'll sell you to a brothel," Ye Xuan teased. Trembling with excitement, Hong Litao took the driver's seat, igniting the engine under Ye Xuan's guidance, merging onto the main road. "Not bad, Litao, you drive quite steadily," Ye Xuan complimented. "Of course. Do you even know who I am? Can you drive a bit faster? This car has a 468 horsepower engine and can go from 0 to 106. 5 seconds, yet you're cruising at 20 kilometers per hour. Is that acceptable? Litao, isn't there a color you like inside?" "No, I actually quite like green." "Then why the hell aren't you speeding up at the intersection?" "Litao, do you see that person ahead? Run him over." "What? I can't do that." "If you're scared, then why aren't you hitting the brakes?" Watching the two boisterous boys in the front seat, Qinshui couldn't help but smile as a wave of curiosity washed over her. Previously, she had assumed that Ye Xuan was a young man accustomed to mingling in elite circles, his demeanor exuding confidence and authority. Yet, Hong Litao appeared to be an utterly ordinary student. Their connection seemed minimal, yet they were inseparable best friends. "I thought this meeting would allow me to understand Mr. Yi more clearly, but unexpectedly, the mysteries surrounding him have only multiplied." Qinshui pondered, realizing that Ye Xuan's decision to invite Hong Litao as his designated driver indicated a desire to include her in his inner circle. Under Ye Xuan's expert navigation, Hong Litao finally drove to the entrance of Qinshui's community. After watching the beautiful manager enter, Hong Litao asked, "Ye Xuan, how do you know Manager Qin? We met online. Is that for real? Is there any reason to doubt it? Making friends these days is quite simple. Want to know how to invite an online friend out? That might not be appropriate. Then I won't teach you. I suddenly feel that learning some online communication skills could be beneficial." "Litao, you really are quite the introverted one." "Hee, mister. You must have ample confidence to speak so boldly, right?" "Absolutely. What must I do to send He Cheng to prison?" Ye Xuan scratched his head, somewhat regretting boasting in front of the beautiful manager. However, having made such a bold claim, he felt compelled to find a way to fulfill it. He was certain He Cheng had engaged in insider trading, as long as he obtained the relevant evidence. With that thought, a plan began to take shape in Ye Xuan's mind. The following morning, officials from both the municipal and county education bureaus, along with leaders from the No. 1 high school, arrived at Ye Xuan's home to present him with a monetary reward: 200,000 from the city, 100,000 from the county, and 50,000 from the school. The entire event was captured on camera by Shui Television. After bidding farewell to the educational leaders, Ye Xuan drove to Mingqing Television for an exclusive interview with Du Bing. Ye Xuan initiated the conversation. "Teacher Du, the BMW 5 Series must be quite comfortable, right?" "He didn't T-buy it," Du Bing replied, her expression somewhat awkward. Ye Xuan thought to himself, given how I mentioned the 5 Series in front of him, it would be strange if he did. Although he didn't know Huang Kai well, he understood men, especially those with lofty aspirations. Feigning confusion, he asked, "Why didn't he purchase it?" Ye Xuan nodded. "I also think the BMW 5 Series is a bit beneath the status of Sea Turtle Brother." Du Bing sighed inwardly. When Ye Xuan suggested the 5, Huang Kai had harshly criticized him for being unrealistic. Now, Ye Xuan could sincerely state that the 5 Series was unworthy of Huang Kai, calling him Sea Turtle Brother with ease. The disparity between individuals was striking. Under Ye Xuan's careful guidance, Du Bing soon divulged all the details regarding Huang Kai and the circumstances of their acquaintance. being a local of Mingxing and at the age for marriage. She had met Huang Kai through an intermediary. He was the charming host of Mingxing television, while she was the heir of a multi-million-dollar enterprise with an overseas education. Although they may not be a perfect match, they could at least be considered an attractive couple. See, Turtle Brother seemed to be a gentle and considerate man. If Ice Bing were to marry him, she would surely be very happy. As their conversation progressed, Ye Xuan's address for Du Bing evolved from teacher due to sister Bing Bing. Not too bad, Du Bing replied, her tone evasive. The sudden rage from Huang Kai had left her with a significant psychological impact. Even after he reverted to his gentlemanly demeanor, she still felt uneasy. Ye Xuan's keen observations did not miss the subtle changes in her expression. It seems my deliberate mention of the five had the desired effect. A person from a privileged background, driven to rage by unrequited love, would inevitably possess a volatile temperament. While such traits might not be evident in everyday life, a single trigger could lead to an explosive reaction. Ye Xuan's decision to make a conspicuous purchase was aimed at provoking Huang Kai. Once successfully incited, Du Bing would be able to see Huang Kai's true character. It appeared that his plan had worked. Enough about him. Let us talk about you. Do you have a girlfriend? Du Bing asked, adjusting her demeanor and smiling. Sister Bing Bing, you jest. I just graduated from high school. How could I have a girlfriend? Surely there must be many girls who have a crush on you? I have received quite a few love letters, but you didn't find any of them appealing? Ye Xuan shyly nodded. In truth, he had never received a love letter in either life, but that did not prevent him from showing off in front of beautiful women. What type of girl do you like? As soon as Du Bing finished her question, Ye Xuan fixed his gaze upon her. Do I have something on my face? With a charm level soaring to 90 points, coupled with the allure of a luxury car and the glow of being the top science student, his unabashed scrutiny made even Du Bing blush and flutter her heart. No, I just wanted to remember Sister Bing Bing's appearance. Why? So that in the future, when someone asks me the same question, I can simply describe your features. Ye Xuan said with utmost sincerity. Du Bing felt a sudden rush of panic and instinctively averted her gaze. Her already rosy cheeks took on an even deeper hue, reminiscent of a sunset. Oh, women can hardly withstand such subtle flirtation. Ye Xuan found himself quite fond of Du Bing, as she was the dream goddess of many in Mingxing. With the opportunity to flirt with her, he was eager to savor the experience. Yet, that was only one of the reasons. Another was his intention to plant a seed of awareness in Du Bing, letting her know that in this world, there was more than one admirable man. To speak plainly, he intends to play the role of a manipulative seducer, unlike me, who can only feel empathy. If he can facilitate Du Bing's swift disengagement from her relationship with Huang Kai, perhaps due to the lack of deep entanglement, it may temper the fury of the brother from abroad. Thus, he is not truly a scoundrel, he merely wishes to provide the beautiful host with a warm home. Ye Xuan, you remain as humorous as ever. Upon realizing her lapse in composure, Du Bing quickly adjusted her demeanor and spoke. Ye Xuan shrugged, stating, I am merely speaking the truth. At that moment, the camera teacher knocked and entered. Teacher Du, the studio is ready. All right, I understand. Du Bing nodded, rising to say. Classmate Yi, this interview will be recorded. Just maintain your previous state and do not be nervous. Ye Xuan gestured affirmatively and followed her into the studio. The beautiful host today donned a fuchsia suit, her legs encased in nude stockings, adorned with fuchsia high heels. As she walked, her figure swayed enticingly, exuding a subtle allure from behind. However, as they traversed, numerous people passed by. Ye Xuan glanced a few times before resolutely focusing ahead. Inside the studio, Du Bing inquired. Classmate Yi, how did you feel upon discovering you scored 730 points? Mostly excitement. With a hint of regret, he replied. Regret? She echoed. Yes, perhaps years from now. I will tell others that my greatest regret is scoring 730 points. May I ask why? Because now everyone has high expectations of me. And this psychological pressure is quite substantial. Really? Indeed, I have never been interested in high scores. I never aimed for such a high mark. My happiest moments were when I only scored 91,591 points each month. Du Bing was momentarily taken aback. Classmate Yi, I only asked you not to be nervous. Not to let loose. After taking a sip of water, she continued the interview. What are your plans for the future? Well, I plan to start a business with a few close classmates. It's not merely a plan, but an initiative already in progress. Can you share more with us? Du Bing's interest was piqued. Nothing to hide. I, along with 4 classmates, have opened a hot pot restaurant on Mingxing Commercial Street. Ye Xuan then provided a detailed introduction of the restaurant, emphasizing the opening date. Du Bing smiled. I love hot pot. Once your restaurant opens, I must go and taste it. Once the interview concluded, Du Bing personally escorted Ye Xuan outside. Upon descending, they spotted Huang Kai leaning against a Porsche Cayenne, smoking. As they emerged, he raised his hand and called, Bing Bing. Du Bing's expression shifted slightly, and she quickened her pace toward him. Huang Kai, why are you here? Just then, the heel of her 10-centimeter high shoe struck a small pebble. Normally, it would merely be a minor inconvenience. But the sudden sight of Huang Kai made her flustered, causing her to walk too hastily. Consequently, she twisted her ankle, and her body tilted to the side. Huang Kai's expression changed, and he rushed forward to rescue her. However, as he lifted his foot, Ye Xuan, who had been following Du Bing, swiftly stepped in and caught her in his arms. With a flustered expression, Ye Xuan exclaimed, I'm sorry, I was just worried about you, fearing you might fall. Would the brother from abroad be jealous if he saw this? Chapter 65. You were set up, yet you should thank me. Huang Kai's fury was palpable. Ever since he first laid eyes on Du Bing, he had been captivated by this glamorous woman, radiating charm as a host. Within a mere month, he had launched an ardent pursuit of her. Yet, until now, he hadn't even held her hand. Yet here was Ye Xuan, embracing Du Bing right before him. What are you doing? Let Bing Bing go. Huang Kai shouted in anger, charging forward. Ye Xuan feigned fear, recoiling slightly, and explained repeatedly, I apologize, brother from abroad. I instinctively reached out to support her, fearing she would fall. Instinctively? It seems deliberate to me. Huang Kai raised his fist, ready to strike Ye Xuan. What are you doing? Du Bing, snapping back to reality, hurried to restrain him. But in his furious state, Huang Kai inadvertently pushed her aside. Du Bing stumbled back a few steps and fell onto the ground. This sudden turn of events momentarily cleared Huang Kai's rage. He released Ye Xuan, turning to Du Bing, kneeling beside her. I'm sorry, Bing Bing, I didn't mean to. Ye Xuan rushed over, concern etched on his face. Sister Bing Bing, are you all right? You dare come near? Huang Kai's suppressed anger flared once more. Before he could react, Du Bing pulled him back. Huang Kai, calm down. It was the first time she had raised her voice at him, momentarily stunning Huang Kai. You're yelling at me for another man? His face twisted with rage. A terrifying sight. Du Bing, though frightened, summoned her courage to question. Huang Kai, you saw what happened. In that situation, if he hadn't supported me, I would have fallen. Would you rather watch me fall than let another man help me? Her inquiry left Huang Kai momentarily speechless. Sister Bing Bing, don't blame brother from abroad. Any man would be angry in this situation. If it were me, my reaction might be even more intense. As anger is a manifestation of care, Ye Xuan, from an outsider's perspective, offered wise counsel. Huang Kai was taken aback by Ye Xuan's unexpected defense. Guilt and gratitude stirred within him. Du Bing, astonished at Ye Xuan's support for Huang Kai, felt her dissatisfaction with him intensify. Here was Ye Xuan, only 18 years old, demonstrating maturity and composure far surpassing Huang Kai's. Despite feeling wronged, she stifled her grievances to protect their relationship and even defended Huang Kai. It was a bitter pill to swallow. In contrast, Huang Kai showed no gratitude for Ye Xuan's assistance and instead unleashed his fury upon him. When comparing the two, it was evident one soared to great heights while the other sank to new lows. After calming herself, Du Bing stated, Huang Kai, I believe you should apologize to classmate Ye. Huang Kai was conflicted, but Ye Xuan quickly waved his hands, no need. As long as brother from abroad doesn't overthink it, I am quite content. If Huang Kai were to apologize, it would render Ye Xuan's efforts futile. However, Du Bing perceived Ye Xuan's words as a selfless act to prevent any rift between them, a gesture that tugged at her heartstrings. Huang Kai stiffly nodded, forcing a smile. Thanks, brother. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Ye Xuan thought to himself, you're thanking me for setting you up? A fool who counts the money for someone who sold him out. Yet outwardly, he feigned indifference. It's nothing. Brother from abroad is too polite. I shall take my leave now. You two enjoy your conversation, and please don't lose your temper again. With that, he patted Huang Kai on the shoulder, casting a comforting glance at Du Bing before departing. After driving his BMW 5 out of the television station, Huang Kai exclaimed, Bing Bing. Take a look at my new car, a Porsche Cayenne. It's definitely more upscale than the BMW 5. After much persuasion, his father finally agreed to increase his budget. Even so, he settled for the base model of the Cayenne, which didn't cost significantly more than the 5. However, the Porsche brand alone would surely mislead those unfamiliar with cars into thinking the Cayenne was far more luxurious than the 5. Thus, his sudden assault this time was merely to flaunt before Du Bing. Du Bing, taken aback, glanced at him and, after rising, coldly remarked, Huang Kai, I believe we both need to exercise some restraint. Huang Kai's expression faltered. What do you mean? You are being too impulsive. I hope you can reflect on how to interact with others moving forward. With that, Du Bing strode into the television station building, her high heels clicking against the floor. Watching the alluring hostess swaying figure, a tempest of fury brewed within Huang Kai. The following day, June 28th, was designated for collecting admission application forms at school. Early in the morning, Ye Xuan met up with Hong Liteo, and they rode their bicycles towards the first high school. I thought you would be driving to school. Hong Liteo remarked. Oh, how did you know I would be on television tonight? Hong Liteo responded, puzzled. Ye Xuan chuckled. Yesterday, I recorded an interview at Mingqing Television, conducted by Du Bing, and I took the opportunity to promote our hot pot restaurant. It airs tonight at 8. Make sure to tune in. Wow, Ye Xuan, you are impressive. Hong Liteo exclaimed. This is just the beginning. In the future, not only will I be on television, but you, Wang Qian, Xiao Nanji, and Lin Shitong will too. How can you be so sure? Just trust me and don't ask why. And let us keep our hot pot restaurant plans under wraps for now. Why? Have you forgotten that Chun Ming and the others are still distributing flyers for the hot pot restaurant? Hong Liteo chuckled at the thought of Chun Ming's expression upon realizing he was working for Ye Xuan. As they arrived at the school gate, they coincidentally encountered Chu Ran, who was jogging towards them. Ye Xuan, appearing to have an epiphany, greeted her with an odd expression. Chu Ran, long time no see. It's been a while. Your training methods are quite effective. If you have time, I would like to spar with you again, she puffed, catching her breath. No problem, I await your call. He replied, gesturing as if to make a phone call before speeding off on his bicycle. Just as Xuan was about to inquire about his number, Ye Xuan's figure vanished in the blink of an eye. Why do I feel like he is avoiding me? She instinctively brushed her hair back, staring at the strands in her hand, lost in thought. Chapter 66. The deceptive words of women. We march along the broad path, filled with vigor and aspirations. Amidst the spirited music from the campus broadcast, Ye Xuan set his bicycle down and strolled leisurely towards the academic building. Look, that's Ye Xuan. It truly is Ye Xuan. Wow, I can't believe he looks even more handsome than Xuan. Just look at the aura he exudes while walking. He is indeed remarkable. Throughout the journey, fellow students pointed and whispered about Ye Xuan. Some familiar classmates rushed over to greet him. Ye Xuan, you're amazing. 730 points. Aw, the city's science top scorer has arrived. Let me touch you for good luck. Me too. All right, enough of that. Let us sing instead, Ye Xuan suggested. And everyone felt as though something peculiar had infiltrated their midst. Upon entering the familiar classroom, over half of the 54 classmates had already arrived. He was met with enthusiastic cheers and congratulations. Sitting in the third row, Xiao Nanji watched Ye Xuan being surrounded by classmates, her radiant face blooming with joy, though her bright eyes concealed a hint of melancholy. At that moment, her deskmate, Wang Qian, nudged her arm. Nanji, have you decided which university to apply to? Adjusting her glasses, Wang Qian continued, honestly, with your grades, Jiang University or Fudan would be the most suitable options. The difficulty of this year's college entrance examination is significantly lower than last year's. With 685 points, Wadawood and Jing University are nearly out of reach. Although there are more than just these two 985 universities in the capital, for your score, attending any of Jing University, Jing Normal University, or Renmin University would be a bit of a loss. Jiang University and Fudan, which are fiercely competitive for the third spot in the country, are definitely your best choices. I understand, Xiao Nanji replied. But you wish to go to the capital, don't you? Wang Qian sighed. Perhaps you should ask for Ye Xuan's opinion. Xiao Nanji's eyes brightened, and she stood up to approach him. Ye Xuan, could you come here for a moment? Ye Xuan thought to himself. What does it matter that you are the school beauty? Just because you asked me to come over, does that mean I have to comply? That would be quite embarrassing for me. He pretended not to hear and continued chatting with his classmates. Frustrated, Xiao Nanji stomped her foot and directly grabbed his sleeve. I need your help. Is this how you ask for favors? Although Ye Xuan was displeased, he couldn't let the school beauty lose face in front of others. Their classmates exchanged knowing glances, and understanding hung in the air. Once beside her desk, Ye Xuan adopted a serious expression. What exactly do you want from me? They could converse normally, yet the intimacy they once shared in their senior year was nowhere to be found. First, let me treat you to a piece of candy. Xiao Nanji produced an imported nougat from her bag. Xiao Nanji, how childish. I'm not a child anymore, Ye Xuan grumbled, reluctantly accepting it, unwrapping the candy, and popping it into his mouth. Wang Qian adjusted her glasses and muttered softly, claiming he isn't a child, yet he enjoys it more than anyone else. Ye Xuan shot her a glance. What did you say? Wang Qian shook her head. Nothing. As they spoke, she nudged Xiao Nanji, who was staring dreamily at Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan paused, his expression growing peculiar. Xiao, do you intend to harm me? What? Why would I want to harm you? Xiao Nanji replied, bewildered. Ye Xuan chuckled lightly. Choosing a university is a significant life decision. Regardless of whose advice you heed, if you find any dissatisfaction in college later on, you will blame that person. Therefore, this decision must be yours alone, understood? Wang Qian pondered his words thoughtfully. Xiao Nanji nodded, though somewhat confused, before pouting, but I just want to hear your advice. Don't worry, even if I make a choice based on your suggestion, I will never blame you. Ye Xuan thought for a moment. Do you remember that time in our senior year when we skipped class to see the circus? Of course. My dad scolded me for ages after he found out. It's all your fault, Xiao Nanji teased, though her heart felt warm at the memory. Those past moments were truly delightful. Ye Xuan spread his hands, you see. So a woman's words are often deceiving. I wouldn't trust a single word of your promises. What? Make your own decision then. All right, you want me to decide. Do you? Xiao Nanji playfully linked arms with Wang Qian. Qian, let us apply to Renmin University together, shall we? Just then, the sound of a basketball bouncing on the ground echoed from outside. I bet 100 yuan that the one playing basketball outside is our class monitor. Who is in? Ye Xuan exclaimed, pulling out a 100 yuan bill. I'll bet 50. I'll wager 10. Ye Xuan's call to action prompted enthusiastic participation from his classmates. However, at the end, it turned out that no one had bet against the class monitor. Ye Xuan could only begrudgingly tuck the money away, grumbling. It seems the class monitor's silly image has indeed become ingrained in everyone's minds. As his words faded, Chen Ming, clad in a red jersey, entered the classroom with a basketball in hand, followed by Lu Quan and Song Wei. Feeling the attention of all eyes on him, a sense of triumph surged within him. It seems everyone has missed me, your class monitor, during these few days. Ye Xuan, what were the admissions officers from Wadawood University offering? Chen Ming inquired. If I told you, you might just be frightened, Ye Xuan replied, You know about guaranteed postgraduate placements, right? Damn, Ming exclaimed. Class monitor. Don't forget our secret weapon, Ye Xuan whispered, tapping his crossbody back. Ming's eyes brightened as he handed the basketball to Song Wei and pulled out a stack of flyers from Ye Xuan's messenger bag. Attention, everyone. Listen up. The Ye Xuan Hot Pot restaurant is set to open soon. On the opening day, customers who present this flyer will receive a 50% discount. The other students were indeed drawn in. Class monitor, is this Ye Xuan Hot Pot your family's restaurant? How does it taste? Is it good? Don't rush. Everyone will get one, Ming replied, casting a proud glance at Ye Xuan as he distributed the flyers. This restaurant is definitely not owned by my family. I was just thinking that we'll soon be college students, so I might as well find a part-time job during the summer to enhance my practical skills. Truly the class monitor, thinking ahead. Another student chimed in. Isn't distributing flyers tiring? Does it feel awkward when people refuse? Ming shook his head and smiled. It is a bit tiring, but it builds character. There's nothing embarrassing about being rejected. After all, failure is the mother of success. The class monitor said that the part-time job is just to earn the first pot of gold. Once we get to college, he'll lead us in starting a business. Right. Then he'll be the chairman, and Ye Xuan and I will take turns. At this, Ming and his companions proudly raised their chins toward Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan gave a thumbs up and sincerely remarked, our class monitor, is distributing flyers even at school. If I were the hot pot restaurant owner, I would definitely give you all bonuses. If you were the owner, I wouldn't even be distributing these flyers, Ming retorted with a haughty snort. Turning back to continue handing out flyers. In the distance, Hong Lida, Xiao Nanji, and Wang Qian were struggling to suppress their laughter. After Ming finished distributing the flyers, Ye Xuan stepped onto the podium and said, everyone, please quiet down. I have an announcement. Tonight at 8 p.m., there will be an interview with me on Mingqing TV, during which I will reveal something significant. Be sure to tune in. He winked at Ming as he finished. I want to be watching, Ming scoffed, pulling Ye Xuan and Song Wei to another class to continue handing out flyers. After having dinner at home, Ming sat on the sofa, accompanying his parents while they watched television. Recently, the new Chronicles of Wang Baochang was airing, and the family was engrossed in the show. Throughout this time, Ming kept glancing at the clock. At 8 p.m., he took the remote and switched the channel to Mingqing TV. His mother, Lu Jing, was displeased. What are you doing, child? I was enjoying that show. Why change the channel? What is so interesting on Mingqing TV? His father, Qin Jianjun, was equally puzzled. Although Mingqing TV was a local channel, it was rarely viewed by locals, except for the elderly who tuned in for weather forecasts and fans of Du Bing's looks. Ye Xuan has an interview airing, Ming replied, somewhat sullenly. Qin Jianjun paused for a moment. Your classmate Ye Xuan? Ming nodded. Yes. I want to see what he has to say. After the interview, I'll go back to distributing flyers. At this hour? Why would you go out to distribute flyers? You're not earning any commission. You're working so hard, and they won't pay you any extra. His parents expressed their confusion. Both were employees of government agencies, and their family was relatively well off in Mingqing. When their son mentioned looking for a part-time job, they had expressed their opposition. But seeing his determination, they refrained from further discussion. Now that their son wanted to go out at night to distribute flyers, they felt a pang of concern. There are many people outside enjoying the cool evening air. This is my first part-time job, and I must do well. Ye Xuan has surpassed me academically, so I must outshine him in my career. Despite appearing cheerful in front of his classmates, the fact that he had not performed as well as Ye Xuan in the college entrance examination weighed heavily on him. He only revealed his true feelings in front of his parents. What's so great about a high school graduate's interview? So what if he was the top scorer? I believe my son will surpass him in the future. Exactly, there are many instances of prodigies fading into obscurity. Perhaps once he enters college, he will become just another face in the crowd? After exchanging glances, Qin Jianjun and Lu Jing began to console him. They were aware their son and Ye Xuan were both interested in the same girl and knew that their son was quite proud. Therefore, in this matter, they would undoubtedly support him without hesitation. Ming's expression visibly relaxed. I never thought being a top scorer was anything remarkable. Let's just watch the television. At that moment, the theme song ended and the interview officially began. Scoring 730 points? What pressure is that? Nonsense. Not interested in high scores? Seriously, Ye Xuan is so full of himself. Ming wasn't the only one criticizing. Qin Jianjun and Lu Jing also couldn't help but point out flaws. Your classmate is too hypocritical. Avoid getting too close to him. Participating in an interview and not speaking a single truth, such a person is not worth befriending. As they continued to critique Ye Xuan, Du Bing on the television asked, what are your plans for the future? Well, I plan to start a business with a few good friends. Actually, it's not just a plan. We're already in the process of implementing it. Could you share some details with us? There's nothing to hide. I've opened a hot pot restaurant with 4 classmates. Right on Mingqing Commercial Street. Ming was utterly stunned. The Ye Xuan hot pot restaurant was, in fact, Ye Xuan's venture? Had he been distributing flyers for Ye Xuan all this time? No wonder Ye Xuan claimed that the hardships of part-time work were beneath him. He had gone straight to being the owner. In contrast, he was still trying to earn his first pot of gold through part-time work, with the prospect of starting his own business seeming ever more distant. Chen Jianjun and Lu Jing were equally bewildered. Just moments ago, they had been reassuring their son that the future was uncertain, yet now Ye Xuan was already his boss. Who could they possibly turn to for an explanation? After what felt like an eternity, Chen Jianjun and Lu Jing broke the silence. Actually, running a hot pot restaurant is not that easy. Right. Our colleague Lu's relative opened a hot pot restaurant and lost 30,000 last year. Chen Jianjun and Lu Jing spoke up in unison. Mom, Dad? You don't need to say any more. Chen Ming suddenly stood up, grabbed his backpack, and headed for the door. Xiao Ming, where are you going? Chen Jianjun and Lu Jing hurriedly stood up, worry etched on their faces. I'm going to distribute flyers, Chen Ming said with a grin, patting his backpack. Ye Xuan is already so far ahead of me. I need to work hard too. With that, he pushed open the door and strode out confidently. Finally, our son is growing up. Chen Jianjun and Lu Jing exchanged glances, marveling. Faced with dual setbacks, he did not give in to despair, but instead rose to the challenge. This was indeed a sign of a young man maturing. In the Golden Supreme, Zhou Dagwan was drinking with a local businessman from Mingqing when a younger associate entered and whispered something in his ear. Zhou Dagwan looked up, incredulous. Are you certain? The younger associate nodded vigorously. Absolutely. He is the one you were looking for. Zhou Dagwan rubbed his bald head, astonished. This is quite the twist. What is going on? Brother Zhou? The businessman, who was singing with a young woman, noticed something was off and asked. Zhou Dagwan replied, Brother Wang. Do you remember the high school student I mentioned who snatched business from me? Wang Zhong nodded. Yes, did you find him? That kid is actually this year's science top scorer from Baishui City. Is that true? It turned out that Zhou Dagwan's associate was a fan of Du Bing's looks and had watched Ye Xuan's interview that evening. Upon hearing the address of the hot pot restaurant, he realized that this was the high school student Zhou Dagwan had been searching for. At that moment, Wang Zhong slapped his forehead. I just remembered something. What is it? Zhou Dagwan asked, intrigued. A friend of mine at the lottery center mentioned that last month, a young man resembling a student won the second prize. Do you think it could be that lad you were looking for? How much is the second prize, by the way? He didn't specify. The second prize can be over 4 million. At that moment, another young man chimed in. Zhou Dagwan slapped his thigh. Then it must be him. I thought there was some rich heir in Ming City, I didn't know, but it turns out he just got lucky. Zhou Dagwan grinned slyly. Absolutely, Brother Wang. Just wait and see, on the day he opens for business, I'll definitely present him with a grand gift. Chapter 68, A Prosperous Opening. On July 2nd. Under clear skies, it was an auspicious day for worship, marriage, and business openings, while digging wells and cutting wood were to be avoided. At 11 a.m., Yurong drove her car, transporting her two good friends towards Ming City South Commercial Street. Yurong, your daughter Nanji is exceptionally talented. Not only does she excel academically, but she also possesses a sharp business acumen. Indeed, she just graduated from high school and is already opening a hot pot restaurant with her friends. Nanji's future is limitless. Honestly, when I first received her call, I thought she was joking. Me too. Nanji has truly grown up. She can stand on her own now. Listening to her friends praise her daughter, Yurong felt a sense of pride. She had anticipated that Nanji would independently extend an invitation for the opening to her friends. However, parents-in-law would tend to be modest. After smiling, Yurong humbly replied, they were just having fun. Whether it succeeds is still debatable. The willingness to take bold steps is a success in itself. By the way, what is the relationship between your daughter Nanji and the top scholar? It must be more than just ordinary friends, right? Yurong opened her mouth, smiling wryly. Currently, they are indeed just ordinary friends. At this point, she felt a twinge of melancholy. Previously, she had thought that Ye Xuan's background and academic performance were far inferior to Nanji's. Who would have imagined that, just 2 months later, Ye Xuan not only amassed over 3 million in cash, but also became the science top scholar in Baishui City? More crucially, Nanji still liked him, while he no longer adored her as he once did. In that moment, she regretted telling Ye Xuan that he was unworthy of Nanji. At this moment, the entrance of Ye Xuan hot pot restaurant was adorned with a long red carpet. On either side of the entrance stood flower baskets, each as tall as a person. As the restaurant owners, the 5 partners were all dressed in formal attire, waiting to greet the guests. The most flamboyant among them, Hong Lida, wore a white shirt, black suit, and a golden tie despite the summer heat. Ye Xuan, naturally, wouldn't he be foolish enough to wear a suit in such weather? But to maintain an air of seriousness, he opted for a long-sleeved white shirt, rolled up at the sleeves, and with the top 2 buttons undone. Wang Qian and Xiao Nanji wore matching white dresses while Lin Shitong donned a pink one. The 3 young women standing together created a rare and beautiful scene. Crowds gathered along the streets to witness the event. That tall guy in the middle must be the top scholar, right? He is so handsome. Indeed. My daughter exclaimed after watching his interview that she wants to marry him in the future, and she is only in middle school. Even my granddaughter in kindergarten praised that handsome big brother on TV. I wonder what genes they have. Not only is he good looking, but his academic performance is also outstanding. The interview had garnered significant attention, and now many people in Ming City were aware that the top scholar's hot pot restaurant was about to open. Among the onlookers were many who had come specifically for the grand opening. I wonder which guests will show up later. Will the county head come? What are you thinking? This isn't ancient times. How could the top scholar have such prestige? I reckon it'll just be relatives, friends, and classmates showing their support. I think so too. If a village chief shows up, that would be quite something. As the crowd speculated, a BMW 3 Series sedan rolled up to the restaurant. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Ye Xuan and her two friends stepped out. Who are those three women? They all carry themselves with grace. I can't tell. They don't seem to be anyone significant. See, I told you there wouldn't be any heavyweight guests. The onlookers began to discuss amongst themselves. The five individuals waiting at the entrance stepped onto the red carpet to greet them. Auntie, welcome. Xiao Yi, wishing you a prosperous opening. As Ye Xuan spoke, she discreetly sized up Lin Shidong, thinking to herself that she truly was a beautiful girl, daring enough to openly compete with Nanji. After a round of pleasantries, Ye Xuan took the lead in presenting a red envelope, uttering a few auspicious words, and Ye Xuan then led them into the restaurant. Afterward, the manager Han Yun showed them around. This is our reception area. Guests waiting for their tables can enjoy complimentary manicures and shoe shining services. Oh, we can get manicures for free. Can we do that now? Aesthetic pursuits are inherent to women, and Ye Xuan and her two friends, intrigued, were eager to try. Of course, Han Yun smiled and personally escorted them to the manicure area. This is my first time getting a manicure in a hot pot restaurant. Ye Xuan, whose idea was this? It was Ye Xuan's. The top scholar's? No wonder he scored 730 points. He is so clever. But dedicating a whole floor for waiting guests and offering free manicures and shoe shining services must come with significant cost pressures, right? This approach is indeed rather risky. Ye Xuan's two friends, also business-minded, recognized the potential of this strategy to attract customers and enhance reputation. Yet they understood the financial risks if the endeavor did not yield the desired results. Meanwhile, a regular plate Santana arrived at the hot pot restaurant's entrance. Dressed casually, Chen Wu, Old Li, and Officer Xiao Zhang exited the vehicle. In 2004, relevant regulations had not yet been implemented, so Chen Wu had no need to be discreet. However, his presence caused a stir among the onlookers. Is that Director Chen from the Ming City branch? Wow, what is he doing here? What is his connection with the top scholar? Previously, they had thought that a few high school students opening a restaurant, even with the presence of a top scholar, wouldn't attract any significant guests. Yet, as if to contradict their assumptions, the highly regarded Director Chen from Ming City appeared, leaving everyone astonished. Some who initially harbored animosity towards Ye Xuan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Chapter 69. A gathering of guests. Director Chen, Uncle Li, Officer Zhang. Welcome. Ye Xuan approached enthusiastically, shaking hands warmly before pulling out a pack of cigarettes. Old Li, I bet you didn't expect this kid to not only get into Beijing University but also become the top scholar in Baishui City. Chen Wu chuckled as he took a drag from his cigarette. Officer Xiao Zhang nodded, reflecting deeply. Just 2 months prior, Ye Xuan had been a suspect under their scrutiny, and now he had transformed into the top scholar who opened this hot pot restaurant. Sometimes, life's twists can be even more outrageous than a television drama. Old Li laughed and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Director Chen, you didn't see this coming either, did you? If I had seen this coming, I'd be a fortune teller. Chen Wu laughed heartily, producing a red envelope and handing it to Ye Xuan. Boss Yi, wishing you a prosperous opening and flourishing business. Upon receiving the envelope, Ye Xuan felt its heft and estimated it contained around 2,000 yuan. In 2004, 2,000 yuan was a considerable amount, and Chen Wu's willingness to give such a generous gift reflected his regard for Ye Xuan. Old Li and Officer Xiao Zhang quickly followed suit, presenting their own envelopes, though theirs were smaller, approximately 500 and 200 yuan, respectively. However, given their comparatively lower incomes, their attendance to show support was deeply appreciated by Ye Xuan. Not long after greeting them, the esteemed Zhang Guangming, along with the leaders of the first high school, arrived, with Director Qian, known for his stern demeanor, among them. Look at our pride from the first high school. They haven't even entered university yet and are already embarking on entrepreneurial ventures. At our age, we were still toiling in the fields for our elders, Lu Zhibo remarked with a chuckle, pointing at Ye Xuan and others. The younger generation truly surpasses us, he mused. The other leaders nodded in agreement, and Zhang Guangming looked upon his proud students with a smile of satisfaction. Although they had graduated, they still felt a bit awkward in the presence of their former school leaders and homeroom teachers, including Hong Litao. Ye Xuan, however, was unencumbered by such sentiments. He casually distributed cigarettes before retrieving his lighter to assist the teachers in lighting theirs. Director Qian felt a pang of nostalgia. Just the other day, this young man pretended to be unfamiliar with smoking, yet now he handled the act of sharing and lighting cigarettes with remarkable finesse. Lost in thought, he suddenly chuckled. At that moment, Ye Xuan approached him with the lighter, prompting Qian to inquire, "What delightful thoughts occupy your mind?" Shaking his head, Qian took a cigarette and patted his pockets. With a flick, Ye Xuan ignited it for him. Their eyes met, and a silent understanding passed between them. After receiving warm encouragement and blessings from the teachers, Ye Xuan personally escorted them to the second floor. Their privilege to receive such treatment was entirely due to Zhang Guangming's reputation. Not long after Ye Xuan returned downstairs, a luxurious Range Rover pulled up. Once parked, A middle-aged couple adorned in designer attire emerged, instantly igniting fervent discussions among the onlookers. Is that a Range Rover? Looks like the top model. How much could that cost? Over 2 million, right? Wow, that's exorbitant. Who is this person driving such an expensive vehicle? He seems to be Lin Baoshan, the wealthiest man in Mingqing. Owner of Baoshan Mining? What an impressive background for a scholar. Even the richest man in Mingqing comes to support him. Mingqing is neither too small nor too large. Affluent and influential figures can easily be recognized on the streets. For instance, Chen Wu from before, and now Lin Baoshan. Mingqing has coal mines. And rumors will eventually circulate about the town being hollowed out. The owner of this mine is none other than Lin Baoshan, whose fortune is said to amount to 7 or 800 million. In a city where millionaires are rare, a net worth of 7 or 800 million elevates one to celestial heights. Dad, Mom, I thought you wouldn't come. Lin Shidong exclaimed cheerfully. Skipping towards them and linking her arms with each parent, Lin Baoshan laughed heartily. My dear daughter, with the opening of your new store. Even if the heavens were to rain knives, I would still come. Li Yumei affectionately ruffled her hair and asked, Are you exhausted today? Not at all. I find it all so novel and exciting. Lin Shidong beamed, then introduced them to Ye Xuan and the others who approached. In many parts of Longhua, locals may not know the names of their officials, but they are often familiar with the names of local billionaires. Thus, upon hearing Lin Baoshan, Hong Litao, Xiao Nanji, and Wang Qian all changed expressions. No wonder she could casually gift a motorcycle worth over 100,000. Turns out she is the daughter of the richest man. Even though Ye Xuan had his suspicions, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and offer a cigarette. Xiao Yi, I believe this is our second meeting? Lin Baoshan asked cheerfully as he accepted the cigarette. Indeed, Uncle Lin. The last time we met, the lighting was too dim for me to recognize you. Ye Xuan replied with a smile, lighting the cigarette for him. Lin Baoshan exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled. Last time, I misunderstood. I intended to thank you sooner. But Xiaodong wouldn't allow it. At this, he glanced at Lin Shitong, who playfully shot him a reproachful look, but remained silent. Ye Xuan thought to himself, could the charming young lady be testing me in this manner? Perhaps she wanted to establish rapport as an ordinary person to ensure I'm not a snob before revealing her true identity as the daughter of the wealthiest man in the county. Yet, the problem was, Lin Shitong hadn't concealed anything at all. As they conversed, Li Yumei scrutinized Ye Xuan, occasionally nodding in approval, seemingly quite pleased with him. After some pleasantries, Lin Baoshan produced a large red envelope from his bag. Xiao Yi, wishing you great success with your opening. Upon receiving the envelope, Ye Xuan noticed its unusual weight. Could there be 100,000 yuan inside? Following their greeting with the wealthy couple, more guests invited by Lin Shitong began to arrive. Among them were entrepreneurs and leaders from various government entities. Recognizing these individuals, the crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. When Xiao Nanji's father, Xiao Hongyi, arrived, a louder commotion ensued. Is that the newly appointed county magistrate, Xiao Hongyi? What? The magistrate is here too? What sort of connections does the scholar have? Due to his position, Xiao Hongyi had never visited the school, and Ye Xuan, Hong Litao, and Wang Qian had only met him privately a couple of times. So their relationship was not particularly close. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he followed Xiao Nanji into the hot pot restaurant. Meanwhile, at Jinzizan, Zhou Dogwang checked the time, rubbed his bald head, and announced, Brothers, it's time for us to make our entrance. Director Zhao, even if Yu Jiming's son got into Peking University, we don't need to give a red envelope, right? Just showing up to support him is already a considerable gesture. Su Xiang remarked with mild discontent in a Passat heading towards the commercial street. Last time, he had changed his mind at the last moment and appointed Yu Jiming as the equipment supervisor purely because Zhao Guangji personally came to deliver the good news. Yet, after Ye Jiming received the appointment, he did not express any gratitude. Comparatively, Ye Jiming was simply inept at handling social situations. Thus, when he received Ye Xian's invitation call, he thought attending for a meal would suffice. However, Zhao Guangji was also coming and even inquired if he had prepared a red envelope. Zhao Guangji smiled. I'm merely asking. It's entirely up to you whether you wish to give one. Then I suppose I want to give one, Su Xiang replied. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the hot pot restaurant entrance, where Ye Xuan promptly approached them. Following the usual formalities, Zhao Guangji produced a red envelope. Su Xiang immediately turned his head away. After Zhao, the director, finished with the pleasantries, Su followed closely behind as they entered the restaurant. As they ascended the stairs, he couldn't help but internally scoff. Director Zhao is fine in many aspects, but he places too much emphasis on appearances. What is so noteworthy about the son of a supervisor? At that moment, Yu Jiming and his wife were attending to guests on the second floor. Upon seeing Zhao Guangji, Su Xiang approached, and the couple quickly greeted him. Before they could speak, Su Xiang sarcastically remarked, Jiming, what esteemed guests are you entertaining upstairs? Even Director Zhao has arrived. Yet you haven't come down to greet him? As soon as he spoke, the previously bustling second floor fell into an eerie silence. Among the crowd, bigwigs like Xiao Hongyi, Lin Baoshan, and Chen Wu exchanged amused glances, unaware of the magnitude of the blunder he had just committed. Su Xiang was about to continue when Zhao Guangji, sensing the awkwardness, quickly pulled him back. What is the matter, Director Zhao? Is there something wrong with what I said? As Su Xiang spoke, he scanned the attendees. When he spotted Qin Wu, he paused momentarily, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, confirming he hadn't been mistaken. He stiffly turned his head to see the two towering figures, Lin Baoshan and Xiao Hongyi, surrounded by admirers. At that moment, Su Xiang was utterly bewildered. Why are these influential figures here? Could it be that they were also invited by Ye Xuan to show their support? In comparison to these prominent figures, Director Zhao is hardly noteworthy. As for his role as workshop manager, he is even less significant. Within mere seconds, countless thoughts flashed through Su Xiang's mind. Then, with determination, he exclaimed, Jimin, it's not that I'm criticizing you. We are colleagues, after all. It's rather inappropriate for you to attend to so many distinguished guests while neglecting us. Perhaps you need someone to assist with serving tea? I excel at that. Ye Jimin and his wife exchanged glances. After a brief chuckle, Xiao Hongyi, Lin Baoshan, Qin Wu, and others turned back to their previous conversation. Without the attention of these influential individuals, Su Xiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then slapped his forehead and turned to Zhao Guangji, saying, Director Zhao, do you have any cash on hand? Could you lend me 1,000? I'd like to prepare a red envelope for Xiaoyu. Upon saying this, he cast an apologetic look towards Ye Jimin and his wife. I had everything ready, but I rushed out and forgot it. What a mess. No worries about forgetting it. Ye Jimin reassured him. We're just delighted that Director Su could come. That won't he do. It's my duty as an uncle to present a red envelope for my nephew's opening, Su Xiang declared, brimming with determination. In truth, he had merely come to enjoy a meal, never contemplating a red envelope. Ye Jimin and his wife were left puzzled. When did Xiao Xian become your nephew? We were completely unaware. Zhao Guangji shook his head and retrieved a stack of cash from his bag, counting out 1,000 yuan to hand to Su Xiang. As Su Xiang hurried downstairs, Zhao Guangji murmured to himself, Su Xiang is overly ambitious and his judgment is woefully inadequate, given that Jimin is honest and steady. With extensive connections, perhaps it's time for a change in the workshop manager position. At the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, after sending off the rather peculiar Su Xiang, Ye Xuan inquired, all my guests have arrived. How about yours? Everyone is here as well, came the reply. Same here. Good, the auspicious time is approaching. Let us prepare the firecrackers. As Ye Xuan finished speaking, Hong Lida began directing the staff to bring out rolls of firecrackers and boxes of fireworks to the entrance. Just as everyone was setting up to ignite the fireworks, a booming music echoed from afar. Riding the winds of fortune, I charged forth, with multitudes gazing in awe. I refused to look back, as I defined my own laws. The crowd turned to see a bald figure leading a group of young men adorned in outlandish attire. One of them carried a large boombox from which the song Giant of the Turbulent Times resonated. Among the onlookers, someone recognized the bald man and exclaimed, Is that Zhou Dagwan? He is here to support the scholar. What a wide social circle he has, mingling with people from various walks of life. Noticing the stir his entrance caused, Zhou Dagwan proudly patted his bald head and swaggered over to Ye Xuan, saying, Brother Ye, you didn't even inform me about the hot pot restaurant's opening. Do you look down on me? Xiaonanji and others turned pale. The aura surrounding Zhou Dagwan indicated they were not there merely to offer support. Ye Xuan smiled and offered him a cigarette. Brother Zhou, that is not what I meant. How could I ever look down on you? Xiaonanji interjected. What does this have to do with you? Oh, rather bold, aren't we? Zhou Dagwan looked around, prompting laughter from his entourage. To be honest, I can read fortunes. This restaurant's fortune is poor. It won't last a month before it fails. But don't worry, when the time comes, you can visit my Golden Supreme, and I will ensure you become the envy of all as a wealthy lady. Laughter erupted from his followers once more. The faces of Xiaonanji and her companions turned a sickly shade of pale, while Ye Xuan responded with a smile. How coincidental. I can read fortunes too. Zhou Dagwan raised an eyebrow. You? Read fortunes? Indeed, Ye Xuan nodded, his tone playful. The fortune of Golden Supreme is known as the heavenly severing evil. Opening a business under such circumstances not only fails to retain wealth, but can also lead to imprisonment. Chapter 71. The artistic performance of pole dancing. What? Are you cursing our boss? Do you think he is too easy to bully just because he is not angry? Ye Xuan's words stirred a hornet's nest, inciting Zhou Dagwan's followers into a frenzy. Hey, we're just here as guests. No need to get so worked up. Zhou Dagwan intervened, then turned to Ye Xuan, saying, Brother Ye, I've already experienced your sharp tongue last time, so I don't intend to engage in a verbal sparring match with you today. Ye Xuan chuckled. Then what do you plan to do? Zhou Dagwan rubbed his bald head and grinned. I'm here to support you. It wouldn't look good for a new opening to have too few guests. I'm just being a good Samaritan, helping you increase your popularity today. Ye Xuan shrugged and turned to Hong Lida and others. See? I told you not to judge Brother Zhou by his appearance. He is quite the schemer. Zhou Dagwan nodded in agreement, but was left bewildered by the last remark. What do you mean by looking like a bad person but being truly sinister? Is that how your language teacher taught you to construct a contrast? Laughter erupted from Xiaonanji and her companions. Hong Lida and the hot pot staff found it hard to contain their amusement, their faces turning red as they stifled laughter. What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Zhou Dagwan was confused, thinking they might have been trying to thwart him. Boss, could it be a trap? I think it's a ploy. Yes, I think it's a ploy, just like in water margin. Ye Xuan feigned shock. You two wouldn't happen to be show as hidden talents, would you? The two who suggested it appeared quite proud of themselves. Zhou Dagwan hesitated. thinking to himself that he had already figured out this kid's game and felt no fear. He nodded with a grin. All right, let us go together then. He signaled to his followers, who stepped aside to confer. Gongzi, are the poles hidden well? Don't worry, boss, they're all hidden. They won't notice a thing. Zhou Daguan nodded. Mingzi, are the flies prepared? All set. I even caught a few fresh maggots before coming. They'll definitely be a hit. Where did you get the maggots from? From the public toilet outside. They're plentiful there. Zhou Daguan nodded in satisfaction. No wonder that brat you said you two are hidden talents. It seems he spoke the truth. As they plotted, the firecrackers were already being lit. Bang. Crackle. The sound of the fireworks left Zhou Daguan and his companions utterly bewildered. Ye Xuan's firecrackers produced a machine gun effect. Was the technology of firecrackers this advanced now? Amidst the sound of gunfire, we sought refuge in the trenches. The childhood sandcastle could be rebuilt. But you, Tiger, what's wrong, boss? Change the song. This one is giving me a headache. Got it, boss. The one carrying the boombox quickly switched the tape. Let us forget right and wrong. Let us reminisce about the past. The song Friendship Years played as the firecrackers concluded. Ye Xuan waved away the lingering smoke and beckoned to Zhou Daguan. Brother Zhou, enough singing. Let us go. As the firecrackers detonated, Xiao Nanji, Lin Shidong, and Wang Qian hastily rushed into the hot pot restaurant. Their fear of the commotion was palpable, and they sought to distance themselves from Zhou Daguan. Meanwhile, Zhou Daguan, stroking his bald head, followed Ye Xuan into the restaurant. Brother Yi, are there many guests upstairs? He inquired. Perhaps not in number, but they are all esteemed guests, Ye Xuan replied. Esteemed guests, you say? Well, at our place. We also refer to them as esteemed guests, Zhou Daguan retorted. As they ascended to the second floor, Zhou Daguan continued to belittle Ye Xuan. However, upon reaching the bustling second floor, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Su Xiang, who was assisting with serving tea, couldn't help but chuckle. Having thought he would be the only one making a fool of himself that day, only to find someone even more foolish had appeared, relieving his own pressure. In the midst of the silence, Zhou Daguan sensed an oddity and turned to see a fellow holding a teapot, gazing at him with a look of bewilderment. Enraged, Zhou Daguan shouted, "What are you staring at?" His subordinates, hearing their leader's anger, rushed up in response. This reaction acted as a catalyst, prompting those seated, including Shenwu, to rise abruptly. Su Xiang, aware of the formidable backing he had, smiled slightly. What is it to you? Zhou Daguan retorted, try staring again, and see what happens. Su Xiang scoffed, I'll gladly give it a try. In a fit of rage, Zhou Daguan rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Su Xiang. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the room as he slammed his hand on the table. Am I not giving you face? He exclaimed, but before he could finish, he found himself locked in a cold stare from Shenwu. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. At that moment, Lin Bashan, seated calmly, ignited a cigarette with a DuPont lighter. Zhou Daguan instinctively glanced over, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Cough, he cleared his throat. I'm not feverish. So why am I hallucinating? Just as he was about to turn and leave, a metal pipe concealed at his waist clattered to the floor. Zhou Daguan, feeling the tension rise, awkwardly forced a smile. You see, my friend here is actually a pole dance artist. And it's only natural for such an artist to carry a pole, right? As the awkwardness hung in the air, a glass bottle hidden under Mengzi's clothing fell to the ground. Gazing at the flies buzzing inside and the wriggling maggots, Mengzi fell into a state of silence. Chapter 72. In truth, Zhou Daguan is a good person. As the atmosphere thickened with silence, Shenwu approached. He crouched down to inspect the bottle's contents, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment as he stood up, locking eyes with Zhou Daguan. I can accept your claim about being a pole dance artist, but explain to me why he has flies and maggots with him. What? There are flies and maggots in there. Is this an attempt at extortion? Realizing the implications, the astute individuals present quickly discerned Zhou Daguan's intentions. Zhou Daguan felt the sweat forming on his brow and racked his brain. Within moments, he hastily concocted a response. You see, Mengzi is actually a culinary artist. Mengzi, I don't want to be a culinary artist, Mengzi protested, pulling Zhou Daguan back, tears brimming in his eyes. Shaking his head gravely. Mengzi, for the sake of our brother, please bear with it. Jiangzi quietly urged. Mengzi nearly laughed in disbelief. You can twist around a pole and feign being a pole dancer, but if I'm labeled as a culinary artist, I do have to publicly consume flies and maggots. You're high-minded and loyal. Why not embrace being a culinary artist? Zhou Daguan mused, feeling conflicted. The reality was, he wasn't averse to making his subordinates eat flies if it came to that. However, everyone present was no fool. Even if Mengzi were to perform a culinary display, no one would believe it. How could he articulate an explanation as clever as that of a pole dance artist? As the tension escalated, Ye Xuan stepped forward. Everyone. You may not know, but Mengzi is actually a biologist. He carries flies and maggots for the study of biological metamorphosis. Zhou Daguan? Shenwu? The others? Everyone was bewildered. Zhou Daguan had clearly intended to disrupt the gathering. How could Ye Xuan come to his defense? Those familiar with Ye Xuan were perplexed. He had always been one to yield to softness rather than hardness. Why was he behaving differently today? I understand now. Brother, you must be trying to provide me with an opportunity for redemption. Zhou Daguan thought, deeply touched, nearly on the verge of tears. Little Yi, do not fear. We are here, and Zhou Dogwan would not dare to act recklessly, Chen Wu assured, believing Ye Xuan was worried about potential retaliation. Lin Baoshan set down his lighter. Tapping the table, in Ming City, when we unite to protect someone, no one dares to disrespect us. Xiao Hongyi, though silent, nodded in agreement, expressing his support. Not to mention Zhao Guangji and Lu Zhibua, with Lin Baoshan, Chen Wu, and a county head in their ranks, unless there was direct intervention from a higher authority. No one in the small Ming City could touch Ye Xuan. It was amusing how a mere hot pot restaurant could bring such influential figures together. Ye Xuan was indeed intriguing. Under the gaze of these powerful figures, Ye Xuan slowly shook his head. Director Chun, you misunderstand. Zhou Dogwan is truly a good person. Zhou Dogwan nodded repeatedly, inwardly thinking. I'm not the good person. You are. My intention was to disrupt your gathering, yet you strive to uphold my reputation. Such a display of virtue in the face of my malice. If you are not a good person, then who in the world is? Chen Wu couldn't help but chuckle. Zhou Dogwan? A good person? Lin Baoshan, Xiao Hongyi, and the others were unable to stifle their laughter. Zhou Dogwan, notorious for his misdeeds, was being defended in such a way. This could only mean that Ye Xuan still had much to learn about the world. Indeed. Earlier he had suggested that if the hot pot restaurant were to close, he could have Nanji, Shidong, and Qianqian work at Jin Jisuan to repay debts. As soon as Ye Xuan's words fell, Zhou Dogwan froze in disbelief. He had just realized that those exquisite beauties stood beside Lin Baoshan and Xiao Hongyi. Given their familiar demeanor, they were likely the daughters of these powerful men. Lin Baoshan and Xiao Hongyi, who had been smiling, suddenly wore expressions as cold as ice. They were all too aware of what Jin Jisuan represented. The thought of Zhou Dogwan suggesting their daughter's work there was utterly intolerable. Simultaneously, the realization dawned on them. Ye Xuan wasn't defending Zhou Dogwan at all. He was clearly wishing for Zhou Dogwan's downfall. While bringing a steel pipe and flies to a hot pot restaurant may have harmed their daughter's interests, such matters could be resolved with an apology. However, proposing that their daughter's work at Jin Jisuan was an entirely different matter. This was a conflict that could not be resolved peacefully. Brother Yi, I did not say that. Please help me explain. Zhou Dogwan, regaining his composure, clutched Ye Xuan's arm, pleading earnestly. Ye Xuan, bewildered, responded, Brother Zhou, you are clearly doing good deeds. What harm is there in me promoting your efforts? Even the finest wine fears not a deep alley. Ah, I see now, you fear that my words lack credibility. Do you not? At this, he cast a knowing glance at Xiao Nanji and Lin Shidong, silently entrusting them with the matter. Dad, I can vouch for it. Everything Ye Xuan said is true. Xiao Nanji asserted vehemently, linking her arm with her father, Xiao Hongyi. Zhou Dogwan even promised me that if I worked at Jin Jisuan, I would become a small fortune that everyone envies. What should we do? Lin Shidong echoed. Clinging to Lin Baoshan's arm, her demeanor suggesting that unless he took charge, she would refrain from calling him dad. My dear daughter, do calm down. Father will take care of this matter. Lin Baoshan gently patted Lin Shidong's hand, then turned to Zhou Dogwan with a stern expression. Shitong is my beloved jewel. I cherish her as one would a rare treasure, and I cannot fathom why you would suggest she work for you at Jin Jisuan without my consent. Zhou Dogwan. How many brains do you possess, Zhou Dogwan, trembling, responded in a tone laced with desperation. Chairman Lin, this is truly a misunderstanding. Despite my steadfast teachings to Nanji about maintaining amicable relations with her classmates and friends, and to cultivate independence and resilience, she is, after all, the daughter of Xiao Hongyi. While I would not abuse my authority to procure benefits for her, anyone who dares to bully her must first seek my approval. Yet you, without a word, expect my daughter to work for you at Jin Jisuan? This is utterly unacceptable. Xiao Hongyi slammed the table, causing Zhou Dogwan to kneel in fright. In that moment, it became evident to all that the fate of Jin Jisuan was sealed, and so was Zhou Dogwan's. What awaited him was a thorough investigation of Jin Jisuan, unearthing all the evils he had committed. Chapter 73, The Expansion Plan of Shi Xian. He personally led a team to Jin Jisuan. In the context of cross-regional law enforcement, the staff at Jin Jisuan were completely unprepared and were caught red-handed. Just the organization of selling was enough to earn him a sentence of over 10 years. Those who had previously looked down on Ye Xuan, after witnessing him send Zhou Dogwan away with ease, began to mentally label him as a formidable figure. Moreover, due to the special regard shown towards him by the daughters of Xiao Hongyi and Lin Baoshan, the guests present resolved to foster good relations with him. Consequently, Yu Jiming and his wife also garnered attention, often approached for toasts. Yu Jiming's demeanor was somewhat reserved, as he had never before had the opportunity to interact with such prominent individuals. In contrast, Comrade Wang Jiahui was unperturbed. Whether it was the county mayor or the wealthiest individual in the county, even the leader of the Eagle Nation, she could engage in conversation without any pressure. Observing the two being toasted by the influential figures, Su Xiang felt a tumult of emotions, envy, jealousy, regret, and more. In an effort to atone for past oversights, he busied himself serving tea and water, moving among the esteemed guests. Ironically, this caused discontent among the staff of Shi Xian, as the employee manual stipulated that serving tea and water was their responsibility. Su Xiang's actions jeopardized their bonuses. However, as he was a guest invited by the owner, they could only suppress their frustrations. Eventually, Ye Xuan noticed the staff's emotional unrest and assured them that strict adherence to the manual was unnecessary for the lunch service, which alleviated their concerns. Amidst laughter and camaraderie, they enjoyed a steaming hot pot, praising Ye Xuan's food quality, flavor, service, and ambience. With Ye Xuan's keen perception, he discerned that their compliments were genuine and not mere formalities. After bidding farewell to all the guests, genuine patrons began to arrive, including some who had previously observed the spectacle from the street. Dining in the same establishment where the wealthiest and the county mayor had dined elevated their experience significantly. However, as they began their meals, they quickly realized the exceptional service provided. With every dish served, the staff offered detailed descriptions, even advising on the optimal cooking times for the best flavors. Additionally, they made efforts to provide complimentary fruit platters, even after children were satiated. There were staff members available to assist with childcare. Although the prices were slightly higher than ordinary hot pot restaurants, they were still far from those of upscale dining establishments. This charm quickly endeared Ye Xuan to the diners. Word of mouth spread, and more patrons flocked to the restaurant. By the evening's peak hours, Ye Xuan was already experiencing wait times. After closing for the night, Han Yun, along with the staff, began to tidy up upstairs, while the 5 partners gathered at the bar below to calculate the day's earnings. They first tallied the red envelopes received during the opening. General Lin, 100, 000, Director Zhao 2, 000, Director Chen, 2, 000. Lin Shidong handled the unsealing of the envelopes, while Xiao Nanji counted the cash, and Wang Qian recorded the amounts. Ye Xuan and Hong Litao enjoyed their drinks, eagerly observing the proceedings. The total amounted to 152,800 yuan. What a substantial sum. Upon seeing the final figure on the calculator, Wang Qian could not suppress her astonishment. Hong Litao nodded in agreement. To him, this was a considerable fortune. Ye Xuan, how do you intend to manage this money? In response to Xiao Daxio's inquiry, the others turned their attention to Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan secured the bottle cap and smiled. The restaurant industry requires considerable liquidity. Therefore, my suggestion is to retain this money in the establishment as reserve funds. In the future, should any guest have occasions like weddings or funerals, we can use the restaurant's funds to reciprocate their kindness. The other 4 nodded in agreement with his proposal. Subsequently, Wang Qian calculated today's revenue, 15,265, 6 yuan, resulting in a net profit of 288, 3 yuan after deducting various costs. Upon hearing this figure, not only Wang Qian and Hong Litao were astonished, but even the wealthy daughters, Xiao Nanji and Lin Shitong, displayed expressions of disbelief. A net profit exceeding 2,000 in a single day equated to 60,000 a month, and 720,000 annually. Ye Xuan chuckled. Today is the opening day. The revenue is not representative, but I believe that once the reputation of Ye Xuan takes hold, our daily earnings will not fall below this figure. During its peak, Heideleo achieved daily revenues of 200,000 to 300,000 per store. In comparison, their earnings were indeed modest. However, this was merely the beginning. Ye Xuan was confident that with diligent management, Ye Xuan would inevitably become the foremost hot pot chain in Longhua. Once Xiao Nanji and the others had calmed down, Ye Xuan remarked, "The opening of the Baishui store must also be prioritized. Would you like to consider further investment?" Shortly after the college entrance examination, he ventured to Baishui City and, after several days of investigation, acquired a 600 square meter storefront on the bustling commercial street in the city center. The store and renovations cost him 2 million yuan. Now, nearly 2 months later, the renovations were complete. Under Han Yun's coordination, the recruitment and training of staff were also nearing completion. They were merely awaiting an auspicious day to welcome guests. Additionally, the 100,000 yuan renovation cost for the Mingqing store were also financed by Ye Xuan. Thus, the original total investment of 500,000 yuan had ballooned to 6 million. If Hong Litao and others did not wish to invest further, their shares would inevitably be diluted. Lin Shitong shrugged nonchalantly. I certainly intend to invest more. To maintain a 10 shareholding ratio, she would need to invest an additional 210,000, a sum that is trivial for her. Naturally, Xiao Nanji was unwilling to concede to her rival, so she sought her family's opinion early on and promptly nodded, declaring, I will also invest more. Ye Xuan nodded in agreement, glancing at Wang Qian and Hong Litao. Would this move be too ambitious? Wang Qian hesitated. Despite being more mature than most of her peers, she was still merely a high school graduate, lacking experience and perspective, particularly since 210,000 was no small amount for both her and Hong Litao. Ye Xuan shook his head, asserting, not only is it not too ambitious, it's rather modest. I also plan to open a branch in the capital and another in the metropolis before the school year begins. By 2004, Haidilao already had 6 stores nationwide, and since 2007, their expansion accelerated. Since his goal was to emulate Haidilao, he could not afford to lag behind in the pace of expansion. Chapter 74. The internet celebrity check-in spot. Even Lin Shitong and Xiao Nanji could no longer remain composed. Opening a branch in Baishui City could be managed with their family's influence, but in the capital and metropolis, they would be powerless to assist. Furthermore, Ye Xuan only had 21 million, having purchased a shop in Baishui and acquired a BMW 5. He should be out of funds. Why was he even contemplating opening more branches? Was he considering a mortgage? Noticing the silence among the four, Ye Xuan tapped the table and said, Li Teo, Qian. We are like brothers, and we must be clear about finances. Last time, I lent you money to buy shares as an exception, so I will not do so again. However, I still advise you to find every possible means to increase your investment. With that, he twisted open a bottle and resumed drinking soda. From the perspective of his rebirth, this investment was undoubtedly a guaranteed profit. Yet, he could not express this outright. He could only imply it. In partnerships among friends, certain truths must be articulated beforehand. Otherwise, if problems arise, the other party might reproach him for not having warned them earlier. I certainly lack the capacity to invest further. Wang Qian discerned Ye Xuan's confidence from his tone, and given today's revenue, it would be disingenuous to claim she was not tempted. If Ye Xuan were only opening the Baishui branch, she might have considered tightening her belt to invest more. However, the prospect of branches in both the capital and metropolis was daunting. With her family's circumstances, how could she dare to play such a risky game? Hong Li Teo shared similar sentiments, and after a brief contemplation, he sighed. I too will not invest more. Fine, let us speak plainly. If you regret this decision in the future, do not blame me for not alerting you. Just hypothetically, if you were to hold me responsible for this in the future, we would no longer be friends, Ye Xuan emphasized gravely. After discussing the additional investment, Lin Shitong inquired. What do we need to do for the opening of the Baishui branch? Should we invite guests to support us? Xiaonanji quickly followed up. Ye Xuan chuckled. If we do that again, do you believe people won't think we are trying to profit through such means? Xiaonanji tilted her head, contemplating. Indeed, they would likely have grievances. Ye Xuan, you must have a plan, right? Lin Shitong inquired, resting her chin in her hands, adopting a look of a devoted fan. Ye Xuan nodded. Precisely. As long as we transform the Mingqing flagship store into a trendy check-in spot, we will certainly attract customers by the time the Baishui branch opens. A trendy check-in spot? Xiaonanji and the others were hearing this term for the first time. Momentarily puzzled, Ye Xuan thought for a moment before offering a brief explanation. For instance, if a store has many people queuing up to buy items, and after purchasing, they take photos to flaunt online, wouldn't you also want to experience it if you were aware of this? Xiaonanji's eyes lit up. I understand. This is a herd mentality. Wang Qian adjusted her glasses, just like the several shops selling pancakes by the school gate. Yet we only go to the one with more people. Is that pancake shop the trendy check-in spot? Hong Li Teo pondered aloud. Ye Xuan chuckled. It's still far from it. Customers must take photos of the pancakes they buy and post them online for it to be considered a trendy check-in spot. Our goal is to make sure Ye Xuan a restaurant where many people would want to come to take photos and share online. In later years, many brands exploded in popularity after becoming trendy check-in spots, such as Tea and You Say. Hai Di Lao also gained traction after going viral online, attracting customers to try it out and subsequently becoming a sensation. What Ye Xuan aimed to do was to replicate this process through some clever maneuvers. However, it was still the early 2000s, computers were not yet widespread, and smartphones had yet to emerge. Achieving a rapid surge in popularity like in the future would be exponentially more challenging. Fortunately, Ye Xuan's goal was merely to make sure Ye Xuan a sensation in Baishui City, something feasible given the current external conditions. Xiaonanji and the others were not foolish. They quickly grasped the advantages of this approach. They were also curious why, although they were all 18. Only Ye Xuan had conceived such an idea. Was Ye Xuan's brain somehow different in structure? So, what must we do to transform Ye Xuan into a trendy check-in spot? Xiaonanji suppressed her thoughts and inquired. Ye Xuan took a sip of soda. The first step is to create our own online promotional team. The four stared in unison, bewildered. Online promotional team? This is another term they had never heard before. Ye Xuan pondered for a couple of seconds. I won't explain this to you now. You'll understand later. Online promotional teams in Long only emerged around 2008. And the internet environment then was unlike now, making it complicated to explain. Now, let me assign you a task. As Ye Xuan concluded his remarks, Xiaonanji and the others immediately straightened their postures. Find an expert. This directive from Ye Xuan lasted 5 minutes. By the time he finished, Xiaonanji and the others were still in a state of confusion. The tasks he had assigned sounded rather rudimentary, seemingly incongruent with the lofty concept of an online promotional team. Moreover, they had picked up on an undercurrent of deceit in his words. It appeared they had embarked on a path they had never envisioned. Chapter 75. A master of strategic timing. I shall not elaborate further. In short, within 3 days, I need you to assemble a team capable of winning small-scale online battles. Ye Xuan remarked, if I am not mistaken. The person smoking next to the Land Rover is a Kai, right? As he spoke, he waved at a Kai through the glass door. Achoo! A Kai. Dutifully at his post, suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose, muttering, on such a hot day, why am I sneezing? Am I catching a cold? Hong Li Teo rubbed his hands and said, Ye Xuan, I believe my driving skills have improved, so I want to. As he spoke, he winked at Hong Li Teo. Before Hong Li Teo could react, Wang Qian had already huffed and turned her head aside, her face almost displaying the words disgusted. No need. I have Nanji with me. Had it not been for Ye Xuan's hint, Wang Qian would have readily agreed. However, Ye Xuan's blatant attempts to create conditions were too suggestive for her to accept. Ye Xuan contemplated for a moment. I have some matters to discuss with her. After saying that, he proudly nodded at Lin Shidong. Wang Qian rolled her eyes. What a friend. A traitor to sisterhood. Lin Shidong's small face fell in disappointment. Before Lin Shidong could pout, Ye Xuan chuckled. Shidong, I have something to discuss with you. But it's too late today. Let's talk tomorrow. Lin Shidong's large eyes instantly curved into crescent moons. Sure, I'll wait for you. After saying that, she proudly glanced at Xiao Nanji. The next moment, both women simultaneously huffed and turned their heads away. Hong Liteo was left speechless. While he was meek in front of Wang Qian, Ye Xuan had the audacity to confront two school beauties head-on. Truly an exemplar of our generation. After sending Lin Shidong off, Ye Xuan discarded his cigarette but placed Xiao Nanji's bicycle into the trunk of his BMW 5 Series. As Ye Xuan merged onto the main road, he noticed Xiao Nanji resting her chin on her hand, gazing at him intently. Ye Xuan instinctively touched his face. Is there something on my face? Ye Xuan, it feels like we haven't spent time alone together in ages, doesn't it? Xiao Nanji's mood was buoyant. In the past, they would often visit KFC after school to enjoy ice cream cones, chatting and laughing together. On weekends, they would stroll in nearby parks, watching the clear springs and feeding the plump koi beneath the willows. However, since Ye Xuan had confessed to her and was rejected, an irreparable rift had formed between them, causing him to avoid her, intentionally or not. It was then she realized how beautiful their past moments together had been. Now, sitting alone together again made her feel light and as if she could soar. Ye Xuan pondered for a moment before nodding. It seems so. For Xiao Nanji, it had only been 2 months, but for him, it felt like 19 years. Thus, the memories of their past had become somewhat hazy. Perhaps only a particular song or scene would bring those buried memories back to clarity. Changing the hand that supported her chin, Xiao Nanji softly inquired. If I had agreed to you last time, wouldn't we be a couple now? Ye Xuan glanced at her. The beautiful school goddess had an exquisite oval face, with long, thick eyelashes curving upward like delicate fans. At that moment, her large, watery eyes were fixed on him without blinking. Ye Xuan quickly averted his gaze, stealing a glance downward. The fitted white dress accentuated her graceful figure, particularly highlighting her curves. The seatbelt further emphasized her 36-inch silhouette. Beneath the dress, her long, straight legs gleamed under the ambient light, immaculate and radiant. She wore white, open-toe high-heeled sandals, with dainty toes adorned in pink nail polish, adding a touch of cuteness to the school beauty. Did you bring your ID? Xiao Nanji paused, puzzled as they had just been discussing feelings. Why are you asking about my ID? Despite her confusion, she answered truthfully. No. Why? Then it doesn't count, Ye Xuan replied, pressing down hard on the accelerator. This action proved effective in calming his restless heart. Xiao Nanji looked bewildered. What are you talking about? I don't understand. How can we be considered a couple if we can't even go to a hotel? This was a thought Ye Xuan dared not voice but instead said, It's nothing. I bought you a gift. As he spoke, he retrieved a beautifully wrapped box from the glove compartment. The Cartier logo on the box was striking. Really? Xiao Nanji exclaimed in surprise as she accepted the box. Upon opening it, she discovered a rose gold necklace. Entranced by the necklace, she eagerly asked, Ye Xuan, why are you suddenly giving me a gift? Are you trying to mend the rift? Feeling guilty for having taken her motorcycle, even if he couldn't ride it, he decided to buy the necklace while visiting the store for renovations. I'm ignoring you now. Humph. Xiao Nanji sulkily turned away. Ye Xuan, unconcerned, hummed along with the car's music. Soon, they arrived at Xiao Nanji's neighborhood. Still upset over Ye Xuan's coldness, she exited the car without a word of thanks. Xiao Nanji looked back, confused. So what now? Next time you go out, remember to bring your ID so we can stay at a hotel. Ye Xuan waved goodbye. Ye Xuan, you big pervert. I'm not talking to you anymore. A startled Xiao Nanji slammed the car door and walked into the community. Only then did Ye Xuan smack his forehead. Oh no, Xiao Nanji's bicycle is still in the trunk. However, the school beauty was no longer in sight at the entrance. Forget it, I'll return it to her another day. With that thought, he picked up his phone and dialed Han Yun's number. Chapter 76, Disclaimer. Shall we sit down for a chat? As Ye Xuan had expected, Han Yun was still at the store wrapping up. Just after he ended the call, Xiao Nanji texted him, Why do you always avoid me? Moments later, she sent another message. I mean emotionally, why do you always evade me? Ye Xuan remained silent for a long while. In his past life, Xiao Nanji's sudden cessation of contact felt like a thorn embedded in his heart. Whenever she drew near, the thorn would remind him of its presence. Hence, when the school beauty brought up his previous confession in the car, he deliberately changed the subject. If it were Lin Shidong, Du Bing, or even Han Yun, Chen Shui, he would have charged ahead without hesitation. Still not enough of a scoundrel, Ye Xuan self-deprecatingly chuckled, muttering to himself while playing with his phone. Perhaps it's also due to our familiarity that makes it awkward to act. Dating was impossible. He did not wish to be tied down by a woman, at least not too soon. Youth was meant for freedom. Yet, the idea of turning his white moonlight into a cherished one seemed rather thrilling. If she comes closer, I might just extend my hand. After some mental preparation, Ye Xuan typed out a message. Sorry, I don't want to date anyone before graduating from university. This served as a disclaimer. He had made it clear he wasn't interested in a relationship before graduation. If Xiao Nanji still pursued him after that, whatever transpired afterward would be beyond his concern. After hitting send, he started the BMW 5 and drove toward Ye Xuan. This guy is still brooding over my rejection, isn't he? Inside Ye Xuan. Mr. Yi. How was the day's revenue? Hanyan asked as she brought over a cup of hot tea. Not bad. Better than I expected, Ye Xuan replied, accepting the cup with a nod of thanks. Did you finish cleaning up? Hanyan lightly twirled a strand of hair and nodded. Yes, I finished. I also summarized today's experiences and shortcomings with the staff. It seems I made the right decision in hiring you as the manager. Her parents were both middle school teachers. Her mother was now retired and had ample time to care for Xian to excel in her role and not let Ye Xuan down. She had rented a small apartment near the commercial street, just a 15-minute walk away. This way, if she worked late, she could stay over to avoid disturbing her parents and Xian. It's unsafe for you to walk alone at night. Let me drive you, Ye Xuan said, not giving her a chance to refuse. He grabbed the car keys and stepped outside. Hanyan hesitated for a moment, but then grabbed her bag and followed him in her high heels. Do you have a driver's license? After merging onto the main road, Ye Xuan inquired, do you have experience with cars? Yes, but I haven't really driven much, she replied. All right, I'll leave it to you, he continued. Also, I suggest you observe our employees more closely and identify a few with potential to train as store managers. What? Hanyan thought she must have misheard. Her lips slightly parted in surprise. Ye Xuan chuckled. You don't think I'm planning to dismiss you, do you? Hanyan shyly nodded. Ye Xuan shook his head and smiled. Don't misunderstand. In the future, we will expand Ye Xuan's branches across the entire Dragon Country, and I intend to cultivate you as the general manager, with you training the store managers for each branch. Hanyan was taken aback by this revelation, feeling even more bewildered. They had just opened one store, and he was already preparing for a nationwide expansion? She had encountered leaders who made grand promises before, but this was the first time she had seen someone envisioning such a vast future. However, this was only the beginning. Over the next few moments, Ye Xuan outlined his ideas for building a talent pipeline and preparing the supply chain. Finally, he asked, by the way, do you have a boyfriend? I mean, no offense. It's just that I might take you on business trips in the future, and if you do have a boyfriend, it would be best to prepare him in advance. This time, Hanyan did not overthink it. No. Excellent. No boyfriend. Living alone in rented accommodation, late at night, a man and a woman. All conditions are met, only the emotional connection is missing. Ye Xuan silently praised his own cleverness, then feigned surprise. Really? Someone like you should have many admirers. During lunch, several guests inquired about you. Hanyan's cheeks flushed, and she shook her head. I have no plans to marry, so I don't want to lead anyone on. Why? Ye Xuan genuinely did not understand. After a brief silence, Hanyan smiled. Xian can't do without me. Ye Xuan suddenly comprehended. Xian had no parents, and Han Yun was essentially her mother. If Han Yun were to marry, would Xian follow her? Not to mention whether Xian would be neglected or bullied in a new home. Could the prospective partner even accept her? Just as the atmosphere grew silent, they arrived at the apartment complex where Han Yun rented. After Ye Xuan parked the car, Han Yun hesitated, contemplating whether to invite him in for a moment. But it was late at night, and they were alone. Would inviting him up lead to misunderstandings? Han Yun did not believe Ye Xuan would harbor any thoughts about her. After all, the likes of Xiao Nanji and Lin Shitong were younger and more beautiful than she was. What she feared was giving Ye Xuan the impression that she was attempting to seduce him. At that moment, Ye Xuan, with a slightly awkward expression, said, I drank too much water tonight and suddenly need to use the restroom. Han manager, may I use your bathroom? Han Yun was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly nodded, sure. Of course. Then let's go. I'm about to burst. Ye Xuan said, showing no sign of embarrassment as he opened the door and stepped out of the car. Han Yun bit her red lip, followed suit, and led the way to the entrance of the complex. Ye Xuan, trailing behind, couldn't help but admire the sight of the beautiful manager's long legs clad in black stockings and her graceful figure swaying beneath her fitted black skirt. Pondering wistfully, I truly need to use the restroom. Han Yun wouldn't think I have ulterior motives, would she? Chapter 77, The Strategy. The ultimate weapon in love. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed in the dimly lit corridor. Ye Xuan followed Han Yun up to the 6th floor in one breath. With his impressive stamina, climbing 6 flights of stairs felt almost effortless. However, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the excessively short staircases in residential buildings. Of course, the view was pleasant. Han Yun's long legs and elegant skirt swayed before him, making him nervous about potential complications when he eventually used the restroom. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Han Yun stood before door 602, retrieving her key from her bag to unlock it. Han manager, have you ever been to the Mountain City? Ye Xuan asked casually, trying to strike up a conversation. No, I haven't. Have you? She replied while opening the door. I haven't either, but I'd love to take you there on a business trip sometime. Oh, that sounds great. Han Yun replied enthusiastically as she stepped inside. The apartment was a standard 2-bedroom unit with a cement floor, so neither of them needed to change their shoes. After confirming the location of the restroom, Ye Xuan hurriedly made his way inside. Those familiar with older buildings understand the acoustics. However, Han Yun noticed that within about a minute, no sounds emerged from the bathroom. Could it be that Ye Xuan was employing the Asian squat technique? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the unmistakable sound of water filled the living room. Han Yun's cheeks flushed as she realized Ye Xuan had not been lying. After all, he was surrounded by beautiful women. She had even left her intimate garments in the bathroom earlier. Once finished, she placed her changed stockings and underwear into a plastic basin next to the sink. The mere thought of her personal items being seen by Ye Xuan made her blush even more. After a considerable time, Ye Xuan let out a satisfied sigh. He pressed the flush button and approached the sink to wash his hands. What's this? He thought, catching sight of a green plastic basin on the floor, which contained her intimate clothing. Black stockings, red underwear. The beautiful manager certainly had taste. After admiring it for a moment, he shifted his gaze away. Although he had considered playing the role of a cad, he had not stooped so low as to handle a woman's worn garments. However, this meant he would need to spend an additional minute before exiting. There was no way around it. Being 18, his vitality was as fierce as a flame. Summer clothing was light and thin, making it challenging to conceal any changes. Ye Xuan had no choice but to recite the Heart Sutra in his mind to maintain his composure as he exited the restroom. Han Yun, who had been listening intently to the sounds from within, quickly feigned nonchalance. Ye Xuan, make yourself comfortable. I'll get you a cup of tea. Don't bother. I'll be leaving shortly. He waved his hand dismissively, searching for conversation. Your place is quite tidy. Han Yun lightly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, but still went to fetch a cup, adding a few tea leaves before pouring hot water and bringing it to Ye Xuan. He accepted the teacup and settled onto the sofa, asking, have you encountered any difficulties in life? Han Yun sat opposite on a small stool. No. If you do, please don't hesitate to mention it. You are a valued subordinate, and I wouldn't want personal issues to affect your work. Thank you for your concern, Ye Xuan. If I do face challenges, I will seek your assistance. By the way, how has Xin been lately? Han Yun's face lit up with a satisfied smile at the mention of the girl. Oh, those 3 classmates of mine. Are they still handing out flyers these days? Oh. Ye Xuan was genuinely surprised. He had expected Chen Ming to quit without a second thought. He would need to interview Chen Ming sometime to understand the motivations behind such altruistic actions. After putting down the teacup, Ye Xuan prepared to leave. Han Yun, of course, insisted, stay a little longer. Han Yun's lips parted slightly, her expression adorably naive. Haha, look at how startled you are. I was just teasing. I'm leaving now. Ye Xuan stood again and walked toward the door. I understand, but I must advise you to enjoy love while you are young, lest you have regrets when you grow older. Once at the door, he turned and spoke sincerely. Who says I'm old? You should bring him out. I promise I won't harm him. Ye Xuan feigned anger and scolded lightly before turning serious. You are aware of my exclusive interview with Du Bing, right? Han Yun nodded. Yes, I watched it. I described it just as you did. Ye Xuan gazed sincerely into Han Yun's eyes and remarked, since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained. Only strategies can win hearts. Strategies are the ultimate weapon in love. Han Yun's heart fluttered. Her cheeks flushed. You. Ye Xuan seized the moment, not allowing her a chance to respond. I mean no other intentions. I merely wish to say that you are indeed very charming. Especially to a young man like me, you are like a top-tier assassin. Top-tier assassin? Han Yun looked puzzled. Yes, a top-tier assassin. The kind that could unintentionally take millions of lives. Of course, Ye Xuan dared not voice this thought, and instead vaguely mentioned. Like a housewife killer, a young girl killer, a middle-aged woman killer, you are indeed a boy killer, and a top-notch one at that. Han Yun blushed at the compliment. I'm just an ordinary person. Not as exaggerated as you say. See, you lack confidence. Ye Xuan chuckled, shaking his head. He then shifted the topic. You must be cautious living alone. Although the rainy night maniac has been captured, who knows if a second or third might appear. So once I leave, remember to lock the door and call me immediately if anything feels off. Han Yun felt a pang of anxiety at his words. All right, I'm off now. You should rest early. With that, Ye Xuan pushed the door open, counting silently as he walked out. Upon reaching 3, Ye Xuan, Han Yun suddenly called out to him. What is it? Ye Xuan turned back, feigning calmness. Han Yun waved with a smile and shut the door. Chapter 78, Refusing Contact. Refusing reconciliation. Indeed, strategies win hearts, but the beautiful store manager does not follow the rules. Ye Xuan suppressed the urge to knock again and discuss 10 yuan with Han Yun, feeling dejected as he descended the stairs. Once seated in his BMW 5, he took out his phone and dialed Hong Liteo's number. Shortly after revealing his situation to his parents, he switched to a Motorola 3. This model, a flagship of its series, was priced at 7288 Dragon currency upon its release in 2004. He sold his previous Nokia 3120 to Hong Liteo for 200 yuan, not wanting to give it away for free for his own reasons. As the call connected, he heard Liteo's voice. What is up? I'm quite irritable right now. Are you out of your mind? Hong Liteo almost laughed in anger. I'm not crazy. I just can't sleep through the long night and want some excitement. Do you want to join? Ye Xuan had initially sought comfort from the mature Han Yun, but instead found himself increasingly agitated. Are you headed to Gourmet again? Not Gourmet, but the 8th floor of Millennium Hotel. Hong Liteo scoffed. Do you think I do believe that? As Mingqing's only luxury hotel, many tales surrounded Millennium Hotel. especially regarding its 8th floor. Ye Xuan rolled his eyes. I'm serious. A summer bath, a massage from a pretty girl, and some ear cleaning. What could be better? Silence fell on the other end. Only heavy breathing remained. Wait for me to get dressed, Hong Liteo finally said. Ye Xuan hung up and promptly blocked Liteo's number. He had no intention of going to the 8th floor of the Millennium Hotel. He just wanted to avoid being alone with his frustration. It was likely that his actions would prevent Liteo from sleeping well that night. The next morning in the office of the general manager at Jinghai Securities, President Wang. I swear on my conscience that Mr. Yi is absolutely not the one I reported. I know this will affect our company's reputation. Which is precisely why I would never do something like that. I understand. I will find a way to clarify with Mr. Yi. Damn it. If I find out who the bastard is that reported Ye Xuan anonymously, I will tear him apart. He Yicheng slammed his phone down on the desk in anger. Beside him, Wu Feijiao playfully chided, President He, could you please remove your hand from my shoulder? Oh, He Yicheng chuckled, reluctantly moving his hand away. Having been in the financial industry for so long, he had long since lost his conscience. Secretary Wu Feijiao still had a bit of it left, although not much. Enough for him to swear by. What did President Wang say? Wu Feijiao asked while lighting He Yicheng's cigar. What else could he say? He suspects that I reported Ye Xuan. I'm baffled. I only had a meal with him. Why does everyone in the industry suspect me? He Yicheng replied, taking the cigar with frustration. Yesterday, news of an anonymous report against Ye Xuan for insider trading spread through the brokerage community. Simultaneously, the incident of his conflict with Ye Xuan at the Millennium Hotel was also leaked. Consequently, he found himself a prime suspect. Ye Xuan was a client of Jinghai Securities. If a senior executive reported their own client, the repercussions would be obvious. Thus, early in the morning, the president of Jinghai called to hold him accountable. To be fair, he had indeed considered reporting Ye Xuan, but only after understanding his background. Now, he found himself unjustly burdened with blame for something he hadn't done. Who wouldn't he be furious? What did President Wang suggest? He wants me to explain things clearly to Ye Xuan, and he will also issue a statement externally. Therefore, you should call Chen Shui and ask her to send over Ye Xuan's contact information. All right, I'll handle it. Once Wu Feijiao left the office, He Yicheng took a cigar and opened his laptop, logging onto the Dragon Country Bank website. He entered his account number and password, clicking to view his account balance. Upon seeing the balance of over 86 million Dragon currency, he exhaled a satisfied puff of smoke. Damn it, once I earn $1 billion, I'll wash my hands clean of this. After muttering to himself, he closed the web page and cleared his browsing history before opening his 163 email. Shocking. The biggest scandal of Sister Zhiling's career leaked. Upon reading the email, He Yicheng couldn't help but curse. He had received this email from a stranger the day before, and, eager to see Sister Zhiling's scandalous work, he tremblingly clicked the link. After a long wait, however, all he got was a video of Halua saves grandpa. He was dumbfounded, wondering who would stoop so low as to use such an enticing title to lead him to a children's cartoon. What a despicable act. He Yicheng cursed again, then decisively deleted the email. Achu. In a BMW 5 parked at the entrance of Jinjiatang City Community, Ye Xuan suddenly sneezed. Is someone thinking of me so early? Sometimes, being too handsome can be a burden. Ye Xuan rubbed his nose and stepped out of the car, lighting a cigarette. Halfway through, he received a call from Chen Shui. Mr. Yi, He Yicheng wants your contact information. Should I provide it? Do not give it. Refuse contact, refuse reconciliation. If he plays the fool, I shall not hesitate to respond in kind. Mr. Yi, is there someone else around you? There is nothing to it. Acting requires a semblance of authenticity. If there are no pressing matters, I shall hang up now as I need to drive. After ending the call, Chen Shui felt a sense of loss wash over her. She had resigned from Jinghai Securities, yet Ye Xuan had not issued any trading instructions to her, despite his promise to provide her with a monthly base salary of 20,000, regardless of trading activity. She couldn't shake off the feeling of being financially supported in an uncomfortable manner. Meanwhile, Lin Shitong, clad in a white shirt and a skirt, merrily skipped out of the entrance of the Jinjiatang community. Behind her, Akai followed closely in a Range Rover. Apologies, Ye Xuan, for my tardiness. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long? Upon reaching Ye Xuan, Lin Shitong clasped her hands behind her back, her smile radiant as she inquired. Ye Xuan glanced at the time and replied, not at all. It has merely been 15 minutes and 34 seconds. Chapter 79. The anxious father of a daughter Lin Shitong burst into laughter. What grudges do you hold that you remember the time so precisely? Ye Xuan shrugged. Time is money, my friend. Being mindful of how much time we spend on every matter is the most fundamental respect for money. Lin Shitong's south eyes curved into crescent moons as she pouted. You have quite a few fallacies, you know. I already invited you to my home. It was your choice not to come. It seems too soon to visit your home. I'm not quite prepared, Ye Xuan replied somewhat bashfully. Lin Shitong initially paused. Then her dimples deepened with realization. Ye Xuan, are you taking advantage of me? Ye Xuan blinked in confusion. Am I? Did you misunderstand something? I shall ignore you. Lin Shitong pretended to sulk, turning her head away. However, her sidelong glances at Ye Xuan betrayed her true feelings. Ye Xuan chuckled, shaking his head, as he opened the door of his BMW 5 Series and retrieved a gift box from the back seat. I intended to give this to you. The first sweet girl. who had just feigned indifference, instantly turned around, accepting the gift box with glee. Is this truly for me? Ye Xuan nodded. Go ahead and open it. With great care. Lin Shitong unwrapped the box to reveal a pink-banded Cartier Ballon Bleu watch. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, a Cartier watch. It's so beautiful. Ye Xuan shrugged. Do you like it? I bought it alongside the rose gold necklace I gifted to Xiao Nanji, but the watch was considerably more expensive. It's not favoritism. The disparity in value between the gifts was quite significant. Lin Shitong nodded vigorously. I love it, absolutely. May I wear it? Ye Xuan spread his hands. Of course. It is rightfully yours. Inside the Range Rover, Akai was reporting to his boss, Lin Baoshan, via headset. Boss, Mr. Yi presented the young lady with a watch. I cannot ascertain the brand from this distance, but she seems quite pleased. In the largest villa within the Jinjitang community. Lin Baoshan had just hung up the phone when Li Yume inquired. So, what is the status? Have they held hands yet? Lin Baoshan grimaced. Hold hands? Are you so eager for our daughter to date? Li Yume replied. I merely think Xiao Yi is a fine young man. He saved our daughter's life. He is the top science student in Baishui City, handsome, and his family background is uncomplicated. You saw how adept he was at social interactions yesterday at Shuixian. He is not some bookish nerd. It is far better for Shitong to be with him than to encounter those bad boys at university. Since learning that Ye Xuan was their daughter's savior, they had leveraged their extensive connections to thoroughly investigate his background. That is not permissible. Shitong has just graduated from high school. Lin Baoshan said, visibly frustrated. As a devoted father, the thought of his cherished daughter being taken away by another man was disheartening. Li Yume sighed. I do not wish for her to engage in early romance either, but if she has feelings for him, what can we do? Lin Baoshan was left speechless. And after a moment, he stamped his foot in annoyance. Had I known it would come to this, I would never have allowed her to seek out Ye Xuan alone. He had originally intended for the three of them to visit Yu's family together to express their gratitude, but his daughter insisted on meeting Ye Xuan independently. As a doting father, he could not refuse her this small wish. The subsequent events were evident. She frequented Ye Xuan's company, clearly harboring feelings for him. This morning, after receiving a call from Ye Xuan, his daughter, who usually enjoyed sleeping in, had risen early to prepare herself. As her father, he observed this transformation with a mixture of amusement and jealousy. Li Yume shook her head, chuckling. Who would have thought that the affluent and powerful Lin Baoshan would become so anxious simply because his daughter was going out with a boy? At the entrance of Jinjitang community, Ye Xuan asked, So, how do you find it? Is it beautiful? He touched his nose. Are you referring to my hand or the watch? Lin Shitong replied. Both, of course, he said after a moment of contemplation. Both are beautiful, but comparatively, your hand is the more exquisite. Lin Shitong's eyes curved into crescents again. Ye Xuan, you certainly know how to charm a girl. I am merely speaking the truth. All right, I shall take your word for it. Where shall we head next? I need to attend to a few matters. Does it pertain to Shuixian? No. It's a personal affair. May I accompany you? It is permissible, but will your family agree? My parents are indifferent to my whereabouts. Let us go. After saying this, Lin Shitong eagerly hopped into the passenger seat of the BMW 5. Akai, in the Range Rover, was alarmed, quickly exiting the vehicle to shout, Miss, where are you going? I'm going with Ye Xuan. What is the issue? Then join me in my car. We can follow Mr. Yi just the same. Akai smiled nervously. His boss had just instructed him to keep the young lady within his sight. Allowing her to ride with Mr. Yi would surely end his career. How is that the same? Oh, I see. She then handed her phone to Akai. He took it, listened intently for a moment, and replied, Understood, boss. Lin Shitong flashed a victory sign to Ye Xuan before bouncing into the passenger seat of the BMW 5. Indeed, no matter how formidable a figure one may be, they cannot escape the fate of a devoted father. Ye Xuan, sensing the unfolding situation, shook his head with a smile before getting into the car. Ye Xuan, what private matters do you need to attend to? Can you share a bit? Lin Shitong fastened her seatbelt and inquired. Ye Xuan started the car, smiling. There is someone attempting to undermine me, and I intend to gather some incriminating evidence against them. Chapter 80. Summoning Wang Defa from retirement after over an hour of driving. The BMW 5 arrived at Wangjia village. Ye Xuan parked the car and headed directly towards an elderly gentleman sitting in the shade at the village entrance. Approaching him, he produced a cigarette and, as he handed it over, asked, Sir, is Wang Defa in this village? The old man accepted the cigarette and glanced at him. Wang Defa? Who is that? Wang Dexing, sir, please stay cool. All right. Ye Xuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, well, it seems you understood perfectly. You're just pretending not to hear. He realized that in rural areas, where familiarity is a given, his city-dwelling presence would naturally raise suspicions. With this in mind, he signaled to Lin Shitong in the car, and she quickly hopped out, bounding over. What's up? Did you find out anything? Akai followed closely, his ears perked and eyes scanning the surroundings, ready to whisk Lin Shitong away at the slightest hint of danger. In such a place, the name of his boss, Lin Baoshan, holds little sway. Should trouble arise, the entire village's able-bodied men would undoubtedly rush forth, and even Xiao Hongyi would be of no assistance. This elderly gentleman, somewhat hard of hearing, might not be of much help either. Let us inquire elsewhere. Alas, General He has sent us to assist him in visiting relatives but failed to provide a precise address. As he spoke, Ye Xuan made his way into the village, with Lin Shitong eagerly following. Akai cast a wary glance at the old man, and upon noticing his lack of reaction, proceeded to follow suit. Once they had departed, the old man lifted his eyelids slightly and muttered to himself, so they are the subordinates of that scoundrel He Yicheng. It has been years since he last visited Defei. After his musings, he began to hum a tune, fanning himself with a palm frond. Sister, bring me 2 packs of Ely and 2 packs of 8 treasures porridge. Sure thing, that LLB 85. Young man, are you here to visit relatives? Yes. Do you know Wang Defa? Of course, he is my uncle. Are you a relative of his? Not me, but my superior, General He Yicheng. You know him? I know him well. I must call him cousin. Then it's not 85. I'll charge you 80 since we're all family. What a coincidence. Thank you. By the way, could you guide us? It's my first visit, and I have no idea where Uncle Wang lives. No problem, Gangdan. Come here, and take this uncle to your great-uncle's house. In a small shop within the village, Lin Shitong watched as Ye Xuan effortlessly resolved the issue, her large eyes turning crescent-shaped with delight. Akai couldn't help but give Ye Xuan a mental thumbs up. Gangdan, an 8-year-old boy, dashed barefoot along the dirt road in the summer heat, wearing only a pair of shorts. The 3 of them had to jog to keep up. What an adorable child. But why did his mother name him Gangdan? Lin Shitong asked in confusion. Akai was about to respond when Ye Xuan chimed in. In the past, child mortality rates were high. The older generation believed that humble names were easier to nurture, hence names like Gangdan, Taidan, and Dog Xing were common. I see. Ye Xuan. You know so much. Lin Shitong exclaimed, her face filled with admiration. Of course, I'm not the science champion of Baishui City for nothing. Here we are. Ahead lies my great-uncle's house. A few minutes later, Gangdan pointed to a house built of rammed earth and shouted. Then boldly pushed open the wooden door made from planks. Great-uncle, someone is here to see you. The cacophony of barking dogs and clucking fowl greeted them as they entered the earthen house. Upon stepping inside, a foul odor assaulted their senses. Lin Shitong quickly covered her nose, but maintained a curious demeanor as she surveyed her surroundings. Akai merely frowned and waved his hand in front of his nose, soon realizing this was futile. Instead, he kept a vigilant watch on the chained dog in the corner, wary of any potential aggression towards the young lady. Ye Xuan, however, remained the most composed, observing the extremely rudimentary farmhouse with keen interest, seemingly unfazed by the unpleasant air. At that moment, the curtain of the main room was lifted, revealing an elderly man in a white vest, assisted by Gangdan as he stepped out. Uncle Wang, greetings. General He has sent me to see you. Ye Xuan approached with his belongings in hand. Wang Defa, trembling, moved forward. You are Yicheng's subordinate? Yes, how is your health? I'm managing. Though with age and living alone, I lack the energy I once had. Why don't you hire a caretaker? Wang Defa looked at Ye Xuan as if he were mad. I can barely afford food, let alone a caretaker. Ye Xuan was taken aback. That can't be true. You helped General He earn over 80 million. Surely he has given you some commission? What did you say? Wang Defa exclaimed, convinced he misheard. 80 million? I've never seen that much money in my life. Even in my dreams, I only dared to dream of winning the lottery. I meant you assisted General He in earning over 80 million. When did I ever help him make that much money? My apologies. I misspoke. Just forget what I said, all right? Not acceptable. If you don't clarify, you want to leave Wangjia village today. Wang Defa's eyes glinted with greed as he gripped Ye Xuan's arm tightly, turning to Gangdan. If they try to escape, alert everyone and say that outsiders are bullying us. Gangdan nodded, understood. Akai felt anxious, wanting to pull Lin Shitong away, but fearing provoking Wang Defa. Just then, Ye Xuan spoke up. If I tell you, you must promise not to mention that I said anything to General He. Wang Defa nodded eagerly. Hurry up and speak. Well, General He works at a securities firm, but he can't trade stocks himself, so he opened a trading account in your name and got a bank card. I remember now. 6 years ago, he took my household registration book and ID. Wasn't he applying for a welfare household for me, was he? So he did borrow your household registration book and ID? Yes. That scoundrel used my name to make money and didn't he even give me a dime. Heartless wretch. Wang Defa's face turned pale with rage as he pounded his chest. Akai worried he might suffer a fit from the anger. After venting his frustration, Wang Defa grabbed Ye Xuan's arm and insisted, I don't care. You must take me to find that scoundrel. If you don't, you want to leave Wangjia village. But Uncle Wang, General He is my dear friend and brother. Ye Xuan replied, visibly distressed. Wang Defa waved his hand dismissively. Gangdan, go get help. Ye Xuan quickly pressed his hand down. I suddenly realized General He does seem a bit unscrupulous. I shall act in righteousness and help you find him. As he spoke, a look of sorrow crossed his face. This was not an act. It was a splendid opportunity to portray a righteous character. And it was interrupted by the overly eager Wang Defa. Wang Defa nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, young man, once you lead me to He Yicheng, you will not miss out on your rewards. Akai was left bewildered, though he didn't grasp the full situation. He could guess that General He had wronged Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan was clearly out for revenge against him. The key was that Wang Defa genuinely believed Ye Xuan was acting out of righteousness. Ye Xuan's acting skills were truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Lin Shitong's eyes sparkled with delight. Along the way, despite her numerous inquiries, Ye Xuan had remained tight-lipped about who was behind the scheme, only asking her to cooperate with his performance. Now, she understood that the person involved was named Ye Xuan and worked in securities. Soon, they arrived at the village entrance. Wang Defa initially intended to board a BMW 5, but Ye Xuan interjected, "Uncle Wang, that's a Range Rover, worth over 2 million. It's much more comfortable." Upon hearing the price, Wang Defa's eyes gleamed with greed. That scoundrel He Cheng has his subordinates driving cars worth over 2 million, while I, his uncle, have received not a single benefit. As he grumbled, he approached the Range Rover. After receiving a nod of approval from Lin Shitong, Akai reluctantly opened the rear door and assisted Wang Defa into the vehicle. As Lin Shitong settled into the back seat of the BMW 5, she chuckled, "Ye Xuan, I've come to realize that there's a hint of mischief in your character." Ye Xuan, taken aback, responded, "What mischief? Even an elderly gentleman like him was deceived by you." Lin Shitong playfully reproached. Ye Xuan grinned, "I merely told a benevolent lie. After all, it is indeed illegal for Ye Cheng to provide trading accounts. And my timely warning was a form of rescue." Lin Shitong nodded in agreement and then asked, "Could you share the details of the situation with me now?" Ye Xuan pondered for a moment, then sighed, "I intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, but since you insist on knowing, I'll drop the pretense. I am, in fact, a billionaire." Lin Shitong nodded, and then Ye Xuan was utterly bewildered. "Aren't you at least a bit surprised? It's not like I'm just boasting here. Some reaction would be appreciated." After a pause, he asked, "You aren't even slightly astonished or suspicious?" Lin Shitong shook her head, earnestly stating, "Not at all. You are Ye Xuan. Even if you claim to be Superman, I would believe you." In these brief 2 months, Ye Xuan had bestowed upon her countless surprises. Moreover, her family was quite affluent, so the revelation of his billionaire status did not significantly impact her. In that instant, Ye Xuan felt as if he were soaring. The future sweetheart of the entertainment industry trusted him so deeply, to the point of being a fervent admirer. Who could fathom such a feeling, dear friends? After a moment, Ye Xuan cleared his throat. "Shitong, you really needn't idolize me so. I have many flaws." "Like what?" Lin Shitong inquired, intrigued. "For instance, I'm too handsome, and at 18. I lack romantic experience. I'm rather naive when it comes to relationships, and so forth. In short, please refrain from any form of personal adoration. It's truly not advisable." "Ye Xuan, you are quite narcissistic," she teased. "And isn't that because of you?" After their laughter subsided, Ye Xuan started the car and drove towards Baishui, recounting his grievances with Ye Cheng. When Lin Shitong learned that Ye Xuan had first won the lottery and subsequently amassed a fortune through stock trading, her calm demeanor finally shifted. "Ye Xuan, you are truly remarkable." Ye Xuan, with a hint of pride, raised his chin and cautioned, "You must help me keep this matter a secret." "Can you do that? What issue? Does Xiaonanji know about this?" "Not at all." "Why? Really?" Lin Shitong's excitement surged. "Rest assured, I will guard this secret with my life." Ye Xuan nodded with a smile. In truth, Ye Xuan's stock trading activities were hardly a secret to those who were observant. He Cheng was a prime example. His request for Lin Shitong to keep it confidential was also a test of whether she was truly worthy of his trust. "By the way, how did you find out that He Cheng was trading stocks under Wang Dafa's identity?" Lin Shitong suddenly recalled the sole point of curiosity in the matter. Legal matters are best kept known to as few as possible. She assumed that only He Cheng was aware of this situation. Yet, Ye Xuan not only knew but had also directly approached Wang Defa. This was quite astonishing. "Well, that's a secret I cannot disclose." Lin Shitong's face fell instantly. Ye Xuan couldn't help but pinch her nose playfully. She retaliated by biting his hand. "Hey, Lin Shitong, are you a dog?" "Not at all. I'm a little rabbit." Ye Xuan smirked. "You may be a little rabbit, but I still can't reveal it. It's truly a secret. Even Xiaonanji will not learn of it." To fulfill the boast he once made, he expended considerable mental energy and finally decided to utilize his computer skills to play the hacker, infiltrating He Cheng's computer in search of incriminating evidence. To this end, he obtained He Cheng's email address from Chen Shui and found a Trojan package online, compressing it along with a file titled Hulu Brothers. The email containing the most explicit film was sent by him, and clicking on the link to download the film would simultaneously install the Trojan on the computer. To his surprise, the lecherous He Cheng actually clicked to download it. Thus, he followed the trail to discover Wang Defa's bank account at Longhua Bank and, using the bank's reserved information, located Wang Defa's address. Upon hearing that even Xiaonanji would remain unaware, the disappointment on Lin Shitong's face vanished, and her spirits soared once more. At that moment, Ye Xuan took out his phone and dialed the Securities Regulatory Commission's reporting number. "Hello. I would like to report that a securities industry employee is using a controlled account for stock trading, illegally profiting over 86 million yuan. Chapter 82. Open the door. Let Uncle Wang in. Around 2 in the afternoon. Hey, comrade. I told you I would arrive in half an hour. Is it necessary for you to call every 45 minutes to check?" Cough. "There was traffic on the road. I couldn't help it." "All right. I can see the sign for Jing'ai Securities now. Please wait a moment." After hanging up, Ye Xuan pressed the accelerator. In the passenger seat, Lin Shitong let out a delighted laugh. "You know it takes 2 hours to get here. Why tell them it would only take half an hour? I thought their response time would be sluggish, so I set a shorter duration to create a sense of urgency. Who would have guessed they would be so diligent? Ye Xuan replied with a resigned expression. In 2004, when encountering a brawl, most people would flee after the fight, and the police would only arrive at the scene afterward. Hence, he assumed the same would apply to the Securities Regulatory Commission, not anticipating they would actually arrive in half an hour. It was quite awkward. As they spoke, the BMW 5 reached its destination. From a distance, Ye Xuan spotted two uniformed individuals standing at the entrance of Jing'ai Securities. After parking the car by the roadside, he hurriedly exited and jogged over. Are you from the Securities Regulatory Commission? The two men scrutinized him for a moment. Are you the whistleblower? Yes, that's me. Please hold on a moment. Ye Xuan then ran back to the Land Rover, opened the door, and said, Uncle Wang, please wait in the car until I signal you to enter. What do you mean? You aren't planning to tip off He Cheng, are you? Wang Defa asked. Looking wary, Ye Xuan sighed helplessly. Not at all, Uncle Wang. If I wanted to leak information, I would have done so on the way here. No need to wait until now. Seeing he seemed truthful, Wang Defa nodded. All right, I'll wait for your signal. Ye Xuan exchanged a glance with a Cayenne. Together with the two staff members from the Securities Regulatory Commission, entered the doors of Jingtai Securities. The staff at Jing'ai had long noticed the two representatives from the Securities Regulatory Commission, and soon a vice president approached them. What brings you esteemed colleagues to our establishment? We received a report that your securities personnel have been trading stocks. We are here to verify. Is there a misunderstanding? No misunderstanding. I have evidence, Ye Xuan asserted. The vice president glanced at him. May I ask who you are? Ye Xuan chuckled. Don't you recognize me? The vice president was momentarily baffled. Are you a celebrity? Why would I need to recognize you? However, he maintained a respectful demeanor. Forgive my lack of recognition. I truly did not see who you are. Ye Xuan smiled. Then you must have heard my name. At this point, even the two representatives from the Securities Regulatory Commission began to feel apprehensive. This young man spoke with such confidence. Could he be a significant figure? If so, they would be fortunate they had not responded passively to the report. The vice president's expression grew serious. Please, go ahead. In the hall, the staff at Jing'ai Securities all perked up their ears, holding their breath as they focused on the unfolding conversation. Ye Xuan cast a sweeping glance around the room and declared with pride, I am Ye Xuan, the so-called stock god of the people. As reported by your general manager Lin Shitong, with her large eyes sparkling like crescent moons, couldn't help but feel a rush of admiration. Although she knew Ye Xuan was putting on an act, his demeanor was undeniably charming. Ye Xuan? So, he is the legendary Ye Xuan. He is so young and remarkably handsome. I know of him, but does he truly deserve the title of stock god? With his prowess, he indeed warranted such an accolade. Earlier that morning, the news of He Cheng reporting his own client had circulated among the employees, along with Ye Xuan's astonishing achievements in the stock market. Just moments ago, they had been gossiping about him, and now the man himself stood before them, making the atmosphere feel surreal. The two representatives from the Securities Regulatory Commission were also familiar with Ye Xuan's reputation. In fact, their colleague was currently investigating him. The scene was quite fantastical. The reported had transformed into the reporter. The vice president, taken aback, soon altered his expression and said, Mr. Ye. What an honor it is to finally meet you. I wonder which of our employees you are reporting? The two representatives from the commission turned their attention to Ye Xuan. Intrigued, as he had insisted on revealing the identity of the person he was reporting only upon meeting them. He Cheng. Ye Xuan's words echoed in the hall, prompting a collective gasp. He reported He Cheng for insider trading, while he himself was accused of trading stocks. This young man's desire for vengeance was palpable. The vice president's face shifted slightly, and he forced a smile, saying, Mr. Ye, I believe you may be mistaken. Our general manager, he has always adhered to the law. Ye Xuan turned away, addressing Lin Shitong. Let me share a life lesson with you. Oh, what is it? Lin Shitong inquired, her curiosity piqued. Ye Xuan smirked. If someone frequently boasts about their law-abiding nature, there is a high probability they are truly a scoundrel. Lin Shitong burst into laughter, while the employees of Jingtai struggled to contain their amusement, glancing at the vice president's ashen face. At that moment, He Cheng, accompanied by Wu Fei, emerged, exclaiming, I wonder why there was a ruckus at my doorstep so early. It turns out my young brother Yi has come to visit. Ye Xuan shot him a sidelong glance. You have the audacity to act familiar with me after reporting me? He Cheng's expression darkened. This is a misunderstanding. I swear on my life that I am not the one who reported you. Do you think I would believe that? Ye Xuan retorted, uninterested in further banter. He was here to decisively deal with the situation, as only such an action would deter future offenders. With that, he took out his phone and called a Kai. Open the door, let Uncle Wang in. Soon, Wang Defa, supported by a Kai, entered the hall. Upon seeing him, He Cheng's face drained of color. Uncle Wang. What brings you here? Wang Defa pointed an accusing finger. What do you mean? Why did you take my household registration book and ID? Did you open a securities trading account in my name to trade stocks? He Cheng, I took care of you when you were young. And now you've made over 80 million in my name without giving me a penny. Do you have any conscience left? The hall fell silent. Tension thick in the air. Chapter 83. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Everyone present, being professionals in the securities industry, understood the gravity of Wang Defa's accusations. All eyes turned to He Cheng, whose face had turned pale. If Wang Defa's claim about borrowing the household registration book and ID was one thing, the knowledge of his 80 million profits was another matter entirely. He had never disclosed this information to anyone. How could Wang Defa, an uneducated farmer living far away, possibly know? Ye Cheng's gaze suddenly darted to Ye Xuan. Did you incite my uncle to say this? Ye Xuan merely shrugged. Oh, General Manager he. Let us not be so harsh with our words. I'm merely doing a good deed. How could that be considered incitement? Ye Cheng was at a loss for words. Ye Xuan raised his phone again. I don't care. You've profited in my name. You must at least share half with me. Wang Defa, seizing Ye Cheng's arm, adopted a posture of desperation. Ye Cheng, feeling overwhelmed, protested, Uncle, you've been deceived. As a securities professional, how could I trade stocks? General Manager. You told me this with your own mouth. How could you have deceived me? Ye Xuan interjected sharply. When did I ever say that? Ye Cheng countered, exasperated. During our last meal together, Secretary Wu was also present, Ye Xuan pointed out. Wu Fei quickly shook her head vigorously. No, I didn't hear that. General Manager. You really didn't say anything. Oh, I see. You're his secretary, you two are in cahoots. Ye Xuan elongated his tone, addressing the onlookers. Ye Cheng felt a surge of blood as the absurdity of the situation bore down on him. The weight of the accusations was suffocating. And though both he and Wu Fei denied it, Ye Xuan's performance was so convincing that it led everyone to believe he had indeed boasted during their meal. At that moment, the label of fool was firmly affixed to Ye Cheng's brow. He took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, half pleading, half desperate. He said, Brother Ye, I truly did not report you. If the crowd had not been so large, he might have knelt before Ye Xuan in supplication. The repercussions of this were dire. Not only would his years of hard work be undone, but his future would be obliterated as well. Yet Ye Xuan coldly retorted, I can assure you. I am indeed the one who reported you. With a sardonic smile, he turned to Wang Defa, saying, Uncle Wang, it matters not if General Manager he denies it. After all, you brought the ID and household registration book, did you not? Ye Xuan had determined to use Ye Cheng as an example for others. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Lin Shidong's eyes brightened. No wonder Ye Xuan wanted Uncle Wang to bring the documents. Everything was part of a meticulous plan. Showcasing Mr. Ye's astute thinking, Wang Defa's eyes widened in realization. Really? Ye Cheng felt the walls closing in. Uncle, he is trying to harm you. Please don't listen to him. Let us discuss this privately, shall we? The two representatives from the Securities Regulatory Commission exchanged incredulous glances. General Manager he. Do you take us for air? Initially, they thought Ye Xuan was merely playing a prank or seeking revenge, but after hearing Wang Defa and Ye Cheng's dialogue, the situation became unequivocally clear. Ye Cheng trembled, collapsing to the ground. It was over. The Securities Regulatory Commission was about to intervene. Everything was finished. Regret, fear, and anger flooded through him, consuming him piece by piece. As he pulled up the trading details, a staggering profit of over 86 million was revealed. At this stage, Ye Cheng's involvement in stock trading was all but confirmed. At that moment, Wang Defa could no longer remain still. Why are you taking me away? I merely came to collect my money. Shai, what is happening here? Uncle Wang, Ye Cheng, as a securities professional, is engaging in stock trading, which is illegal. Providing him with a stock trading account is also a criminal act. However, you were deceived without your knowledge. As long as you clarify the situation, there should be no issue. Ye Xuan sighed and began to explain. Wang Defa nodded, seemingly understanding. What about the 86 million? Ye Xuan shrugged. That money will be confiscated by the government. Wang Defa grew anxious. Confiscated? Does that mean I won't receive a single cent? Ye Xuan nodded. Correct. But Ye Cheng is in the same predicament. He can no longer profit under your name and could potentially face imprisonment. Considering that, doesn't it make you feel a bit better? Others present were puzzled. What Ye Cheng's financial status or potential sentencing had to do with Wang Defa was unclear. His intention was simply to acquire money. Surprisingly, Wang Defa ceased his protests, even displaying a hint of satisfaction. It was akin to fearing a friend's suffering while also being wary of their success. Human emotions are intricate. If one cannot prosper, it is often enough that others cannot either, leading to a sense of psychological balance. If someone who initially thrived suddenly fell from grace, it could bring even greater satisfaction to others. Mr. Ye Xuan has an astute understanding of human nature. Akai couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Shitong paused. Is that so? Why can't I perceive it? Akai opened his mouth, then after a moment, sighed. Miss, you were too naive. It is entirely normal that you cannot grasp this. Only those who have witnessed the darker sides of human nature can truly appreciate the profundity of Ye Xuan's words. Lin Shitong had grown up in an environment surrounded by smiling faces, where all malice had been insulated by Lin Baoshan's financial power. It was no surprise she couldn't comprehend it. After Ye Cheng and Wang Defa were taken away, a system notification chimed. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully altered the course of your life and received a reward of causality points. The last time Zhou Dogwan was taken away, Ye Xuan was rewarded with causality points. With this new reward, his total causality points had now reached a significant amount. Suppressing his swirling thoughts, Ye Xuan smiled. Shidong. Shall we take a stroll down Furong Street? Lin Shidong's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. Sure. Chapter 84. A single sentence that will make a woman remember me for a lifetime. Have you heard? Ye Xuan from Jing'ai Securities has been taken away for investigation by the Securities Regulatory Commission. Is that true? Absolutely. I have a friend who works at Jing'ai. He told me personally. Oh, what did he do? Engaged in stock trading, profiting over 86 million yuan, and was reported by Ye Xuan. Wow, that's quite careless of him. How could he let Ye Xuan find out? Who can argue with that? The news of Ye Xuan being reported and taken away swiftly spread through the financial circles. In reality, there were numerous individuals in this field who engaged in stock trading, some having committed even more outrageous acts. Thus, what shocked everyone was not Ye Xuan's trading, but rather that he had been caught and subjected to investigation. What do you think of that Ye Xuan? What is his background? I'm just as puzzled. How did he learn of such a private matter? Rumor has it Ye Xuan disclosed it himself. Goodness, is Ye Xuan a complete fool to speak of such matters? I've met Ye Xuan a few times. He is definitely not that foolish. I suspect Ye Xuan must have conducted his own investigation. Have you been reading too many detective novels? How could he investigate this alone? He probably has someone backing him. All right, everyone, let us stop speculating. No matter how much we guess, we want to uncover the truth. I've come to realize that we should not provoke Ye Xuan. Whoever does will meet misfortune. If Ye Xuan can emerge unscathed from the reporting of Ye Xuan, then truly, he is not to be trifled with. Indeed, let us await the outcome of the investigation. As Ye Xuan had anticipated, due to his powerful counteraction, individuals within the financial realm developed a healthy respect for him. Ye Xuan, let me treat you to bubble tea. It was now July 3rd, 2004, at 5:45, 17 p.m., and I shall remember this moment. Why is that? Because at this very second, a beautiful girl treated me to a cup of bubble tea. Ye Xuan took the bubble tea from Lin Shidong's hands, his expression filled with warmth. Ye Xuan, you really know how to make a girl happy. Lin Shidong's eyes curved into crescents, her delicate face flushed as if slightly intoxicated. How can this be called flattering? I am merely expressing my genuine feelings. Ye Xuan replied earnestly, silently commending his own wit. In the future, there will be 3 sentences that make men spin 180. 000. And now there is one sentence that will make a woman remember me for a lifetime. Truly invincible, yet so lonely. Not far behind them, Akai spoke into his earpiece. Boss. The lady has bought Mr. Yi a cup of bubble tea, and the situation is becoming precarious. In the chairman's office of Baoshan Mining, Lin Baoshan abruptly stood from his chair. What's wrong? Mr. Yi moved the lady with just one sentence. What did he say? Quickly tell me. After Akai relayed Ye Xuan's words, Lin Baoshan fell into a prolonged silence. Goodness, that Ye Xuan, with his thick eyebrows and bright eyes, is quite bold to say such things. He thinks he can make my precious daughter remember him for a lifetime with a single sentence? Akai replied, goodness gracious. The boss is joking about his health just to prevent his precious daughter from being deceived by other men? Akai, are you listening to me? I am. I will inform the lady right away. Taking a deep breath, Akai quickly composed himself and approached the two, urgently stating, Miss, it's bad news. The boss is hospitalized. Smash. The bubble tea in Lin Shidong's hand fell to the ground. What is happening? Is it serious? This. Akai thought to himself. It surely isn't serious. The boss is just fooling you. But he couldn't say that. Lin Baoshan's voice came through the earpiece. Akai hurriedly repeated the information. To his surprise, Ye Xuan suddenly pulled her back. What do women need most at times like this? Companionship. Lin Shitong shivered slightly, touched, and nodded. Ye Xuan, you're so kind. Boss, the lady seems to be even more moved now, Akai said, covering his eyes, feeling helpless. Lin Baoshan, what the? Despite inadvertently providing Ye Xuan with a significant assist, Lin Baoshan knew that since he had told a lie, he must maintain it. Fortunately, with his connections in Ming City, he quickly reached out to the director of the First People's Hospital. After some arrangements, he donned a makeup disguise and was sent to the hospital. When Lin Shidong arrived, he was already weakly lying in a hospital bed, receiving glucose. After the doctor explained the situation, Lin Shidong, who had been anxious, finally relaxed. Once assured he was not in serious danger, Ye Xuan expressed his desire to take his leave. Lin Shitong personally escorted him to the parking lot, watching him depart with longing. Standing before the window of the hospital room, Lin Baoshan felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. After completing the prayer ritual, he clicked to draw rewards. In the next moment, the results of 300 draws were listed one by one. Combat Experience Book 1, Acting Technique Experience Book 1, Lu Huaitsong's Detailed Information 1, Huang Xian's Detailed Information 1, Bad Luck Sticker 1, Time Stopping Capsule 1. It seems some peculiar items have mixed in again. Ye Xuan hurriedly entered the system backpack to examine each item. Lu Huaitsong, one of the founders of the campus, Huang Xing's right-hand man. Utilizing this will grant access to his detailed profile. Huang Xian, the father of Kuaibo. Using this will reveal his detailed profile. Misfortune Sticker, when affixed to any being, it bestows 30 minutes of ill fortune. Time Stasis Capsule. Upon usage, the flow of time will pause for 1 minute, during which the host will be the only person in the world able to move freely. Ye Xuan. Chapter 85, the sole male protagonist of the Time Stasis series. Previously, Ye Xuan had drawn a time reversal capsule. Unexpectedly, this time, without employing the lucky aura, he drew a time stasis capsule. Although it only allows for 1 minute of stasis, within that fleeting moment, He is the exclusive male lead of the Time Stasis series. Regrettably, having drawn but one, he must reserve it for a pivotal moment. Otherwise, he would summon Han Yun or Lin Shitong to experience the thrill of being the male protagonist. The misfortune sticker also piques his interest if someone displeases him. He could simply apply it. He wonders, however, how potent the effect of misfortune is, necessitating cautious use. When one is down on their luck, even a bath of water, a half-meter high step, or a fishbone can prove fatal. Thus, Ye Xuan is reluctant to wield this weapon unless absolutely necessary. The two detailed profiles possess a certain beauty akin to a timely gift. The operation and maintenance of a large website or software require substantial manpower. Initially, Ye Xuan planned to form a team of technically adept seniors from Peking University after enrolling to commence operations for the campus in Kuaibo. However, the emergence of these profiles reveals an alternative possibility. Both Lu Huizong and Huang Xian are titans among giants. Not only are they remarkable technical experts, but they also embody the entrepreneurial spirit capable of leading a team. If he could recruit either of these two, it would significantly alleviate his managerial burdens. He must secure at least one of them before the semester begins. Next, Ye Xuan reviewed the other prizes. Perhaps due to the conclusion of the college entrance examination, he did not draw any experience books for the 6 subjects this time. Among the skill items, he obtained 56 basketball experience books, 52 computer experience books, 37 guitar experience books, 60 combat experience books, and 62 vocal performance experience books. In consumables, he received 11 stock market information pieces, 3 misfortune stickers, 3 lucky auras, 1 Lu Huizong profile, and 1 Huang Xian profile. For attributes, there were 3 physical capsules, 1 charm capsule, 2 brain power capsules, and 5 hidden attribute capsules. In the special category, he acquired 1 time stasis capsule and the purchase rights for combat experience books and vocal performance experience books. Ye Xuan proceeded to utilize all available items. A chime sounded, announcing, "Congratulations, host. Your basketball skill has upgraded to level 1, substitute level." The unexpected system notification left him questioning his sanity. Prior to this, he had utilized 123 basketball experience books without any indication of improvement. He had assumed that these skills lacked a quantifiable standard. It turned out he had not even reached level 1. Thus, did he need to utilize 179 experience books to achieve a level up? No, that couldn't be right. He had played basketball even before the system existed. Therefore, did the combination of 179 books and his prior experience elevate his basketball skill to level 1? What, then, was the status of his skills in the 6 subjects? After a moment's contemplation, he considered a possibility. Level 1 in basketball equates to his substitute's proficiency, which is already professional. Perhaps the knowledge acquired during undergraduate or even graduate studies is what qualifies for the system's designation of level 1. Regardless, the system's provision of a quantifiable standard is advantageous. Sparing him from conjecture, he pondered how many books would be required to elevate his skills in computer science, guitar, and combat to level 1. The vocal performance intrigued him. Once in university, he could impress others at evening gatherings. Envisioning a splendid university life, Ye Xuan accessed his personal attributes. Host, Ye Xuan physical, 96 brain power, 93 charm, 91 karma value, basketball skill, 1, substitute level, having silently commended his own cleverness. He clicked to use a stock market information piece. It indicated that from 10 a.m. on the 7th of July to 2:25 p.m., Minka Heavy Industries stock price would experience a surge of 237. Minka Heavy Industry, wasn't that a state-owned enterprise? Ye Xuan's eyes lit up as he opened his notebook to research Minka Heavy Industry. Upon discovering its circulating shares amounted to a staggering 15 billion Longhua coins, he promptly dialed Chen Shui. "Hello, Manager Chen, are you awake?" "Not yet. What instructions do you have?" "Listen closely." Ye Xuan's words invigorated Chen Shui. "Please proceed. Put in 100 million Longhua coins into Minka Heavy Industry by 10 a.m. tomorrow." Early the next day, Ye Xuan, armed with his college application form, met with Hong Lida and rode their bicycles to No. 1 High School. In 2004, online application submissions were not yet common. Thus, each student had to submit their forms to the school, which would then collectively send them to the provincial admissions office. As Ye Xuan was not one of those who had been granted admission by recommendation before the college entrance examination, he had to follow the necessary procedures. After securing his bicycle, a student from another class greeted Hong Lida. "Li Teo, which university did you apply for as your first choice?" "The Capital Information Technology University." "Well, that's a first-tier university, right? They also have second-tier programs. What major did you apply for?" "Computer science." "Why did you choose that major?" "In 2004, computer science was not yet trendy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been classified as a second-tier program at Peking University. In contrast, the biochemical and material science majors were regarded as 4 major pitfalls and were extremely popular. Thus, upon hearing Hong Lida's choice of computer science, the student displayed a look of confusion. Ye Xuan interjected, "This major is promising." Hong Lida scratched his head and chuckled. "Well, that's..." The student, unable to counter Ye Xuan's assertion, merely smiled and headed towards the classroom. "I feel like he was mocking me." Hong Lida expressed his discontent. Ye Xuan chuckled. "Remove that feeling. He is indeed mocking you. But I believe that years from now, he will only envy you. Ye Xuan clapped Hong Lita on the shoulder and strode towards the classroom. Chapter 86. The Unparalleled Commander of the Internet Army. Class monitor, what is your first choice? Beijing University of Technology. Huh? Why not apply to Beijing Aviation? Beijing Aviation seems a bit uncertain. Beijing University of Technology feels more secure. He paused, momentarily stunned. In his previous life, Chen Ming was admitted to Tongji University. How had he switched to Beijing University of Technology this time? Oh, right. His score had increased by 6 points, transforming 2 6s into 3 6s, making him a true old 6 at that moment. Chen Ming spotted Ye Xuan and let out a haughty hum before eagerly approaching Xiao Nanji's desk. Xiao, what is your first choice? Xiao Nanji glanced at him. Jiang University. Huh? Jiang University? Chen Ming's expression fell. Just then, Ye Xuan approached. Xiao Nanji looked at him and said, I was kidding. I'm applying to Renmin University with Qian. Chen Ming? Ye Xuan? Is Xiao Nanji not well? Scoring 685 yet opting for Jiang University instead of Renmin University? Surely. She must be following him to the capital because he is attending Jing University, right? Is this for real? Chen Ming, regaining his composure, was filled with excitement. Hong Liteo was pleasantly surprised. Since Qian was applying to Renmin University, didn't that mean they could attend university in the same city? This was contingent on both being accepted, of course. Xiao Nanji glanced at Ye Xuan again, asking, do I really need to deceive you? Ye Xuan replied, all right. The esteemed Xiao School beauty is indeed here for me. It would be strange if it were not so, in his previous life. Xiao Nanji had severed all ties with him. Yet, after his rebirth, she seemed to have taken a peculiar turn, showering him with heart-shaped desserts and gifting him a motorcycle. Now, it was even more outrageous that she would forsake a better university to apply to Renmin. What could possibly be amiss? Was it because his charm had increased? Or had Lin Shitong's presence instilled a sense of urgency in her? He couldn't quite fathom it. Ye Xuan shook his head and moved to the back row. Chen Ming chuckled. What is with Ye Xuan shaking his head like that? Does he really think that she applied to Renmin for him? Xiao Nanji nodded. Chen Ming felt as if he had been struck by 1,000 points of damage. Upon returning to his seat, Ye Xuan began to ponder. Chen Ming, Xiao Nanji. Wang Qian and Li Teo were the 4 classmates known to have changed their college applications. Their improved scores must have been influenced by the immersion halo. However, why had no one else, aside from Wang Qian, activated the system's causal value rewards? His confusion did not linger for long. When Zhang Guangming arrived and the students submitted their application forms, the system's notification chimes rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host. For changing the course of your life and achieving success, earning 4,500 causal value rewards. The notifications continued for a total of 15 times, granting Ye Xuan a substantial amount of causal value. This brought his total to an astonishing figure. Ye Xuan was utterly astonished. It was far too much. The system had truly been generous this time. Wait a minute, if they could activate system rewards by changing their applications, then why was there no reward for me, who was originally unable to attend university, being accepted to Jingda? Or was my reward included in these 15 notifications? Or perhaps the reward for altering fate is singular, dispensed upon my early release? Ye Xuan even contemplated another possibility. As the system's owner, he could not receive rewards for changing his own destiny. If that were the case, then from whom had the causal value rewards he received on the night of his rebirth originated? Ye Xuan, what are you daydreaming about? Hong Liteo's voice jolted Ye Xuan from his reverie. What's up? The classmates were discussing whether to go out for a meal. As Hong Liteo finished speaking, Ye Xuan realized that everyone was looking at him. He chuckled. What is there to discuss? After today, will our class ever gather like this again? Let us invite our old teacher and head to Ye Xuan together. I'll treat. The atmosphere in the classroom of Class 5 of Senior 3 instantly ignited. Everyone jumped and laughed, playfully pushing each other as they exited the classroom. After calling Zhang Guangming in the office, they all headed towards Ye Xuan. At 2 in the afternoon. On the 3rd floor of Ye Xuan, after enjoying a hearty meal, the students of Class 5 gathered in small groups to chat and boast. Ye Xuan called Hong Liteo, Xiao Nanji, and Wang Qian over, quietly asking, how did you fare with the task I assigned you? I've completed more than half, Xiao Nanji replied. Gazing at him intently, an expression on her face as if to say, you should praise me. Ye Xuan, however, had no intention of fulfilling her expectations. The proud Xiao School beauty was already enough. If he praised her further, wouldn't her ego soar to the skies? He merely nodded nonchalantly, not bad. Xiao Nanji's charming face fell immediately, and with a huff, she turned her head away. Why must I endure this childish interaction filled with awkward tension between flirtatious boys and girls? Wang Qian thought to herself, adjusting her glasses. I've completed half. Very good. Ye Xuan then turned to Liteo. Hong Liteo fidgeted for a moment, his face reddening as he stammered. I've almost completed half as well. Ye Xuan furrowed his brow. What is the exact amount? About a quarter, Hong Liteo mumbled shyly. Ye Xuan almost laughed in exasperation. You call a quarter almost half? I am just not good at striking up conversations. Hong Liteo's voice grew softer, acknowledging his shortcomings. The task Ye Xuan had assigned them was to each recruit 20 internet-addicted youths in need of extra income from the internet CAF. Although Hong Liteo frequented internet CAFS, his lack of experience in dealing with strangers left him stuttering. Moreover, he was still irked about the phone call that had kept him awake until the early hours of the morning, leaving him drained the next day. You really are a scoundrel, calling me late at night and stirring up my anger, only to block my number afterward. Hong Liteo's voice had risen significantly, clearly agitated. What call? Wang Qian and Xiao Nanji perked up with interest. Hong Liteo suddenly realized he had let something slip, his expression turning flustered. That's a secret between men. You girls should refrain from prying. Ye Xuan coughed lightly, steering the conversation back. There's still a day and a half left. You must complete your goals no matter what. You keep assigning us tasks, but what is your task? Xiao Nanji, still irked about the previous night, couldn't he help but provoke him? Me? Ye Xuan glanced at Chen Ming in the distance, a playful glint in his eye. I'm certainly on the lookout for a capable warrior for our online army. The image of Chen Ming's underhanded antics had left a profound impression on him. A dedicated individual with a repertoire of crafty strategies was undoubtedly the ideal candidate for commanding the online forces. Capable warrior? Who is it? Xiao Nanji and the others followed Ye Xuan's gaze, their expressions freezing in shock. After a moment, Hong Liteo stiffly turned his head, his face a mix of confusion and disbelief. You're not referring to Chen Ming, are you? How could that be? Xiao Nanji and Wang Qian exclaimed in unison. Ye Xuan chuckled. Why not? Chen Ming considers you his lifelong rival. Would he work for you? The words from Hong Liteo prompted nods of agreement from the two girls. Initially, Chen Ming had held Ye Xuan in his mind as a lifelong rival. Later, he had publicly declared this in front of Lu Quan and Song Wei, which spread throughout Class 5. Even students from other classes had caught wind of this rumor. As a result, classmates from Class 1 had mocked Chen Ming, believing only Chu Ran was worthy of being Ye Xuan's lifelong adversary. Additionally, they had heard that Chen Ming aimed to surpass Ye Xuan in his career. Such a person would never agree to work for Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan was well aware of this, and he laughed. You all don't believe me, do you? The three nodded in unison. Just watch. Ye Xuan straightened his collar and approached Chen Ming. After exchanging glances, Xiao Nanji and the others hurried to follow. In truth, handing out flyers seemed difficult, but in practice, it was quite simple. One must know how to read people and execute with precision. Much like a skilled fisherman at a market, one's heart must be colder than the blade. From a distance, Ye Xuan could hear Chen Ming's long-winded speech. At that moment, he knew he had not misjudged him. Handing out flyers? It was hardly a challenge. Yet, in Chen Ming's mouth, it sounded as complicated as working undercover. His ranks lacked precisely this sort of shameless talent. At that moment, Chen Ming noticed Ye Xuan's approach and ceased his lengthy discourse, eyeing him warily. Other classmates also shifted their attention towards Ye Xuan. What do you want? Chen Ming felt a twinge of apprehension as he saw Ye Xuan walking directly toward him. Could it be that his earlier boastfulness has incited Ye Xuan's displeasure? Ye Xuan halted his steps, his expression grave as he spoke. A lifelong rival, shall we have a conversation? To confront a youth steeped in delusions, one must employ similarly theatrical methods. This is what one might call a perfect match of expertise. Others stared in astonishment at Chen Ming. The class leader was instantly ignited with enthusiasm. Wow, Ye Xuan actually acknowledges him as a lifelong rival? That's a title even Chu Ran never attained. Just look at the admiration, awe, and envy in their eyes. This is the moment he has longed for. Oh. Chen Ming feigned composure as he lifted his cup to his lips, taking a sip before gently setting it down. He then remarked with a blend of indifference, disdain, and casualness, "Are you speaking to me?" Everyone stared at him, seemingly entranced. This instilled in Chen Ming a profound sense of satisfaction in his pretense. At this moment, his image as an aloof sage had likely penetrated deep into their minds, hadn't it? Class leader, class leader, class leader. Lu Quan tugged at him repeatedly. Chen Ming finally snapped out of it. What is it? You're drinking vinegar. Chen Ming. Lu Quan's reminder unleashed a surge of jealousy that had been simmering within him. Yet, true to his nature, Chen Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to drown his jealousy in tea. He then smiled faintly. You think I'm unaware? Lu Quan, oblivious to Chen Ming's pretentious intentions, looked bewildered. If you know, why are you drinking? Are you instructing me? Chen Ming raised an eyebrow. Vinegar can counteract alcohol, that is common knowledge. Ye Xuan's fist clenched in frustration. Chen Ming's audacity was truly remarkable. Excellent, his online troops were in dire need of such a commander. The classmates finally grasped the situation, exclaiming in unison, no wonder he is the class leader. He downed that immense amount of vinegar without batting an eye. It's no wonder he is destined for greatness. Just for that spirit of competitiveness. Well, this is merely standard procedure. Ye Xuan wished to imitate his style, articulating each word with precision. However, the mere thought of it made him cringe, prompting him to abandon the idea. I heard from Manager Han that you've been distributing flyers for Ye Xuan? Chen Ming instinctively reached for his cup, contemplating before confirming with a nod. Indeed. Do you have any objections? Do you not feel embarrassed? Why should I be embarrassed? I am the owner of Ye Xuan. Since you consider me your lifelong rival, you should not be working for me. Ye Xuan? One sharpens their sword through struggle. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. I am honing my skills and amassing strength. Ye Xuan. The others. Who recites poetry in such a manner? Do reign it in, Sultan. In ancient times, King Gojin of Yu endured hardship. Today, Chen Ming of Ming City is working undercover, destined to become a legendary figure. Chunming clenched his fists, silently encouraging himself. You have reached such heights. No wonder you are my lifelong rival. It seems I have lost this wager. Ye Xuan sighed deeply, shaking his head repeatedly. What? Ye Xuan lost the bet because of me. Chunming was already in a frenzy, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. What do you mean by that? We partners have established a new department and currently require a leader. Lu Tao and Qian Qian both assert you are the most suitable candidate. I told them you would never work for me, that it was utterly impossible, yet they did not believe me, insisting you are not that type of person. Thus, we made a wager, and unexpectedly, you. As Ye Xuan spoke, he let out another sigh, appearing as if he had genuinely lost the bet, filled with regret. At that moment, Chunming grew restless, his excitement evident despite his attempts to suppress it. Yet, to maintain his lofty image, he feigned indifference. Seeing this, Ye Xuan added fuel to the fire. Chunming, you really need not feel this way. There are plenty of good companies out there. Why must you work for me at Ye Xuan? Bang. Chunming slammed the table, standing up. Who says it's unnecessary? It is essential, very essential. Today, I must work for you. No one else will do. Ye Xuan twitched his lips, turning to exchange glances with Xiao Nanji and the others. They were utterly bewildered. Ye Xuan, this guy, is far too cunning. He has pinpointed Chunming's penchant for showiness and, before the whole class, spun an elaborate tale that left Chunming utterly bamboozled. If Chunming ever discovers that it was Ye Xuan who wanted him as the online army commander, he would surely be mortified. Chapter 88. Ye Xuan's mini-class begins. 2 days later, in the Fengqiwu community, within a living room, Ye Xuan stood before a whiteboard, pen in hand, delivering a lecture. Facing him were Xiao Nanji, Lin Shitong, Hong Lida, Wang Qian, Chunming, Lu Quan, and Song Wei, all seated on small stools, attentively listening. As of last night at 8 o'clock, the online army had been preliminarily assembled. The plan for the country's first internet celebrity check-in point was now officially on the agenda. However, before the plan could be executed, he needed to conduct a concentrated training session for the online army commander and the temporary leaders of each group, Lu Quan and Song Wei, as Chunming's right-hand men, had also been incorporated into the online army after consulting Ye Xuan. To this end, Ye Xuan personally purchased 5 laptops for their use. The reason for not buying 7 was simply because 2 of them were affluent young ladies who had acquired their own high-end laptops while still in their first year of high school. Remember this keyword to stir emotions. Ye Xuan wrote these 4 words on the whiteboard and circled them. What the online army must do is to employ every conceivable method to stir the emotions of netizens, turning them into potential consumers. Xiao Nanji raised her right hand, and upon receiving Ye Xuan's nod, asked, how can we stir the emotions of netizens? Excellent question, Xiao. Ye Xuan turned to Chunming. Mr. Chen, what are your thoughts? Though this was not the first time Ye Xuan addressed him in this manner, Chunming still felt a sense of pride. He appeared contemplative, and after capturing everyone's attention, he thoughtfully stated, I have 6 points in mind. Truly, the class leader stands out. While I have no inkling, he has already conceived 6 points. Lu Quan and Song Wei were astounded. Even Xiao Nanji and the others displayed expressions of surprise. Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow. What are the 6 points? Chunming. The others? So his 6 points were merely ellipses? Ye Xuan nearly lost his composure, almost flinging the board eraser in frustration. Chunming, do you have an addiction to showboating in front of me? In Ming City, there shall be no one more adept at this than me. Enough, Chunming. You almost had me believing your nonsense. Hong Lida and the others began to criticize Chunming. Silence. Maintain classroom discipline. Ye Xuan rapped the blackboard. Adopting the authoritative tone of a seasoned teacher, anyone who continues to act up may find themselves ousted. Once the living room returned to silence, he adopted a gentle demeanor, saying, it is entirely normal for you to be at a loss. After all, none of you have experienced online confrontations. Now, let me provide a few examples to help stimulate your thinking. Chunming and the others became engrossed. The first example, after Han Mimi gave birth, she had an IUD inserted 3 months later. 15 years later, the IUD was removed, leaving the attending physician flabbergasted. At this point, Ye Xuan fell silent. Chunming and the others began to fidget. Why was the doctor flabbergasted? What happened with the IUD? Xiao Nanji, with a look of utter bewilderment, inquired. What is this ring you speak of? Ye Xuan cast a resentful glance at the illustrious Xiaoda, then continued. The second example is shocking. A woman, in broad daylight, engaged in such behavior. What behavior? Interrupted Chunming and others, who were on the verge of standing up in their urgency. Unfazed, Ye Xuan pressed on. The third example, I have taken a life. He boasted at the dining table, and upon the diligent police investigation, it was revealed that he was indeed. What? He is a murderer? Chunming urged, please, do tell. I'm nearly dying of curiosity. Ye Xuan surveyed the room and remarked, have you all noticed? With just a single phrase, I have stirred your emotions. Chunming and the others were initially taken aback, but then enlightenment dawned upon them. Xiao Nanji and Lin Shidong both chuckled, thinking, where on earth did Ye Xuan learn such nonsensical theatrics? If we were to post similar titles online, wouldn't that attract more viewers? Ye Xuan asked, leading them gently. If I saw such a title, I would likely lose control of my left hand, Chunming mused. Why not your right? Hong Liteo queried. Chunming raised an eyebrow, because I typically use my left hand to navigate the laptop's touchpad. Han Liteo retorted, damn it. This guy is really something. Thinking to himself, Ye Xuan mused, if you don't demonstrate your worth, I will undoubtedly dismiss you. Yet, he maintained an amiable demeanor. Now that we have these 3 examples, has everyone's thinking been ignited? Ming raised his right hand. Let me go first, Ye Xuan. The others turned to him in unison. Upon receiving Ye Xuan's nod, Ming proclaimed, in broad daylight, an astonishing scene unfolded within Ye Xuan. Shocking. During our meal, a server at Ye Xuan performed such acts publicly. Shocking. The staff of Ye Xuan treated a mere 6-year-old child in this manner. After 3 examples, the living room fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, Ye Xuan remarked, I believe we should all give Chen a round of applause. He began to clap. Indeed, Ming was the talent Ye Xuan desperately needed. His ability to draw inferences and creative flair were unparalleled. With Ming on their team, the notion of being shocking was merely a stepping stone towards dominating the internet. As applause erupted from Xiao Nanji and the others, they were filled with admiration. Although Ye Xuan had set the stage, Ming's capacity to grasp the essence and apply it flexibly in such a short time was truly commendable. They were not lacking in intelligence, but their moral hesitations prevented them from conjuring the provocative titles that Ming effortlessly devised. This was precisely why Ye Xuan valued him. After Ming set the example, others tried but failed to shine. Henceforth, Ming would be responsible for creating content while team members would share the drafts across various platforms. With a decision made, Ye Xuan continued. Now that we've discussed how to engage netizens' emotions, let us delve into how to handle conflicts with other netizens. With the prior examples in mind, Ming and the others were even more engrossed, fully alert. What I am about to reveal is the ultimate mantra for online disputes. As he spoke, Ye Xuan inscribed 6 characters on the whiteboard: filial, tense, urgent, joyful, anxious. This 6-character mantra would soon strike fear into countless netizens across Longhua. Chapter 89, The Whitewater Branch, Instant Fame. Xiao Shuai, a sophomore at Peking University, arrived at a local internet CAF on the evening of July 7th. Just as he usually did, having paid 10 yuan for an all-night session, he prepared to engage in fierce battles within the realm of Mafas. Upon finding a machine, he noticed a fellow gamer next door exploring the world of Dian Dian Tong. The instructors there were not only eloquent but also exceptionally attractive, truly eye-catching. What a decline in societal standards. Xiao Shuai sighed, jotting down search keywords before booting up his own machine. Instead of diving directly into the game, he savored a refreshing sip of iced Coke. Then, he entered the Peking University forum to see what new happenings awaited. Shocking. A single woman dining at Ye Xuan was treated in such a manner. The eye-catching title immediately seized Xiao Shuai's attention. What the hell? What's wrong with being single? Can one be treated unfairly just for that? He clicked on the post, intrigued. I heard from a friend that there's a unique hot pot restaurant called Ye Xuan on the Mingqing Commercial Street, so I arranged to go there with my best friend. However, when I arrived, my friend had an unexpected obligation and couldn't make it, leaving me to dine alone. To my surprise, the staff at Ye Xuan placed a large plush toy at the seat across from me and even gifted me a fruit platter. What a delightful surprise. The accompanying picture showcased a dining scene, with the user's face obscured, while the tomato broth and various dishes were enhanced with filters that made them look delectable. After reading the post, Xiao Shuai was utterly flabbergasted. He had anticipated that the single female patron had faced some sort of injustice, yet the reality was entirely contrary. Well, the service at this restaurant is quite remarkable. Indeed, they even offer free manicures and shoe cleaning services. How fascinating. Yes, their service is exceptional. Plus, the food is fantastic. I've been there 3 times already. Is this restaurant truly that good? One user revealed that Ye Xuan would soon open a branch in the heart of Baishui City. If a Baishui branch opens, I must try it. Xiao Shuai's interest in Ye Xuan surged. Simultaneously, posts with similar titles were flooding the Baishui Forum, East Mountain University Forum, and East Mountain Normal University Forum. The university crowd was always eager to try new experiences. In 2004, the internet was still devoid of many traps, and netizens' thoughts were relatively innocent. The operations of online influencers were quite clever, leading many college students to develop a keen interest in this previously unheard of hot pot restaurant. The following day, more posts related to Ye Xuan emerged in various forums. Checked in at Ye Xuan with my sisters. Success. Checked in successfully. Ye Xuan did not disappoint. A delightful surprise after trekking over 30 kilometers to check in. Each post was accompanied by enticing photos of diners at Ye Xuan, featuring groups of beautiful women posing playfully. Their appearances enhanced by skilled editing. What does checking in mean? Have I been asleep for a century? Why can't I comprehend what you all are saying? So this is what checking in means. It sounds intriguing. The post ignited a desire within Xiao Shuai to check in at Ye Xuan himself. Thanks to the efforts of Ye Xuan's online promoters, the term checking in began to circulate among various universities in Baishui City. Yet, Ye Xuan's strategy was far from over. On the 3rd day, even more posts flooded university forums. Following the trend, I too checked in at Ye Xuan today. After much hesitation, I finally decided to check in with my boyfriend at Ye Xuan. What a delightful experience. Youth is all about adventure. My experience checking in at Ye Xuan With the emergence of these posts, checking in at Ye Xuan became the hottest topic among students across Shui City's universities. Honey, shall we visit Ye Xuan this weekend? Sure. I'm all yours. Xiaomei, are you free tomorrow? I'd like to invite you to check in at Ye Xuan. Absolutely, I was just thinking of going. Such dialogues unfolded in various corners of the campus. On the fourth day, news spread across universities that the Ye Xuan Shui branch would open at noon the following day. The college students, eager to visit Ye Xuan, were utterly thrilled. Initially, they had planned to travel several hours by bus, covering dozens of kilometers to Mingqing Commercial Street. Now, their wish could be fulfilled without leaving the city. So, what were they waiting for? Thus, on the morning of July 11th, while Han Yun was overseeing the final preparations for the opening, a long queue had already formed outside the Shui branch. Bystanders were astonished. Wow, why are there so many people here? I wonder if there's an event. Excuse me, what are you all doing here? We're queuing for hot pot. Really? Who queues for hot pot? This is Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan? I haven't heard of it. Is it really that good? Sir, it's not just about whether it's good. It's a trendy restaurant worth traveling dozens of kilometers to check in. Check in? Trendy restaurant? This uncle was utterly baffled. However, seeing the eager expressions of the young students sparked a desire within him to dine at this restaurant. After a moment of hesitation, he quietly joined the end of the line. Similar scenes continued to unfold outside Ye Xuan. The restaurant skyrocketed to fame in Shui City. That evening, at the Mingqing flagship store. In front of the bar on the first floor, Xiao Nanji, Lin Shidong, Hong Lida, Wang Qian, and Chen Ming anxiously watched Ye Xuan on the phone. Okay, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. As he hung up, Ye Xuan surveyed the group and announced, the revenue from the Shui branch today is in. How much? Xiao Nanji and the others asked with bated breath. The Shui branch's operational area was twice that of the Mingqing flagship store, and they had invested significantly in marketing. Thus, they held high hopes for the day's revenue, but were also concerned that it might merely seem bustling. Under their anxious gaze, Ye Xuan slowly revealed, 5 yuan. After deducting all costs, pure profit. The group was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, is that true? 62,000. The flagship store only made 15,000 at its opening. The ecstatic outcry filled the room. Chapter 90, he has given too much. Everyone has worked hard these days, especially you, General Manager Chen. Your brilliant leadership has greatly contributed to this success. To reward your exceptional contributions to the company, I am prepared to grant you a bonus of 2,000 yuan. Ye Xuan raised his hand to quiet the crowd and, once they settled, smiled. He knew that as he would be involved in numerous industries in the future, he needed to gather enough talented individuals to share the burden. The most outstanding managers must learn to delegate while maintaining overall direction, just like a general leading an army. If one insists on micromanaging every detail, including the placement of machine guns, defeat will soon follow. Thus, from the outset, Ye Xuan consciously nurtured talent. From Chen Shui at the beginning to Han Yun later, and now Chen Ming, he followed this principle. Today, as the Shui branch opened, Xiao Nanji and the others wished to attend the event, but it was Ye Xuan who, against the odds, entrusted Han Yun with full responsibility, keeping everyone in Mingqing. Additionally, Chen Ming had been operating the online marketing campaign under Ye Xuan's overarching guidance, crafting copy and allocating resources. Now it seemed this marketing endeavor had been a resounding success. Chen Ming truly was the talent Ye Xuan had high hopes for. Regarding talent, aside from appropriate guidance, generous rewards are essential. Otherwise, who would willingly work for you? After hearing the first half of Ye Xuan's statement, Chen Ming attempted to maintain an air of detachment, but upon hearing the latter half, he could hardly contain himself. His parents earned just over 2,000 yuan, and his base salary as an online marketing commander was also 2,000. The bonus Ye Xuan offered was equivalent to his parents' monthly income. No, I must become a legendary man. I cannot bow for mere rice. This was a sugary bait Ye Xuan had cast, and he intended to refuse. Yet, the offer was simply too enticing. After struggling for a few seconds, he ultimately succumbed to temptation and feigned calmness, nodding, since you're so generous, I'll accept. Ye Xuan recognized Chen Ming's pretense but chose not to expose it. After encouraging Chen Ming a bit more, he turned to Xiao Nanji and the others, saying, you've all worked hard as well, but since we are shareholders, there will be no rewards for you. Naturally, Xiao Nanji and the others had no objections. Additionally, Lu Quan, Song Wei, and those part-time online marketing members should receive a bonus as well, at a standard of 100 yuan each. I'll provide the funds shortly, and you'll be responsible for distribution. In recent days, Chen Shui had conducted 2 stock market transactions, yielding a profit of 35.63 million. This brought his total assets to 140 million. According to their agreement, the beautiful manager would receive a bonus of 300 yuan. Having settled the matters concerning the Shui branch, it was time to prioritize the recruitment of Lu Huizong and Huang Xian. Ye Xuan pondered for a moment with a cigarette in hand, ultimately deciding to head to the capital the next day to recruit Lu Huizong first. After all, the legitimate campus version would launch in December next year, while Kuaibo would not appear until 2007. The following morning, Ye Xuan drove to Shui International Airport. While waiting for his flight, an unexpected figure appeared. Ye Xuan, are you flying to? Du Bing, wearing large sunglasses, asked excitedly. The beautiful host today donned a white short top, tightly stretched over a cartoon design, paired with fitted light blue jeans that perfectly accentuated her long legs. Her petite size 36 feet sported blue Converse sneakers, a refreshing departure from her usual mature attire. Bingbing Jie? Ye Xuan replied, equally surprised. Yes, where are you headed? Since not all travelers in the same terminal were bound for the same destination, he inquired. Du Bing raised her ticket, to the capital. How about you? Ye Xuan flashed his ticket. I'm also heading to the capital. What a coincidence. Indeed. By the way, what is your reason for going to the capital? I'm attending a class reunion. It's hard to believe it's been 4 years since I graduated. Which university did you graduate from? Longwa Media University. Impressive. You guessed it. By the way, do you have friends in the capital? Not exactly friends, just long-time acquaintances. Du Bing chuckled. Pen pals or online friends? As they exchanged jokes, boarding time arrived. Once on the plane, they were astonished to find they were seated next to each other. Bingbing Jie, have you been monitoring me? Ye Xuan teased. Du Bing playfully punched his shoulder. You wish. I was starting to suspect you were watching me. Such actions typically occur only among close friends. The beautiful host acted without a second thought, appearing entirely natural. Yet, Ye Xuan noticed this ease, which indicated a significant level of comfort in their interaction. As he seized the moment, he remarked, it's hard to say, perhaps I truly have installed surveillance in your home? Now tell me, what did I have for breakfast this morning? He replied, you drank milk and had sliced bread with a fried egg. Upon hearing this, Du Bing's lips parted slightly, her expression turning dazed. At that moment, a passenger brushed past her, inadvertently nudging her. The beautiful host, caught off guard, stumbled forward and fell right into Ye Xuan's embrace. Instinctively, he held her close, the fragrant scent enveloping him. The pressure against his chest made it apparent that Du Bing was indeed a remarkable woman with a 36-inch figure. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. As she regained her composure, Du Bing quickly recoiled, her cheeks flushed as she offered her apologies. Ye Xuan chuckled. You are clearly a goddess. How could you apologize to me? Despite his light-heartedness, he feigned calmness, waved his hand dismissively, and redirected the conversation. Let us sit down first so we don't block the other passengers. Du Bing nodded and took a seat beside him. You didn't just guess that, did you? Ye Xuan inquired. Indeed, I genuinely thought you had installed surveillance in my home. Du Bing replied, a hint of trepidation in her voice as she patted her chest. Then asked, how did you come to that conclusion? Ye Xuan smiled. I was merely taking a wild guess. In reality, his guess was far from random. It was based on observations. Given Du Bing's background as a cultured host influenced by Western customs, he surmised that Western breakfasts typically consist of a few standard options. By mentioning a few representative items, the probability of being correct exceeded 50%. To prevent the beautiful host from overthinking, he swiftly shifted the topic. By the way, why didn't Brother Hai Gui accompany you? Aren't you allowed to bring guests to the class reunion? Upon hearing this, Du Bing's previously cheerful demeanor vanished instantly. What's wrong? Did you have a disagreement with Brother Hai Gui? Ye Xuan inquired with concern. Du Bing sighed, he was too impulsive last time. I told him we shouldn't meet for now until he manages his temper, yet he still comes to the office every day. The tone of her voice revealed the significant distress this situation had caused her. Ye Xuan's expression turned apologetic, and he lamented, I'm sorry, Sister Bingbing. It's all my fault for helping you back then, which made Brother Hai Gui so upset. Meanwhile, he mused to himself, I merely intended to disrupt their relationship. Ensuring Brother Hai Gui didn't become too deeply attached. Now it feels as if I've accelerated his pursuit of Du Bing. How can you blame yourself? It's clearly his pettiness and impulsiveness. Du Bing retorted, anger creeping into her tone. Sister Bingbing, it's just that Brother Hai Gui cares for you too much. Also, please don't let him know I'm accompanying you to the capital. If he gets angry again, I wouldn't want you to suffer over this. It would break my heart. Ye Xuan spoke with a demeanor that considered their relationship. If he were to join Du Bing in criticizing Huang Kai, the beautiful host might feel a bit better and question if her standards for Huang Kai were too harsh. However, Ye Xuan faltered, as he not only refrained from criticizing Huang Kai, but also defended him. The most dreaded aspect of human interactions is comparison. Du Bing thought to herself, clearly. Ye Xuan is also a victim in this situation, yet he suppresses his grievances to defend Huang Kai, the instigator. Furthermore, he is saying this to avoid damaging my relationship with Huang Kai. Although there was no actual relationship between her and Huang Kai, if one were to delve deeper. Ye Xuan had previously expressed his feelings for her in a subtle manner. His portrayal as a man willing to endure humiliation for the happiness of the woman he admires solidified his character in her mind. Du Bing was deeply touched at that moment. If only Huang Kai could possess even half the qualities of Ye Xuan, I wouldn't be so troubled, she reflected wistfully. At 11:15 a.m., the two landed at the international airport in the capital. As they exited the terminal, a man in a blue-gray plaid suit waved at Du Bing from a distance. Beside him stood a woman in a green long dress, who excitedly waved her hands upon spotting Du Bing. Sister Bingbing, that must be your university class president, Li Xiao. He is quite handsome. Indeed. He was the campus heartthrob at Long Chuan, and girls would line up from the first teaching building to the second cafeteria just to catch his attention. Shortly after graduation, He married a local beauty and became the only one from our class to enter Longsure. Wow, Li Gu is truly exceptional. By the way, Sister Bing Bing. Did you? I did not. During my university days, I was solely focused on my studies and was an inspirational figure. Perhaps due to the familiarity she had developed with Ye Xuan, Du Bing spoke more casually and even made jokes. So you were the inspirational type, I stand corrected. Ye Xuan teased, then asked, that beautiful woman in the green dress, is she your roommate, Guanyin? When the plane was about to land, he had inquired whether anyone would be there to pick her up. At that moment, he heard the names Li Xiao and Guanyin. Indeed, what do you think? Isn't my roommate beautiful? Would you like me to introduce you to? She is still single. Du Bing teased, nudging Ye Xuan with her elbow. Although Guanyin's beauty did not match Du Bing's exquisite features, she was still a striking woman with an almost perfect score of 90. More importantly, her figure was voluptuous, the kind that could provide ample nourishment even for 3 children. Naturally, Ye Xuan was interested in getting to know such a woman. He initially paused, then sighed, Sister Bing Bing, have you forgotten something? Forgotten what? Du Bing asked, puzzled. What type of girl I like? Ye Xuan gazed into her eyes, his tone laced with melancholy. Du Bing was taken aback, then a faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she averted her gaze. I didn't forget. Then why say such things? Ye Xuan replied, looking dejected. Du Bing appeared remorseful, muttering, I was just joking. Observing her dismay, Ye Xuan quickly donned a cheerful expression. Actually, it's fine. Sister Guanyin is very beautiful. I'd love to get to know her. Du Bing felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Although she didn't believe anything would develop between herself and Ye Xuan considering their age difference, his forced smile for her sake made her feel guilty for possibly hurting his feelings. Their interaction did not go unnoticed by Li Xiao and Guanyin. Li Xiao's expression darkened slightly, while Guanyin scrutinized Ye Xuan with curiosity, speculating about his relationship with Du Bing. Upon joining together, Guanyin playfully remarked, Bing Bing. Didn't you say not to bring guests? What is this? Trying to surprise your old classmates? She maintained her gaze on Ye Xuan, her eyes filled with scrutiny. Nearby, Li Xiao wore a tense expression. Although his eyes were on Du Bing, his attention was entirely focused on Ye Xuan. Yin Yin. Just as Du Bing was about to explain, Ye Xuan interjected, Sister Guan, please don't misunderstand. I'm not Sister Bing Bing's guest. I was fortunate enough to be interviewed by her twice, and we happened to be on the same flight this time. Now that he was closer, he realized that Guanyin's figure exceeded his expectations. It was essential to clarify his relationship with Du Bing. Otherwise, if Guanyin misunderstood, it would hinder his ability to form a pleasant friendship with her. Of course, he didn't say this to abandon Du Bing. Rather, he believed that through the persona he had carefully crafted, the beautiful host would naturally deduce a favorable explanation for him. As he had anticipated, Du Bing believed that he was intentionally downplaying their relationship to avoid any misunderstandings among his classmates. While touched, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Ye Xuan, who keenly observed the changing expressions of the beautiful host, silently applauded himself. Looking at Li Xiao, he noticed his previously tense demeanor had relaxed. So, you are also from Mingxing? Ye Xuan detected a hint of arrogance in his expression and pondered the underlying reason. Although Mingxing ranked among the top 100 counties, it paled in comparison to the capital, appearing as a backward and impoverished locale. This sense of superiority reminded him of certain individuals from larger cities in his past life. Indeed, I am a native of Mingxing. Brotherly, have you ever visited Mingxing? Ye Xuan quickly adjusted his demeanor and posed the question enthusiastically. Drawing from his rich experience in engaging with such individuals, Li Xiao merely smiled faintly and shook his head. Had Ye Xuan been a relative or friend of Du Bing, he might have entertained a few polite exchanges. However, since this young man from a small town had only undergone a few interviews with Du Bing, there was no need for the renowned host of Longsure to waste much enthusiasm on him. His indifferent attitude created an awkward silence. Fortunately, Guanyin timely initiated a new topic. Bing Bing, it seems you have already introduced us to this handsome guy. In the spirit of fairness, shouldn't you also introduce him to us? Li Xiao furrowed his brows at this. What was so remarkable about a young man from a small town? After this chance encounter, it was unlikely they would meet again, as they belonged to entirely different social strata. Du Bing's attention was not on him, so she failed to notice his impatience and proudly introduced, this is Ye Xuan, this year's science champion from Baishui City, who ultimately chose to attend Jingda over Shimuo. Li Zhao's expression softened slightly, but only slightly. Among millions of candidates nationwide, Ye Xuan could indeed be considered a prodigy. However, this was merely one examination. His future achievements remained uncertain. Meanwhile, he had already secured a position at the prestigious Longsure, and with his wife's family connections and his personal abilities, his prospects at the station were promising. The number of recruits at Longsure each year was far less than that of Jingda. Guanyin, however, was taken aback. Wow, Ye Xuan, you're quite impressive. Impressive? If I told you he assisted the Mingxing police in solving a serial murder case, would your jaw drop? Du Bing said, beaming with pride. Even Li Xiao couldn't help but show surprise this time. Guanyin's mouth gaped open, as if she could fit an egg inside. Is that true? Would I deceive you? Just as Du Bing was about to recount Ye Xuan's heroic deeds, Li Xiao interrupted. My car is still parked outside. How about we head to the car first? Du Bing readily agreed. Class leader, can we take Ye Xuan with us? He is also heading to the city. Li Xiao was undoubtedly reluctant, so he hesitated. We can, but the front seat can't accommodate anyone. You know I cherish my wife, and that seat is exclusively hers. At this, he flashed an apologetic smile toward Ye Xuan. Originally, Ye Xuan intended to take a taxi, as he didn't wish to endure Li Xiao's sour face for too long. However, since Li Xiao had mentioned it, he decided to give him a bit of a hard time. No worries. We can squeeze in the back. By the way, brotherly, what car do you drive? Is there enough space? If it's a subcompact, then never mind. Li Xiao was about to refuse on the grounds that 3 people in the back seat would be too cramped. But Ye Xuan had already closed that door. If he claimed there wasn't enough space, wouldn't that make him seem less successful? Thus, after a moment of silence, he muttered, Of course, it's not a subcompact. I drive a Passat. Ye Xuan nodded. A Passat? That's decent. It's a mid-sized car. His tone was neither envious nor dismissive, merely offering a rational assessment from an observer's standpoint. Du Bing found this response quite normal, considering Ye Xuan drove a luxury BMW worth $1 million. However, to Li Xiao, it felt off. Shouldn't a high school graduate like Ye Xuan be envious of someone driving a Passat? Was it possible that this young man came from a well-off family? Yet his attire seemed to suggest otherwise, resembling that of an average person. Guan Yin was also surprised for a moment before shaking her head and chuckling. It was quite normal for a young man of this age to react in such a manner. After a brief silence, Li Xiao awkwardly added, The space in my car is decent. I just worry that the 2 ladies might not want to squeeze in. I'm fine with it. Du Bing exclaimed, nudging Guan Yan's arm. Yin Yin, you won't mind either, right? Guan Yin playfully smiled. Since you've said so, how could I possibly have an issue? Had it been another man, she might have felt a bit displeased. However, Ye Xuan was a charming and enthusiastic young man. Brother Bing Bing, Yin Yin, you are both wonderful. I'll sit in the middle, as that spot has the least comfortable experience. Ye Xuan volunteered, looking genuinely touched. Li Xiao was nearly exasperated. Your intentions are quite transparent. You clearly want to take advantage yet pretend to be self-sacrificing. As he contemplated how to thwart Ye Xuan's insidious design, Du Bing waved her hand. No need. I can sit in the middle. Just as Li Xiao sighed in relief, Ye Xuan chimed in. No, you and Yin Yin are both long-legged beauties. It would be quite uncomfortable for you to sit in the middle. Let me do it. My legs are short. Li Xiao is utterly flabbergasted. Is this kid really serious? You're over 8 meters tall, with most of your body being legs, and yet you dare to claim you have short legs? Are you willing to sacrifice your dignity just to sit between 2 beautiful women? Guan Yin burst into laughter. Ye Xuan, you certainly have a way with words. Du Bing was equally amused. Did you notice? Every time I interviewed him, I was thoroughly entertained. Really? Do tell me more, Guan Yin urged. Let's talk while we walk. Du Bing said, linking arms with Guan Yin as they headed outside. Li Xiao was bewildered. What does this mean? Are they really allowing Ye Xuan to sit in the middle? After recovering from his confusion, Li Xiao hurried after them. I just thought about it, and actually, it wouldn't be a bad idea to let Ye Xuan sit in the front seat. Ye Xuan immediately interrupted. That won't do, brotherly. The front seat is exclusively for my sister-in-law. Since you care so much for her, how could you make an exception for me? Absolutely not. With Ye Xuan's crafty maneuvering, he successfully sat between the 2 lovely ladies. Throughout the journey, Du Bing recounted Ye Xuan's illustrious achievements, eliciting occasional giggles from Guan Yin. Despite Li Xiao's best efforts to drive smoothly, he occasionally needed to make sudden lane changes. Each time this occurred, either Du Bing or Guan Yin's arm would press closely against Ye Xuan, leaving him secretly delighted. Whenever Li Xiao glanced at the scene in the rearview mirror, he felt a flood of frustration surging within him. I came here to impress the class beauty, yet somehow ended up as the designated driver. Where did the problem lie? Li Xiao fell into contemplation. Chapter 93, Galen's Endless Silence and Critical Strike. Sister Yin Yin, I'm leaving now. You must visit Ming City someday. I'll show you around. After the Passat entered the 4th ring, Ye Xuan casually pointed to his spot to get out. Before parting, he leaned against the car window to bid farewell to the 2 beautiful women. Then he turned to Li Xiao. Li Go, your driving skills are exceptional, more stable than a taxi driver. I'll definitely pay you and your wife a visit to express my gratitude. Li Xiao's expression darkened at that moment. Was this kid truly comparing him to a taxi driver? And why should he thank his wife? Did she even know him? Ridiculous. Haha, you're too kind. Drive safely on your way. I'm off now. Li Xiao suppressed his irritation, said his goodbyes, and pressed the accelerator hard. Watching the black Passat fade into the distance, Ye Xuan mused. Li Ji's wife is really a good person. If it weren't for her, how would I have the chance to sit between 2 stunning beauties? After his self-reflection, he flagged down a taxi by the roadside. Driver, to Tongdian Garden. Sure thing. The taxi driver accelerated and asked, Young man, you're here to work in the capital, right? Wow, driver, I'm not looking down on the working class. I just want to know why you think I'm a laborer. Well, just a hunch. That intuition of yours is quite off. I'm a freshman at Jingda. Really? You're serious? Absolutely. Just last month on the 25th, the enrollment officers from Jingda came to see me. After much deliberation, I decided to enroll. Hey, making that choice sounds serious. If it were my son, he'd be over the moon. You have to understand. If someone asked you to choose between Guan Jiling or Lu Jialing as your wife, Wouldn't you also have to think long and hard before deciding? The driver chuckled. You're not wrong, but I'm not here in the capital to report for school. Then what brings you here? I'm afraid you won't believe it. Go on, maybe I will. Well, I'm here to start a company. You? Starting a company? Yes, a tech company. I'm here to buy several floors of office space for the headquarters and recruit some talent. The driver glanced at him. Wow. The real estate prices in the capital are no joke. This is just the beginning. Let me be frank, in 10 years. If the property prices in the capital don't rise by at least tenfold, I'll eat your taxi. Eat my taxi? How will I earn a living then? Flip properties. Sell your taxi, borrow from every relative and friend you have, and get a mortgage from the bank to invest in properties within the third ring. I promise you, in 10 years, your fortune will exceed 1 billion. As they chatted, the taxi arrived at the east gate of Tontian Garden. After Ye Xuan exited the cab, the driver spat in disbelief. These young people really dare to boast about anything. Is this the right place for Lao Song's Zhajiangmian? Ye Xuan stood at the entrance of a modest eatery, glanced at the sign, and lifted the door curtain to enter. The detailed information about Lu Huizong indicated that he lived in Tongtian Garden with Huang Xing and Wang Du. These three were still in the early stages of their entrepreneurial journey, struggling financially. Thus, this affordable Zhajiangmian shop had become their regular haunt. Ye Xuan's aim was to recruit Lu Huizong, not to start a business together, as Lu Huizong was still an unknown figure. Therefore, even though Ye Xuan knew their apartment number, it would be inappropriate to approach them directly. Creating a chance encounter was his best option. Ye Xuan was prepared for a lengthy wait, but to his surprise, half an hour later, 3 scruffy young men entered the shop. Among them were Huang Xing and Lu Huizong, with the third being Wang Du. Ye Xuan hesitated to identify Wang Du, as he had never paid attention to him even in his past life. It was already past 2 in the afternoon when they finally came to eat. Indeed, the early days of entrepreneurship were quite tough. Ye Xuan chuckled to himself and ordered a bowl of Zhajiangmian. Huang Du, your idea is commendable. There is a significant lack of genuine social platforms in our country. If you can establish one, it will have immense potential for growth. I think so too. While Baidu Tiaba and Tianya Forum possess social attributes, they are fraught with various shortcomings, due to the shop's small size and the lack of customers at that hour. Ye Xuan could clearly hear Huang Xing and his companion's conversation. Herein lay his opportunity. Ye Xuan's eyes sparkled as he feigned surprise and approached the trio. Excuse me. I couldn't help but overhear your discussion about social platforms. Are you also venturing into entrepreneurship? Eventually, Huang Xing nodded. Yes, may I ask what you need? Lu Huizong and Wang Du, who were also university classmates with him, felt similarly. Although Ye Xuan was younger, his mature demeanor was evident when he spoke seriously. Prompting Huang Xing not to underestimate him, Ye Xuan smiled. To be honest, I'm also starting a business, and my focus is also on social platforms. The 3 men exhibited surprise and a hint of wariness. Rivals are foes, as the saying goes, applies not only to the realm of comedy. There is no need to be tense. I simply stumbled upon fellow entrepreneurs and wanted to connect. Ye Xuan seized the opportunity to speak. Let me first share my entrepreneurial progress. You're familiar with Facebook, right? The expressions of Huang Xing and his companions shifted noticeably. They had just discussed social platforms due to Facebook's influence. Their faces fell at that moment. They were still contemplating whether to embark on this venture, while someone else had already beaten them to it. It was akin to running a race where, despite not starting yet, the competition had already crossed the finish line. The magnitude of this blow to their morale was palpable. I see you 3 have a solid understanding of the social platform's potential. Shouldn't your actions be more decisive than mine? Ye Xuan pulled out a chair and continued. His inquiry struck like a silent, yet devastating blow, leaving Huang Xing and his companions momentarily speechless. Chapter 94, A Dead End in Entrepreneurship. The trio's reaction bolstered Ye Xuan's confidence. Although Huang Xing appeared disheveled and downtrodden now, he would undoubtedly become a billionaire in the future. Lu Huizong, who was starting this venture with him, would also evolve into a tycoon worth billions. To persuade such high-caliber individuals to willingly work for him, Ye Xuan needed to instill in them the belief that their entrepreneurial path was destined for failure and engrave this idea in their minds. However, Huang Xing was the type to persevere despite numerous failures in entrepreneurship. Convincing him of such a notion would be nearly impossible. Thus, Ye Xuan's target was solely Lu Huizong. If Wang Du joined, that would be a bonus, but it was not essential. His task was to lead Lu Huizong and Wang Du to conclude that following Huang Xing would lead them to a dead end, which would accomplish half of his goal. The atmosphere grew awkward as Huang Xing and his companions fell silent. After waiting a while, Ye Xuan slapped his forehead in realization. Look at me. I got carried away and forgot that project development progress is a closely guarded secret. My bad. Huang Xing and his companions exchanged awkward smiles, but remained silent. This did not deter Ye Xuan. He continued, by the way, where are you guys currently working? They hesitated, unsure how to respond. I wish to relocate the headquarters to the capital, but I am unfamiliar with the area and do not know where to find suitable office buildings for sale. At this point, Ye Xuan let out a bitter smile, seemingly perplexed by the situation. Lu Huizong, taken aback, exclaimed, What? Have you already decided to move into an office building? They were still residing in a residential home. Indeed, isn't that the natural course of action? What's the matter? Ye Xuan elongated his tone, a look of uncertainty on his face. Huang Xing cleared his throat and asked, "May I inquire about your budget?" "Currently, I have around 1.4 billion in liquid cash," Ye Xuan casually replied. The trio was left stunned. 1.4 billion in cash, and he referred to it as merely around. They, who could not even muster 140,000 without asking their families, were astounded. Isn't that enough to purchase several floors in the capital? Ye Xuan feigned confusion. His words left Huang Xing and the others in silence. Presently, office buildings beyond the fourth ring cost approximately 5,000 per square meter, and a single floor of 1,000 square meters would be considered a large office space. If they calculated for 30 floors, acquiring the entire building would only amount to 1.5 billion. And that is without any discounts. Constructing a building would certainly cost less. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ye Xuan, a prospective freshman at Peking University. It's a pleasure to meet you all. After laying the groundwork, Ye Xuan finally revealed his identity. The three were utterly taken aback. Having just graduated high school, he was already venturing into entrepreneurship, wielding 1.4 billion in cash and a soon-to-launch social platform. In contrast, they had graduated from their undergraduate studies 3 years ago and had yet to succeed in any project. The comparison rendered them feeling utterly defeated. Were high school students this formidable nowadays? However, they soon began to question the veracity of Ye Xuan's claims. Perhaps he was merely playing a prank on them after overhearing their conversation? Ye Xuan, having observed their expressions intently, was well aware of their thoughts. He promptly retrieved a notebook from his backpack. "I am somewhat uncertain about the social platform I have developed. I noticed you three are quite adept in technology. Would you mind taking a look?" As he spoke, he powered on his laptop and navigated to the website preview interface. According to his plan, the site would be launched shortly, and since it was designed to rival Facebook, he had no fear of Huang Xing and the others replicating his ideas. This was an excellent opportunity to validate whether Ye Xuan was merely boasting, and the trio naturally would not refuse. Once they gathered around, Ye Xuan began to showcase the functions available on campus. The more they observed, the more astonished they became. The website's layout and features were remarkably sophisticated, with certain concepts aligning perfectly with their own visions. Given their capabilities, they could easily envision the success this site would achieve upon launch. Consequently, if they pursued a social platform of their own, they would be at a significant disadvantage. This effectively blocked one of their entrepreneurial avenues. The reason I embarked on this project is that I recognize the social needs and pain points of contemporary university students. Amid the trio's astonished gazes, Ye Xuan began to elaborate on his entrepreneurial philosophy, which he referred to as his values. To captivate others, one must possess an impressive value system, right? During his discourse, he occasionally dropped terms like empowerment, pain points, and closed-loop platforms, leaving Huang Xing and the others utterly baffled. They were all exceptional talents hailing from Shuimu, initially at the forefront of innovation, and their thoughts, knowledge, and understanding were among the most advanced of their peers. Yet, in the presence of this prospective university student, they felt like novices in the tech world. They recognized each term individually, but struggled to comprehend their collective significance. However, their intuition indicated that these phrases were indeed impressive, and their confusion stemmed merely from encountering knowledge outside their expertise, which was rather disheartening. "Look at me, I tend to ramble on," Ye Xuan said, slightly embarrassed as he tapped his forehead. He then adopted a serious demeanor and asked, "Gentlemen, I have invested significant effort into this project. If you can provide me with valuable feedback, I am willing to offer at least 10,000 as a token of gratitude, with no upper limit." As if to demonstrate his financial capacity, he promptly pulled out his phone and showed them the bank deposit notification. The balance on that card was 40 million. The moment they glimpsed the amount, Huang Xing and his companions realized that Ye Xuan had been truthful all along. There truly exists such an impressive high school graduate. Why is everyone so quiet? Is my website so poorly made that it warrants no feedback? Ye Xuan feigned urgency. After saying this, he lost his appetite and exchanged a glance with Lu Huizong and Wang Du, preparing to leave. He had sensed his companions wavering, and if he continued his pitch, their team might soon disband. Ye Xuan paused for a moment, expressing a hint of regret. "I still do not know your names." This was a test. If he had laid so much groundwork and Lu Huizong refused to even share his name, he would promptly cut his losses. After all, talent was abundant, and he was not desperate to recruit them. Just as Huang Xing was about to speak, Lu Huizong introduced himself. "I am Lu Huizong, a graduate of the Shuimu class of 2001. Wang Du followed suit with his introduction. Huang Xing felt a sinking sensation, an ominous premonition washing over him. "So it is President Lu and President Wang. A pleasure to meet you." Ye Xuan's address left both Lu Huizong and Wang Du momentarily stunned, followed by an inexplicable sense of satisfaction rising within them. Just as business people enjoy referring to clients as boss, those who connect with others appreciate being called handsome or beautiful. Everyone possesses a degree of vanity. Addressing someone appropriately can swiftly bridge the gap between individuals. Ye Xuan astutely recognized that they were at the onset of their entrepreneurial journey, aspiring to become leaders, and thus intentionally referred to them in such a manner. He then turned his expectant gaze toward Huang Xing. After a prolonged pause, Huang Xing reluctantly shared his name, not for any particular reason, but simply to hear Ye Xuan address him as President Huang. Ye Xuan smiled. So it's Brother Huang. A pleasure. Huang Xing was left bewildered. Why does the title change when it comes to me? Are you deliberately targeting me? Indeed. Ye Xuan was intentionally singling him out. Huang Xing, Lu Huizong, and Wang Du were classmates, to undermine him. Ye Xuan aimed to create a rift between him and the other two. By employing different titles for them, he subtly suggested that they were not of the same ilk. While this effect might not be immediately apparent, it would serve as a catalyst should any conflict arise among the trio. This strategy had proven effective for Ye Xuan in his previous life. Upon concluding his statement, Ye Xuan tore 3 sheets of paper from his notebook, inscribing his name and phone number on each, then handing them to Huang Xing and his companions. Huang Xing initially hesitated to accept, but, seeing Ye Xuan's earnest demeanor, he could find no justification to refuse and reluctantly took the papers, muttering a farewell before exiting the eatery. Having done his part, he left the rest to fate, murmuring, "I've done my best, the rest is up to destiny," before settling the bill and departing the establishment. "Hello, Teacher Chun, this is Ye Xuan. Do you have time this evening? I would like to treat you to dinner." "Yes, I have arrived in the capital." "Really? Do you think I would joke about something like this?" "All right, I will find a suitable place and call you." Ye Xuan made a phone call to Professor Chen Qiu, a distinguished instructor at Jingda University. As a member of the admissions office, Professor Chen possessed an extensive network of student resources, and Ye Xuan sought to enlist a few individuals to join his burgeoning company through him. This would provide him with the confidence to initiate operations on campus before the semester commenced, even if Lu Huizong was unable to attend. If Lu Huizong could indeed come, it would serve to create a system of checks and balances among the new recruits. A manager must not only learn to delegate authority but also ensure that subordinates maintain mutual oversight. After concluding the call, Ye Xuan visited a large supermarket, purchasing 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of Maotai, all neatly packed into a red plastic bag. At 5 p.m., he located a mid-range restaurant 3 kilometers from Jingda, securing a reservation. After placing a call to Professor Chun, he leaned against the roadside, smoking as he awaited his arrival. Half an hour later, a black Passat sped into view, and without needing to check the license plate, Ye Xuan was certain it was Professor Chun. After all, the tale of Chen's collision with a Toyota at the entrance of the community had become a legend in the neighborhood. Once Chen parked the car, Ye Xuan approached him. "Professor Chen, I didn't expect you to come. Was there traffic on the way?" Chen locked the car and replied with a smile. "I truly didn't anticipate you would come to the capital by yourself. Are your parents not worried?" Ye Xuan chuckled lightly. "Oh, I've been independent since childhood. They are accustomed to it." He then raised the red plastic bag. "I brought you some local specialties. Could you open the trunk for me? I will place them inside." Chen reached to push the trunk open but paused, noticing the familiar feel of the contents within the bag. A sense of bewilderment washed over him as he caught sight of the distinctive packaging peeking out. "Wait, are you trying to ask me for a favor?" While he had received gifts before, the fact that Ye Xuan, a top student in the sciences, was engaging in such subterfuge was quite surreal. Ye Xuan grinned. "As expected of you, Professor Chen. You see right through my intentions. Rest assured, I approached you for a personal matter, and I assure you it will not compromise your principles. In fact, this could even benefit you." Intrigued, Chen inquired, "Is there truly such a good deal?" Ye Xuan elaborated on his plan to establish an online company and his desire to recruit a few part-time students from Jingda. He was not presumptuous enough to recruit graduates from the university, as students from the prestigious institution seldom faced difficulties in securing employment and were unlikely to choose a startup rife with uncertainties, with the exception of Lu Huizong, who had been an entrepreneur for 3 years. His target was thus students from their 2nd or 3rd year who were either seeking part-time work or currently engaged in it. These students would possess relevant work experience, professional competence, and would not feel the immediate pressure of job hunting, making them ideal candidates. "You've indeed come to the right person. I know a few students actively seeking part-time positions," Chen replied, taking some time to digest the information before accepting the red plastic bag with a smile. Ye Xuan recognized that his plan was set in motion. After bidding farewell to Chen, he hailed a taxi and made his way to the most renowned bar street in the capital. With a heart full of simple intentions, he entered the Night Rose, a music bar that offered a more subdued atmosphere compared to louder venues, making it easier to encounter urban women seeking respite from loneliness. After ordering a glass of Martell at the bar, Ye Xuan began scanning the room for potential conversation partners. As his gaze swept over a booth, he was taken aback, whispering in astonishment, "Du Bing and Guan Yin are here too. What a coincidence." Chapter 96. Although I smoke, drink, and dance, I am still a good boy. Wait. I've been cultivating this image of an innocent boy in front of Du Bing. If she finds out I'm at a bar, won't that shatter my persona? Ye Xuan contemplated whether to explain that despite his smoking, drinking, and dancing, he was still a good boy, just as he was considering a change of venue. Guan Yin happened to glance over. "Bing Bing, it's Ye Xuan's younger brother." After a moment of surprise, Guan Yin nudged Du Bing, her excitement palpable. "Is that for real?" Du Bing's surprise mirrored Guan Yin's as she followed her gaze. Upon recognizing Ye Xuan, her eyes lit up with delight. "It's really him." Ye Xuan, the charming host, eagerly beckoned him over. "Well, there goes my chance to leave." Ye Xuan sighed inwardly but feigned delight as he approached. Sister Bing Bing, Sister Yin Yin. And brotherly, you're all here too. The booth accommodated 12 people, and besides the 3, there were 4 men and 4 women. All of commendable appearance and dressed with elegance, likely classmates of Du Bing from Ye Xuan. They now regarded Ye Xuan with curiosity. Class monitor. Is this the high school graduate who caused you trouble this morning? Asked Wudong, seated next to Li Xiao, his brows slightly furrowed. This kid is quite something. Don't underestimate him. We're not easy to deal with either. Just wait and see. I will find a way to make him embarrass himself. Wudong declared, determined. He and Li Xiao were roommates, their relationship cordial but not particularly close. The key factor was Du Bing's overly warm reception of Ye Xuan, which displeased Wudong, who had once pursued her. While they whispered among themselves, Du Bing and Guan Yin had stepped away from the booth to approach Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan, why are you here at the bar all alone? Ye Xuan smiled shyly. Oh, I came because a friend invited me. It's actually my first time at a bar. This statement cleverly distanced him from the implication of being a regular visitor, placing responsibility on a non-existent friend. Ye Xuan felt quite clever for this maneuver. And where is your friend? Du Bing inquired, scanning the surroundings. He hasn't arrived yet. I suppose he's caught up with something. Let me call and check, Ye Xuan replied, pulling out his phone to dial Hong Liteo. Hello, I'm already here. Where are you? Hong Liteo responded. Ye Xuan, what are you up to this time? What? Your girlfriend came looking for you? I don't have a girlfriend. Hello. Hello. Ugh. Hong Liteo cursed as he heard the busy signal. Ye Xuan, feeling somewhat helpless, hung up the phone. My friend can't make it. It seems I should leave. That's all right. You still have us. Du Bing said, her tone a bit displeased. The chance encounter from earlier had ignited a feeling she couldn't quite articulate, and this second chance meeting only intensified it. Thus, upon hearing he was leaving, her immediate reaction was one of reluctance. Yes, with us here, how could you be unsatisfied? Guan Yin chimed in, also encouraging him to stay. She had a favorable first impression of Ye Xuan, and having an additional person would add to the liveliness of the gathering. Ye Xuan feigned a look of hesitation. But you all are having a class reunion. How could you spare time for me? I really should take my leave. He was not one to overstay his welcome. A brief greeting sufficed, and he saw no need to intrude on their gathering. Du Bing, knowing this, began to solicit opinions from her classmates. Ye Xuan is my fellow townsman and a good friend. He came to the capital to find friends, but was let down by one. I would like him to stay, and I will cover his expenses here. Is that all right? In the bar, the bill for this round was to be covered by all the boys. Although Ye Xuan was not financially constrained, he felt it necessary to clarify in advance to avoid any potential awkwardness. As for Bing Bing, it did not matter whether he stayed or not. It was rather inappropriate for a grown man to drink in a bar and expect women to foot the bill. Before others could voice their opinions, Wudong interjected. Upon hearing this, the other classmates also found the arrangement somewhat inappropriate. The 4 unknown female classmates cast peculiar glances at Ye Xuan. Li Xiao nodded in agreement, stating that it indeed seemed a bit unreasonable, suggesting they should cover it instead. Wudong shook his head, countering that what if he had a high tolerance for alcohol? Our salaries are not particularly high at the moment. Li Xiao, somewhat uncertain, remarked that Ye Xuan had good character and probably wouldn't take advantage of them. Their banter made Ye Xuan laugh in spite of himself. Initially, he had no intention of staying, but their veiled insinuations compelled him to remain. Du Bing, not oblivious to their jabs at Ye Xuan, intended to defend him. However, before she could speak, Ye Xuan smiled and said, Sister Bing Bing, I am already of age. I can't let you pay. He added, I've heard that the drinks here are quite good. How about I treat you and Sister Yin Yin? Wudong chuckled. Are we talking Hennessy or Remy Martin here? I'm not well versed in foreign wines. Which one is superior? Ye Xuan inquired with genuine curiosity. Wudong teased. It must be Remy Martin Louis XIII. This bar has it. But are you sure you want to buy? Is it very expensive? Ye Xuan asked, a little apprehensive. Wudong nodded. The price of Louis XIII varies greatly depending on the vintage and brand. Here, a bottle is quite pricey, don't you think? He leaned back, eager to watch Ye Xuan's reaction. Li Xiao and the others wore expressions of amusement. Not to mention Ye Xuan, even they, having worked for 4 years, would only dare to admire a bottle of fine liquor from afar. At this moment, they imagined he must be nearly terrified. Wudong, are you doing this on purpose? Unable to watch any longer, Guan Yin stepped forward and addressed Ye Xuan. Don't listen to him, Ye Xuan. There are indeed affordable options. Ye Xuan appeared confused. But Sister Yin Yin, a bottle is indeed very cheap for me. Guan Yin. Wudong. Others. Chapter 97. The most important thing in life is not to be greedy. Du Bing's classmates were utterly bewildered. A bottle of Louis XIII is cheap? What kind of family is he from? Speaking so boldly. Amidst the confusion, Wudong turned to Du Bing. Is Ye's family in business? The beautiful host shook her head. Are his parents local officials? Wudong inquired again. Du Bing shook her head once more. His parents are just ordinary employees of a state-owned enterprise. Not only did Wudong find it amusing, but Li Xiao and the others laughed as well. Goodness. A child from a dual-income household has already dismissed Remy Martin Louis XIII? The younger generation indeed. However, Ye Xuan is quite wealthy. He just bought a BMW 5 Series for 1 million a few days ago. as Wudong and the others shook their heads. They were struck dumb when they heard Du Bing's revelation. Even Guan Yin looked at her in disbelief. Bing, are you serious? The others nodded vigorously. An 18-year-old high school graduate from an ordinary state-owned enterprise family bought a BMW 5? That was utterly implausible. Of course it's true. I saw him pick up the car myself. Du Bing recalled the scene, still somewhat incredulous. Guan Yin's lips parted slightly, but she hesitated. Glancing at Ye Xuan, Du Bing looked at him too. Ye Xuan, may I reveal this? Ye Xuan nodded. Go ahead, there is nothing to hide. Du Bing smiled before saying, Ye Xuan won a lottery once. Win the lottery? No wonder. This luck is simply too extraordinary. Why can't I be the one who wins the lottery? Wudong and the others felt a mix of envy and relief. Luck is fleeting. They had heard numerous stories of individuals who squandered their fortune after winning a lottery jackpot. Just thinking about it eased their minds. At that moment, Du Bing added. But he won the second prize, which was only 400,000. Wudong and the others. If he only won 400,000, how did he afford a luxury car? They questioned the contradiction. He later invested that money in stocks and made a significant profit. Though I'm not sure how much exactly, Du Bing explained, recalling a previous conversation when Ye Xuan had casually mentioned it. Since their relationship was not yet at that stage, Du Bing felt it inappropriate to inquire further about his stock market gains, and Ye Xuan had not elaborated. However, being able to casually acquire a BMW 5 Series suggests that his funds must exceed 10 million, right? Wudong and the others felt a wave of frustration rising in their throats. So Ye Xuan didn't buy the car with lottery winnings? Why didn't he say so earlier? Guan Yin laughed in exasperation. Bing, could you not finish a thought in one go? That is just unfair. Du Bing shot her a glare. In our line of work, we must have rhythm. Have you forgotten what we learned in class? In truth, she had deliberately spaced out her words, knowing that Wudong and Li Xiao were trying to set Ye Xuan up. Hey, tell me, how much did you actually earn in the stock market? Guan Yin nudged Ye Xuan with her shoulder. Her curiosity piqued. This was where Guan Yin and Du Bing differed. Du Bing was shy and found it hard to voice certain things, while Guan Yin had a more open and friendly disposition, often speaking her mind. Ye Xuan waved his hand dismissively. It's really not much. The stock market is too risky. Once I earned enough for financial freedom, I decided to wash my hands of it. The most important thing in life is not to be greedy. He said this deliberately, fearing that Guan Yin might press him to involve her in stock trading. Even if their relationship progressed, he would never take her along. This was his secret weapon. Financial freedom? Wudong and the others exchanged glances. The definition of such a concept varies widely. For ordinary people, a few million might signify financial freedom, while for others, tens of millions or even 100 million would be required. If one considers owning a private jet as a criterion, then it would need to be over $1 billion. So just how much did Ye Xuan earn? The uncertainty surrounding his wealth left everyone feeling perplexed. At this point, Ye Xuan called over a server and ordered 2 bottles of Remy Martin Louis XIII. Typically in a bar, one pays up front, and the server later brings the drinks. Thus, when Ye Xuan casually swiped his card successfully, Wudong and the others began to believe Du Bing's claims, and a sense of restraint enveloped them. The 4 unknown female classmates, in contrast, grew noticeably more enthusiastic, not overtly flirtatious but deliberately showcasing their allure. Those with long legs would casually perform leg movements, crossing their legs or adjusting their skirts. Those with advantageous figures would sit up straighter to accentuate their assets. Among them, the most successful was Li Xiao, who had entered Longshire. As for Du Bing, she barely registered on the radar. Most others, including Wudong, were engaged in behind-the-scenes work, with 2 having ventured into other industries. Faced with Ye Xuan, a young man who casually drove a luxury car and purchased Louis XIII as if it were common fare, their reactions were entirely understandable. After all, this world is often quite realistic. Yet Guan Yin remained unchanged in her demeanor. Her curiosity about Ye Xuan heightened, but her attitude towards him stayed the same. Wudong, why not take the stage and sing a song? Li Xiao's unexpected suggestion shattered the awkwardness in the air. Wudong was taken aback for a moment before waving his hand. I think I shall spare you all from my poor performance. Li Xiao chuckled. You are the champion of the Longchuan Campus Singer Contest. If your singing is deemed a disgrace, then what are we? After a moment's hesitation, Wudong finally agreed. All right, I shall sing a song. The other boys began to cheer, eager to rattle Ye Xuan, who had been flaunting his wealth, reminding him that money cannot buy talent. Chapter 98. I, too, wish to showcase my talent. Fine, I shall sing. Wudong clapped his knees and stood up. Perhaps his singing truly was delightful, as the girls' faces lit up with anticipation, including Du Bing and Guan Yin. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wudong approached the circular stage in the center of the bar and exchanged a few words with the staff. When the singer on stage concluded their performance, Wudong stepped forward and took the microphone. Hello everyone, I am Wudong, a graduate of the class of 2000 from Longchuan. Today marks the 4th anniversary of our class's graduation gathering. Although not everyone is here, I'm already quite happy. On this special occasion, I would like to commemorate our youthful days with a song. I bet he is going to sing classmate next to you. Guan Yin whispered to Ye Xuan, who had been seated between her and Du Bing. This is an absolute must for a class reunion. As soon as he finished speaking, Wudong announced, classmate next to you. I hope you all enjoy it. Guanyin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wudong's emotions were so jumbled at that moment. I was being so focused and heartfelt. What does that have to do with being funny? Do you really need to laugh so hard? Are you targeting me on purpose? Du Bing playfully tugged at her. Yin, what are you doing? Ah, my bad. Guanyin raised her hands to her chest and pressed them down to suppress her laughter. Only then did Wudong feel a bit better. As the music began, he quickly adjusted his mood and entered the zone. Will you remember tomorrow, the diary you wrote yesterday? His voice was quite pleasant, with a wide range suggesting he had undergone professional training. As he sang, the patrons were visibly moved. Even the bar's resident singer couldn't help but take notice. At the booth, Li Xiao and the others couldn't resist joining in. Gradually, Du Bing and Guanyin also chimed in. As they sang, tears began to well up in their eyes. When Wudong finished his song, the bar erupted in applause. However, he did not exit the stage. Instead, he held the microphone and looked towards Du Bing at the booth. Du Bing, from the moment I first saw you, your image has been deeply etched in my mind. I know you have not been in a relationship for the past 8 years because you are waiting for the right person to appear. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to confess my feelings for you. Wow, this guy is amazing. Publicly confessing? This trip to the bar is certainly worth it. The audience was instantly energized. The reactions from the Ye Xuan classmates varied. Li Xiao's expression darkened as he glanced at Du Bing, struggling to find words. Guanyin wore a teasing expression, continuously making faces at Du Bing. The other boys exhibited a complex array of emotions, surprise, admiration, and a hint of concern. As the class beauty, Du Bing was the dream girl of most boys in the class. Unlike Wudong, they lacked the courage to express their feelings, choosing instead to keep their affections hidden. As for the 4 unknown female classmates, they seemed more interested in the spectacle. Knowing that Wudong was not Ye Xuan, and thus not their type, if Du Bing accepted Wudong's confession, they would lose a formidable competitor. Du Bing, the person at the center of it all, felt both shy and anxious. She had no feelings for Wudong and certainly would not accept his confession. But with so many people present, would a direct rejection leave him humiliated? Ye Xuan, meanwhile, was both amused and exasperated. Was Wudong trying to engage in moral coercion? He couldn't understand why one couldn't confess in a private setting. Why bring his personal matters before an audience? Was Wudong's family in the melon-selling business? Was he trying to boost sales through the spectacle? Pure madness. Du Bing, I know I cannot provide you with the life you desire at this moment. But I possess talent and a heart full of love for you. I believe that together we can achieve the life of our dreams. If you are willing to accept my confession, please come up on stage and take my hand. I will wait for you here. At this point, Wudong closed his eyes. The audience erupted with shouts of, accept him, accept him. The 4 unknown female classmates joined in the chorus. Du Bing was on the verge of tears, and Guanyin, noticing her friend's distress, ceased her playful antics. Amidst the clamoring for acceptance, Ye Xuan stood up and made his way to the stage. This sudden shift left the crowd momentarily stunned, and the cheers diminished significantly. Once Ye Xuan reached the stage, silence fell. Everyone looked at him, uncertain of what he would do next. Wudong, eyes still closed, assumed the silence was due to Du Bing approaching, causing his anticipation to reach a fever pitch. Thump, 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 his heart raced as a warm hand grasped his right hand holding the microphone. In that instant, a surge of joy erupted within him. Upon opening his eyes, he exclaimed, Bing Bing, you finally, what the hell? With that exclamation, Wudong stumbled back in surprise. He had intended to confess to Du Bing, but instead, it was Ye Xuan who had come up. Not only that, but Ye Xuan was holding his hand with an expression of deep affection. Anyone would be taken aback. Regaining his composure, Wudong asked angrily, what are you doing up here? Brother Wu, I also wish to showcase my talent, Ye Xuan replied, seizing Wudong's hand once more. I am in the midst of a confession. You just sang beautifully. I also want to show off my talent. Wudong was nearly sputtering with frustration. I already said I am confessing. You still want to showcase your talent? Can't you understand human language? The audience found the situation amusing, laughter erupting all around. Bing Bing. Was Ye Xuan here for you? Guanyin nudged Du Bing, whispering. At that moment, Du Bing was no longer in a state of panic. Her beautiful face flushed lightly. She could certainly see that Ye Xuan was stepping in for her, especially since he had previously hinted at his feelings. But how could she acknowledge that? She feigned ignorance, saying he probably just wants to showcase his talent. He's a science student. What talent does he have to showcase? He can't perform math equations in public, can he? Li Xiao said with a hint of jealousy. Du Bing replied indignantly, who says science students lack talent? He can write songs and perform mental calculations swiftly. As she spoke, memories of her first interview with Ye Xuan resurfaced, making her involuntarily smile. Seeing the goddess defend Ye Xuan so vigorously only fueled Li Xiao's jealousy. Guanyin, intrigued, began to inquire further about Ye Xuan's songwriting abilities. Meanwhile, on stage, Wudong was still attempting to persuade Ye Xuan to step down. But Ye Xuan simply pried his fingers apart and snatched the microphone. In that moment, Wudong realized how overpowering Ye Xuan's strength was compared to his own. After taking the microphone, Ye Xuan placed it on the stand and borrowed a guitar from the band instructor. Showcasing talent, is it? I am eager to witness the talents you possess. Wudong thought grimly after downing a glass of whiskey. Chapter 99. A stunning performance testing. Ye Xuan said as he checked the microphone. The onlookers found it amusing. Did this fellow think he was at a rehearsal? The sound system at Night Rose was top-notch, so there was no need for such checks. I feel like I'm watching a rural talent show, remarked Guanyin, chuckling. Du Bing nodded. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Ye Xuan as she smiled, and said, he is indeed quite adorable. Li Xiao and the others were exasperated. It was merely a microphone check. What was so cute about it? Ah, the eyes of a lover see beauty, don't they? The thought only deepened their discontent. Since it was a showcase of talent, one must maximize their strengths. Lacking systematic vocal training, singing pop songs felt like self-torture, so he decided to perform with an operatic flair. Unbeknownst to the crowd, while Ye Xuan appeared to be testing the microphone, he was actually strategizing to outshine Wu Dong. He understood perfectly the implications of Li Zhao's duet with Wu Dong. They merely wanted to prove that, though they lacked wealth, they possessed greater talent. Now, he intended to demonstrate through action that not only was he wealthier, but he was also more talented. With over 170,000 worth of causal value at his disposal, he resolved to go all out. After making his decision, Ye Xuan entered the system, spending 10,000 causal value to purchase 100 books on operatic singing techniques. With the 62 he had previously consumed, he amassed a total of 162. However, upon consuming them all, the system did not issue the expected upgrade notification. Frustrated, Ye Xuan purchased an additional 38 books, reaching a total of 200. Finally, the system chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your operatic singing skill has upgraded to level 1, professional. 200 books for a single level? Ye Xuan felt he had discerned the system's pattern, yet he refrained from making any hasty conclusions. Who knew if the system would betray him again? Hello everyone. I am a prospective university student with 2.5 years of practice. My hobbies include singing, dancing, and basketball. Now, I would like to present an original song for your enjoyment. As Ye Xuan's words fell, gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. An original song? Was it true? No wonder he borrowed a guitar. It was for an original piece. The bystanders were not the only ones surprised. Li Xiao and her companions were equally taken aback. Bing Bing, does Xiao really write songs? Du Bing asked, her expression strange as she nodded. Yes, Ye Xuan could write songs, but how to describe them? There was a beauty she simply could not appreciate. She never imagined he would perform an original song. If he showcased something improvised on stage, it would surely be explosive. As the audience marveled, the prelude of Sunny Day resonated from Ye Xuan's guitar. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't he supposed to sing an original song? When did Sunny Day become his original work? Yet, one could not deny that Ye Xuan played the guitar exceptionally well, though he still fell short of a professional level. Among amateurs, he was already quite impressive. Soon, the prelude concluded, yet Ye Xuan did not begin to sing. Instead, he altered the sheet music, introducing a melody previously unheard, flowing into the audience's ears like a clear spring. Then, Ye Xuan's voice, resonant and magnetic, filled the air. When the swallows depart, red beans fill the branches, wanderers. Do not inquire about the return date. Who alone guards the clear waters of Xiang, unaware of what night it is? What song is this? Murmured the audience, perplexed. Was this truly his original composition? It sounded rather ordinary. Bing Bing, is this really Xiao Ye's original song? Have you heard him sing this before? Guanyin and the others inquired curiously. Du Bing shook her head, her expression peculiar. She had never heard this song either. But as long as it wants to be something improvised, it would suffice. This song is rather average. Wu Dong, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Li Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's quite plain, and his singing skills are merely at the level of a karaoke enthusiast, far inferior to yours. Wu Dong smirked with pride. At least I have undergone 2 years of professional training. As they conversed, Ye Xuan's voice suddenly soared, more vigorous than before. In the play, emotions intertwine, strangers meet amidst the floral splendor. Reaching this point, Ye Xuan switched to an operatic tone. She sings of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Each step, each word, is longing. The audience felt a shiver run down their spines, all rendered speechless. What is this song? What is happening? This operatic style is simply phenomenal. My heavens, this song is exquisite. It gave me goosebumps. Me too, me too. After a brief moment of shock, everyone became exhilarated. Yet, that was a rock song, and the sensation it evoked was not as pure. In contrast, Ye Xuan's rendition of Peering Through the Window was a quintessential Chinese-style song. The lyrics, melody, and tone perfectly showcasing the essence of operatic singing. At that moment, the ancestral aesthetic awakened within the veins of all present. While speaking of wedding joys, the crowd celebrates the union of talents. Not a single sigh was heard amidst the affectionate tales. When Ye Xuan bowed to conclude his performance, thunderous applause erupted. One person stood, then two. By the end, apart from Li Xiao and Wu Dong, everyone else in the bar was on their feet. They clapped tirelessly. Some faces flushed with excitement. Bing Bing, Xiao Yi is so handsome. I think I'm in love. Guanyin exclaimed, clapping fervently. Du Bing nodded vigorously. I also find him incredibly handsome, the kind that completely captivates. I'm in love too. Not just the two of them. Every woman in the bar, without exception, gazed at Ye Xuan with admiration and adoration. Li Xiao and Wu Dong's faces turned green with envy. Goodness. Not only is this fellow handsome, but he is also immensely wealthy. To be both handsome and rich is one thing, but to be able to write songs and sing operatically is another. Outclassed in both wealth and talent, are we to be left with nothing? Handsome. This song is marvelous. Your operatic singing was simply extraordinary. I adore this song. What is the title of this song? Once the applause subsided, many could not contain their curiosity, akin to starstruck fans, facing their eager gazes. Ye Xuan smiled and said, "The title of this song is Peering Through the Window." As his words fell, the system chimed, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully altered the course of your life and received a causal value reward." Ye Xuan,